With the Intellion, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Paladin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, trainers and sleepy Snorlax. Make sure that we are your Pokeflute for this morning, waking you up in sunny, sunny Bologna, Italy, for our Pokemon trading card game regional level event, the final in Europe. This is our final special event, and we are awake and ready this morning. How are you feeling, Ross?
I'm feeling good. I almost forgot to pick up Fuecoco when this started. That was terrifying. I'm like, something's wrong with this. I wasn't holding my boy, but I am now, and that means life is good, Amy.
How could you, Ross?
I'm so pleased that you've managed to wake up bright and sunny. Joe, we feeling good today?
I'm feeling great. We had real diversity on the stream on day one. We saw a lot of archetypes that we may not have even featured ever before throughout the entire season. So hopefully there's more interesting decks to come today.
Freya, you ready to wake everyone up?
Yes, I am absolutely ready to wake everyone up. And unlike certain people, literally the first thing I did was grab Sprigatito here. So, you know, I would never do my cat dirty like that, Ross. I don't know what's going on.
Incredible. We've got so much lined up for this season. We've only got a few events left, but this is one of the big ones. Talk us through it, Ross. How are we doing for this season?
I mean, this is one of the big ones, but this is actually tiny compared to the rest of the season. This is kind of like, you know, a little starter, so to speak, because this is cool, right? We're in Bologna, special event, 1,000 TCG Masters, having a wonderful time, great variety on the stream. But after this, we've got New Orleans for the North American International Championships, which is literally and metaphorically the biggest event pre-Worlds. And then we've got actual Worlds in Honolulu over in Hawaii. We're going back for the first time since 2012. I was there in 2012, and it was amazing, but I don't think we're going to fit in the basement of a hotel anymore. I think we might be upscaling since the last World Championships in Hawaii.
We have gained a lot of Pokemon trainers since then, so we're so grateful to be able to welcome everyone on our journey to Honolulu for the first time. Really exciting, beautiful place, lots of sun, and I think we're all ready to say alola to our World Championships. But Joe, could you run us through how somebody would make it to Honolulu as a competitor?
Yeah, there's going to be players this weekend trying to book their spots into Hawaii. It actually hangs in the balance for some players out there. And as you can see on the left, you can get a number of championship points, even some lower placements. But if you win it today, there's no questions asked. You're straight into the World Championships. For the Masters division in the EU, you need to get 500 points. So it's been a constant chip away throughout the entire season, and for a lot of the European players, this is their last chance saloon.
It really is, and somebody could go from 0 CP all the way to the top here. We could be seeing some unexpected faces, but we have had lots of players to watch this weekend. They've been doing fantastic. It's nice to see them still at the end of a season, right? So they've succeeded. They might have got their invite, but there's still all to play for. There's plenty of prizing on offer today, and still plenty of championship points. So our players to watch, how have they been doing?
Very, very well. As far as I'm aware, every single one made day 2. Nicolina and Alessandro just squeaked in at 6-2-1, but Magnus is actually one of our top seeds. I believe it's 7-1-1 currently.
Incredible. And not only that, we also have our day 2 qualified players. Joe, anyone standing out to you?
Filippo is our top seed right now, I think, with Control, which is huge. Morgan, we featured on the stream, was piloting the Arceus Armor Rouge, which certainly stands out. Marco there as well, playing the Iron Hands. I think there's a few Iron Hands making it into day 2, and sort of gravitating towards the top as well. There's a decent number of pilots using the Lost Zone variants and some Giratina as well. So maybe some decks we haven't yet featured on the stream will be highlighted today.
Giratina is such a powerhouse, and it's shown its flavors throughout this season. In every single format we've had, Giratina has been there, and I think this could be its time to shine again right at the end. I mean, it doesn't feel like it would take a lot now. Even though we haven't featured it yet, I have a funny feeling it's going to, you know, sneak out of that dimension and see
been
us
in the shadows,
today.
yeah,
It's
but it's
gonna
there.
lurk out of the shadows, I think, today. I think it's gonna jump out at us. Unlike the variety of decks that we had yesterday, I have a funny feeling it might come a little bit closer in with our selection. However, we do have the meta breakdown, speaking of our decks, and we'll be able to have a look at day 1. Ross, how's day 1 treated us?
I mean, there's a lot of what we would expect on there. Charizard and Chen Pao have been the 2 biggest decks really since Temporal Forces came in, or at least 2 of the biggest. Charizard, it's always right on the left of that graph. It's always the one that is the most played, but it hasn't been converting in the last few tournaments. Lost Zone variants are there doing very, very well, though there is a few decks lumped together. And I've got my eyes on Ancient Box and Future Box. They are the ones that I'm really looking forward to. We saw Ancient Box on stream yesterday doing its thing. I very much enjoyed that. But look, my boy Miraidon is in the Iron Hound, Iron Crown deck. It's not just Iron Hands and Iron Crown, it's also Miraidon. And there's a few there sneaking into day 2. It's made top 8 in the last 2 events, so I gotta be honest with you. We're at least 2 events in a row now where this day 1 means nothing because 2 or 3 really good players with Control just come out of nowhere. They're not on the day 1 graphic and they go and make top 8 and go and win. So this day 1 graphic, interesting. Here's the second half of it, and you can see Control sneaking in there.
Yeah, Control has been sneaking into the end of most of our graphics, but I think notably the Pidgeot on there is what really stands out to me. We finally have that creeping onto the graphic, which we didn't have last week in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, I think it was still really low percentage in LA. I think it was like 2%, something like that. So
Yeah.
still really a niche pick, but the players who choose to play the deck are going far in the tournament.
Oh yeah, I can see it very much going far today. I think we'd be sad not to see a Pidgeot. I would be sad. It was my caster pick for this weekend, so I feel very, very, very confident that I'm going to see some Pidgeot throughout today.
I would be okay if we didn't have Control in the final again. I'm just putting that out there. I could be all right with that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Control, I wonder if we'll see it in our day 2. We have our meta share right here. Freya's run us through.
I'm feeling very vindicated in my caster predictions specifically because I think that's the highest showing for Lost Zone variants that we've seen in at least a good 2 or 3 tournaments. That's, I think, converting from the day 1 to second place and still second here. But as we just were talking about, Pidgeot Control sneaking in on the graphic there at the end of the 6 here for the top 6 archetypes from day 2.
It really is a surprise. Finally, Pidgeot jumping on the end there. I feel like that Charizard kind of conversion feels a little bit higher than we've seen. I could be wrong, but definitely the Lost Zone variants are a beautiful surprise up there with 20 decks being shown today. I think we had a little hint of that yesterday with a few of the games that we featured as well. And Lugia, lovely to see it up there. It does deal with Control very, very well, and I think it's earned its spot on this day 2 graphic, and it's nice to see our best of the rest of day 2. I'm loving seeing Arc Armor Rouge. Ross, what else are you enjoying to see on there?
Well, there are only 2 Armor Rouge on there. I hate to be a bit negative on there.
Still
I will
makes me
say
happy.
Charizard always seems to be like 20 to 25% of day 2, which is, I don't know. I mean, Ancient Box 5 there, that's pretty nice. So we're 8 Iron Hands with Iron Crown, just, you know, getting that in there. Dialga's still hanging on. Dialga's is, excuse me, Dialga's this weird deck that goes and wins a regional and yet it's still played in very low numbers, and it's kind of your bit of Dialga, bit of Gardevoir, bit of Golden Go, bit of Arceus Armor Rouge. There's a lot of, it's a great metagame right now, because there's a lot of decks which are not the top decks, but they're absolutely viable. There's a lot of different decks being represented in day 2. Not every format ends up looking like that.
Thank you very much for your insight there, Ross. Very interesting and a very good, diverse stretch of that extra day 2. I was enjoying seeing the Goldengo on the end there as well. We have seen it happen before where there's only been 1 or 2 Goldengo in day 2, but they rise all the way to the top.
Oh,
Can
yes.
it do it again? I know it's a fan favorite. You guys out there are going to be rooting for Goldengo. I can feel it. And with its, you know, with its Palkia, I think it's been doing really well.
I know someone else is going to be very happy about that. My husband Tyler, big Goldengo fan, the cheese string man, so he's going to be very happy to see those in there as well. If you're watching at home, Tyler.
Fantastic. I'm ever so glad to hear. And if you don't want to miss out on any of that action from our smallest represented decks to our highest, then don't forget to follow us on all of our social media channels. We're on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Don't forget to follow us on Twitch and YouTube. And most of all, I'm talking to all of you, do not forget to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. We really want to see what you're up to today and how you're interacting with the stream, who you're rooting for, whether it be player or deck. If you've got any of your furry friends at home helping you watch the stream, we want to see everything. Hashtag #PlayPokemon on those tweets so that we can feature them later. We'd love to hear from you, what you're loving about the stream, whether you'd like to see anything particular in the future. Please let us know. Don't forget to use that hashtag. It's very important. Otherwise, we may not catch you. And with that, I think it is time to instant charge our way over to the caster desk. I need to end my turn, and we need to get on with the show.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
On the 11th of May 2024, 675 players all descended onto the Kingdom of Sweden, all looking to make their mark on Pokemon TCG history. We were still firmly in Charizard's infernal reign of the metagame, with the deck occupying 26% of the Day 2 metagame in Indianapolis. However, by the end of Day 2, Chen Pao was giving Charizard the cold shoulder, since it was occupying half the top 8 slots. With this in mind, the players in Stockholm had a very interesting metagame puzzle to try try and work out. Initially, we saw Ancient Box and Chempao before well on stream, but closing off day 1, we saw Azul Garcia Griego booking himself a slot in day 2 with his Snorlax control deck. Control was something that was on the rise in Stockholm, with Tord's deck being a Charizard control hybrid too. As day 2 panned out, this trend continued, as our winning in featured Pidgeot control, and 2 of the top 8 slots were occupied with control again, this time being played by Azul and Tord. Azul would have to navigate a tough opponent in top 8, however, Yuho, the LAIC 2024 champion, playing Future Box. However, Azul was able to navigate his way through that as he quickly won 2-0. In top 4, we saw Tord versus Hermione. Tord fresh off his EUIC win, and Hermione wanting to get his very first regional win. Lost Box proved too much for Tord, and Charizard's infernal reign was ended as Hermione booked his place in the final. The final was Azul versus Hermione, Control versus Lost Box. Azul looking to get his 6th regional championship win, and Hermione looking to get his first. Unfortunately for Hermione, Snorlax was just too hard to deal with, as Azul was able to take it all home, making history by winning his very first EU regional that he'd ever attended. Will Control continue to dominate the metagame, or will another deck rise to topple it? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hello and welcome back to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Special Event from the lovely city of Bologna in Italy. We've just seen how you pick your deck. I'm not picking a deck today, I'm picking a caster. I picked Joe. How you doing, Joe?
I'm doing good, yeah. Great to see that Stockholm recap there from Shay. Really interesting event where Snorlax came out on top, and it wasn't even a European piloting it. It was Azul making his way over and completing the US heist for some championship points, which is incredible to see. And Snorlax really has not shown up as much this weekend. It seems to be more about the Pidgeot show.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, Joe. There is a little bit of kind of, as a European, right, we're at all these European events, there is a little bit of shame, I feel, that, you know, Azul, not one of the top players in the world, let's be clear, but Azul just kind of casually comes over to one regional for the first time and wins the whole thing. Like, I feel like as a continent, we might need to try a little bit harder next season, try and make sure that doesn't happen again. Because if that happens next time, then we are going to look very, very bad. But yeah, Snorlax, great deck. But Pidgeot, and you were saying a lot yesterday how Pidgeot is a lot more interactive. Yeah. Snorlax is an I'm going to block you in the active, you can't retreat, I win. Pidgeot is more of a whatever you can do, I can undo it. I've got a million different tips and tricks and different things that I can play around with, and I'm going to stop you. And there's a lot of one-offs, and it all revolves around that quick search ability. Being able to search any one card from your deck every single turn. So sure, you're playing, you know, one of Hero's Cape. It's an ace bet, you can only play one of it. But it doesn't matter, because you can pick it out with the right turn. Lots of those supporters like Penny and Airy and Misfortune Sisters that you might only play as a 1 or a 2 of, but because of Pidgeot, if you know your opponent's got their Prime Catcher in hand, you can make sure you get Airy at the perfect turn.
Yeah, this is such an intricate archetype, and so many random cards make it into the 60, so many individual one-offs, as you mentioned, Ross, but it's cherry-picking these for the moment where you can punish your opponent, removing resources, undoing a lot of their damage. Luxray V, obviously a crucial card in the list as well. Sometimes even Chi-Yu EX can be your finisher, and as we know, Mimikyu can be a pain for a number of archetypes as well. So having this smorgasbord of basics is a big part of the reason why this archetype is so strong. And it feels like the control choice, if you know control is still going to be countered, because you can still overcome a lot of those counters, whereas the Snorlax deck kind of just loses if your opponent plays enough outs, whereas the Pidgeot deck can more actively target those outs.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to be doing the Stockholm final with a good friend Shay, who we saw doing a Stockholm recap there, and in that final it really was a countdown. We were like, here's how many switching cards they play, and we literally just had a little tally going on the desk, and we saw, you know, game 2 of that final, it was literally a case of, and they're out of switching cards, and it's always like, I gust, I win. And it really was that simple. Pidgeot, it's not that simple. You do have to be a little more tricksy. You know what isn't simple, though? Figuring out the best card from Twilight Masquerade, the one we are most looking forward to. The good news is we have a community choice bracket, and I gotta say, yesterday, you guys on chat, you were spot on. Dragapult is way better than Iron Thorns. Tatsugiri is a little bit better than Legacy Energy, so no pressure, but you guys are on it. I expect you to carry that on today. It
looks like we have some more tough choices in the bracket. It's not going to be an easy one for you, so definitely get your thoughts in, and me and Ross are both going to argue for one of these two. It's going to be either Teal Mask Ogerpon EX or Unfair Stamp, putting a new ace spec up against one of the new top EXs in the set.
Yeah, I actually did the reveal of Unfair Stamp. I got the English language reveal of that card, and it was one of those, like, I don't like this card, but it's a super interesting card, and it's nice to be able to have a chat about it.
When the card is literally printed and has the word Unfair written on it, it shows that it's probably going to be a decent card.
Oh, unfair by name, unfair by nature. So we're just waiting to get confirmation of... Okay, Unfair Stamp. It's unfair by name and it's unfair by nature, but it's unfair in your favor, and that's fine. Oh, you've taken a prize. Congratulations. Good for you. You now have a 2-card hand. I have a 5-card hand. That's spectacular. Any deck that doesn't want an aggressive deck to take early prizes against it, Unfair Stamp. What if you don't draw into it? Arven. What if you don't draw into Arven? Luminion. You are going to have this card when you need it, and if your opponent takes an early prize, you put them down to a 2-card hand with a large deck, they draw nothing, you win. It's wins
and that's
games.
Your lot. You just about got wins games in there. Fair play, well done. But I've got Ogerpon to argue for. And we're going to be kickstarting that right about now. Well, Teal Mask Ogopon, it's basically the poster boy of the set, and it completely re-energizes Raging Bolt EX. It immediately becomes an S-tier archetype, the best aggressive deck in format. It pushes away the Roaring Moon, it pushes away Miraidon, because this can deal up to 280 plus damage on turn 1 whilst drawing you cards. You become so consistent. Your grass type, so you're getting through Charizard as well, so even that massive hit points, you can easily breeze through. Just having that insane amount of draw power at your disposal means you're never really going to get ruined by the unfair stamp. Any card.
We're done, Joe.
All right.
I will say, your point about the booster pack, I get the booster pack. Yeah. I would love to see unfair stamp on a booster pack. It wouldn't sell, and there's a very good marketing reason it would never happen.
I'm using the marketing to my advantage, yeah.
But I would love to see that. Yeah. I mean, they are both good cards, let's be clear. This is, it's like the Tatsugiri Legacy Energy argument we had yesterday. These are very good cards, and I suppose the question is, do you want a really good Pokemon that needs a whole bunch of help, or do you want just a one card in your deck which is going to auto-win a bunch of matchups? That's up to you guys. We've made our arguments. We don't need to keep going.
Lots of A-Specs can do the same thing, though. They can do auto-winning with a power spike, so all the A-Specs could compete against each other, because I think Ogopon is like unique in its own right.
And it is important to note the voting is live, but it is Twitch only. If you're on YouTube, that's fine. YouTube is nice. We like YouTube, but you need to go to Twitch to make sure you get that vote in. Go to Twitch, get your vote in, and if you want to go back and watch on YouTube after, that's absolutely fine. We're not going to judge you for that. We will judge you if you don't vote, though, because you're watching us do the argument. You're not going to vote. That's rude, frankly. Make sure you get that vote in.
Talking about that unfair stamp, though, what archetypes are you thinking that really fits into most? I know it's versatile and can go into a lot, but where do you think it fits best? What archetypes trend towards that choice?
I mean, any deck that doesn't want early KO. So I've seen it popping up in Japanese lists in Dragapult, for instance. It's a stage 2 deck, but you really want to evolve into that stage 1 Drakloak, which means you're a turn slower than you might otherwise be. So unfair stamp to buy yourself a little bit of time if your opponent goes aggressive. I could see it in Gardevoir, again, for the exact same reason. You're not going to play it in aggressive decks because you want something like Prime Catcher. Control decks can play it, but you've got that really awkward choice between Heroes Cape and unfair stamp.
That's a hard choice.
It's a very hard choice, because that extra 100 HP, absolutely huge. But there are some decks that are really, really, really terrified of going down a couple of prizes early.
And here we go.
That's where it comes in.
We have the community vote. So what's going to come out on top? It's going to be the unfair stamp. Makes it by a much bigger margin than I expected.
I am surprised. I thought I might lose that one, I'll be honest with you. Teal Mask Ogopon. I mean, these are both top tier, phenomenal cards, let's be clear. I mean, yeah, they are just absolutely stunning cards. I mean, when we sat down to make this list of 8 cards to put in the bracket, it was not an easy list, but these were 2 cards that were straight on. Like, these weren't the last couple of spots with fight. There were a couple, won't tell you which ones, I don't want to spoil it. A couple of cards on that bracket were kind of what should be 6, 7, and 8. These cards were straight on the list. They are top tier. And look, next weekend, Joe and I are going to be helping show you all the action at NAIC over in New Orleans. We're going to be back in 1 week time for that. And I assure you, we are going to be talking about Teal Mask Ogopon decks, and we are going to be seeing unfair stamp coming down and wrecking some games. It's going to happen.
Yeah, that could already be just the case that people are seeing so much Ogopon on the ladder that they're like, oh, I don't want to see any more of this. Let's get it off the bracket straight away and just have unfair stamp.
Oh, it's too good to win the bracket, Joe.
Yeah, that's how I'm twisting it. I'm saying they've seen so much of it, they're now sick of it already, and it's only been like a week on TCG Live. But yeah, I think, both good choices. Unfair stamp's fantastic. We're going to see a lot of Teal Mask Ogopon. It reminds me of like Celebi Prime from way back when, where it gave you that energy acceleration. You basically just combined it with the best attacker at the time, which was Mewtwo EX. But now we get bonus card draw as well. So insane.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I mean, talk about laddering TCG Live. I like a good, easy, quick, aggressive deck to ladder on TCG Live, sitting on the sofa. Nothing that takes too much brain power. Quad Ogopon.
Oh, it does that.
It feels a lot like Jolteon V Max was another deck I loved laddering with on TCG Live. The early Lost Zone variants where you basically only played Sableye and Cramorant and a ridiculous amount of switching cards. Iron Hand, super aggressive. These are the kind of decks I love laddering with on TCG Live. And Quad Ogopon, it is so much fun to play. It takes a little too long to get up to the high damage, and that's where you start losing games. I'm not sure it's that great as a deck, but as an I'm going to win lots on turn 2 or 3 and get a decent win percentage, oh, it's a fun deck to be playing around with. But you know what? As a game, Michelle and I like to play, Joe. I'm going to bring you in on this one now.
Okay.
Because we've got a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Overrated, underrated.
All right.
I'm going to give you a card in the metagame right now, and I've got a great one for you.
Okay.
Underrated or overrated? I'm going to give you 30 seconds to make your argument.
Okay.
And then we're going to have a little bit of a chat, all right?
Yep.
Iron Crown EX, overrated or underrated?
I feel like right now we have to call it an underrated card because it's done well at EUIC, it's done well mostly from Yuho Kalama, admittedly, but has had a number of deep runs, did well at LA, has done well, and its meta percentage is always like sub 5%. I think the only time it was popular was at the EUIC. It cooled off because of Charizard, but we're in such a wide metagame that that's fine. You can have a bad matchup to Charizard or even like a little bit unfavored. It's not even terrible, to be honest with you, because you're so aggressive and fast. But that Iron Crown, it is what completely makes that new Future Hands deck. It allows you to do insane things. Your arm press is pushed so fantastically, and it means you can just amp you very much through a lot more Pokemon in the format.
Lovely. I'm not going to cut you off as aggressively as on the... because we're not doing a community vote.
You wanted to hear. I was complimenting
you were, and look, I've been on this Future Box deck. I've been very, very clear about this. I agree with you. I don't think it's the best deck in the format. I think that would be a silly argument. Yeah. But I do think it is a top-tier deck. I don't think enough people are giving enough credit to this deck right now. We all know Iron Hands is great, but Iron Hands works in Lost Zone decks, and it works in Chen Pao decks, and it is there in the metagame. Yeah. But the best way, but it's 120. And like we were looking yesterday at a Lost Zone deck against Ancient Box, and we were going, if only it did 20 more damage and could KO a Roaring Moon. Well, 4 Iron Crown, and I know this is a lot, right? But 4 Iron Crown and a Future Boost Energy Capsule, and it hits 220. Well, that's KOing 2 prize Pokemon for 3 prizes. And if you hit your Electric Generator early, but none of it works without Iron Crown.
Yes. And with that radar, you can find them so quickly, just fill your board immediately. It means you need so little. Just an Arven gets you everywhere you need to be with that deck. So it's a really cool one. Let me swing one back at you then, I suppose. I think this certainly used to be one of the top contenders, but I think Gardevoir is a much more awkward question now. So I want to hear over or under on Gardevoir EX.
I'm going to say underrated, but with the caveat that people don't think it's very good. When I say underrated, so I mean...
they don't think it's good, and it's... fine.
It's underrated. People are viewing it as, say, a C-tier deck, and I see it as a B-tier deck. It does not have the same tools it had in the early Scarlet and Violet format as, say, EUIC last year in London. It is a decent deck with good draw power, lots of tricks. We got Screamtail. It's a good deck, but it is not a top deck in the format. It is not going to win. Now, I say that. They're actually the second seed at this tournament. Magnus Pedersen is actually playing it at this tournament. It is a good deck, so it's underrated in that regard, but I still think there is a ceiling on the deck in the current metagame we're playing in.
That's very fair. And also, that unfair stamp might be revitalizing it again in a couple of weeks' time, so it may be once again right back on people's radar. I think people are already rating that way higher going into the next set, even just with a 1-card change.
Yeah, I agree entirely. And I like Gardevoir, but we had a point, like Tord played at every tournament and was always in top card. He got second at EUIC the first... Was it win or second at the first year?
Well, it must have been the 3rd year, right? Wait, what year was...
This was EUIC 2023, last year, when it became legal for the first time. Tord played it into the final. Did he win or did he come second? I'm drawing a complete blank here. I thought it was second.
Alex Szymanski.
Of course he did, because Alex Szymanski had the horrible, horrible plane journey where his plane got struck by lightning coming into land and then had to take back off again. And it's the stuff of nightmare fuel. But then he won EUIC, so it was almost kind of like a, sorry your journey was so horrendous, but you get to win EUIC, hopefully it was worth it. But it got second at that tournament, and for a long time it was best deck. It is not terrible. It is good, but I don't think a lot of people are taking it seriously right now.
I think it's really underplayed, so I would have also gone underrated. But yeah, it has the capacity to make deep runs, but like you said, there are things like Lost Vacuum that just show up in a lot of decks right now that can swing the prize trade against Gardevoir, so a lot of the time it's about timing and making sure Iono stick for Guardy. So it can still fall short at times.
Okay, I'm going to give you a card, not a deck. Okay. A card that can fit into a few different decks that can either be absolutely amazing or absolutely garbage. So, underrated or underrated, Roaring Moon EX.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think I have to go overrated, because I think we've seen the ancient boxes, which are just 4 EXs and 4 non-EX Roaring Moon, and like that's the deck, and I don't think that's necessarily that consistent, but people still play it in a decent number. I think the Roaring Moon to Dunsparce was really cool, had a good showing at the EUIC, but since then hasn't really done too much because the engine still is not all that stable, and you're a combo archetype, and overall your matchup spread's not that fantastic. And I also think Mist Energy as well, it's kind of caught in the collateral that Mist Energy is really good, sometimes in Charizard, sometimes in Pidgeot control decks as well. So people are already answering the Roaring Moon, so one of the best selling points of the card kind of just undone. So I expect Roaring Moon to be in Lost Zone box. Obviously that's kind of the best place for it now. Yes. That's just a one-of, and you use it like for 1 turn in most games, and that's about it. So I think it's had its time to shine when Battle VIP Pass was out, and it could just completely flood the board with early Squawkabilly and Greninja and pop off. But I think it's a little bit overrated right now.
Yeah, agree with you entirely on that one. We have Raw Raging Bolt, which is better. Let's have a quick look at the standings though, because we've got some very interesting players. So we have a look at those standings.
Wow.
I want to call out a couple of people. Kevin Ponchu, 4th place. Oh look, it's an Iron Hand, Iron Crown EX deck. But also, we've got Marco Spataro in 5th place, playing that same Iron Hand, Iron Crown deck. So 4th and 5th right now are that future box, which I've been championing, so I am looking at that. But we have Filippo Colomareo there. 10-01 is an absurd record. They got a pretty good chance of being in top cut at this rate.
And that's our Pidgeot control player. Magnus Pedersen and Angelo also playing Gardevoir archetypes. I don't think we saw that on the stream on day one.
We did not.
They're also on really, really great standings right now. A few players that we did see yesterday, Morgan with that Arceus Armarouge with just 1 loss so far, 9-1-1. Not too shabby at all, and I think has decent matchups around him, which is kind of interesting. I feel like the Arceus deck with such high hit points can be sometimes a struggle for the Future Hands archetype, and that's going to be one of the tables that are playing in this round. So yeah, we're starting to see it shape up, but no one's locked in just yet.
No, not at all. And Christian Sanataro, apologies if I'm pronouncing any of these terribly, is our 2nd seed right now with Chen Pao. Charizard's not really showing. I'm looking at the decks here at the top tables. We got a couple of Future Box, we've got Control, we've got a couple of Guardy. We've got Arceus Giratina, we've got Arceus Armarouge.
A few Giratina towards the top, actually.
But we don't have Charizard, is really not. And this is how I view Charizard right now. It's going to be played in huge numbers. It's going to convert well into day 2 because of those huge numbers. Like I said during the intro, we're going to have 20-25% of day 2 is probably going to be Charizard just because of the numbers. I'm not taking Charizard seriously right now as a tournament-winning deck until somebody proves me wrong.
Yeah, I think we saw it sort of place its mark in the format at the beginning.
Yes.
And since then, the format has gravitated completely around it. So there are just naturally bad matchups for Charizard, so it's quite easy to take 1 or 2 losses. Maybe some even sneak towards the top, but right now the top tables aren't looking like that. So really, when we're at this point of 1,000-player tournaments, you can't really afford any losses. So just by having a better matchup spread, sometimes that's the best way to go very, very deep in the tournament. But we have to say as well that being a points-earning deck is still very, very valuable. Being one of the most consistent archetypes that has insane late-game inevitability with hand disruption, with damage output, that will get you a very solid record, and sometimes that's going to be enough, especially this weekend, where it's your last chance to get those points.
That's what I was going to say. That's one of the big themes of this weekend. There are 2 kinds of players this weekend. There are the I'm close to my invite, I need a few more points players, and there are the it's the last tournament of the year, I don't need points. Points are pointless to me. So, and there's 2 ways they can go. Yeah. There are the I'm playing Tinkerton, I think Tinkerton's better than you kind of player. And there's the I need to spike this tournament to get my invite. The only way I'm getting my invite is winning. And I do think that is going to give us a slightly weirder metagame than normal. True. Because I think players are taking more chances unless they need 50, 60, 80 points. Those players are probably playing it quite safe.
Yeah, that completely makes sense. Stick with what you know throughout the season. And Charizard isn't just like a set 60 anymore. It's now just converted into, do I want to tech for the control matchups? Do I want to have extra like packages of possibly TM Devolution for mirror matches and Chen Pao? There's so many things that can insert into like a 50 card list of Charizard that then completely changes a few matchups as well.
Yeah, Charizard, and let's be clear, Charizard is still a great deck. I'm not saying anything against Charizard as a deck. I am merely saying that the metagame has evolved to a point where there are probably too many matchups and it really needs to have a good run of nice nice, favorable matchups in order to really make it all the way to the final, and that is not happening. But it does look like we have got our game. We're going to have Magnus Pedersen against Marco Sprato. If you're paying attention, you know what this matchup is, and they've got their headsets on, so we can tell you it is Chen Pao against, no it's not, I'm lying to you, it's Gardevoir yeah. against that Future Box deck, that Iron Hands Future deck. I love this. These are two decks that are doing better than maybe a lot of people expected that we haven't had on stream yet.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite a close matchup. You can see Marco there rocking the Future Iron Hands deck, World's top 64, Malmo top 32, trying to go deep once again in this tournament. And with that Iron Hands, you know that you can get aggressive into Gardevoir, so it is going to be coming out of the blocks early here and trying to capitalize on that amp you very much option, because Gardevoir is littered with low hit point Pokemon to cash in on.
Yeah, first couple turns are going to be very, very big, this matchup. It's going to be, can you get aggressive? Magnus Pedersen on the other side. We got a top 8 at NAIC back in 2019, top 8 in Liverpool earlier this season, top 4 in Stuttgart a couple years ago, and Jönköping regional champion. Oh, that takes me back. I've never seen TCG in Jönköping, but I have casted 2 Pokémon tournaments in Jönköping. So I've got a lot of love for that town, although, oh, the aeroplane I had to take to get to Jönköping was very small and very rickety. And that's, you know, that's a little bit of a theme. How rickety is Gardevoir going to be in this particular matchup? It is all going to be about speed. If Gardevoir sets up and gets a good ball position, it really becomes a favorite in this matchup. But it's all about the early game. If you can take cheeky prizes with Iron Hands, and you said it yourself, Joe, there are some easy prizes, especially early here.
Well, actually, Magnus is playing a bit more of an unorthodox build of Gardevoir, because it's playing Banette EX as well as a Finn Espathra EX line. Oh, wow. So it's not going to be the full-on Drifloon shenanigans kind of tool buff archetype. It's going to be, as you can see, some prizes. There's the one-off Flittle. There's also the single prize Banette and a Shuppet in there, but it's playing 4 Shuppets, so you still have access to these Banette EX. So it's going to be that more defensive approach that we saw initially from Polish players, I believe. So this is going to be another intricate one, and will change up the matchup quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, this is not your parents' Gardevoir EX list. We do see, we saw trekking shoes, and another trekking shoes, and a Spiritomb, and another trekking shoes.
Yeah, this is nothing like a normal Gardevoir. Trekking shoes.
Oh, and yeah, the Ultra Ball went down for the trekking shoes that wasn't actually played, and it seems like an energy has come out, so it's a bit of a weirder list here. Banette, of course, single energy, does a bit of damage, but stops your opponent playing item cards next turn, and Espathra is the one that punishes for lots of energy being attached, so, and also makes your opponent's attacks cost 1 colorless energy more. So there's some weird stuff in here. It's still Gardevoir, but there's just a lot of extra tricks that can be played in here as well.
I think this is going to be much more of a cat and mouse game, trying to use the bulk of your Gardevoir EX and your Banette EX and hope that they can sponge hits from some of these future Pokemon, and then even dealing 190 with Gardevoir can be capitalized on with Radiant Alakazam that's in the deck list, and we get some really sneaky mid-turn knockouts. Maybe even playing around the heavy baton could be something to watch out for here, as Magnus has already started to find some basic Pokemon. There's the early Shuppet, so identifying that removing some item cards from Marco is going to be a huge deal here, because firstly a lot of the acceleration comes from the form of Electric Generator, but also a lot of the searching cards as well. Counts Catch is a big means of gusting in the future box list as well, so definitely feels like the Banette EX is going to be important here.
Yeah, Marco's going to have 1 turn before that Banette can come out and start attacking, so it's going to be really interesting to see how far he can get. 2 cards drawn with the Mew EX here. There's a Gardevoir EX and a Curlier. There's 1 Routes down. I mean, it's unlikely, but Marco could have a hilarious turn here and KO the Routes. I'm not sure.
It's not that unlikely, to be honest with you.
You need to hit off your generators.
With Iron Hands, yeah, that is unlikely. Oh, yeah. The Miraidon, I'm thinking Miraidon's just fine here. Take out the 1 Rolts, and I think you're in a pretty good spot.
Oh, yeah, the Miraidon should be able to KO very easily. You just need...
You're dreaming bigger than I am, right?
Oh, I'm dreaming big here, Joe. I love this. I mean, Miraidon hits 40 and accelerates 2 energy from the deck, so either a Future Boost Energy Capsule and an Iron Crown, or 2 Iron Crown will get the KO. Oh, yeah, that Rouse is going down.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I didn't realize you had bigger plans in store, as we see an early Techno Radar here, so immediately we are going to get some access to these future Pokemon, and I think there's a crown already put to the top of the deck for Marco here.
Yeah, there is indeed. The question is, do you go 2 crowns to get guaranteed a KO, or do you want to get an Iron Hands down to maybe, you know, start accelerating to it if you hit those electric generator? That is the question. Is that a second? Yeah, he's eyeing up a second Iron Crown. Actually eyeing up 3, but you can only play 2, at least from the Techno radar.
Yeah, I think there's already an Iron Hands in the hand. But if you do get 2, it means like if you baton something up, maybe you have multiple targets, or you can, well, he's going to go for the better artwork, Iron Hands. There you go.
I love that. I've got Iron Hands on the table. No, that's not the artwork I want. I'm going for the special illustration rare. So we do have 1 crown. You're right, there is a crown in hands, and there is a heavy baton. That probably changes the maths there. So here is your first electric generator. Double hit off the generator. Oh, the dream's alive, Joe.
Well, here you go. Thank you very much. Might be on the table. There's 14 lightning energy in Marco's list, and then just the 1 copy of psychic energy. So you do have good odds on these generators. I think Iono might be the only supporter in hand.
Yeah,
Marco could be content with just attacking here with the Miraidon and holding Iono. Really depends on the read that you had from Magnus.
I don't love it.
Magnus's hand is actually terrible right now, so this Iono might be saving him.
It might, and the Rouse has 60 HP, so you could, the KO was already on the board. So I apologize, I was doing the maths of 70 HP Rouse. It is only a 60. There is a 70 that sees play, but it's not that one. That is the 60. So chooses to play the Iono, might be bailing out Magnus here.
Oh,
but
massively, yeah.
Did we hit a generator off of that? I didn't see it.
I think that's what Marco is digging for. This is a Poké Gear. No, I don't see it. Just some switching cards. We've got a future booster energy capsule. I'm surprised we didn't see the second Iron Hands come onto the board. Maybe a little bit concerned about some trapping plays that Magnus might have up his sleeve, especially with the threat of Benetti X. Yes. Another mission might be reducing your hand size of your trainer cards as well, because Poltergeist also does a 60 multiplier for each trainer in your hand, so Marco has to be aware of Benetti X's second attack when there's a Shuppet with 1 energy on the bench already.
Absolutely you do. There's another Iron Crown coming down here with a future boost energy cap. No.
Yeah, that is a future boost. Yeah.
The shininess was putting me off. So we do get the KO on the route, so that's nice and easy. Oh, just double checking what it does. It's one of those cards, we all know what it does, be like, it doesn't really do that. Oh, it actually does. That's annoying.
I think also just checking retreat cost, because oftentimes Magnus will look to slow the game down and trap, especially with, there are 2 copies of Calamitous Wasteland in the deck list for additional retreat cost on basic Pokemon that aren't fighting types. And of course, Bundle is a water type, so it could be a trap target if Magnus wants to slow the game down a little bit and build up the board, which I think might be the priority this turn. I do see a Calamitous Wasteland in hand already. Not much draw though. Can they use Mew EX plus this Cypher Maniac this turn? I think they can reduce their hand size. There is a Counter Catch alive as well here, so it could be Counter Catch plus Calamitous, the Iron Bundle here, and then Cypher into 2 of the ideal cards here.
You've absolutely nailed it there, Joe. We do have, of course, Marco took that prize turn 1, so that turns on the counter capture, brings the Iron Bundle active, and I think Baynet is probably going to be the choice, of course. The Rouse only just got played. That's not going to be evolving. And this could slow the game right down. Marco had the big aggressive start he wanted, and we do actually already have 4 energy on the Iron Hands by virtue of that Miraidon's attack. So that Iron Hand is ready to go, but unfortunately the Iron Bundle's not going anywhere for now. There's a Calamitous Wasteland. Although it is important to note, Future Boost Energy Capsule just gives you free retreat.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how much it's put. It could have a retreat cost of 52.
Right.
And it would be put down to 0 with Future Boost Energy Capsule. So
yeah, it doesn't say 0, it says no. So you basically take all the maths out.
Yes, exactly.
So that's the idea. This is a really cute combo. The Cypher Maniac, I imagine, is mostly in the deck to combine with Refinement, but it is going to work with the Mew EX quite nicely here for Magnus with a 1-card hand. Can immediately access, I'm certain Benetti X one of the choices.
Oh yeah,
not sure what else really required. Maybe just another supporter for next turn to be a little safer. But yeah, looking like a really great way to slow this game down a little bit.
And this is going to turn off item cards. Remember, there was a new ruling a little while ago. Tool cards are no longer items. They used to be. They are no longer, which is huge right now, because Baynet has just turned off item cards, but tool cards are still fine. And that's what Marco really needs right now, is that Future Boost Energy Capsule, because that's realistically the only way you're getting out the active, except No, that's the only way you're getting out of the active.
Yeah, there's no stadium bump you can use, so you can't attach and stadium to get rid of the Calamitous Wasteland. That's going to be sticking. So Marco now, it depends how patient you want to be with this hand. Do you just want to build up another Iron Hands manually on the bench and just have multiple threats established, or do you want to go for the Professor's Research? Yeah, it's going to go a little bit more patient. Just attach and pass, knowing that you can attach and retreat next turn. Going to see the first refinement from Magnus here. Chose the Curlier as the second choice from the Cypher last turn.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. That means you're drawing extra cards as you go, which is always a nice advantage. That Mew is putting in a bit of a shift so far. If you play one more card from your hand, Mew's going to be fine, but you don't need to. Just doing a little bit of damage manipulation right now with the Radiant Alakazam.
Yeah. It's going to be really important to be a little bit off, and then you can use an Alakazam once again later on in the game and avoid that heavy baton. That's such a huge tool for the future box decklist to retain this massive energy cost for your Iron Hands. And getting around that via the Radiant Alakazam ping pressure from Painful Spoons is going to be a priority for Magnus here.
Yeah, it really is. That Radiant Alakazam, if you're only doing a little bit of damage with Bayonet, using Alakazam to move it around is just fun, frankly.
It's such a cool concept here. I've seen it in person. I've played against this before as well, and there's so much flexibility with this damage counter moving, and even just with the combination of Banette EX, Gardevoir EX as an attacker, and Mew EX, that's already like a lot of different options you have available to you.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. We did see the second energy go straight onto the Iron Bundle there, so that now can retreat, even with that Calamitous Wasteland in play. So the question now is, do you want to bench the Iron Hands? Do you want to play the Professor's Research, or do you just want to retreat and attack? And if you do attack, it probably has to be Miraidon, because Iron Hands is not getting a KO on that Bayonet as it stands at the moment. And yeah, the Miraidon is coming up. And if you're attacking with Miraidon, do you not want to bench a second Iron Hands to start building up energy on that?
If Miraidon's coming up, you're certainly going to build the next Iron Hands. It also just means you can get rid of Bundle, which I think is huge. That's just been trapped, so you want to remove that from play.
And you just have removed that from play. It's going to force Magnus to put a new Pokemon into the active. And actually, everything has got lower HP than Bayonet that's sitting on the bench. We need to do some Mew maths here. Mew is absolutely in range here. It's not even that difficult. It's free Iron Crown.
Yeah, it's just going to go with the Shuppet, the safe, giving Marco the one prize rather than falling into any chaotic turn with Iron Hands getting really creative. Of course, Marco did already retreat the bundle, so couldn't easily get back into the next Iron Hands. So Magnus probably expected the Miraidon coming in, but even just poking that Mew into range of a 3-prize knockout later is scary as a prospect. So Marco is just going to continue to sit on this hand and build up a secondary attacker. I really like this choice because he's probably aware of the fact that the heavy baton may not always work this game. So just manually getting another Iron Hands ready to go as you take a second prize of the game is huge.
And in theory here, it's just Gust twice for the win. You've got, I mean, the counter catcher probably isn't ever going to work, although you play two of them. But you've got Prime Catcher and Boss's Orders. Yes, Bayonet turns off Prime Catcher, but you've got Boss's Orders and wait for a turn without Bayonet. Bayonet is not really doing a huge amount of damage, and that's your prize map at this stage. There are good Iron Hands targets, 2 attacks, and you win the game.
Very true. Magnus is under a lot of pressure. Hasn't really got much of an engine established. Has to look towards getting another Curlier. Has to make more of this 30 damage a turn. Is it going to be possible here? Still working on quite a low hand with some valuable resources. Iono, Countercatcher, and Professor Churro all in the hand right now.
And one of the important points to note, there isn't a good target anymore for Gusting. Iron Crown has already got the future boost, so it's got free retreat. Both the Iron Hands can attack, the Miraidon can attack. This is where you want to be if you're Marco. You don't have a good option to trap me. I'm going to be able to do some stuff. So there's the 30 damage from Bayonet. Items are still turned off. But do you even really need items much at this point? I think it would be nice, don't get me wrong, but you don't need them. You've got stuff to do.
Yeah, I really like Marco's patient play. He's been holding on to this research for a long time. He's thinking about the maths here for Miraidon. If just a 60 poke is fine, or do you want to finally bench another Iron Crown and go for a research here? 60 sets up the arm press quite nicely for the following turn. So I think this is decent pressure. and the right choice.
Yeah, you don't actually need to amp you very much onto the bayonet. Really, your prize map here is two prize knockouts.
Yeah.
So arm press this and then amp you very much something on the bench. And that Mew is very much in range. Free Iron Crown will get that Mew with amp you very much. And you don't need to bench the Iron Crown now. Just bench them on the turn. You're going to use it.
For sure.
Marco's, like you say, patient play and really putting Magnus under a lot of pressure. It is entirely possible Marco wins in 2 turns from here.
Magnus is holding on to Professor Churro, and I imagine that's the guaranteed supporter that he'll play this turn to basically just pick up the Bennett and re-establish another Bennett EX this turn to undo that turn. But again, only getting 30 damage in. Like, yes, we can do some shenanigans with Radiant Alakazam, but you're still really lacking a huge amount of pressure here. Is there any other disruptive plays we can make?
You're just giving Marco time, and if Marco's got time, you're going to draw into those Future Boost energy capsules. You're going to get energy onto your Iron Hand. Eventually, you're going to draw into something like your One Boss's orders. You can stash your Prime Catcher for later, because sure, you can't play it under bayonet, but you're not seeing someone like an Eri come down to get rid of it. You can hold it in your hand and wait for later.
Interesting. It's going to be, spreading those 2s around onto the Iron Hands, and again, just poking for 30.
I was going to say that's 10 damage short, but they have gone and fixed it. It's another Professor's Research in hand here, and it's awkward. You don't really want to drop that Iron Crown and have it as a gusting target, but you don't want to discard it because you're not really playing Pokemon Recovery. That's not what this deck does. So it's an awkward situation, but it does look like we've just seen a poke here.
Are we going to start using these Professor's Research now? You can get an arm press in.
I think you do. You saw that, you saw the booster, you saw the discard pile being moved.
Yeah, I think we're making space.
We're making space for the Iron Crown to come down. And if that gets played, you're going to Professor's Research.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you are desperate to try and find a Future Booster energy capsule.
Yeah, we need one for the active.
Doing the maths there, but arm press is not... It's not doing it at the moment. You're hitting 180 of 10 damage short with arm press. You will need a second Iron Crown to get the KO.
Also debating this lightning energy attachment. Does it just go onto the Iron Hands? Yes, it does. So now we're threatening both attacks from both Iron Hands. And it is going to be Professor's Research. Obviously, the switch cart is not live thanks to Bennett EX. We are just going to have to see 7 fresh cards, and we're looking for those Future Boost energy capsule. Do we see one, Ross?
Yeah, we do. We might even see 2, actually. Which is,
if you can hold on to one, that's also fantastic.
There was a second, and yeah, that's good, because that Iron Crown could be trapped in the active. Having one for that is absolutely huge. And here we're going to see an arm press for 200. That is going to get the KO on Bayonet. Marco is just 2 prizes, 1 KO away from ending this game. And this is looking very, very nice. And the Heavy Baton is still on there for now. I don't know how relevant that's going to be as we go on, but Marco has played this beautifully. There are still no good targets being dragged into the active.
Well, the Iron Crown doesn't have the Future Booster yet, so if Magnus can pull together a counter or Prime Catcher into Iono and just hope for the best, is really what I'm looking at this turn.
Yeah, that's the only way the Iron Crown becomes a target, is if you combine it with Hand Disruption. And to be fair, Magnus does play 4 copies of Iono here, so that is something you would expect to be seeing sooner rather than later.
I think probably the better strategy...
now, in fact.
Yeah, I think the best strategy is just attacking with the God of War EX this turn and putting this Iron Hands down to 20 remaining hit points. I think that's going to be the line from Magnus. Just hope your God of War EX is big enough and that Iono does the trick.
2 Professor's Research off of the Iono.
That is not bad.
No. I mean, you'd rather have 1 and like something else, but it's better than having none. That is great. It means Marco's going to have some cards. So, what can Marcus establish? It looks like there was an EX in hand. I think, yeah, there is.
Yeah, Magnus just drawn into the God of War EX, so no jeopardy there.
Oh, is that Prime Catcher at the end of the hand as well?
Might be. I think you're happy attacking into the active here, though, and just allow Marco items for a turn. Because you need to start doing more damage than these 30 prods.
Oh, yeah, the 30 is not enough.
Too many prizes by this point.
Marco is getting ahead on the prizes. There's your God of War, lovely special illustration rare. It's doing 190 if I remember correctly, so it will leave Iron Hands with 20 damage remaining, and that is where that's where your Radiant Alakazam wants to be.
Yeah, and you're just hoping this is the biggest Pokemon possible, and hoping that Iono does the trick. We know that Marco's holding on to double Professor's Research. He could easily just find Prime Catcher to close out the game here.
Yeah, Prime Catcher will do it. Boss obviously won't do it if you have to play the Professor's Research to find it. But all you need to do here is find that Prime Catcher and you are rolling. That will be game one. But even so, you're still up by a lot of prizes. Now, you're going to lose a 2-prizer before Magnus attacks next turn. You're going to lose a mid-turn KO, essentially. But
I really like this. Damage is lining up really nicely. If Magnus just hangs on for this one turn, you can do the Alakazam, finish off the active, and then KO the other Iron Hands all in one sweep. So Marco really has to find the answer this turn from the research, I think.
Yeah, and this is what Magnus has been really building up to, trying to make sure that little bit of damage can actually become relevant. There's the Professor's Research. Prime Catcher.
He just had to look over and saw the double research.
I would not be. Do we have the Prime Catcher for game? No. I don't see it in hand.
Marco can at least play out some item cards. Finally thinning the deck of these. He's been locked for a long time now. Does have to think, yeah, you can see, even though with such a big prize lead, still has to think about a couple things.
And here's the problem, you're probably losing the Iron Hands next turn, both of the Iron Hands next turn. So you need to find something, and it's not the end of the world, that Mew can still go down, but you need a decent attacker, and it might even be time to start thinking about doing a big attack with Miraidon. It does 160.
We attached Psychic this turn to that Miraidon, exactly, Ross, so we're trying to get in that Sparking Strike range. That could be another great way to close this game next turn. So it's locked into attacking the active here. No access towards that Prime Catcher. So we'll just be swinging into the Gardevoir, kind of at the mercy of Magnus for next turn, expecting the both Iron Hands and 8 energy going off this board all in one go.
That's hard.
Which is a huge swing and 4 prizes, but is at least got the Miraidon fallback right now.
And it does look like that's essentially the game at this point. If Marco can get a 2-prize KO with that Miraidon, probably on the Mew, but maybe on the Gardevoir, then that is going to be the game for Marco. If not, Magnus has actually built this up quite nicely. Just enough damage to make the Alakazam get stuff into range. Here comes the whiff. Here comes the whiff, Joe.
I think we just want to play these cards out so that you never draw back into them. There's the chance that Magnus relocks you with Bennett, and also it looks like Iron Hands is not part of your plans anymore, so we're just going to play these out.
Would be nice to get maybe an energy. I mean, you want the third energy onto Miraidon, and it's a card that isn't Prime Catcher to draw into next turn, so still would have been nice to thin a tiny bit. And we're actually even playing another Iron Crown. The theory here is, I've already got one on the bench, might as well have another. Why not?
I agree. We're going to be swinging with the arm press for 220.
220 is what I'm making it. 160 plus 3 Iron Crown is 220.
So it's back over to Magnus. Has some great plays available, but it's also about trying to weave in some disruption. We have to gust up the benched Iron Hands so we can attack that one. We probably have to hand disrupt, and we have to move this damaged Gardevoir out the way at the very least and find the second one. So that's a big checklist this turn, and we don't have a huge amount of draw to get there.
No. I mean, it's an option. A couple of turns ago, it looked like Magnus was in a horrendous position. Being able to take 4 prizes with some disruption and give yourself a chance is way better than where Magnus was a couple of turns ago. But like you said, there's a big checklist we're trying to get through here. You need the Gardevoir, you need the hand disruption, and then you're going to get those prizes. It is worth noting you're going to take a double KO, or you're going to take a 2-prize KO in the middle of the turn. But spoiler alert, it's going to be a Shuppet and an energy. It's not going to be great.
We have Prime Catcher, we have Professor Churro. So you basically just can't hand disrupt Marco here. That's the only fear factor for you at this stage. It's going to be a KO here. Magnus does have 1 Iono prize, but wasn't able to hit it.
No. It was, as predicted, the Psychic Energy in the Shuppet. Wasn't a great prediction. People generally take the bottom prizes first, and I've got a prize cam here I can see.
So maybe you just have to not use Iono and Churro up your active plus Prime Catcher, rebuild your next Gardevoir EX and swing with that, and basically cross your fingers that Marco cannot access Prime Catcher or Boss's orders. It's a lot to dodge, really.
Yeah, it really is. You've got Prime Catcher ready to go. Here comes a Churro, which is both going to heal the Gardevoir and then give you a Gardevoir in hand to evolve your bench Curlier, and then you've got that attacker. And obviously Gardevoir accelerates energy, so the energy is fine, the Gardevoir is fine, the attack is happening.
Yeah.
The question becomes, can you stop Marco? We know there's a Prime Catcher in hand, so that Iron Hands is coming active. None of this is a surprise to us. The question is, can Marco end it on his turn? And if not, Magnus has a route to win this.
It's remarkable how good this turn is from Magnus, and he can still end up losing this game. He's been making this game plan very early on, intricately using this Radiant Alakazam to have exact math for this exact turn, and still he's in danger of losing next turn. There's the Prime Catcher. It will be a huge 4-prize swing. Magnus trying to put himself a turn away, but simply has to dodge. The combination of an energy plus either Arven or Boss's orders for Marco will win the game here. I think we only have Arven, so do we see energy?
We maybe see energy, Joe. We've got Arven, and we've got a... we've got the electric generator.
Well, generator can't attach to the Miraidon, of course. It's a dragon type. So we can't just get there. We don't have the easy combination. This is tough for Marco now.
We don't play energy switch in this deck, unfortunately.
His hand is just a lot of Pokemon. Arven can help, but it's not going to win the game immediately.
You kind of need, you need a tool that will give you an energy, and that doesn't exist right now.
I wish there was. Or at least Marco does. What do you do here now for Marco? This is tough.
I honestly don't know.
Now your best case scenario is just hope that Magnus stays out of range of a knockout. There's no damage scattered around your board anymore, so Magnus in theory is limited to 190 from Gardevoir EX or that random amount from a Bennett. So there's no guarantee that Magnus wins next turn. Marco's going to use this Arven.
But a boss to KO the Miraidon is as good as a win. That will essentially take away the only attacking option Marco's got. So a boss to the Miraidon won't win instantly, but that will...
Well, maybe you have to bench an Iron Hands then and even use the generator on that, perhaps.
How much energy is left in deck at this point, though? Do you even have enough?
We've lost at least 8, probably more from retreating bundles, so we've lost 10, maybe? I don't think... Yeah, there might not even be enough. You're right. Let's see as he fans through the deck. I only saw a couple of spots of lightning.
I'm not sure there's even enough energy in the deck. There's 1, 2.
Yeah, 2 lightning energy, that's it.
Not even enough for an arm press. And this is not a deck that plays recovery cards. You play 4 of your Pokemon, or, you know, mostly, and you play a ton of energy. You don't recover. No. You go fast at the beginning of the game.
No super odd in the deck list.
So I think a Gust and KO the Miraidon would essentially checkmate Marco at this point.
Magnus not to know it's guaranteed, but yeah, that's the situation that we're at right now.
It's definitely where I'm going if I'm Magnus.
Yeah, and I think he'd be able to spot the play as well here.
I think so. We're sitting at a record of 8-1-2 in day 2 of a special event. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can see that.
But Magnus doesn't have much draw on board either, so there's no guarantee he can boss next turn.
There's no Curlier, there's a Mew, but a hand that's too big to use Mew right now.
Yeah.
There's no Greninja that we see in a lot of these decks because you've gone for the Radiant Alakazam. So you're benching a bunch of Pokemon. All you're really doing here is thinning out the deck. None of these Pokemon are particularly useful.
We can't play that generator because there's no valid targets. I think that's what Marco's just checking up here.
Yeah.
With no lightning Pokemon on the bench, you cannot play that card.
Nope, it's not.
And we're worried about that because, of course, Bennett EX's damage scales based on this. So Marco is out of range so far. There's, the Bennett EX will deal 180. Oh, going into the active with the Miraidon. This is dangerous.
If you're not getting a KO here, surely Gardevoir can just...
There's only 1 Psychic Energy in the deck. Pressurizing this, it's a huge chunk of damage, but your next Miraidon still may not be able to get over the line there. Is Marco just thinking it's so likely that Magnus attacks you that maybe just trying to avoid boss's orders isn't enough anyway, and we're trying to attack twice with peak acceleration?
That might be where we go here. You're doing 120. So you're sitting there now at... What we got? We got 100.
Yeah, it was 140 because there's also a future booster attached.
Oh, so actually that will get...
So up to 180. And then next turn we can deal 120.
So maybe it's not as...
That's only 300, right? Oh, we have a future booster in hand as well, so we can do 140 into 140, and with the prep damage that Magnus had to use last turn, we can still win next turn as Marco.
Okay, so maybe that's the play. I was not thinking there was another future booster plus Miraidon available, but there is. It's still a bit of a combo, but that will actually work. There's still a hope for my boy Miraidon here. I mean, to be clear, there isn't an energy in hand right now. There is an energy on the... Oh, there's an energy on the Miraidon.
Yeah, we've just peak accelerated to it.
And there's a future boost in hand.
Yeah, we're just lacking Gust now, so Magnus has to move this Gardevoir and still take a knockout. So we might still be getting risky with our Bennett EX this turn.
Oh, this is where it's
getting... Or we could be getting risky with Mew EX and copying Sparking Strike. That could also do it. We have to move this Gardevoir, we know that much.
Yes, Gardevoir cannot stay in the active. That is 100%, because that is going to get KO'd. So now it looks like we've got Bayonet. Poltergeist
we're
does
taking risks.
60 damage for each trainer card in your opponent's hand. You need 2 to get over the line with Miraidon.
Yes.
There's a future booster H and...
Yeah, there's I think 3 trainers currently in hand
but
for
you
Marco.
know there's one because your opponent tried to play.
Well, they asked. I don't know if they flashed it to Magnus, but yeah.
Come on. You know there's one. So you're only actually hoping there's 1 extra in there.
Yes.
That makes a big difference to this. You only need 2 and you know you're hitting 1.
Yeah, this had to be Magnus's play because using that Mew EX means you can still lose to a future booster. So it had to be the tankiest Pokemon available, which was this Banette.
Oh, I kind of love
Poltergeist is going to come in here. Go down to 1 prize, and then Marco is looking to find a Boss's Orders or an Arven top deck for their own Prime Catcher. Again, will win the game. Here's the Professor Churro that has been denied from Magnus. I think that puts him in a really safe position now.
Yeah, that Turo is absolutely huge there. The Mew's got 180, and the Miraidon, I believe, actually tanks out at 160? No, 140.
Yeah. And that's with, well, all the crowns are here and the attachment is here. You can, well, yeah, there's
80 plus 40
now.
plus 20, so that's 140. That's not enough to KO the Mew.
Can we... Iono an attack with the Miraidon because there's no Gardevoir EX set up, so you can go into this Miraidon and poke the Banette and hope that Ionoing yourself low enough is going to put you out of range of Poltergeist. I think that's the play we're making here as Marco.
Yeah.
Magnus gets 1, Marco gets 2.
There's 2 energy on the Flittle, so a Spafra could be an attacking option, just as something that's got enough energy to actually sponge. Yeah, that is the Flittle.
I think Marco needs to draw another card here. I think he's only at 1. Does he only have 1 in hand right now? He should have 2.
He definitely should have 2 in hand.
Yeah.
There we go. He took the Prime Catcher, Joe.
Oh my goodness. This is getting close now.
Oh, this is getting so
But drawing
close.
that second card has given him 2 item cards.
Oh no!
2 trainer cards.
So that means Bayonet's going to KO and the game's going to be over.
But Magnus would be taking a massive risk.
Can you play a trainer card? What was the second trainer?
It was Arven, so that's not a playable, and it was Prime Catcher, which you need to win the game next turn. I think the judge is just debating because I think Marco retreated before seeing the second card from Iono here. I think that's the debate right now. There's some sort of discussion going on, but I think that's the situation. I think Magnus is in a call my bluff moment with Poltergeist. Incredible.
Oh, this game has got a lot more interesting than it looked like it was going to be a minute ago. Oh, that second card, both of them being trained. If one of them is a trainer, you basically win the game.
Yeah.
Because you've got your Prime Catcher and you're out of Poltergeist range. But you're not out of Poltergeist range, but you're not allowed to play the Arven, and you can't play Prime Catcher because that's your win com.
Oh boy. Well, looks like we're back to the action. So Marco looks like is playing the Prime Catcher as to just not lose on the spots. But if you take a 1 prize KO, if you bring up the Mew, you have to find another Gust next turn. But the Calamitous Wasteland might be trapping this Mew EX as well, don't forget. It typically has 0 retreat cost, but the Calamitous Wasteland may be working against Magnus here.
That might be an issue. We just got word, by the way, that an attack had been announced. A warning was issued. We carry on with the game. Nice and speedy. Shout out to the judges there. So, Calamitous Wasteland, will it keep that Mew in the active? We've got a lot of damage on. And we did, I said you couldn't use the Prime Catcher. You kind of had to use a Prime Catcher, but now we see an energy to retreat the Mew.
It's Spafra EX!
I told you a Spafra was coming, Joe.
The Psy Ball coming in. Exact math to KO the Miraidon. What a nail-biting close to that set.
Oh, that is not how it looked like it was going to go in the first couple of turns, but Magnus pulls it off with a KO from a Spafra EX, and it was almost kind of like, this Flittle's on the bench, don't worry about the Flittle, don't look at the Flittle, no one knows there's a Flittle coming, but it was just there ready, and oh, the perfect maths, and you've got to feel a little bit hard done by there, because you had to play your Prime Catcher a little early because of the Poltergeist. And you had the KO with the Poltergeist, and you kind of gave the game away with your you know, basically telling your opponent that you had your electric generator in hand.
Yeah.
And there were so many, you know, you whiffed the Future Booster energy capsule. Was there an opportunity to maybe go more aggressive in the early game with those Professor Research? Maybe get a couple attacks off a turn or two early? I don't know, but it did feel an awful lot like that was a game that really could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think Marco played pretty perfectly, to be honest with you. I just think Magnus drew off that Iono to 2, or to 1 even, and just had 2 great cards. Still had a Mew EX draw, but that was it. And Marco found some really nice, neat lines there. Having to play the Prime Catcher thanks to your opponent's stadium, giving you that line of play is an awesome thing to spot in a high-pressure situation. I think Magnus even said, as we panned over to him, that he just went, crazy game. That's what he just mouthed to Marco, because that certainly was. We have 18 minutes on the clock here, but fortunately, because Marco can yoink additional prize cards at times, we should still have enough to close out a game 2 at the very least.
Yeah, might not be able to see quite such a patient game plan to start off from Marco here as we saw in game 1. Might need to go a bit more aggressive. We've got 2 Iono prize, Professor Turo. Nothing which gives me too much pause there. And it looks like we are going off here. And yeah, Marco was letting Magnus go first because you want that turn 2 aggression to try and get cheeky extra prizes, or even just start the KO with Miraidon like we saw in game 1. But also, playing an Iono to put your opponent down to 1 card, they draw for turn and they end up with an energy to retreat and then a Spafford to KO.
The 2-card combo to win.
Like, that's got to be annoying.
At least make me Mew EX to draw into those outs.
Make me use the Mew, right?
Magnus kicks off our game 2 here, has been forced first by Marco, but has the buddy pop in to start establishing some basics. We saw in game 1 he liked to lead out with the Bennett EX just to sort of put some pressure pokes in play to allow you to use that Radiant Alakazam. I imagine that's still going to be on the agenda. Yeah, we are seeing Ralts plus Shuppet with the opening search here. There's also an Ultra Ball that's being debated right now. There's not much draw in the hand again. I think you're holding on to Bennett plus Curlier. And there's no Mew EX, that's in the prize cards. And that was helpful in game 1 to get some additional card draw.
Oh, that 1 Mew in the prizes could be a pain. It's quite low down. We expect it to be one of the first 2 taken, but it's still in the prizes, so you've not got access to it yet. But we're probably going to see a similar kind of game plan. Magnus won game 1. We said this all weekend. You don't need to win both games. If you win game 1 and game 2 doesn't finish, you win the matchup as a whole. So playing disruption, slowing that game down, making sure your opponent isn't able to get to 6 prizes, that is a potential win condition here. But Marco is going to be going probably more aggressively than in game 1 because the clock is a real factor here. So we're over to Marco's drawn an Iron Crown for the turn. We've got an Iono in hand. We've got an energy. We can at least get the KO on Ralph. The KO is now on the board.
Yeah, we're happy with that. You're at least starting to pressurize. We're just hoping from Iono we can find something good to attach to. Because otherwise we're peak accelerating to ourselves, I think.
Not ideal. You want, oh, there's an Iron Hands in hand, and
is there a radar, Nest Ball? I think we're in good shape here to start filling the board of these future Pokemon. Again, you might want to be a little bit more cautious. Yeah, we're actually going to get rid of a Nest Ball here with Techno Radar, just so that we are keeping in mind the fact that Magnus can get sneaky with trapping, as he did in game 1.
Problem is, you've already got an Iron Crown down. That's already an option. So one of the best things you can do here is just keep a Future Booster Energy Capsule in hand rather than attaching it, so that whatever gets brought into the active, you can immediately retreat rather than attaching it and letting your opponent just go for the other one.
Yeah, in a lot of other matchups, that Bennett is entirely safe for making these trap plays because you know your opponent's main switching effects are item cards. But the fact that this future archetype gets to play a tool card that in the recent rule changes is allowed to be played under item lock. They're now a different classification of card entirely. It means you're a lot more nervous about weaving in this Bennett EX. Yeah, you still can get hit so easily.
Oh, it absolutely can. When they made that ruling where items and tools are no longer items, that was a monumental shift in the game. Not for every matchup, not for every deck, but it means little interactions like this get completely and utterly changed. Now, Marco did take the first prize off of that route, put the 2 energy onto the Iron Hands, kept the other Pokemon in hand for now. You don't really need to play them until you're about to play a supporter. Magnus does play 4 Iono though, so it can come back to haunt you.
Yeah, I think it was mostly just play the item cards while you can, sort of situation, while still being mindful of Bennett coming out. And I think that's already established for Magnus. But we still have a big draw here from the 1 Curlier that he can evolve into. We've seen the turn attachment. I believe there's Bennett EX in hand.
See a counter catcher.
Yeah, it's the expected outcome. You still have to make the play. Is it Benetti X or is it just... Oh no, it's not Benetti X. We're just having to flip coins. It's a heads flip from the enveloping shadow from Shuppet here. 10 damage if heads. They can't play any item cards from their hand next turn.
But we do have the Future Boost Energy Capsule. So you are actually item locked by Bayonet, even by Shuppet, even though you couldn't get Bayonet.
Yeah.
But you did get the Future Boost Energy Capsule. However, there are free energy onto an Iron Hands. I mean...
There's no Curlier in hand? Maybe it was the Flittle, and I was just assuming it was a Curlier.
This is so annoying.
Magnus definitely would have drawn cards if he could.
Oh, absolutely, because you're looking for that bet. It's really awkward. What you really desperately want here is you want an electric generator to try and get another energy, but you can't play that because your opponent... How annoying is it that the one turn they whiff Bayonets, they still flip heads as well? But Marco goes up by 2 prizes here. This game is still it's 13 minutes. That's a long time for this future
deck. This is a huge opportunity for Marco. Magnus seemingly on fumes right now. Has the Lost Origin Benet in hand. Oh, picks up the Iono.
Oh, that could be nice. But then again, Marco just played a Future Boost Energy Capsule, so that's going to be the card he's looking for again. The Iono might up his chances of hitting it. Oh, did he actually have one in hand?
Magnus, well, basically had to play this Iono regardless of what Marco had available.
Of course.
Yeah.
He had nothing.
But Magnus led the turn with Roltz, expecting to knock top deck, and then found a decent card, and now can't use Benetti X, even if they were able to draw into it. This is a pretty bad hand still. Still no access to Curlier, so not much more draw here. Just a bunch of energy cards.
Counter catcher is in hand available.
There's a 2 energy Iron Hands which you can go after.
Yeah.
But it's just 1 more energy per arm press anyway, and that's all Marco's looking at.
Yeah, but it doesn't really change anything. He's hit the Arven. Arven is fun because what you could have done, well, you could have used Arven to go Future Boost Energy Capsule attached to the bench to get 2 prizes.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't actually. That sounded really, really good. Maybe
definitely.
Just looking after your Future Boosters, knowing you're already 3 prizes up, perhaps is what Marco's thinking. Just rationing these Future Boosters because they are so critical.
I don't mind this, honestly.
Marco doing the action, Oh, he's coming.
See, I've always said I'm a very aggressive player, not in my mannerism, but in, trying to take prizes quick and early. I think this probably was the better play because now you've got 2 Iron Hands that can help you very much in the future.
Yeah.
And you've got your Arven ready for next turn. You've got a really good resource ready in hand. So
this is terrible for Magnus. He's just had no luck at all. We're going to have to use the memory skip from Roltz here to say no to Ampy very much on the active Iron Hands. But Marco could still do the same thing that we mentioned in the last turn and just retreat into the next one.
Doesn't even really matter though, because you need a 1 prize and a 2 prize. Like, I can't amp you very much. Fine, I'll arm press and amp you very much next turn. Oh no. It's not going to make you that sad. Oh, here's the electric generator, and it's 1 energy. That's all you needed. Now both Iron Hands have 4 energy, ready for that amp you very much. I think we might be going to a game 3 in a minute here, Joe.
It's looking likely because Marco is going to go down to just 2 prize cards. You imagine the arm press was allowed by Magnus and not skipped by Roltz. So Marco can go down to 2 and be quite happy.
Yeah, here comes KO on the route, presumably with arm press.
Yeah, you only choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks with the memory skip from Roltz.
I mean, maybe they went maybe they went arm press hoping Marco whiffed an energy. Probably not.
But be Mew EX coming down for Marco as well.
Oh, love it. It's extra draw if there's an Ino, and it's a free retreat. So there goes the hand.
Thank you very much.
Oh, he was hoping he didn't get the energy. Marco is now 1 prize away, so it was actually the arm press that was turned off. And yeah,
Magnus was hopeful. Oh, it's nothing. We've got absolute nothing going on for Magnus. More Psych Energy.
Free energy, a Nest Ball, and a Radiant Alakazam is not the hand you want when you're down by 5 prizes. And yeah, Iron Hands doing Iron Hand things. Marco wins game 2. We are headed to game 3. That is how good Iron Hands is when your opponent gives you any leeway whatsoever. And we might have time for a game 3 at this rate.
Didn't look likely after the situation in game 1. It was such a long one, but Marco is straight back in it now. 1 game apiece, with I think around 10 minutes left on the clock as well. And we know it can take a ton of prizes all in one go. So yeah, it's a real game 3 coming in, Ross.
And the thing to remember is when time gets called, you have 2 turns. Now, Now, if you are the player who's playing when time gets called, you get that and one more. If the other player, you just get 2 turns. But if you can take 2 prizes before time is called, that Amp You Very Much can potentially give you 2 turns to win in time. So that 10-minute timer is a little bit false if you're the Iron Hands player.
Sure.
Because you only actually need 2 prizes before time is called, assuming you've got the hand and the ball state to get you over the line.
Correct. So, yeah, this is going to be a full-fledged game 3 here for our players. Magnus just had nothing working in that game 2. We'll see how well his start is in this 3rd game. I also wonder if he's chosen to go 1st or 2nd as well, because giving the future player just the immediate access to peak acceleration is sometimes a risky strategy, but also then giving Iron Hands an extra turn attachment can also be risky. You can walk into an Amp Very Much a little bit more easily.
Yeah, letting your opponent go 2nd basically means they're almost guaranteed to get the Miraidon KO turn 1. We've seen it both games. It's really easy to pull off. But letting your opponent go 1st means that you will get the 1st evolution before your opponent gets to attack.
Yeah.
But, or it basically means Amp You Very Much. It's just so much easier because you've got 2 turns to get it rolling.
Just a guaranteed attachment is such a big deal on Iron Hands, and we know that Magnus can deal with it, but kind of has to work around the Iron Hands and get prep damage and this, that, and the other. The prize cards are looking safe for both players right now. Churro is a bit of an important one for Magnus, but does play 2 copies. So, yeah, it looks like Magnus chose to go 2nd just to deny that easy peak acceleration play from Marco.
And he's going straight away with the with a turbo
Techno Radar.
Thank you, Techno Radar. And I mean, presumably Miraidon Iron Hands is what you would imagine we're getting here, because you need an Iron Hands to get the energy on nice and early, and you've already got the Iron Crown, and with the 60 HP Rolts running around and the 60 HP Shop It rolling around, you don't need that 2nd Iron Crown for a while. One is enough for the early game.
That would be what I'd expect as well from this Techno Radar. And yeah, if Marco does have that early lightning energy, you're just threatening so much for Magnus all over again. As a quick look through the prize cards, is more or less content and will eventually find the best artwork of the Iron Hands EX.
There's something quite nice about the fact that Marco wants an Iron Hands, but when he gets to choose, he always goes for that artwork. It's quite a nice way to be. But we are going to see the Iron Hands go down. There's no energy in hand, though.
Ooh, okay, that's a big break for Magnus, actually, because it's much more difficult for an Amp on turn 2 now. It would mean a lot of generators going haywire. And Magnus has a good start. A lot of ball search here. Nest ball into Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, seeing those 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin prize didn't actually really matter because there was already 1 in hand ready to go. So 3 basics are coming down, 2 with 70 HP or less, and the 3rd can be anyone. And yeah, it's 2 routes and a Shop It.
We just want the little chaps so we can make sure we can start working towards Gardevoir, but also have Bennett online for next turn. Seems pretty reasonable to me. I'm not sure if Magnus has access to any supporters here. Has that huge suite of Ino in the list, as well as 1 research in here as well. We see some tracking shoes, so we can dig a little deeper. That's Bennett that's much more useful later on in the game, so it is going to get discarded for now.
I just had a quick gander at Marco's hand. I think all his supporters might be Arven, and he has no energy in hand right now. So, oh no, there is an Ino, okay. Because he needs an energy next turn for that Miraidon. Like, Arven for Future Booster and your Electric Generator is lovely, but you need an energy to attack with. And if you get an energy, then Arven's great next turn.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're kind of forced to Ino and hope.
An easy discard there from Magnus on another Tracking Shoe, getting rid of Spiritomb, not for this matchup, certainly going to help out against the controlling builds, and just is going to set up his hand nicely and pass things over. Oh, it's a Future Booster pickup. That's a really good draw as well. Makes the Ino a much safer choice now.
Yeah, means you can Ino knowing that you can retreat. You cannot play the Arven here. It's got to be the Ino. It's a little bit upsetting, but if you just had an energy, Arven would be a great play, but you don't.
At least you found the Future Booster, so now you're just looking for an energy and you play 15. I'm feeling like we've got good odds here.
You're probably going to hit one, because that was a worry, playing the Ino and whiffing the Ancient Booster. You hit a Psychic.
Oh, I was going to say. I was like, what is happening?
Wait, no, that's a goal. You've only... So you whiffed all
exactly
15...
the Psychic, yeah.
You whiffed all 15 Lightning, but you hit the 1 Psychic. Yeah, double hit off. You kind of knew you were going to get the double hit, because you just had your opening hand and the Ino with no Lightning energy.
Yeah, no surprise there. We're getting a double hit on that Electric Generator. So Marco will be able to end his turn fully powering up 1 Iron Hands or having 2 partially ready to go. Is just going to fully charge 1 Iron Hands by the looks of things.
Love this.
His hand is poor though.
Yep.
beyond that. He's pressurizing, but it's not got much fuel after that.
One of the good things, and it's not a perfect solution, right? But the fact that Miraidon takes 2 energy out of your deck means there's 2 fewer cards you don't want to draw into, which does up your chances of hitting a supporter, although we do see in the prizes, 3 supporters prized is frankly not ideal.
And they're all in the wrong place. They're all towards the top. And we think Marco's going to take a lightning. Yes, he does. Passing things back over to Magnus then. Will he start constructing the Bennett EX? And with this Ultra Ball, I think we have our answer. We're going to initiate the lock here with Bennett. Straight into the active, and then an Iono straight back to draw a fresh 6 cards. Was also able to evolve into a Curlier this turn, so we'll have more on the other side of this hand.
There was a booster in hand, but actually the hand other than that was pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So the Iono might be helping out Marco here.
Yeah, I think on balance you kind of take that. There's no great counter-catcher targets, so you're probably just poking the active at this point. No additional Curlier is a shame. So your turn's pretty much just done there with a 30 damage prod from the Everlasting Darkness.
And if I'm Marco, I want to play fast here. You're probably not taking a prize this turn. You're probably just poking into the Bayonet with that Miraidon. But you are going to have at least 1, maybe 2 Iron Hands built up here. So you kind of want
orders in hand. Is it tempting to find Curlier maybe and KO that? Do we have enough? Do we have any damage mod here? No, we don't. So we are capped at 60.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe you do just accept the poke here.
I actually kind of want to Iono here as well. I don't love my hand.
Ooh, interesting.
It's got to be Flittle or Rouse. Yeah, it's going to be the Rouse. You couldn't go for the Curlier.
We're locked in at 60 damage right now on the active. Maybe we, going to start powering up the Miraidon in the active as well, saying, Magnus, if you just want to tickle this Miraidon, I'm going to get more aggressive with it. If you're just going to deal 30 damage a turn, I'm going to start using Sparking Strike.
One of the problems we have here is that Marco is now down to 1 gusting card for the remainder of the game, and it's Prime Catcher, which can be turned off with Bayonet. So I said about Marco potentially, time's been called, I'll just take 2 prizes 2 turns in a row. Well, if you've only got access to Prime Catcher, which your opponent can turn off, that actually makes it a lot more awkward. There's 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Marco is down to 4 prizes as planned, but if that Bayonet's not in range, Magnus can literally just be like, boom, no Prime Catcher, you can't win the game.
Yeah, we'll see if that comes into Magnus's thinking here. Another Bennett, again, still safe. That doesn't change the situation. We're going to see Fiddle getting into the mix again. Espathra is actually low-key quite helpful in this matchup. Obviously, a lot of these Pokemon are loaded up with attachments. Oh, wow, look at this. We're trying to get aggressive into the Iron Hands as quickly as possible here. Do we have access to this Espathra, or is Magnus looking towards that play?
One of the things I think is important, Magnus has been paying attention this game, and Magnus is a very good player who knows deck lists. You probably suspect your opponent plays 1 Boss's Orders and 1 Prime Catcher, and you know Bayonet is out of range of Iron Hands. So there's no gusting. So Iron Hands in the active isn't KOing the bench, to kind of force your opponent to have a Pokemon that isn't KOing you and isn't making the most of what it does.
Do we see a way towards the Espathra here? I don't think I saw any Ultra Ball.
Can't see his hands well enough.
I think didn't need much. There's already 4 energy on the active for Marco now. So it wouldn't have been much to ask for. So maybe you're still accepting a Bennett swing here.
A single energy Espathra right now would be doing 180 damage.
Yeah.
Which is a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah, possibly even more attachments from God of War EX before you find your Espathra, because obviously it's a grass type. But you can load up the Fiddle a little bit first.
You absolutely can. If you find the God of War EX first, is it in hand?
I think we've got the God of War EX. We're just lacking the ways towards Espathra.
Yeah.
It's going to be a quick Super Rod from Magnus, getting some of those basics back. But I think maybe just to protect the option of God of War EX, you have to evolve out of your Curlier this turn, leaving you with not much draw. Yeah, I think Magnus has to make this play.
I think you probably do. It's not, so it's free energy on the Espathra you're looking for. Free energy on the Espathra, I believe, plus 4 on the Iron Hands, plus the 30 base, I believe is 240. So that will get the KO. But like you say, you cannot accelerate to the grass Espathra. You've got to make sure you get the energy on when it's still a Flittle. But there's no gusting coming in from Marco here. Time has just been called. So, who's turn 0 then?
That means that Marco is now turn 1. So time expired during Magnus's turn. turn there before announcing Everlasting Darkness. So Marco still has those 2 turns, but with this item lock,
I don't think he can do it. There's no gusting.
He may not be able to get 4 prizes in time, no.
He's used his only boss. He can't use Prime Catcher. There's no Power Pad in the deck. It's not that kind of deck. I don't see how Marco can take 4 prizes in 2 turns. He can take 3 prizes, hit the Bayonet, and then happy very much. That's fine. But you're not... I don't see a route for Marco to take 4 prizes. Stop me if I'm being silly here,
You
Joe.
can see Marco, he's in the tank right now as well. Is there any world reaching 250? Not going to happen. Let's have a look at any other resources. Is there any other way that I could lose now? Probably not, even with Radiant Alakazam shenanigans. Magnus can't win in 2 turns either.
1 turn.
1 turn.
Because time was gone on his turn.
Less, yeah.
Magnus is not taking 6 prizes in 1 turn. It ain't happening, Joe.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we are at a tie here. I don't know, maybe one of the players is going to surprise us. They have access to more information than we do up here on the desk, but I cannot see a way that Marco is able to take 4 prizes in 2 turns.
Yeah, this hand isn't getting anywhere.
No.
You've just got 2 playable cards. One's a Lightning Energy and one's a tool. Actually, well, yeah, there's 2 tools, but one of them's really not doing much.
Marco needs more gusting. That Bayonet is putting in a shift. I think if this game goes a distance, I think Marco is still in a very good position, but that's a completely moot point right now. This game ain't going the distance. There's your Future Booster Energy Capsule, which will allow you to retreat, and you can hit with Miraidon and KO next turn, but you're going to be 1 prize away from winning the game. And also, there's no way Magnus is going to leave an Ampy very much in-range Bayonet in the active anyway.
Yeah, we're going through the motions a little bit here. We're going to try and Sparking Strike, I suppose, for 160. But Magnus was fine. He's leaning back in his chair. As soon as that Iron Hands retreated, he was chilling. Yeah, he's just announcing pass, I think.
There's always that fear. Is my opponent playing a second boss's orders that I haven't seen yet? Is there any gusting available? But no, there isn't. There's a handshake, and Marco and Magnus go to a 1-1 tie in what was a very entertaining best of 3. And I think if you're there, if you're Magnus, if you're the Iron Hands player, you're thinking, Marco, sorry. If you're Marco, you're thinking, I could have won that. There were opportunities there. And if you're Magnus, honestly, having a look at especially that game 3 and how that was shaping up, you could maybe have repeated that game 1 trickery, but you hit some breaks in game 1. You played phenomenally. We need to make sure that's clear. Magnus played phenomenally, but there were some breaks that allowed that fantastic play to pay off into a win. I think a tie is probably fair given what we saw, but I don't know. I think one of those players is probably happier with a tie
100%.
than the other.
Yeah, the points are even, but the feeling is not. We saw Magnus have a massive exhale, thinking, oh, I got away with that one. That's not one of the matchups I'm trying to target. No. And Marco goes away thinking, what if I only had a few more minutes, played a little bit faster, or just had a better hand in that last situation from Iono to capitalize and get over the line. But yeah, great display from both archetypes. One of your favorites, Ross, the Future Hands in action, doing its thing, and love seeing Magnus. Always brings off-the-wall picks, I feel like. 2 tournaments is one of these players that will chop and change throughout the season, never really sticking to one deck, trying to be 1 step ahead of the metagame. And this Bennett Gardevoir has only recently picked up in a small number of these like special events across the world, not really hitting the big stages in Europe or in the US, in at least this form. It's mostly been the Screamtails and the Drifloon. So seeing Bennett EX coming in with the 1-1 Espafra package, amazing to see.
And I mean, we saw the game 1 where Magnus won. It really was Bayonet and Espafra.
Yeah.
Gardevoir accelerated a little bit of energy. That was about it. That was all Gardevoir really did in that. And I know there were a couple of attacks, but it was really the Bayonet and the Espafra. That's what won that game 1. Well, that game went very, very long, so we haven't got much time until the next round, and we're actually going to need you on this one. If that's all right, we've got another community choice. We're going to be voting. You're going to be picking the game. Remember, as we always tell you, it is on Twitch, not YouTube. We're cool if you're watching on YouTube. Flick onto Twitch, vote back to YouTube. That's fine. But make sure, just have Twitch on your phone. I vote on my phone on Twitch. I'm going to be voting. Make sure that you are on Twitch for the vote. Go back to YouTube after if you prefer. But make sure you're doing that community choice vote. So that choice is coming up very nicely. And my choice right now is what I'm going to have to drink after a very tense game. I need a break. We'll be back very shortly.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hello Pokemon fans, as we just take a small little step away from the action, we're going to have a little quick discussion around Future versus Ancient. I'm Alex, I'm here with Shay and Amy. Guys, in the current meta, we've seen from the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift, Ancient and Future different decks have come to the meta now. How are you guys seeing it in the current meta? What types of decks have we actually seen, Jay?
Well, from the Ancient side, we had, Roaring Moon's probably the most biggest standout Ancient card, I'd say. Frenzy Gouging, letting you KO anything in your opponent's active is just a bit silly, I think, all things considered. And that Calamity Storm, I think, is also a little bit underrated as well, providing good damage, for free energy. But one sneaky little Ancient card has been seen play in quite a few decks outside of just Ancient, and that's that Earthen Vessel. So shout out to Earthen Vessel for being universally used in decks like Chien-Pao as well.
Yeah, and not only that, we've seen from the Future side of our lovely Pokemon friends, the Iron Valiant, which poses a huge threat to any deck with any small HP basic Pokemon. If you leave just one in the active spot, sometimes the game can be over before you've even known it.
Yeah, that's a really good insight into both the kind of archetypes right now that we see with Ancient and Future. But we do know on the horizon there's a new set imminent with rotation as well, which means both of these types of decks will be starting to see different new tips and tricks coming into their decks as well. What are we going to be looking forward to from an Ancient perspective?
Well, we've got that Flutter Mane. That's really interesting. When it's in active, turn off your opponent's active ability. It's just going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. There's the smaller Roaring Moon as well, doing more damage for each Ancient card, not Pokemon card, in your discard pile, means that can add up really fast as well. And we've also got that new supporter, which lets you discard the top 6 cards of your deck, and then you get to keep 2. Just fantastic for churning through your deck. So it's starting to look really good for Ancient, I think.
And from the Future side of our lovely Pokemon pals, we're looking at, I'm thinking Iron Crown, really nicely paired with Iron Hands, which we already have seen have so much success in the meta before now. So that's going to be really fundamental to boosting the damage output of our Future pals. But also Iron Leaves is a huge contender, which is going to keep Charizard under check, finally being able to one-hit KO it, and you can put it in any deck that utilizes grass type energy.
Thank you very much, Amy. Really, really interesting points there, and it's going to be really exciting to see how the new meta will shape up with so many different little tricks that are going to be coming for both Future and Ancient. But I think that's just going to end it here as we, continue to look into the future. But there's plenty more for all of our players in the Western side to really kind of start to utilize all those tips and tricks. But for you guys at home, make sure you don't go anywhere as we go back to the action as soon as possible.
After a phenomenal first feature match today featuring Bennett Gardevoir, that's something we really didn't expect. We are bringing you back into our psychic embrace for our next round here in Bologna. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm here with Amy Wosley. Amy, how are you doing?
Absolutely fantastic today. I'm so excited to already see some really spectacular decks on show today. We've got plenty more where that came from. I can assure you at home that we've got so much lined up today. There were some really interesting decks as we've already featured, and I love that Ross and Joe were just talking about Iron Hands and how they felt that it was a little underrated, and then we saw it in motion and ended up tying. I would have loved to have seen that game come to a conclusion, but unfortunately both were quite kind of evenly matched in the end, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Two evenly matched decks, two evenly matched players, but going to our next round, we are once again going to have our community choice here for you. So 4 different matches to pick from, 4 different tables. We do have Morgan Brandy against Christian Sanataro, Angelo against Alessandro, Stefano against Kevin, and David against Vincent. So we're going to get the decks for you just so right now, so you get an idea of what the matchups are going to be like. So for Morgan against Christian, that's going to be Arceus Armarouge against Chen Pao.
Oh, I like me the sound of that.
Yeah, and then we have for Angelo against Alessandro, that will be Gardevoir against Other Control. Interesting. I guess
Other.
Yes. So it's just a god word, so it's pitch on, so that's going to be pitch on control there.
I love that.
Then we have Stefano Conti against Kevin Pontier, and that's going to be a kind of different Arceus V-Star variant, so probably maybe a little bit more controlling variants against Iron Hands Iron Crown, which we just featured.
Amazing.
And then finally here we have David and Vincent, and David will be playing, hold on a second, Sandy Shock's Raging Bolt.
Whoa!
And that's going to be going up against Charizard, so lots of different interesting decks and matchups to choose from, as well as great players.
I love that. We saw the Sandy Shocks and Raging Bolt do well yesterday, and I'd love to see some more. But the voting is now open, so you can head on over to our Twitch channel to be able to vote. Don't forget that sometimes you need to click on the icon in the bottom left corner of the chat to be able to activate the voting if you are on a mobile device. Sometimes it's fine and it's at the top of the chat there. It depends on what device you're on. But don't forget to vote. It is your choice at home. We're here. We've got no control over what match other than giving you a choice of 4, but we have to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, and important to re-emphasize that this is only on Twitch, so you can do this. You can't, if you're watching along on YouTube, you can continue to watch along, but maybe go to Twitch just to get your vote in. You cannot vote along on YouTube though, so only on twitch.tv can you get your votes in, so make sure you do.
Absolutely. I'm super excited. I think all of these sound spectacular. No matter what, I'm going to be happy. I hope you're going to be happy too, Freya, because I think any of those 4 matches would be a commentator's dream.
I think so as well. It's also, I mean, we saw, like you already mentioned, yesterday we saw Raging Bolt, Sandy Shocks, but I guess there's more than one person playing it in the day 2 field, which is also kind of blowing my mind a little bit. I mean, maybe a little bit of a preview for, we know that Raging Bolt Ogerpon, the Teal Mask Ogerpon archetype is going to be potentially very big going into Twilight Masquerade. Perhaps a little bit of a sneak preview of the power of Raging Bolt EX.
I actually played against this deck in a cup. I think it was only last week. It was, yes. So I played against this, and it really took me by surprise because it does have that Ogerpon Raging Bolt feel, like you say, and it feels like the natural predecessor to that deck. And because we've had such a short format right now, I think we haven't had the opportunity to explore decks like this, but I truly believe it's very strong. I think it's got, again, we've got that uncapped damage, the potentially infinite damage, and I think that is where it begins to shine. And again, it has a really great matchup into a lot of these control variants where a lot of the Pokemon in the deck can attack.
Yeah, not only that, but of course you have any deck that has the ability to get that much damage on the board, turn 1 going second, is something that you have to consider. That was one of the reasons why Mew EX was so strong for so long. Of course, with that Meloetta, you were able to do 210 damage on the first turn, and it's a very similar story here. But in fact, it's even worse because, well, worse or more powerful because you could do even more damage turn 1.
Oh yeah, and Professor Sada is definitely helping with that. She's been doing some good research for that deck archetype.
Yes, she has.
And being able to attach those energies from the discard pile so early on gives us more draw engines with Greninja. There's just, you can really see why it's so powerful, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen it before now.
Yeah, I think partially is because with the Sandy Shocks, of course, you don't have that early pressure as much. You're banking purely on that Sada's Vitality to get you there. You can maybe get up to free energy down and then get 210, but with the Ogerpon, you can get there even faster and even more damage later on. I do believe, though, I just got word in my ear, we have the results from our community choice. Let's see what you guys picked. Drum roll, please.
And it's gonna be David Vincent. Incredible. I'm really hyped. And look at that. We were just talking about it.
Yes. We promised we weren't trying to steer you guys in that direction. It was genuinely your choice, but I think I'm also not surprised. People want to see some Raging Bolt action here on the stream.
And I think it's a really good kind of ode to what's coming in the future as well.
Absolutely.
As an ancient box deck, that's kind of surprising. But looking to the future, looking at Twilight Masquerade, these deck archetypes and the way that they work are going to be coming into fruition much more strongly. We're going to see all of those similar mechanics, those similar, sequencing decisions being made. So everything's going to kind of start to flow in that direction. So I feel like this is the final event in Europe for our season. Kind of feels very apt that we're kind of ending with the beginning.
Yeah, and it's something that's happened before as well. We even saw all the way back in the finals of Dortmund, right? Chen Pao, that was its first really breakout success in terms of winning an event. Bring in the rotation, bring in the new set. Suddenly Chen Pao was one of the top 2 contenders in the format. So we're doing it again.
Yeah, and are we surprised? A little bit. I'm not going to be funny with you. I'm a little surprised, but I honestly think this is a really nice way to tie up the end with a little bow of our format.
Now, something I'm curious about is something more for like a thought for the future. Right now, you need that Sandy Shocks EX to be able to do lots of big damage with Raging Bolt EX. Of course, with that ability, you can attach a fighting energy from the discard pile to itself, as long as your opponent has 4 or less prizes left. Do you think that still comes in once you have Ogerpon, or is it just not really necessary after that?
I don't think it's necessary after that, but I am going to leak the spicy sauce a little bit from that cup I played out. I'm really sorry to my opponent. I'm going to tell everyone. He was actually playing the Raging Bolt Sandy Shocks with Palkia. So the early game, they could Star Portal 3 extra energy into play and either use Greninja as an attacker, which was helpful against control, or just use 3 extra energy to bolster Raging Bolt's attack, and that was powerful. They did win. I did not win that match.
It's Star Portal is still one of the most powerful V-Star powers you have access to, but nothing in this format is able to really make that great use of it other than Goldengo EX. That's the main deck that's playing Palkia as a supporting thing right now.
Yeah.
So it makes complete sense that, especially in a deck that doesn't already have another V-Star power it wants to go for, yeah, why not put in the Palkia, get the Star Portal going, and it's a great attacking option too.
Exactly. I was really surprised, but it was also a super fun game. I had a great time losing because it was just so fun, innovative, and it just goes to show that even though you think we might have solved a meta or you think you know everything about it, things can still jump out of the deck and surprise you like Palkia did.
Yeah, and I guess maybe unlike Sandy Shocks going into the future for Raging Bolt, Palkia can still slot in there very nicely, you know, getting the extra free burst of energy, especially because you're recovering from the discard pile in like one go. I can see that he's slotting in the future too.
Yeah, and I mean, Palkia is just going to keep getting stronger as well as the format goes on. I still feel like it has a lot of prowess. Just being able to use it to utilize Greninja as an attacking option as well. And again, that helps us with all these control variants. Being able to use every single Pokemon that you have to attack kind of stops them in their tracks a little bit.
Yeah, it always feels bad when you're using Greninja in a deck and you think, oh, I have this access to this great attack, but I don't really have the space to sneak in the water energies, but even though it's still worth it to play because of that concealed cards ability. But if you can do that and find a way to incorporate the Moonlight Shuriken as well, you're going to have a very good time into a lot of matchups, especially if it's the kind of deck where normally your opponent wouldn't expect you to have access to that Moonlight Shuriken.
Exactly, and that's exactly where I got caught.
Oh, I see.
My Charmanders, no! But honestly, it was a fantastic game, and I love that we can see the versatility of how like Raging Bolt can be used at this stage. Anything that accelerates energy can be used with Raging Bolt. We can use Charizard potentially. We can use the Lost Engine. We can use Mirage Gates, right? We can use Palkia. Anything that goes, you know what? Energy. That is what we need.
Yeah, in a sense, it's almost so surprising that it's taken up until now for it to see some kind of success, because when the card was first revealed, there was a fair bit of hype around it. We were thinking, yeah, this could be one of the new top contenders, and then it kind of just flopped at first, honestly.
It did, and it unfortunately ended up in a lot of people's binders being referred to as Raging Bulk, and I believe that is not the case anymore. How dare anybody? 70 damage times the amount of energy you discard off your Pokemon is huge! Think about how easy it is to take knockouts. Most, even large HP Pokemon can be taken out with 5 energy, and, you know, Charizard, just the extra for the 6. That Pokemon math is so easy to remember. It is so vital to the deck's playstyle, and out of all of our times tables, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, 7 times table is not my strongest, but even then, I've been able to memorize these key knockout totals just by knowing, okay, 6 knocks out a Charizard, 5 will knock out anything kind of smaller than a Charizard. 1 is obviously 70, so I've got my little basics, and 2, 140, kind of my medium little guys.
Yeah. I'm sorry, those are all such great points. I'm just still so caught up on Raging Bulk.
Did you not hear that term?
No, never. It's just like, oh, that tickled me so much.
Yeah, no, honestly, everyone kept calling it that, especially at my locals, and I was like, no. You wait. It's going to bite you.
Yeah, going up. So my cheeks hurt a little bit after that. So let's got to bring it back down. I do believe I see our players are ready at the table. So I can see them shuffling up. We're going to go over to our next feature match round of action very, very soon. You guys pick this. So, you know, this whether this game ends up good or bad, that is entirely on you. But of course, whatever it ends up being, we're going to bring you the best action casting possible.
You guys are about to see my favorite Japanese Pokemon TCG sleeves. I got some of these over when I was in Japan for the World Championships last year. Wait, I am overjoyed to see these. They are so fun. I love the designs of the Japanese sleeves anyway, but these blew me away. I grabbed them immediately, and I'm pleased to see them on our stage today.
Yeah, you guys are going to see in a bit. We have kind of like the overhead view down here, so we can always see what's going on, but when we get to the overhead camera, you're going to see, yeah, these sleeves are absolutely gorgeous. Almost don't want to spoil it.
No, I don't. Look, they're being hidden right now. Oh, you've got a glance. You've got a glance.
Oh my god, with the toads cool. That is such a cool design. I've never seen that before.
I love it. He's running. He's going so fast. Gotta go fast. And here we go, looking at our first hand for Vincent. No, not looking too hot. I'm going to be honest with you. We got 2 EXs.
Oh wait, there is a pepper in there though. That's Arvin.
That's nice. I love that. We love to see a pepper. So at least that's something, but it's a dubious starting hand. I wonder if they're going first or second.
That will make a
huge difference here to the game plan in general. The Forest Sealstone being in hand straight away is really nice, but Radiant Charizard really tough, and the single Pidgey, no Charmander in sight. If Vincent is going first, this could be a bad start. Yeah. I fear for Vincent.
Especially against a deck like Raging Bolt, which in theory is one of those decks that can just get a blowout knockout turn 1. Not really where you want to be.
No, and I think both decks want to go second, right?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. No, wrong place to put your prizes there, Vincent.
Oopsie.
You're on the stream.
Yeah, it's jarring because on stream you put your prizes on the opposite side to where people traditionally put them, so it is a bit jarring.
Yeah, so here we go. We are ready to kick off with our round 13 feature match. David against Vincent, Raging Bolt against Charizard. The basics are flipped, and Vincent will be going first.
And it was just a lost vacuum.
Oh no.
He's going to need to bench the Radiant Charizard because otherwise David could just run away with this.
Yeah, just to stay in the game, right? But even so, if David can get a turn 1 knockout on a Pidgey, it's already, it feels like Vincent is so far behind.
It does. It's not a good feeling.
So
getting an early Pidgey is nice.
Well, no, I guess what you do is, you attach and retreat, right? So that way, at least David has to get. No, not even.
Oh my gosh.
I guess it's not guaranteed that David does get the turn 1 knockout. So maybe you just want to keep that energy in hand. Either way, over to David's turn. As we see,
wow.
a conceal cards.
A conceal cards, 1 lightning energy, receiving 2 lightning energy.
Yeah.
Ultra balling away the first Sandy Shocks and lightning energy. This is the first kind of ode to what David is playing for Vincent. So maybe they will be regretting leaving that Pidgey in the active a little bit at this point. I don't know.
Now, we didn't quite have a chance to talk about the prizes. Actually, the prizes are a little bit awkward for both players. From Vincent's side, we do see a couple of fire energy. These decks tend to play low fire energy counts, so that doesn't feel great. And the one-off Cleffer prize too. For David, the Raikou V is prized, a Fighting Energy is prized, the Squawkabilly is prized, and the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
You know what? I'm going to say it. I also don't love that Slitherwing is also prized.
Oh, yeah, that too.
As a single prize attacker, as an attempt to kind of swing the prize trade back in your favor. Slitherwing doesn't do loads of damage, but it can certainly take out a Charmeleon, a Pidgey, or a Charmander early game and leave a single prize option in the active. Whereas at the moment, David's going to be looking at those higher HP Pokemon, trying to kind of bulk their way out of this situation because Charizard won't be able to do enough damage this early in the game.
Yeah, so really not a great feeling, but David's still setting up okay, at least for now, working the best with what he does have. Another lightning hits a discard now after Ultra Ball discarding that and a Power Pad, and now David has the Professor Stardust Vitality.
Oh, we love to see it. We love to see it for David's sake.
Energy as well!
Yo, was that 2? Oh my gosh!
Goodness me, that's a really, really good draw, although...
I don't know, I feel like I want to take the Pidgey out.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I don't want to Prime Catcher, but it's going to have to happen. At least you're taking a KO, be a super aggressive start, discarding 3 energy, 3 times 7, you do the math, chat, knocks out the Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, and it's an early KO, it's great. Ideally, like you would have wanted to KO the Pidgey, but you needed to get the switch in, so you kind of were forced to bring up something you didn't want to, just so you can get the Raging Bolt in the active.
I feel like you're not too worried either. Like, you know that you're not going to be punished. There's no attack coming this turn from the opposite side of the board. Vincent cannot do anything. There is no way they can set up an attack. The only way it could have been possible is if Vincent had attached an energy for turn. However, having not had a deck search previously, I do feel like they did the right thing. It is too risky to attach an energy when you don't know how many you've got left, considering the low energy count in this deck.
Important to point out as well, that Buddy Puffin, that was the draw for turn. So I'm sure Vincent would have loved to see that last turn, but we'll still be able to set up nicely here with the one Buddy Puffin. Then Vincent can play that Arven, grab maybe another Buddy Puffin or a Nest Ball and a tool. You can maybe combine that with a Forest Steel Stone, get a V Pokemon down, and so Vincent, 1 turn late, will be able to set up this turn very nicely indeed.
It will, and hopefully it will be his way to the victory. Hopefully this will be enough to claw him back into this game. No matter what, we knew he had the Arven. We knew Charmanders were getting played this turn. However, the extra kind of bench power of the Buddy Puffin was a beautiful top deck. I don't really know if I could have thought of anything better for Vincent in that moment. I think the only thing I'd maybe like to have seen was maybe some hand disruption just to kind of get his own hand changed.
Yeah.
But long term, this isn't a bad hand. We can go in with the Arven.
Oh wait, I forgot the Forest. The Forest Steel Stone's already in hand, so you can actually. So that means you can use the tool blade of the Arven to actually get that Hero's Cape. That's super strong.
Oh, I like that. I wonder whether Vincent will save the Hero's Cape, like not attach it now.
Yeah, I don't think you get the max benefit out of attaching it now, but it's good to have it in hand. Maybe forces David to do an INO instead of another supporter, just to know, I don't want Vincent to have access to this at the most vital time. But yeah, they're going for that Nest Ball as well. Grabs that Rotom V, and now you can put down that Forest Steel Stone and fire off that Star Alchemy. Or you can even save it, actually. It looks like Vincent might be thinking about saving it.
I think it's sensible to save it right now if you don't need it. Just because David could hand disrupt. There is a high chance of him hand disrupting. The only thing that kind of sets me back on hand disruption is that David then won't be able to launch an attack. He needs to be Professor Soldering every single turn if there's no excess energy left on those Raging Bolts. So I would be pretty confident, to be honest, that he's not going to use a disruption supporter this turn because he needs the Professor Solder to keep on putting that pressure on Vincent, that Vincent kind of knows isn't coming. So yeah, it was just an instant charge.
Yeah, it does bank that Forest Seal Stone on the Rotom V though, just to have it there in case some kind of disruption does happen. But yeah, you're absolutely right, David. This is an aggressive deck. You need to be Sardering, especially as you just said, you have no energy down. You need to Sarder basically every single turn. As we do see, David fires off his own Forest Seal Stone. Star Alchemy just grabs that Sarder's Vitality straight away. Doesn't even hide it from Vincent.
I'd be really worried about that Forest Seal Stone if I'm honest. Knowing that there was a Raikou on the bench, knowing that David's own Forest Seal Stone could come and play, I'd worry that a Lost Vacuum would take my V-Star power away. I think if I was Vincent, I would have kept that in hand personally, just so that knowing that Sarda has to be played, no disruption, but Lost Vacuum still takes away your own V-Star. And with Vincent's hand being dubious right now, I wouldn't personally feel super comfortable with that.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Against another deck, you might be more worried about disruption, but given that you know that this isn't a disruption-heavy deck, then yeah, maybe in this instance, you adapt to your thinking and you think, oh, but actually banking it might not make sense because that leaves me more vulnerable to something else. Now, it is worth checking. I'm not sure if David is playing a Lost Vacuum. He actually, he's playing the one.
Yeah, I saw it in deck when they were searching off the Forest Seal Stone, and I was like, oh no! But there was no Sarda in hand, so David had to use the Forest Seal Stone for the Sarda.
Yeah, Vincent having to pick up the Sandy Shocks and read it.
I mean, that's valid. Yeah. I think when Sandy Shocks was first released, it was a very underestimated card. But if you're behind in prize cards, you're able to accelerate energy from your discard pile onto the Sandy Shocks and use that as an attack cost for... Raging Bolt.
It's not just behind, your opponent has to have 4 or less remaining.
That's the one, yes, so, absolutely
with
right.
With that magnetic absorption, yeah, Irvin Spike as well as the attack, it just does 200 damage, and then next turn the Sandy Shocks can't attack. Maybe if you want to hit something Fighting Week, could be an okay option, but generally speaking, it's just in here to power up the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, those fresh grabs went and grabbed us a Switch card, which I love in this matchup, and only 1 energy discarding to take out a Charmander. It doesn't matter what Charmander it is, doesn't matter how much HP it's got, 70 is enough.
Yes, so David taking knockout number 2. That does now mean, though, that David's taken 2 prizes, so with that Burning Darkness, the Charizard EX is now doing 240 damage, which is exactly enough to KO a Raging Bolt EX.
Oh, that is a nice number. That is pretty spicy, and I think that's why David needed this turn. He needed to be able to leave a Lightning Energy on both Raging Bolt, knowing that Vincent could come back with a really scary attack. Again, straight in with the Rare Candy, Charizard, lovely display, really nice. And maybe that was why the Forest Seal Stone did go down, because if there was disruption, obviously the Rare Candy and Charizard wouldn't be in hand.
Actually, important to note that with the Raikou V, that was, of course, we mentioned, that was in the prizes, so that was a very tiny pickup from David, able to put that down to have something to put the Forest Seal Stone on.
Yeah, great utilization of kind of knowing what's in your prize cards.
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, you don't necessarily know that you will take it, but maybe you take the chance, right? Or just then you kind of bank around that way. As now the Hero's Cape does go on, yeah, absolutely makes sense to put it down now. David's going to have a very hard time now carrying this Charizard EX unless he can find that Lost Vacuum, of course.
Now, the interesting thing to note, I think, as well, is that the Sandy Shocks will now be able to accelerate energy.
Oh, that's true.
Once the Charizard is KO'd, Vincent will go down to 4 prize cards. I think that Sandy Shocks was benched on just the right turn. I think David knew this was coming, preempted it very well. Here comes a Pidgeot as well, so Vincent's going to be able to keep the pace of play very on his side. He's going to be able to manipulate exactly what he needs to be putting in hand. He could even make a second Charizard here with a Rare Candy already in hand and just entirely set up and make it really difficult for David to make headway.
Yeah, it's very important, especially something that I've noticed is a common theme in a lot of the decks that do well in this current format, is knowing when it's okay to actually give up prizes. You know, normally you always want to race ahead, you want to deny your opponent prizes wherever possible, but these decks that play around with, you know, mechanics based on what your opponent has taken prize-wise, the Sandy Shocks are only enabling when there's 4 prizes or left for your opponent, and then the same with the Charizard, doing more damage with the Burning Darkness, depending on how many prizes your opponent's taken. It can be like a little bit of a game of chicken sometimes, but knowing when is right time to strike and when isn't is the key to doing well in a format like this with decks like this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think that was really well well timed from that Sandy Shocks, kind of knowing that you're really comfortable with your opponent taking a prize card. Oh, I love this. Yes, Professor Turo bringing up the Rotom, not giving David an easier KO on a kind of more vulnerable Pokemon. But I do like this also because you're limiting the Raiku's damage output as well.
Oh, that's true.
So Vincent's Pidgeot is safer when there's one fewer Pokemon on the bench, because I'm just going to math it. As what, 120 would be only 240 damage currently on the Pidgeot, I believe. So not KOing a Pidgeot currently with Raikou.
Yes, we'd need to get 2 more on the bench to do that. But I think also, to be fair, I'm not sure if there's a way for that Raikou to get 2 energy on it this turn.
No.
I think it's mainly just putting the actives just so you have the use of that fleet-footed, of course. You do get to draw 1 card if it is in the active. Here comes a Pokegear from David.
Oh, there is a way.
Oh, there is a way?
There is a way. This deck does run 2 energy switch.
Okay, then.
So Professor Sada, energy switch, and an attach for turn would do it. This Raikou is an attacking option. I thought they might be running energy switch. It's becoming a little bit more popularized in these sorts of decks where you do need to Sada to certain Pokemon but can't do it to all of them.
And I mean, it makes sense as well because it means you can actually get a Raging Bolt going without a Sada. Say if you have the Sandy Shocks, attach a Fighting Energy, and then move it over. That's a way to get it into play too.
Yeah, I like that specifically for the energy cost because it is the perfect energy type.
Yes. So switch card, Radiant Greninja coming in, interestingly enough. Okay, and then is it just going to be an Ino after that? We did see David get it off the Pokegear.
It might be, and that might be why Greninja is coming into the active. If David knows that he can't make a meaningful attack right now, it is Disrupt and Pray.
Yeah. And puts down a collapsed stadium as well. Okay, limiting Vincent's option to bench more Pokemon. Now, David will also be limited to benching himself, but he doesn't really need anything else.
No.
We did see he took that Sliverwing off the prizes as well. Not really going to factor in right now in this matchup, but certainly at least not in this stage of the game, as we do see an Ino finds an Earthen Vessel and it looks like a Pokegear.
Yeah, we can go with that Sandy Shocks. That's quite nice at the moment. Like, it's all about making meaningful attacks. Don't get me wrong, David very well off that Iono could have made an attack right now, but is it possible?
David just tried to play a Nest Ball after he played his own Collapse Stadium, and David Vincent's like, nope, can't do that.
That's happened to me so many times where I've been like, no, yeah, the stadium is too short,
yes.
They'll fall off the end.
Yes.
It has collapsed.
You were saying something earlier, I interrupted.
Oh, no, that's okay. Honestly, I was just kind of mentioning how it's all about meaningful attacks. We want to be able to make sure that every attack we're making with a 2-prize Pokemon that's in the active is actually doing something. We need to be progressing the game. David's deck is revolving around taking those big knockouts, and if you can't do one, don't. It's not worth the liability of having a 2-prize Pokemon in the active. It's better to have Greninja take a leap of faith into the active instead.
Yeah. I think my one worry here, though, is that Vincent last turn had a very, very strong turn, was able to, without even using a setup supporter, had the Rare Candy Pidgeot and the Rare Candy Charizard. So that means that Quick Search is available to Vincent.
That is very true.
That means that Boss's Orders is always an option. In fact, okay, this kind of preempts what I was going to say. If you can get the Boss's Orders without using your Quick Search, then you can use Quick Search to set up a backup attacker, and then you're in a really good checkmating position. But if you didn't have the Luminion, that wouldn't have been possible because you would have needed to find the Boss's Orders off the Quick Search to keep up this, 2 prizes a turn kind of deal.
I think Vincent's in a tricky spot here. I really do, because if you do Quick Search for a Boss's Orders, you do leave yourself vulnerable. You've got limited attackers on board. You don't have another Charizard set up. Lost Vacuum is still a card that can be played. And I feel like you're right, Freya. We want more Pokemon on the bench ready to become valid attackers. However, I think benching the Luminion is scary. I think that the Raikou and a Raging Bolt being able to take that down is terrifying. And we've already used a Professor Turo.
So, yes, what I'm thinking here is with the Luminion, so in this instance, Vincent has opted to go for the Boss's Orders off the Quick Search, so that's a decision that's been taken. If you have the means to set up a Charizard and then grab the Boss's Orders with Luminion, even if you get knocked out back, you have 2 Charizards ready to go, you're fine. I guess what the issue is, there weren't enough pieces in hand to put together the next Charizard, even with the Luminion and the Quick Search available. So in this instance, yeah, knowing that you can't do that, then don't put the extra risk down and don't put down the Luminion and just go for Quick Search for the boss's orders instead.
Yeah, I agree. And I really think that Luminion's such a liability, because this Raikou can come forward, it can attack, and you don't have to spend the energy. So if Raikou then survives and carries on, then Raikou is in a really strong position. David goes down to 2 prize cards. I just feel like Luminion is too scary at this stage of the game. Vincent wants to go down to 2 prize cards with as few liabilities on bench as possible.
It would have only been okay if Vincent was able to set up 2 Charizard EXs this turn. Given that he hasn't been able to do that, this absolutely is the best move to make, especially given that, you know, the Hero's Cape is in the active on the Charizard EX. So David can get the KO, but is going to need to discard a lot of energy to do it.
And I'm not sure we're there yet. How many are we at? We're at
240.
4.
Sorry, 280 rather.
So we're at 280. Now we've just topped over
350.
That's 350. So we're not there yet. We've got to keep going, or we've got to find a vacuum. Math along with us at home, friends. We're learning.
350, then this is going to be 420. This is 10 short, so now you just need one more.
Come on, baby, let's see that energy.
Either energy or the lost vacuum. Yeah, no, that's not quite enough.
I don't think we've got enough. I don't think he can do it. I think it's one shot. I mean, is he attached for turn yet? We've got the other vessel.
No, I don't think so. There's been a Sandy Shocks and there's been a Sada. So, well, 2 Sandy Shocks and a Shada. So, yeah.
Oh my gosh, we could do it. We could go straight through that Hero's Cape. This Charizard may not be heroic enough, but I think there's no energy in deck. No! Oh my goodness, there's 1 in the prize cards.
Right. Oh. I didn't even draw attention to that because, of course, most of the time, oh, 1 energy prize, not a big deal. But here, you need that last energy to take the KO. That's brutal.
It's because of the cape. The cape did it all. It's come in clutch. Maybe
10
the Charizard,
short.
right? 10 short. Held on by the edge of the cape.
This Bologna stream does feel like the most mass-tested we've ever been. In fact, David just concedes the game because of that.
I think that's the right thing to do. Like I was saying earlier, making a meaningful knockout is what we're all about when we're looking at Raging Bolt. And if we can't knock out, then it's a waste.
Yeah, I mean, 420 damage, what? Then Vincent can maybe even just get back Professor Turo, pick up the Charizard, and then just undo all that hard work, and then...
Don't even need to do that. You had 2 prize cards left. He just knocks out.
I mean, that works too. Yeah,
that's it. That's game. Unless they were able to make a meaningful attack and knock out that Charizard, then, so there was no valid attacker on board. Vincent only had 2 prize cards left, so taking out that Charizard was essential.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that maybe could have been done was retreating into something of an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That way the Charizard, you wouldn't have been able to take the KO because 240 wouldn't have been enough, but they're able to put it on the Raging Bolt, and knowing that also there's access to boss's orders with the Quick Search, so it kind of just doesn't matter.
No, exactly, and I think that's, you know, very well analyzed by David, and it's sort of, okay, we're on a time limit here, let's boogie on to the next game, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to have a chance to make those meaningful attacks next time.
Yeah, so very, very rough there on David's side, just that little bit short of the KO, but again, that Hero's Cape, it does seem like more and more, this might be just the best choice of ace spec for Charizard.
Ooh.
Possibly.
Ooh, bold.
I mean, we have seen some of the most successful Charizards that's piloting it, and of course, the Charizard control variants as well, where you play Pidgeot and Charizard, they come in there as well. That 100 HP just makes it, you already have 330, you buff yourself up to 430, and suddenly even a Raging Bolt with 6 energy can't get the KO on you.
I don't know. I fear the vacuum. I fear it. I feel like someone turning that vacuum cleaner on, you know, accidentally catches the edge of my cape and goes, off it goes. It's too terrifying. I just feel like removal of someone's ace spec is so strong, and I personally prefer the ace specs where I get to play them, and then it's done. You don't get to disrupt that. You can't stop that. You can't say no.
You can't say no. That is true, unless you're playing as in the last round, Bennett, of course, but generally speaking, yes, absolutely right. So Vincent going first again, no surprise here. David wants to go second and get that early aggressive attack. Vincent already with a much better start here, though, does start off with that Buddy Puffin.
I like the Buddy Puffins. A guy mentioned it yesterday. I'm going to mention it again. Love this card. Love it so much, especially for Charizard. It's fantastic. Starting the Manaphy, bit irrelevant. Not bad to have in the active, though, as sort of a protector. It it protects the bench from bench damage, but in this instance, it's protecting the bench from being attacked when there are going to be much more valid Pokemon there right now.
And if David takes a turn 1 KO on a Manaphy, sure, it's a prize, but it's also a Pokemon that Vincent doesn't mind losing, and it's also one extra prize card of fuel for burning the darkness to do more damage.
Absolutely. David's starting with just a lone Squawkabilly. I like Squawkabilly in this deck. We didn't have access to it last time, but now we're going to see some Squawk shenanigans.
Yes, Squawk shenanigans indeed. So, Buddy Poffin going in with just double Charmander. Double enough. Yeah, there is no Pidgey in the prizes, but there is one Pidgeot in there. But I imagine there's got to be another Buddy Poffin in hand if you're gonna go for that. You do need to get down a Pidgey on that first turn.
I'm going to disagree a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I would personally be worried, especially with a Squawkabilly in the active, that David is going to be able to take a turn 1 knockout. Being able to possibly Prime Catcher a lone Charmander would put Vincent behind quite considerably, and I would be very worried about that personally. We could use the Ultra Ball to get a Pidgey, but I think double Charmander is the right call here personally.
Right, yeah, okay, there's definitely a possibility. So I guess I was just assuming that there'd be another Buddy Poffin, but if you don't have access to that, then yeah, banking the double Charmander to make sure you have an attacker next turn does make a lot of sense. So yeah, here we go. David with the Squawkabilly start, not prized like it was last game, going to be able to start very aggressively here. Has the Ultra Ball all ready to grab. It could grab a Raging Bolt, grab a Radiant Greninja, could grab that Raikou. Plenty of choices there, but is going to grab that Raging Bolt EX straight away.
It's a shame to get rid of a Super Rod, but I think when you're put into a corner like this, David has to monopolize on the Squawkabilly. The Squawkabilly is not useful after this turn. Motivate is an okay attack, don't get me wrong, especially in this matchup, to be totally honest with you. It may even be a motivational turn this turn. It is an appropriate turn to use Motivate. However, that is very much a backup plan. David wants to be attacking this turn. He wants to be going aggressive, especially with the double Charmander. I think it is almost a bluff from Vincent. Going double Charmander says to your opponent, I can make a Charizard.
Yep.
Yes, I can. I can absolutely make a Charizard.
Oh, and here we go.
I can make it.
Squawk and Seize for the first time here in the Bologna stream. Love this ability so much. Squawk really, like low-key, one of my favorite cards from the Scarlet and Violet era. Does find 6 cards on turn 1.
That looks like a lovely hand.
That is, yeah. I mean, I think the only thing is missing really is energy. There's a side effect. Oh no, there's the Earthen Vessel. Never mind.
I think we're good. We got an Earthen Vessel, get 2 energy, use Ultra Ball to get rid of those energy. Professor Sada, 2 energy on 2 Pokemon. I think what you're missing is the attached return, but you might well get it off the Professor Sada.
Yes, so going to fire off the Pokestop first. And
we love that.
Oh, that's really good.
Baby, we love to see that. 2 energy in the discard pile. We got 3 total in the discard pile. Sada is live. We got 2 ancient Pokemon on the bench. Life couldn't be better.
Yeah, that was about as good a Pokestop as David could have asked for there. So Professor Sada's Vitality going to attach a Lightning and a Fighting. So one of those Raging Bolts is ready to go. Draw 3 cards, and now you have the switch card as well, so you don't even need to attach return to retreat.
Wow. And going for a Nest Ball, solidify that board state. I'm not sure what I'd go for here.
It's Radiant Greninja, right?
Yeah, I think it's really the next best thing right now is the Greninja. Yep, totally right, Freya. Called it.
Yeah, so it would have to be either that or maybe the Raikou V if you want to bank a Forest Seal Stone. But Radiant Greninja, it draws you cards throughout the whole game, so it makes absolute sense to go for that. Hasn't even played that Earthen Vessel yet.
No, but I mean, at least we can utilize the Radiant Greninja, right? I like the keeping the Luminion just in case David's going to need that for getting another Professor Sada next turn. Just keeping that pace of play steady, taking the big knockouts from Vincent. It's a shame we can't take a 2 prize at this turn, but I still think it's worth going for the Manaphy. I would love to see a Charmander be taken out here, to be honest with you.
Actually, maybe is it worth just like not knocking out Manaphy at all? It doesn't really get you any further. All it does is give extra fuel for Vincent, and it doesn't really help your prize map that much. Maybe you actually just leave it in the... hold on, there's a Prime Catcher. Okay.
Huzzah!
So...
oh, not going to go for it. Going to switch cards.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to pass. Yeah, no, I like this a lot.
Okay, yeah, it's awkward for Vincent, right?
Yeah, because now you're limited to 180 damage with the Burning Darkness, so you don't really have an easy way to reach for a knockout, especially because I do believe, and I'm going to correct myself here if I'm wrong, Vincent is playing a Defiance Band.
I love this.
Okay, no is not. So, oh no, yes, yeah, 1. So if David took a knockout with the extra damage from the Burning Darkness plus Defiance Band, Charizard could actually take a return knockout on a Raging Ball. So actually, very heads up from David not taking the knockout here.
That's some huge mathematics. I love that. Recognizing that Charizard has limited energy, one's gonna probably need to be attached to the Mana Feed to retreat, plus needing to get the Charizard, which feels like it was a bit of a bluff here.
A little bit, yeah.
Because we're gonna need to Iono after this possible Charmeleon play.
Yeah, you can do Charmeleon just to get a card out of the deck and make sure you can activate the Charizard for next turn, yeah, and then you still, if you do manage to hit the combo of Rare Candy Charizard, you still have another one to evolve up, so...
Exactly, so again, like solidifying the late game, but I think this doesn't feel great. There is a chance that a Charizard could be missed right now.
Yeah, the only other thing you might want to grab is a Pidgey here, just so you do have an option for the Pidgeot next turn, and that would, I imagine that'd be the only debate that Vincent was having, but just bank the Charmeleon at this point, and then go for the Iono. Maybe you hit a Pidgey off of that, maybe you hit Rare Candy Charizard. You're drawing 6 cards, so odds are good to hit something useful at least.
I really like the Charmeleon here, especially because you're using Iono. You know that there's nothing at the bottom of the deck necessarily. You haven't put anything there that could kind of be something that you need, like a Charizard. I think it's pretty strong to play it now. I feel like we're going to see a Charizard. I don't know if we're going to see the Rare Candy as well.
I mean, the Ino was kind of... I mean, the Ino was kind of big too, because Davitand was pretty good. But from Vincent's side, draw 2 more Charmander, it looks like.
Oh, and a Charizard, but no Rare Candy. So I was on the money.
But just a little bit short, it looks like. Yeah, there was a Rare Candy, but no Charizard.
No, we do have both. We do have both. Okay. It's just the gold one.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. So we don't miss the Charizard.
No.
Absolutely fantastic. So we can respond, but doesn't take a KO.
Yeah, but now the debate is it worth going for, considering you can't like take a meaningful knockout? Yeah, no, just hide it. You don't need to. 180 damage doesn't get you anywhere. Just go. Are we going full Charmander? 4 Charmanders on the bench?
This is the biggest game of Pokemon check-in I've ever freaking seen. Like, honestly, everyone's like, I'm not going to take a knockout until you take a knockout. No, I'm not going to take a knockout until you take a knockout.
I mean, it goes back to exactly what we were talking about in game 1, right? These are the kind of decks that do kind of operate in that way. So you kind of have to be a little bit careful in considering that. But the problem is you have to weigh it up, right? You have to find the right time to be the one to strike first and to know that your opponent isn't going to be able to capitalize on that to make a comeback.
Yeah, you're quite right. I wonder whether David takes the bait and goes for the Charmeleon this turn. Populating your board with loads of energy, great. Getting more attackers down, also great. Getting as much energy into play. But unless you start attacking, like unless someone breaks this chain, and there's enough Charmander out now, the Vincent's almost definitely going to be able to make a Charizard next turn. Although they can't take a meaningful knockout on anything other than Squawkabilly, I still wouldn't really want to risk that.
Yeah, it's... I'm trying to think into like smaller details here. So, yeah, one of these players needs to take a knockout at some point. No knockout here feels good. So, I mean, David can try and set up the board. Duo actually might be the best option for David right now. If he can find that Sliver Wing and take a single prize knockout with that, that would probably be his best option at this point, because then you're not worried about that knockback, and you force Vincent to find the boss's orders to take a meaningful 2-prize knockout, which is going to be a lot harder to do, given that there's no Pidgey on the field.
I like that. We did just Earthen Vessel away and the Nest Ball taken off the tracking shoes, though. And now we've Ultra Balled away a Raikou and a Raging Bolt to take Lumineon. So I'm a little bit dubious if that's the plan here. I love that plan. I'm on board with that plan. But I think David might be a little bit worried about Squawkabilly here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it is such a liability. 160 HP. That would be the one option that if Vincent can find a boss's orders, can bring it up and take KO even with the 180 damage. Or what was that? Off the Pokestop?
That was a double Pokegear.
Okay.
Pop up a pink Pokegears and a Sandy Shocks in the discard pile. And remember, we had to get rid of that Super Rod really early on. I'm a little bit worried about managing of resources here. That is the only Super Rod in the deck.
Yeah. Is there any way for David to get that Squawkabilly off? Because we were just talking about how getting a 2-prize KO is a little bit tough here. But if Vincent can KO it, 180 damage is enough to knock it out. David does not need to take any prizes for Charizard EX to do that. So I think that might be what Vincent is going for. A little bit harder to get there without the boss's orders, but there is the Lumineon ready in hand to maybe get there next turn. And we know that the Charizard is in hand too.
Exactly. Now, David does run Collapse Stadium. So I think maybe David was just going, I'm going to draw as many cards as I can, and when I get towards that collapse stadium, if I can shove this Squawkabilly off the edge of the bench, then maybe it can happen. Fly away, Squawkabilly. You're no longer needed.
You did your job, but no more than that. There's an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule.
Ooh,
that's
like
pretty good
that.
as well. Another energy attachment going on. Palpad to get some supporters back in. That's very, very good too. Of course, you want to be, like we already discussed, you want to be soldering as much as possible here. Only one to get back in this instance, but I don't think David is going to be able to reach for that collapse stadium, you know.
I don't either. And I
It is only the one that he plays.
I'm not sure what the play here is.
It's such a game of chicken, right? that's the problem.
Go for burst roar.
Go for burst roar.
Discard hand and draw 6. That is burst roar.
Yep, that is an attack that Raging Bolt has. So yeah, just discard your hand, draw 6 for 1 energy. The really solid support, like backup attack that you can use if you don't want to take a knockout.
The game of chicken continues.
But here's the problem: the game of chicken continues. But I think Vincent is going to be the one to strike first here. The Charizard is in hand, the Luminion's in hand. You can take the 2-prize knockout on the Squawkabilly, and then you are initiating that race in a way that's a lot more favorable to you.
Yeah, and I mean, David doesn't have a Sandy Shocks down right now. I believe there are 2 in the discard, but there's 1 in hand. And if Vincent takes the first 2 prize cards, then Sandy Shocks goes online. And so I kind of like this. There's a bunch of energy on David's board. David's going, you know what, my hand was terrible. What should I do about it? I'm just going to get a new one. I'm going to have another one.
Yeah.
Thinking that probably Squawkabilly is a bit of bait here, knowing that it's the only Pokemon that Vincent can reliably knock out, I think the Squawkabilly is being used as a little bit of bait here,
Maybe
so that David can keep all of their energy on board ready for a huge comeback KO, and that's why Vincent needs that cape.
Yeah, the Hero's Cape, definitely important in that regard. It is a little bit tricky though, in the sense that, I mean, sure, if you use that Squawkabilly, or if you bring up that Squawkabilly and KO it, then yeah, that does enable David to burst as well. But if you can just go 2 for 2 for 2, you're essentially just racing at that point, and in that race you'll always win. So Vincent might not necessarily mind that, but maybe being mindful of that, just still thinking, I don't want to pull the trigger just yet, and he's now finally going to find that Pidgey off of that Buddy Puff and search from the Arvin as well.
And here we go. This is the moment. This is it.
But
are we going to begin the combo? We didn't go for the Luminion. Went for a Pidgey instead.
Yeah, but well, you played the Arvin, so you can't go for the boss's orders anymore.
No.
And Counter Catcher's not live either, because neither player's taken a prize yet, and Vincent doesn't play Prime Catcher.
No, we know that that's not possible. So maybe this isn't the turn.
I think so. I think Vincent is still kind of wanting to hold steady here. And to be fair, Vincent, he doesn't mind taking his time here. He is 1 game ahead, so yeah, he's just going to pass.
Wow. Freya, when's an attack going to happen?
It's kind of it's tension moment where you're on the edge of your seat just waiting for something to happen, but you're just thinking, oh, you know, something bleeds. It feels like something is just like waiting to burst out, but neither player just wants to pull the trigger just yet.
They really don't.
Prime Catcher available as an option for David. But again, Vincent hasn't put down a single 2-prizer. David doesn't want to take a knockout here. He knows that as soon as he does, a Defiance Band where Charizard can come in and wreak havoc on him. And if you're initiating a race for prizes, you take 1 and your opponent takes 2 every single time, you're going to lose.
I tell you what might be a pretty spectacular play from David here.
Oh, go on.
I'm not sure how much energy is in the discard pile. It might just be that 1. This is an opportunity for me to have a little look.
So those 2 there that were just accelerated from the Sada.
So what I was thinking is that you could just go straight into the belly of the beast and put Squawkabilly in the active and use Motivate to attach 2 energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon on the bench.
I mean, I don't hate it. if that's the best option right now, just to get your board set up. Oh, but David finds the Collapse Stadium.
Oh, so we could be more aggressive here. I quite like the Squawkabilly idea. I like being like, go on then, knock out my bird, do it.
But see, now the equation changes a little bit, because if you take that Squawkabilly off the board and you take the first knockout, then especially if you have a Raging Bolt in the active with an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, Vincent then, even with the Defiance Band, can't reach for the knockout, and then at that point, that's okay.
Oh, so do we start being aggressive? Take this Clef out, only have to discard 1 energy, you just discard it off of Sandy Shocks, right?
Yeah, and I mean, someone has to take a KO at some point, right? We are in game 2, we have only have 17 minutes left on the clock, and no one has done a damaging attack yet.
Come on, David!
And there it is, yeah, the Collapse Stadium. Huge find there off of the Sada, yeah, off the Sada there.
Push him off the bench.
Yes, and so now the bird is gone.
Bird is no longer the word, he's off the bench.
Becky, that was much better. That was
we're not worried about it anymore. Ancient Booster, Energy Capsule on the other Raging Bolt. Love this. Great call from you, Freya.
That's now David has to find a boss's orders and bring up a Sandy Shocks for KO, which I'm not even sure if he can do. I mean, Sandy Shocks, it has, I believe, 220 HP. Again,
I feel like we need some sad music.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Cleffa. You were the first casualty, my little guy. Good job. So proud of you.
So proud of you. You did your job. You did it massively. But yeah, 220 HP on the Sandy Shocks. So if you can find the Charizard and a Defiance Band and a boss's orders, then you can KO the Sandy Shocks and then you're good to go. There's a rare candy.
That was a hot top deck.
That was. And also, very importantly, actually, forget boss's orders, the counter catcher is now live.
Yay!
So you can play a supporter and then still counter catch and forget the Sandy Shocks. And then if you can initiate, again, this favorable prize race, this is exactly what you want to be doing. So Defiance Band a Charizard, bring up a Sandy Shocks, KO it, and then you go 2-2-2 and win.
I love comeback mechanics.
Yes.
They work so good. It's so exciting. It keeps the game feeling balanced. So the more of those cards we've got in format, the more exciting it becomes.
Yeah, because can you imagine like a game of no you go like this? So some time ago, you would have never really seen that as much. Most of the decks that do so well are hyper aggressive. They want to take KOs as fast as possible. But in this particular instance, neither player wants to do that because they know if they do, it's going to enable their opponents make that comeback. So you have to play it so carefully.
Ooh,
and there's the Defiance Band.
That is the second piece of the puzzle. The Lumineon went down for the Arven.
Yes.
Love holding the Lumineon till now. Love that so much. We're ready for a rare candy moment here into the Charizard on the active Charmander with the Defiance Band. It's all adding up here.
And it's so great doing it this way as well, because now you bank that Charmeleon that you mentioned so much earlier on. Great call there. You have that ready in reserve. You attack with this Charizard in the active, and then if it does get knocked out, which given the amount of energy on the field seems likely, then you don't need another rare candy. All you need is to find the Charizard again, and you're good to go with another attack.
I love it. Honestly, that Charmeleon feels like such a great fallback plan. It's like, well, you know that I can do it. I don't need anything else. I've got my guy here. And the Flare Veil ability as well. I know it's not super relevant in this matchup, but I love how that can kind of come into effect and protect that kind of backup plan.
Yeah.
And going for the Cape as well. I love that. It could even go on the Charmeleon right now.
Yeah, so Cape and of course that Ultra Ball, that does mean that with the other rare candy in hand, you can Ultra Ball a couple of cards away, grab that Pidgeot EX, and then you have access to that quick search. Vincent is setting himself up perfectly for the rest of this game.
Oh, I love to see it. Poetry in motion. Both players with a really strong board state. That first KO kind of taken by David in the end. Vincent's responding just perfectly and waiting for David to take that KO. So correct.
Yeah.
Brilliant plan, and that patience is what really shows these players apart.
So Ultra Ball now discards the Bidoof, and the Charmander don't really need either of those at this point. Obviously the Bidoof would be nice, but you can't put it down because of the collapsed stadium. So Ultra Ball for that Pidgeot, rare candy, Pidgeot, quick search.
Oh my goodness.
You find that counter catcher, take the KO on the Sandy Shocks, and you are...
We're gaming.
You're gaining.
We're gaming. Oh my gosh. Just getting the Pidgeot on top of that, as if the Charmeleon wasn't enough. Now it's, I can search for it. Don't you think I can't? Because I can just go and get a Charizard. So as long as you've got enough energy, as long as Vincent is managing that resource, everything is fine. We are set up enough. I think the only problem Vincent has here is the damage output.
Yes.
That is it. It is making sure that this Defiance Band Charizard is taking the correct KO.
Yeah, and it's got to be on the Sandy Shocks with the energy. Yeah, because you're taking one energy off the board, you're taking the first two prizes, which will get you there nicely for your prize map. You're denying one extra magnetic absorption from David as well to be able to accelerate more energy. This is the perfect target.
Into the lead goes Vincent, taking an Ultra Ball and Pidgeot off the prize cards. Not bad, not bad.
No, feeling good about that. Has that Forest Steel Stone banked on the Lumineon V as well in case some kind of disruption happens. We were talking earlier about how the Raging Bolt EX deck can only really afford to disrupt when it already has a lot of energy on the field. This is now the case for David.
It is, and disruption could happen, and we could then see a vacuum as well. Might put a thorn in Vincent's side, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Vincent has set themselves up so well. I think you would have to take a KO on the Pidgeot at the same time to make the disruption worthwhile. However, then we have this Charizard with a Defiance Band. You've taken more prize cards. Charizard can do more damage. I feel like that could be a recipe for disaster.
Vincent has forced David into a choice where either choice sucks. And that's exactly what you want to do. If you're forcing your opponent into picking between 2 KOs, neither of which feels great, that is exactly how you want to establish your lead.
Back him into a corner, guys.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, but no disruption in any case. Just going to be that Sada. Just deal with the threat in the active. Get there, going in with the bellowing. Again, I literally forgot the name of the attack. Help me out here, Amy. What's the name of the attack again on the Raging Bolt?
Burst Roar.
Bursting Roar, yeah,
is
there
it
he is.
Burst Roar? No, Burst Roar is the first attack.
Yeah.
Bellowing Thunder.
Bellowing Thunder, there
Bellowing
he is.
Thunder. I had it in my head, it was on the tip of my tongue. You put me on the spot and I got scared.
It was the same here, but
No,
yeah.
it's okay. Yeah, so we go ahead with the Bellowing Thunder, taking that out. Still a really good amount of energy on the board, though. Left one on each Raging Bolt. Brilliant. Doesn't matter which one Vincent targets. Both can launch a high-scale attack next turn.
Yeah.
Vincent isn't worried, of course, because another Charizard is very near in the future.
Yeah. The only thing that Vincent does, I think, need at this point is a Super Rod, because there has been a lot of energy discarded already. 2 just hit the discard pile from this knockout. There was one that had to be discarded for a retreat earlier, so
We can quick search it.
Yeah, we can
quick search it. We got the Ultra Ball in hand off the prize cards for the Charizard. Quick search for the Super Rod. I think we're good here. We're gravy.
Yeah, you got to make sure you do this in the right order. So going to Ultra Ball now and just have a look, because it might be that there's enough energy in the deck, and that's fine. So yeah, Vincent's going to have that look now and see there is 1 energy in the deck right now. Yeah, only 1. So definitely going to need to get that Super Rod to get some more energy back.
Yeah, it's going to be important to get it now. Do you take all 3 energy? Do we need anything else? I feel like it's safe just to take 3 and kind of give yourself a little bit extra in case we need it late game for any retreat cost stall tactics or Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other that relevant things to get back other than the energy at this point, so I think just super rodding in the energy back is totally fine. As we do see, not only for the quick search, actually going to do that Star Alchemy first with the Forest Seal Stone. Maybe because you want a Super Rod, but you also want to get a supporter to, just draw more cards. So it makes total sense to go for this. You could also maybe find a way to actually, hold on, there's something to think about here. You need to do 300 damage to this Raging Bolt to KO it. Vincent is not doing enough damage currently, so David's taking 3 prizes. That means that the Charizard is only doing 270. That's not going to do it.
No, it's why the Defiance Band staying in play was quite crucial, right? And I think that's why it was the best choice for David rather than trying to go for the Pidgeot. Pidgeot always seems tempting at that stage, I feel. But I like taking out the Charizard with the Defiance Band, knowing that it's very unlikely Vincent's going to be running 2. We know that the ace spec from the previous game is the Hero's Cage, so I feel like that was the smartest decision, going straight in with the oven. Here's the cape, here's the vacuum. We can get rid of that ancient booster energy capsule. I like this. I like this a lot, Freya. I like the way this is going.
Yeah, this is absolutely crucial. So you have the Charizard now, and you do have, now you go for the quick search. You've done the Forest Seal Stone already, so you've got the 1 card from there, but then you can quick search for the Super Rod. But do you vacuum first? I mean, I don't think it matters too much. I mean, as long as you do both of these, yeah, going to go for the quick search. No, yes, no, maybe. You're giving us a tease here, Vincent. Come on.
I think my concern is what is the vacuum target here. I think, honestly, I might be quick searching for something just to thin the deck. Something you don't need. Something is not really useful right now. There's the, Infernal Rain, Attach for Turn, Free Retreat. And honestly, I think I would be quick searching. I don't want to get rid of that rare candy with the Charmander.
That's true.
I think I'm quick searching for a target for my Lost Vacuum at this stage.
That's so wild to think about, but yeah, especially because there was 1 energy in the hand and 1 in the deck, that is enough to power up the Infernal Rain. So thinking, even if I'm only attaching 1 from the Infernal Rain, that's totally fine. I can still get the KO, especially now that I have this Lost Vacuum. So yeah, instead just gonna... Oh wait, he's taking the Super Rod?
I think we're contemplating the Super Rod.
But if you've gone for this line, then you don't really need to, right? It kind of feels like you're always like in a worst of both worlds situation.
Okay. Oh my goodness, so that's what, I can't quite remember. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Is that our last rare candy or our second to last rare candy? Because we've definitely used 1 on Pidgeot. We've used 1 on 1 Charizard, but Charmeleon was the other.
Yeah.
So I believe that's rare candy number 3.
Yeah, so there's 1 left.
There is 1 left.
Okay, so that's okay. And
it's a resource that's worth counting for David.
And actually, there is something else as well that's important to draw attention to. This Charizard EX has a Hero's Cape on it. We saw how hard it was to get a KO on a Hero's Cape Charizard before. David needs a lot of energy on the field to get there. Needs 8, in fact. No, 7. 7 will do it.
7 will do it.
490 gets you past the Hero's Cape, 440 or 430 HP. You can get there, but it's...
Yeah, I think David's just trying to figure out now how much energy he's going to need and whether it's achievable. I think that was what we were counting through the discard pile for specifically. Oh, Slitherwing, hi.
Oh, yeah, Slitherwing there. Didn't come in last time. But, oh, wait, David has a lost vacuum for the Hero's Cape.
Oh, and that's going to be huge. That's 100 less damage that David now needs to kind of inflict on their opponent. They're going to go for the Slitherwing. I imagine this is another good Sada. Another good Sada target, but I don't think it's a particularly valid attacker right now. It does 120 damage and burns your opponent, so technically we can think about that as kind of an effective 140.
Yeah, but this is so huge because what this now means is that you only need 5 energy instead of 7 to get a knockout on this Charizard. That is massive.
That's huge. That's a huge mathematical kind of prowess. It's really, really significant. We've already got 3 on, but we're having to use an Iono. I don't love that, Freya. That's only 3 energy in play right now. We're going to need to discard some to get more. We can attach for turn. We can draw one onto the Sandy Shocks. But we're going for the Prime Catcher.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, you take the KO on the Luminion with the Slitherwing.
I don't believe he can.
Wait.
It's 120. Oh no, he's using the first attack. He's using Stomp Off. Using Stomp Off to discard the top card of Vincent's deck. I love that. I think a lot of people forget that Slitherwing can mill a card off the top of your opponent's deck, forcing Vincent to possibly waste a resource. Oh, the handshake is happening. Vincent has won it all.
I'm very curious what the thought process was there. Maybe David was thinking that you had to discard something off the top to get lucky to sort of deny the win, but yeah, doesn't matter there. Vincent takes game 2 and takes the match. Charizard taking down Raging Bolt Sandy Shocks here now, feature match here.
Honestly, I wasn't sure if David was going to be able to bring that back. I was not certain. It's unfortunate. I think that last kind of discard surge, the deck was really thin.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think it was possible. There was no Sada left. I think it was just impossible to make that jump into taking another meaningful knockout, sadly.
Yeah, even with the 5 instead of the 7 needed, still not able to quite get there. So, yeah, very unfortunate for our Raging Bolts representative. But Charizard EX still showing its mettle as one of the top contenders in the format.
Yeah, still an incredibly valid, incredibly ferocious attacker, doing huge damage even to Raging Bolt, which has essentially uncapped damage like we were talking about earlier. So a really meaningful deck in this format, and showing that although it's had bad conversion into day 2 at events recently, who cares? We're going to prove them wrong.
I mean, also, to be fair, we say bad conversion into day 2, it still often tops the tops the day 2 standing. It's just the proportion of them that convert is perhaps not as much as you would expect, but it's still there. It's still something you have to think about at every single tournament you go to right now.
Yeah, I think it's so crucial to remember that Charizard is one of the most represented decks over multiple tournaments this season, and even now where we kind of feel like Charizard might be dropping off a little bit, it's not. It's still there, and it's still something to be concerned about. I think the burning question for a lot of players is, can I beat Charizard? If the answer is no, then do I play the deck I want to play? If the answer is yes, then we're going to play. Yeah. Because Charizard, you are most likely statistically to play the most against in a format like this, in a day 1 like we had. With so many Charizard decks, it was most likely that you were going to see it, and I think that still stands.
Yeah, it is so easy to get lost in like the thought process of thinking almost too many steps ahead and thinking, oh, okay, I know Charizard's going to be the biggest deck, but also at the same time there's all these other threats that I have to think about. But no, play the odds, right? You know that Charizard is going to be one of the most represented archetypes, and yeah, like you said, you have to think about, if your deck can't be Charizard, then you're not going to be able to pick that and do well.
And I think that that's where the likes of Raging Bolt, Chen Pao really make Charizard sweat. they make it struggle. They really have to work for the win when you're against a deck that has essentially unlimited damage. You can always be doing more. If you get the resources, it can happen. And I think that's where Raging Bolt is definitely a consideration for this tournament. When I'm looking at Charizard, it definitely can win. It can do that damage. I think in that instance, we just got really unlucky.
Yeah, we really did. Now, we've been sandy shocked over here with the magnetic absorption coming in and not being able to take the victory there. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back soon with our next round of action. No winner's interview this time, unfortunately, but don't go anywhere.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
I am Owen Kamerman, and I've been playing the Pokemon TCG for more than 13 years now.
Max, just need energy now, and let's sparkle. We know there's one energy in there.
2 goal to Chen Pao, KO goal
Brings to Owen Cameron, taking the crown with Chen Pao.
So I started to play Pokemon in 2010 when I was a small little junior. I was around 7. Basically, competitive play was immediately a part of every event. I wanted to become better. I wanted to beat other players and become stronger every single tournament, and it still continues to this day that I want to get even better and beat the best of the best. One of my strongest sides is my consistency. I've played for a long while now, and I've had multiple finishes under my belt, and it's mostly because I've been playing for so long, but also because I've continued to change. Every tournament is different, and I think that every tournament there's a perfect play out there, a perfect deck to play, and a perfect strategy to bring. To find that out for every tournament is something I'm always aiming for. So there are many events that influenced me as a player, from just the first World Championships, but I think if I'd have to pick one event, then UIC 2017 in London. I won the whole event, and it was my first big win. It was in seniors, and from there on out, it's an even larger competitive spirit started growing, and I started trying to compete with the best of the best. Now, with a Pokemon Regional Championship title under my belt, I want to go on to my next goal, which is also a childhood dream of mine, really, and that is to become a world champion. But it feels like it's closer and closer and closer every day. So that's my main goal, and will always be my main goal. And until I've achieved that, I will not stop playing Pokemon.
This was Gardevoir's tournament. You can see how he's always come so close as a couple top 8.
My strategy coming into this event was probably just play as well as I can, and I'm most comfortable with Gardevoir. I have like 500 games with the deck, under 20 on every other deck, so just wanted to play what I'm comfortable with, even if it's not the best play. Fortunately, it was the best play because all the Miraidon players switched over to Moon, hit all the Moons.
I think one of the biggest stories, without a doubt, has to be the surging of the Roaring Moon. It was the second most popular deck day 1.
My toughest opponent in day 1 was definitely Raymond Long. We also hit in day 2, actually. I threw against him in day 1, he threw against me in day 2, almost in the same way, which is kind of crazy. We definitely learned a lot by playing the mirror together. We talked about it after. He's super good at Gardevoir, helped me beat other Gardevoir mirrors. Oh, by far my most difficult matchup was my top 8 matchup against Jackson Ford.
Lost zone here, Tina Visar, a deck that has taken multiple regional championships, 5 finals in a row.
Each game went to the last turn. Either person could have won each game. Time got called in 75 minutes plus a time extension. My brain was fried. There's so many like seesaw plays you have to make, play around them whiffing something, but also making sure you can hit what you need on the next turn, and it's super difficult to manage. And then I'd play against Ian Robb, probably the best player in the room on Tina, but yeah, it was tough.
So I've played against Ian Robb a couple of times. Like, he plays flawlessly, draws flawlessly, and every single time I've got completely smoked. Now there's enough energies, and there's a KO.
Right, Antonucci able to pull it out here. Knew exactly what was going on there in that matchup.
I was worried about playing against Kus, because I actually played against him at Charlotte. Somehow beat him there too, just pure luck.
We're in for a Kyogre, we're in for a potential Mowile trap as well.
The stops I had to pull to win in the finals specifically was pretty much just high roll. I needed him to draw poorly a little bit, and I needed myself to draw pretty well.
All right, looks like Ryan Antonucci is going to start us off. He opens up with a level ball.
I was going in thinking I was going to lose. It was like a, I would say, 20-80 matchup, just because I have Jirachi and Manaphy, and I need to bench them to play around Sableye and Greninja in his deck. But if I bench them, he uses Mawile's Tempting Trap, and I just lose on the spot because I have no Turo. The deciding moment was pretty much when he started powering up Dragonite. I'm like, okay, but if he attacks me with Dragonite, he played the chorus already, so he can't Roxanne me, and I just have to attach this reversal, knock him out, and then I'm good. Then I just win the game.
Brainwave there does take the knockout onto Dragonite. Be back now to Aiden. Does promote the Comfey, has the Mirage Gate.
And all I was thinking about was he could Greninja me, so I needed to find evolutions to my Gardevoir pieces so he couldn't Greninja for 2 prizes. If I don't make a gameplay error, I can't lose.
Wow. Ebas does find the Gardevoir EX. Do we evolve here? Yes, we 100%. do.
is this just a checkmate scenario now? Yeah, this is...
Going from a lot of mediocre finishes post-COVID, winning this regional feels amazing. I'm feeling great that I won this regional. I cannot believe it.
Welcome back to the lovely city of Bologna in Italy. I'm Ross, I'm here with Joe, and apparently Charizard. We're here with Charizard, who's trying to prove me wrong. I came on the stream and I'm like, well, Charizard's not really a deck that's going to win the whole thing, is it? Well, we just saw a big one last round, and, you know, we've seen Demetrius Eaton from the UK sitting on 31 points after a big win with Charizard, and I figured we should start this round by being like, I might be wrong about Charizard. Charizard looks legit, Joe. Apparently it's good.
I mean, we know it's good. It's just how many people can navigate it to this great of a run, and turns out only a couple right now, but they're making it all the way, and as we know, it has the power level behind it. We saw it on full display in that last game. A very nice patient reserve from Vincent to get themselves in the perfect spots to capitalize in on that Charizard. Some interesting techs in the list as well. The Hero's Cape, the TM Devolution, obviously not for that matchup, but the Cape was certainly important, and when you navigate the list so nicely, you can put that prize map right back in your favor.
Yeah, you can. If we look at a bit of an update in terms of, you know, who we've got on here that's doing well, we got Christian Santaro with Chen Pao, we've got Angelo Coraluzzo with Gardevoir, Christian Hodas with Lost Zone, Demetrius Eaton with Charizard, Stefano Conti with Arceus, and then we've got Konstantin Chapkin with Arceus Giratina, and our number one seed, still Filippo Colomareo with that Pidgeot control deck. It's a little bit of a mix-up at the top here. We've got Chen Pao, we've got Gardevoir, we've got Charizard, we've still got control, but then we've got those weird things coming in here, like Arceus, for instance, which was not necessarily the top pick coming in. And Kim Papega still holding on with that Iron Hands, Iron Crown deck. So
you've got your arm.
Yeah, my prediction is it's still holding on there, just a little bit.
These are all players who are all above 30 match points at this stage, and we have 2 more rounds of Swiss to go, so they're looking in pretty good position. Still need to probably get a win under their belt to secure their way into that top 8. So those are the sort of players and decks that we're going to be following in these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, speaking of things we're going to be following, we've been following a community prediction bracket all weekend so far, and we need to do another round of this. We need to finish off the first round with Blood Moon Ursaluna EX and Monkey Dory. Not Monkey Dory EX, that comes later. That's going to be in Shrouded Fable. Monkey Dory, however, is in Twilight Masquerade, and it is a very good card, but so is Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, these are 2 phenomenal cards for very different reasons. I feel like Blood Moon Ursaluna does huge damage output and has huge hit points, whereas Monkey Dory, it's a bit more tricksy. It's just throwing counters away that you've been dealt and putting it onto other Pokemon to put them in range. So very different options for the 2 cards.
Yeah, 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponents. Oh, looks like I'm going to get to do Blood Moon Ursaluna, Joe. You know what's really good? Radiant Charizard. You know what's better than Radiant Charizard? Colorless Radiant Charizard with more hit points. Blood Moon Ursaluna is a colorless Pokemon that does big damage for 5 energy. Oh, whilst I hear you shout, that sounds like too much, don't worry about it. Because every time your opponent takes a prize, that attack cost goes down by 1. I can put this in any deck whatsoever because it's colorless energy. It's a basic Pokemon, colorless energy, big damage, and the later we go through the game, the more I'm going to be able to do this without putting a bunch of energy on. I know.
And there we go. That's enough chat about Blood Moon Ursaluna. No doubt a flexible card, but it is a 2-prizer, so not really as good as Radiant Charizard, is it really, when we're getting down to it?
Depends if you're playing Fire Energy in your deck, Joe.
Well, we're getting into Monkey Dory, my favorite card of the set. This card is absolutely incredible, especially in Gardevoir. You're damaging your own Pokemon all the time. You can use that math to put you right into range of different Pokemon and make your Drifloon much more dangerous, Screamtail much more dangerous. It creates a Blissey as an archetype on its own. Might not be the best placed archetype, but still, you can do all sorts of mid-turn prize cards. It's a great great way to play around Iono. You can take out multiple threats on the board all in one go, whilst healing your Pokemon. Dragapult is one of the most dangerous cards in the format, so even Lost Zone can play the Monkey Dory. You can Mirage Gate onto this Pokemon, then undo some of the Dragapult math,
and then undo your point, Joe, because that is 30 seconds, I'm afraid. And we're going to be straight over to the vote. Remember, the vote is only on Twitch, not on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, get out your phone, open that Twitch app, and put your vote in. Go back to YouTube. We don't judge you where you watch it. We will judge you where you vote. So if you try vote on YouTube, it's not going to go well. Got to get that vote in on Twitch. And I'll be honest with you, I've been saying this, you guys have been nailing it this weekend. You have been on it in terms of picking the right choice. I trust you all to do the right thing again.
If nothing else, this bracket shows that the Twilight Masquerade cards are going to have a massive impact. 8 cards that were easily going to be going into all sorts of archetypes and making archetypes of their own. So no matter what, this week into the next is going to be closing the chapter on Temporal Forces, and Twilight Masquerade is going to bring a whole host of new decks.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Temporal Forces brought a lot of very good cards, but actually very few new archetypes. The most impactful new archetype from Temporal Forces is actually Raging Bolt, which doesn't get really good. I know we've seen it on stream this weekend and it's a fine deck, but it gets really good when you bring in Teal Mask Ogapon from Twilight Masquerade. Temporal Forces, good set, shook up the metagame, added a bunch of stuff. Twilight Masquerade.
It's a level above.
Oh, Twilight Masquerade is a phenomenal set. If you're into competitive Pokemon, and frankly, if you're watching this, you probably are. Twilight Masquerade is a beautiful set. We got new archetypes, we've got new techs, we've got really good new A specs.
Yeah.
I love it.
I was just going to jump on that. The A-Spec intricacy now is so huge, having the potential to scoop up Cyclone, Unfair Stamp, Maximum Belt, Hero's Cape. All of these options will completely swing matchups, and how you utilize that and when you use these A-Specs really are big swing cards in games. And that's not to mention, you know, Prime Catcher, still a great choice and still having a really high bar in a lot of archetypes. So just the sheer volume of A-Specs that we have now, all justifiable in a number of decks, all flexible, means that it creates even more interplay for all of these players.
With our commiserations to Master Ball, which has seen play exclusively in Lugia, and Lugia is now going to switch to Legacy Energy, which is way better than Master Ball. So Master Ball had one set of being good in one deck, which is still better than when it came around in Gen 5 for the first time, when it saw no play in no decks.
Looks like the votes are in, Ross, for this community vote. What's going to come out on top? It's going to be Blood Moon Ursaluna. I think you've won 3 against me so far. You're good at arguing your case.
I mean, I will say, Unfair Stamp Teal Mask Ogapon, that one is the one that surprised me. Right. That was the one I was feeling worried about. Tatsukiri Legacy Energy, that was very close. This one I don't feel is that close. I like Monkey Dory. I love the card. And the illustration rare by T0 is phenomenal. But I do think Blood Moon Ursaluna is the more impactful of the 2 cards.
That's fair. I think it's definitely going into Lost Box.
Yes.
It's definitely going into Lugia. It's a very good card for control as well. Like you said, because it's colorless, you can then justify it in all these other archetypes. So yeah, it's probably the more versatile card. Although Monkey Dory, I think, fits a really specific, important purpose for the next format, which is going to help on doing a lot of Dragapult's damage output.
Yes.
By protecting your bench that little bit more. So I do think it's going to be a really important card for the format, if a little more niche.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragapult drops 6 damage counters, and you're like, yeah, but why don't you take 3 of them back to you? We take 3 each. That's a lot fairer in the long run. That's what Monkey Dory's doing for you, and I think, you know, we're getting the loyal 3 coming in Twilight Masquerade, but I think of those 3 cards, Monkey Dory is very clearly the best of them.
Yeah, no doubt about that. They all have similar Adrena abilities, but it feels like the Monkey Dory is the most flexible of the lot. And yeah, I'm certainly going to be championing it if no one else. So it would have had my vote at the very least. I don't think that would have been enough to swing the balances, but hey ho, I'm still a massive fan of the Monkey Dory. And actually, speaking about that Legacy Energy that you were talking about, Lugia actually won the Japan National Championships that was this weekend, and yeah, it proves that Legacy Energy is a monster card for that deck.
Yeah, it is an absolutely phenomenal deck, of course. Did it win Sapporo as well?
No, that was Miraidon.
It was Miraidon. It did well in Sapporo, but Miraidon was one that actually... Yes, of course it was Miraidon. Come on, how did I forget that? And that's a kind of interesting thing. And the reason these tournaments are relevant, these are being played in what is essentially the format we're going to be in next week at North American Internationals. We had Sapporo Champions League won by Miraidon. We had Japan Nationals. I'd actually not realised it won by Lugia.
I've just heard it, yeah.
Just literally breaking news, won by Lugia. Lugia is everywhere. I mean, it's good now. It's better next format, and it's things like Legacy Energy. Forcing your opponent to take an extra prize is really mean.
Oh yeah, especially because that's just the better side of the card, but you're still getting immediate value from the Rainbow Energy effect, and Lugia's yearned for that effect ever since Aurora rotated.
Yes.
So having that to get that instant Iron Hands, such a big payoff card, and even being able to pick up your Luminion and have more one prize board state is also really important for the archetype, especially when you have those slower starts, because as we know, Lugia doesn't always function perfectly on the first couple of turns. Giving yourself that buffer, removing prize cards from the opponent to sort of get ahead in the race is really important as well.
Yeah, it really is. We're in an interesting time in the Pokemon TCG because, you know, we've basically got 3 tournaments in a row in different formats. We've got this weekend where we're finishing off Temporal Forces. Next weekend we got North American Internationals where we're bringing in Twilight Masquerade. And that's a 1 tournament format, because by the time we get to Worlds, Shrouded Fable is going to be legal. And that is another set which really looks like it's going to be shaping up the metagame quite nicely. It's not going to be exactly the same. So, you know, Japan's already had more tournaments, big tournaments in that format than we are actually going to have. And it's very interesting because generally what a lot of players are very good at is looking at results and going, okay, here's what the format is, here's how I can take advantage of it, reacting to what we see. There's no opportunity for that coming into the Twilight Masquerade format. You've got some tournaments from Japan which are relevant but not exactly the same, because the way they play with best of 1 in Swiss is much different to how we play. And, you know, you've just got differences in terms of how players generally approach the game between different regions. So it's not a perfect one-to-one by any stretch, and it just makes a game, I mean, people like us that like analyzing the game, it makes it fascinating because it's moving all pretty quickly. For players, it's kind of terrifying right now.
I mean, even in this information era, still we get stunned at these internationals over and over again. It feels like the best deck builders stay a step ahead, even of players where information is being updated on a daily basis in some of these online events that are just for fun and just for practice, really. But that can give you a lot of insight, but then our players go into the internationals, they save their secret sauce for those tournaments, and they can sometimes just go so far being carried by changes in traditional deck lists.
Yeah, probably the 2 best players in the world right now are Torb and Azul. I don't think that's terribly controversial. And what they have in common is they just play and test more than almost anybody else. The amount of time they put in is ridiculous. But talking about the best players in the world, let's have a look at the best players in this particular tournament. We've got some standings ready, and actually Filippo not the sole best record anymore. Christian Sanataro has joined on 10.03. They're not locked into top 8 yet, but they're getting pretty close.
33 match points, pretty strong. Christian is playing that Chen Pao archetype. Also towards the top, Angelo with a Gardevoir EX. We haven't spotted them just yet on the stream, so going to keep an eye out for them. They're actually up against Christian in this this round here. Like you said, some Arceus gravitating to the top. There's still Morgan up there. There's Stefano Conti in there as well. So the Arceus are actually having a pretty decent run so far. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of them made top 8 eventually.
And if we have a quick look at the points there, 33, 33, 32, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 30, 30. Like, there is not much gap there at all. Like, we've got 33 at number 1, and we've got 30 at number 10. Sorry, no, 30 is actually number 12. So there's 3 points, 1 win between 1st and 12th. It is tight at the top of this tournament.
Yeah, we're really at that crunch time moment where it feels like ties might not be enough. These are genuine, like, winning in moments for a lot of people, even though they have to probably win 2 on the bounce to be super secure. With these 15-round tournaments, your records have to be ridiculous these days.
Yeah, you feel like, you know, Filippo and Christian could probably win 1 and be in because they've got that 3-point buffer on the lower levels, but things can really switch around very, very quickly. That whole top 12 is so close together, and, you know, only 8 of them can make it, and that's assuming we don't have people, you know, in 13th to 16th or whatever, winning 2 on the bounce and going up to, I think they would even get up to like 34, 35 points and possibly push their way in there. So very tight at the top, and we've got a big variety of decks we're looking at. It's turning into a really fun tournament. Arceus, Armor Rouge, we've got Lost Box, I've got Lost Box, but we've got Future Box fighting in there. Gardevoir, there's a couple of Gardevoir doing very well. We've got Charizard, which has not been great at converting into top 8 recently. Looking to maybe chuck in there as well. It's a very interesting tournament it's shaping up to be.
Yeah, I feel like we'll never know what was the best deck this format.
No.
It's still unknown. It's changed from week to week, and it feels like there's such diversity in the top cut once again. Sure, the Pidgeot Control archetype's been top seed right right now, but it may be dethroned by some of these other archetypes, and there still might only be one in top 8.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. Someone observing the game. We're going to leave this format being like, not quite sure.
Yeah.
There were a lot of good decks, very wide format, but if you look at the decks that have winning recently, we had a Dialga winning, a Snorlax winning, a Pidgeot winning. We've seen Charizard winning tournaments in this format. We've seen Lost Zone winning tournaments. If you look, if you go and stack up all of the regionals, go and look at a list of regional winners since Temporal Forces came out, it's all over the place.
Sure is. It looks like our next round is going to be a control mirror match. So let's brush up a little bit on control.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action here, I want to talk to you about taking control. It's something more and more trainers are doing in the Pokemon TCG, and it's led to a couple regional wins in a row. We had a win for Snorlax control over in Stockholm, then we had a win for Pidgeot control over in LA. Freya, is control cool now?
I guess it is, yeah, and it's been a while as well, because for a while control was a kind of an archetype that was associated with maybe a few players who did very well with it, but now it seems like everyone's on the control train.
Yeah, like over in Europe, we've got, for instance, Alessandro Cremascoli and Sandoricic, who they are going to play control at every single tournament regardless. But now we've got a lot of Americans coming over here playing control. I mean, Amy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Snorlax or Pidgeot?
Oh, I'm much more of a Pidgeot girl myself. I prefer to be taking lots of actions every single turn. I feel like it kind of rubs the salt into the wounds a little bit of, haha, you can't do much. Whereas with Snorlax, you are just kind of sat there eventually making that continual loop. So I think I prefer Pidgeot's versatility as a control deck.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting. We've got two very different builds of control. We've got the Snorlax, you can't retreat, I'm going to sit in the active, gutted, you can't do anything. And then we've got the Pidgeot of anything you can do, I can basically undo. Do we have an answer? You know, we've had one winning in Stockholm, we've had one winning in LA. Do you think either of them are kind of rising to the top, so to speak?
I think so, and I think I've got the answer in my hands, honestly. So I think that, as a partial answer to this, I think that Lugia is going to see a pretty big resurgence in the coming months, especially given that you play so many Jet Energy in that deck, and the control archetypes often like to stall things in the active that can't attack, and Jet Energy is a good way to get around that. So yeah.
I mean, if you're turning up to a tournament nowadays, Amy, right, you know there's going to be control out there. Can you afford to play a deck which doesn't really have much of an answer? Is that too risky? Because we see players do it. Yuho got top 8 with Future Box in Stockholm, and that is not a good deck against control. Can you take that risk still?
I don't think so anymore. I think it's far too risky nowadays, now that people have seen the success of control, and there's so many cards that are coming out in the future, but that we have right now as well, that can deal with almost anything, I feel. I don't really feel like there is a definitive answer to some control decks, and people will use every tool in their arsenal to make sure that they are teching for the decks that they could be seeing kind of rise to the top, like Lugia. I suppose for Jet Energy, they're thinking, oh, well, you can't search it. Let's have a little disrupt then.
And I think it's a very important point in general, because Control has gained so many more new tools, right? There's a reason why it's had the resurgence. Pidgeot itself is such a great card because you can just search for anything, so you can get the right tool for the right time at any moment. And then with cards like Area as well coming out that lets you just pluck key items out of the hand, there's a reason why we're seeing this resurgence now of all times.
You can get items out of the hand with Eri, you can get Pokemon out of the hand with Erica. We got an item card coming that lets you take Pokemon out of your opponent's deck and bench them. So all of that, I'm not benching my good Pokemon against Snorlax. Nah, mate, that isn't gonna work. So it seems like the answer is in. If you want to win in the Pokemon TCG, all you need to do, just take control. Stop your opponent playing the game. And while you ponder that, we're gonna get back to the action. Thank you very much. Always nice to hear from a very handsome man right before we come back on the stream. I mean, some people are going to be a little bit jealous. I'm a little bit jealous. Joe, there's going to be people out there jealous of our lasagna we've been eating here in Italy. And they might get a little bit hot. They might get jealousy singed.
Ooh,
we're
certainly
talking control, Joe.
Well,
and I think we might see a lot of Chi-Yu. We're back in Italy. I'm Ross. This is Joe. We've got a control mirror match for you, because you know what? It's a big part of the format. And we've got two very good players. And I'm sure there's a bunch of you at home being like, but what happens if Control plays Control? This.
Yeah, we're going to find out with you guys, because there's going to be a lot of jealousy singeing, no doubt about that. There is recovery from Regieleki, there's potential for Luxray V, sometimes even like Iono gets in the mix with hand disruption at one, or like with that Luxray as well. Obviously you can damage stuff as well in the matchup, so there might be this element of actually knocking out your opponent's Pokemon, make them have weird lines of play, whilst also trying to weave in as many singes as possible. So this is going to be a bit of a weird one. I hope both our players are ready for this matchup. We may see a funny reaction from both sides once they realise they're in this mirror, if they're not already sat next to each other.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Often by this point in the tournament, you do know the people around you on the top table and what they're playing. But it's generally speaking here, you're trying to deck out your opponent, or in certain matchups, you can go a bit more aggressive with stuff like Entei, for instance, try and take a few prizes. But here, you've both got, and there's a few differences in the deck. They're not they're not exactly the same, but they are roughly the same deck, the same basic principles here. So there is an argument, like you said, to just kind of go aggressive with Chi-Yu and hope you get rid of more of your opponent's stuff than they get rid of yours.
Okay, a couple interesting prize cards in there. Thornton can sometimes be interesting. Luxray V for Jose as well. And I believe they're just playing the one copy of Rotom V as well. So losing that is a weird one. You don't want to be the first one to the bottom of your deck, but you still need to Rotom to find the right pieces to get into the game. As I think Jose actually just passed immediately here with Sandshrew. I might be wrong. It may have just been Alessio starting the game, but we'll try and get confirmation of that, as it's going to be a fleet-footed to start the turn, with Alessio leading out that Entei V.
And then using a Nest Ball to go and get another Pokemon. And it's going to be interesting here to see where they go, because when it comes to Control Mirror, different people may approach it in different ways. Certainly the whole, I'm going to Chi-Yu and go for a little bit of milling to try and make sure you deck out first is an option. But I do think we see the Pidgey being eyed up by Alessio, and this makes perfect sense. No matter where you go here, no matter what your plan ends up being, using Pidgeot to search out any card every turn sounds like a pretty good way to go about making it happen.
Yeah, there's also weird niche lines where there's TM Devolution and you can target your opponent's rare candy and then you're the only one using Pidgeot. There's a lot of things that can happen in this game, just kind of based on what gets caught by Luxray, caught by Eerie, these sorts of cards. So definitely going to be important so you have control of your own Pidgeot and can use quick search every turn in the game to stay on top of what your opponent's doing to disrupt you. So no doubt the Pidgeot is still going to be a really useful component, and that's the first thing found here by Alessio.
Yeah, it's always very nice. It's nice to also point out that Pidgeotto not being played in either list. Why would it be? It never is in these control decks. But it does mean TM Devolution will be that much more effective.
Yeah,
these decks...
Both players prize their missed energies as well. So
wow.
Devolution's online. I believe it's only Alessio that's playing the TM Devolution, so it's an extra line of play they have access to.
Yeah, that is what I'm seeing here. One for Alessio, none for Jose here. Now, we do see Jose in Heavy Ball.
Yeah, we get to the Rotom, which is pretty big for Jose.
Can use that to draw 3 cards and end your turn. Of course, neither player here looking to go particularly aggressive in this matchup. Like I said, you can go with your Entei and just start KOing stuff like Sandshrew. Try and get to a few prizes there.
Ooh, look at this.
Put some pressure on. But here is the Luxray. Of course, there was the one of Luxray and the one of Rotom. In the prizes, you can only grab one with Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Well, it seems like Jose's going to go the Luxray V route, trying to take away resources from the opponent. That's what this is all about. I think it's the combination of Chi-Yu EX and Luxray V which are so important. So unfortunate for Jose to have a couple of prized one-ofs, but we are immediately seeing the Forest Seal Stone onto this Luxray V as well here. So I wonder if that's going to come into the turn here. There's a penny in hand. You could just start. Oh yeah, we are going to see the Forest Seal Stone.
Now, if we see a double turbo energy coming out, that tells us what we're doing here. Oh, it looks like they'll line up that Pidgey. Might just be doing a Pokemon count here. But then again, you know what's prized? You literally just use a Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Could be Arven, Poffin plays, maybe retreat into Cleffa. Jose is playing the hybrid, more similar to Lucas Zing's list, where there is the 101 Charizard EX line in there and does play a Cleffa. But Double Turbo Energy is also a consideration card. It's basically between these.
Yeah, looking at a lot.
Penny and Double Turbo Energy, or you could Arven and set up the board a bit more.
Yeah, it does. It is Double Turbo. Was eyeing up the Pidgey and the Mimikyu as Buddy Poffin targets. That was something that Jose is looking at, but has gone for the Double Turbo, so it does look like we're going to see a Penny to pick up the Sandshrew, and then we're going to start seeing Luxray attack. It's only doing 10 damage. The damage is negligible, but it is going to start taking cards out of Alessio's hand.
Yeah, Fang Snipe's so dangerous because it can target target trainer cards, and a lot of the important cards are supporters in Alessio's list. Well, for both players, really. So initiating this Fang Snipe. Ideally, we're trying to slow down Pidgeot from Alessio, but also getting rid of destructive cards is handy, based on what you're concerned about.
Oh,
yeah, there goes the Arven.
That's
trying
not
to
a
deny
hard
the Pidgeot.
decision.
Yeah, there's a V Pokemon already in play for Alessio, so stopping Forest Hill Stone plus Rare Candy makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that was. Sometimes he plays really thinking about the Luxray. There was no thought process there. That was nice and easy. So Jose, good start here.
There is Iono for Alessio, so can get a fresh 6 cards. Still possible to get the Pidgeot EX established. The Entei is an annoying Pokemon, really, because it's got high hit points. You've probably got to move it at some point. You want to get into your Chi-Yu EX as quickly as possible, or your own Luxray.
Yeah,
there's some Pidgeot. I don't see Rare Candy, though.
I don't see Candy. I do see a Nest Ball coming down here. So if you want the Chi-Yu, this would be a decent opportunity to go and find it if that's what you're looking for. But eyeing up that Regieleki.
I think that was just at the top of the deck. I think,
okay, eyeing up the Rotom then, Joe.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I still think it's a weird balancing act of wanting to draw enough that you have lots of options and not drawing so much that you're put under pressure by your opponent's Chi-Yu.
Yeah, deck count is huge here. It's completely impractical to have a deck count for both players in a live tabletop game. That's more of a PTCG live thing, but that is going to be very important as we get through this game. Who is lower in the deck and who has opportunities to get their opponent lower. It's going to take a bit of forcing to get your opponent out, but we probably are going to see players looking for a deck out, and that means game 1 is huge, because realistically, we're not getting a game 3 if that happens, and game 2 is going to be a bit of a stretch. So game 1 could well end up being the decider, unless somebody really thinks they can push to take those 6 prizes.
This is a really interesting thinking moment from Alessio, because drawing into these cards when you're staring down a Fang Snipe is worrying. You know, anything good you draw into just gets immediately removed. So Alessio actually took a moment to think, do I really want to use this Rotom? And eventually did to end the turn. So I think we're back over to Jose now. The Fang Snipe strategy, just getting it out early, being in front of the opponent, seems important. We finally see a Buddy Poffin, so Jose can begin getting Pidgey in the mix, as well as that Cleffa as a fallback and a pivot card.
Yeah, you got some options there. Very shiny cards, Jose, going for all those shiny Pokemon where available. And it does look like they're setting up for... I mean, you've got a couple of options. It's either Cleffa to draw a few more cards if you feel like you need it, or Luxray. Of course, you know Rotom V isn't available, you know it's in your prizes, and you only play 1, so you can't do what Alessio's doing here. You can't use the Rotom to draw 3 cards and end your turn. But it might just be, and especially, I think you said it really nicely, the fact that you draw cards and your opponent essentially gets first dibs on what to get rid of is so annoying.
Jose's going to look at Alessio's hand and then look at his own to see if Aries is a frightening prospect.
Oh, I love this interaction.
It's going to be the Super Rod and says, yeah, use that Eerie, I'm not afraid.
And that's weird because it tells Alessio, don't play Eerie, or it's just an amazing bluff.
Yes.
But it's like, my hand doesn't have items worth getting rid of, so I'm going to let you keep the Eerie, so don't play it. Or maybe I'm just bluffing.
Yeah, that's a cool interaction. Alessio has their own Hisuian Heavy Ball as the top bet now. Some fleet-footed cards have helped out here and there. There's only Mimikyu in the prize cards. They may still want to grab it. We've seen Jose has proactively found Mimikyu for their bench. Not going to choose to take it in this matchup for Alessio. I think it's very difficult for either player to actually win by taking 6 prizes.
And there is an interesting one here. Alessio is the only player of the 2 that plays Bufalon. Did draw it off of that Rotom. There's not much energy in the deck. I'm not sure it's necessarily the best plan, but Alessio could, just with a couple of Bufalon, basically take attacks off the board for Jose.
Yes, that could be massive, actually. And I think we saw, after the Rotom, Alessio was already spying a Fire Energy plus Bufalon play, and it's in the hand. We're going to start to see that as well now. Really good catch, Ross.
I mean, we've got literally 6 energy total in the deck, and only 1 of them is a double, so it means you lost zone this Luxray, and the Luxray can never attack, because you attach, Bufalon lost zones it.
Yeah. Getting rid of those double turbos is so critical. This could actually be a massive mirror tech that we hadn't really considered too much until now. There's only 1 double turbo energy in Jose's list, so removing that means Luxray is off the table for a long time. You have to slow attach to it, and that feels terrible.
You'd have to get it to the bench and attach to it twice, and then bring it active, and then you'd have to refill it every single turn, as Bouffalon was getting rid of it. So Luxray's good, but that Bouffalon's on the board if Jose, and it's not something you see in every Pidgeot. We did see it with Alessandro yesterday, but it's one where now that you've seen it, it might change your thinking if you're Jose.
Yeah, it's an interesting clash of styles here, with Alessio playing more similar to Alessandro Crepuscoli's list, whereas Jose's picking up on Lucas Zing's more recent 60 from LA. And these two are kind of coming up against each other and seeing which one comes out on top. It's going to be, once again, a Fang Snipe. Rare Candy's an interesting prospect. There's Rare Candy and Pidgeots, but also eyeing up some supporter cards. I suppose Fang Snipe can target supporters and items, whereas the Eerie can catch items later, so just taking supporter cards seems more important. And that is going to be the Thornton removed there via Luxray.
It's gone, and a point you actually made yesterday, Joe. A lot of these Italian players watch Alessandro Crepuscoli's Italian streams. Alessio is an Italian player, so that might be why we see a list more similar to Alessandro Crepuscoli's.
Yeah. Let's see. We finally have Pidgeot EX online, so we can start to see Alessio's favoured line of play, really. We've sort of just been doing what we can based on what we've drawn from Rotom so far. We're finally seeing Bouffalon getting into the mix. Boss's Order's being thought about.
How much energy? Is it just the one energy on Bouffalon?
You need 3 energy from the Lost Headbutt.
Yes, but there was 1 energy on last turn, so you could...
I think we've just attached now. I don't think we did attach last turn. That fire's just come down. So we waited a turn.
He was certainly eyeing up the fire last turn. He may have waited a turn. All right, because you could Pidgeot for the double turbo.
Yeah.
But that does not look like what we're doing here. We're getting a different kind of energy instead. Or are we?
Yeah, it's an all are we situation, no doubt.
It's a second missed energy, 1 in the prizes, but 1 is available. What did he go for in the end? He got it so quickly, I didn't see what he grabbed.
I think it was the missed energy. Maybe just wanting to protect against potential TM devolution. When you're playing it, you may think your opponent is also going to play it. So protecting Pidgeot does make some sense. Alessio definitely taking a moment here, thinking they're going back into the deck with Arven, perhaps.
And they absolutely are going back in the deck with Arven. And this is where it gets really interesting, because on the one hand, generally speaking, game like this, you want to really pay attention to what your opponent's doing, see what's in their deck, see what isn't, so that you're more prepared for game 2. But this is likely to be a long game 1. There might not be a game 2, so you kind of have to pay attention to your opponent's deck, knowing, you know, to give yourself that information for game 2, even though you might not get the time. But again, this might be a matchup you replay in Top Cut.
True.
Because these are both very strong players, so this is something you've all got to think about all this as you get to the tail end of the tournament. It gets very, very important.
In a shocking twist, their own Luxray is found now for Alessio on the bench, because that Fang Snipe is a huge option. Now with Double Turbo, you can be threatening both Bouffalon and Luxray V, which is a nice problem to sort of ask the question of Jose.
And it's important to note, Alessio does play 2 double turbos, so can have 1 on the Bouffalon, 1 on the Luxray. Jose only plays 1, so Alessio can actually threaten both of those Pokemon, potentially even switch between them as appropriate.
Chooses not to use Rotom V either to end the turn, simply passes, thinking that with Forest Hill Stone plus Quick Search, I can just tutor the cards I want at this stage. I don't need to start getting lots of random cards for different options. I pretty much know my lines for the next turn. So that's a cool sort of twist now that Alessio is getting into a spot where they feel comfortable to not draw additional cards. Jose has basically just been Fang Sniping this entire time. Not sure if there's many other options in the hand either. It's been a very slow route to their own Pidgeot.
And that's all you really want at this stage. You don't want to keep benching Pokemon for fear of running out of cards. You know, you play that you play the Charmander, and then you play Iono. Well, that's -1 now. That is 1 fewer card in your deck than you would have had you kept the Charmander in hand. And it might come down to that. You've got to think really carefully. You don't want to attach too much energy. You don't want to play too many Pokemon if you can help it. You kind of just want to run your opponent out of resources, but you've got to have enough cards and enough options to respond to whatever it may be that your opponent does. And that's what makes this such an interesting but such an awkward matchup.
I really like benching the Charmander as well, because you can't let Alessio just use Bouffalon over and over again. Your damage output is mostly coming in the form of that Charizard EX, so denying that Bouffalon pressure seems really important. And once again, we're Fang Sniping, having a look at resources to remove. Power Pad's tempting. Penny is also an option that Jose's thinking. Yeah, gonna remove the Penny from Alessio here. Not so many good targets to take.
No.
Still sticking with the supporter strategy, knowing that Sandshrew denies the Pal Pad, of course. Both players have Sandshrew currently in play. So once those supporters are used, they're kind of used for good unless the Sandro is KO'd.
Yeah, and that Charizard actually, you mentioned, could end up being quite big because it does give a good attacker. It's unlikely to really get much above 180.
Right.
But that can actually start running through some of these Pokemon. Not a huge amount of them, but enough of them that, especially if it's starting with 2-hit KOs, if you can start stringing attacks together, you could start running through. Certainly it gives a better chance than Alessio's got, but here comes a Bouffalon, and it's going to get rid of the only double turbo on Luxray, and I did say there's no other way to get it rolling. That is actually slightly egregious of me, because you know what? Charizard will do it.
Now it can, yeah. But still, you know, the one double turbo stops a lot of penny looping with this Fang Snipe as well, so this is actually a massive card in the matchup by the looks of things, that Lost Headbutt. We've seen over and over again Alessandro praise this card. We're seeing another application for it here.
Yeah, it's a great card. It's not one that was on my radar, honestly, before this weekend. It wasn't one I was ever really thinking about. Yeah. It's a purely controlled deck at this point. But, you know, came around with all those other Lost Zone decks, you know, towards the end of the Sword and Shield era and got completely overshadowed by stuff like Comfey and Sableye, and actually it's pretty good too. And now that Luxray is almost off the table at this point.
I think we finally have Arven plus Rare Candy in hand, so Jose can work towards a Pidgeot. I wonder if they'll look towards a Charizard straight away here and just remove the Bouffalon immediately, because it's terrifying that when you only play 6 energy total in your deck, that the prospect of Lost Headbutt removing loads for good is terrifying. So let's get rid of those as quickly as possible and just establish this Charizard as soon as we can.
You've got a Rare Candy and a Defiance Band here. It's not going to do much until you're behind on prizes, but it's there anyway. And we do have, we've got an Ultra Ball. So we could go Pidgeot or Charizard here. Traditional wisdom says get the Pidgeot first, and that is what's going on. There was an argument to get the Charizard to go aggressive, but conventional wisdom says get the Pidgeot, because that can then get you towards anything else you need.
Yeah, I suppose if you're not putting an energy into play this turn, you don't need Charizard until later. That's when Bouffalon's just doing 30 damage, and you don't really mind that too much.
That's all right.
So you can set yourself up for next turn. Looking at Eerie as well, just supporter options for the following turn. I think Jose knows that Charizard's part of the game plan to remove this Bouffalon, so that might be a selection early here, and then you just pass with a 0 energy Luxray. Looks like it's just a bit of a prize check as well right now, so make sure they're clear on their lines.
Yeah, so many options. These control decks are so hard to play because you're playing, you know, as a one of GU, one of Luxray, one of Rotom, one of Sancho. I'm not going to keep going, although I could.
You get the idea.
There's so many one-offs. You need to know what's available and when it's available. And Sandshrew actually super annoying. Sandshrew got the ability Sandscreen that stops cards in trainer cards in the discard pile being put back into their deck. It means it's a lot more awkward to start using some of these lines over and over again. So you've got to be thinking about that as well. It gets very awkward playing this.
Yeah, Jose finally taking the foot off the gas. No more Fang Snipes coming in. That's a relief for Alessio, who gets to hold on to the hand completely. Let's see how they want to capitalize on things. Do they have another means of moving this Bouffalon and launching their own Fang Snipe? I know they've already played a switch cart. Doesn't really feel that good to retreat this Bouffalon or penny it up because you want to keep threatening it. So how can Alessio capitalize here? You'd think that Jose wouldn't fall into an Eerie trap. This is interesting, though. Immediately removing the Pidgeot that's just been put into play. Oh, that's going to put Jose into a really poor hand. This is a great chance to use that TM devolution.
Bouffalon putting in even more work, not from its own attack, but from TM, which can be attached to it. And there's two, so I think it's free, actually. It's free Rare Candy in the deck. Of course, the best way to find a Rare Candy is Pidgeot, but you need the Rare Candy for Pidgeot, and that means that Jose's, you know, getting that quick search shut off. And in a mirror match like this, if you've got access to quick search and your opponent doesn't, things get awkward. Is that an energy onto the Pidgeot, Joe?
Miss energy to protect yourself against your opponent's TM devolution. So there you go. Seen how good it is for yourself this turn, and then you stop the opponent from devolving your own Pidgeot.
Now, it's not actually played, but Alessio doesn't know that.
Right.
And also played 2 Mist Energy, so 1 being prized meant they still had access to it.
Yeah.
Jose does play Mist Energy for reasons exactly like this, but the only copy of it was in the prizes, so no option there to protect. And you either need to top deck a rare candy, draw into it some other way, or not have a Pidgeot.
Oh no, 2 rare candies are played of the 3.
Oh, that's
so Jose's
bad.
in that position of, do I try and get my Pidgeot and then forego Charizard and be totally terrified of Bouffalon all game, or am I going without Pidgeot for the remainder here?
You can only have 1. You're not playing any stage 1s. You're relying on the rare candy. 2 are gone. So you've got a choice now. You can have Pidgeot or Charizard, but you can't have both.
Jose's choice. Here we go. Arvin for that rare candy. Where's it going to be? Is it going to be Charizard or is it going to be Pidgeot? I feel like we have to go for this Bouffalon at some point. Alessio will get a lot of slow value otherwise. Oh, it's going to be the Pidgeot.
So Charizard is off the board. Charmander is taking up event space pointlessly. And the good news is there's only 1 TM Devolution, so Alessio's not going to be repeating that trick.
Yeah, the Roseanne's, can the Roseanne's backup get you there? Is Sandshrew stopping all trainer cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So Roseanne's backup would be able to reuse it
For
were
sure.
it not for Sandshrew. I told you, Joe, Sandshrew's really annoying.
Sandshrew is pretty good. I suppose Bouffalon could KO Sandshrew and then you could go for it. But yeah, it feels like you're protecting yourself a bit from TM Devo right now. But Alessio certainly might try and weave that in at some stage.
I would
You could
love
knock it out with your Pidgeot, perhaps. Yeah, I feel like Alessio is in a really good position. This Bouffalon is putting in so much pressure.
And when you get matches like this, it often comes down to 1 or 2 tech cards. You generally don't build a control deck to be other control decks. You make a list of all the best decks in the format and you go, right, do I have options against all of them? But you generally don't tech against control because that's not really the point. But here comes a quick search from Pidgeot. And what are we eyeing up here?
Looks like Penny. With extra energy attachments sort of banked over the last couple of turns, maybe you can start pressurizing in a different way. I think you want to slowly quick search your way towards that Boss's Orders Sandshrew play, and then you can unlock some Pal Pads for yourself, then you can unlock that Roseanne's backup, like we said. I think that's Alessio's preferred line, unless you just want to start launching Fang Snipes yourself now, maybe get some information on Jose's hand.
Oh, Fang Snipe would be fun. There's a double turbo on the Bouffalon, but you can put one on the Luxray as well if you so wish.
Yeah, I like even just banking an attachment onto Luxray, that double turbo seems reasonable, and then maybe even just swing with Bouffalon just for damage for the sake of damage, knowing that then Penny's like a much better play for you on a following turn, because you can Penny, then immediately attach that fire energy back to Bouffalon, so you're still threatening it for the following turn.
Oh, I love that. And the double turbo is in hand here. So we do see a Penny picking up the Bouffalon.
Yeah.
So that means that the Luxray's coming up. There is no banked energy on the Bouffalon yet.
Yeah, I think we're just going to go Fang Snipe and slow attach again to the Bouffalon. Almost bait out Jose to start attaching energy again. So then you can start targeting those. This is really well played from Alessio. You can tell they have information on the mirror. And are really navigating it perfectly. I think that's a Penny being discarded.
So Penny goes away there. That's the Paldean fake sprint of Penny. That's going into the discard pile. And then we're over to Jose, who's really not been having a huge amount going on. Does have the second Pidgeot, which is lovely, but it has locked out of the Charizard. There was some early Fang Snipes, but they didn't really go too many places. And it does feel like there's no real attacking options for Jose here. Having lost your double turbo, having been locked out of your Charizard, that means you've got like 5 energy left in the deck, but you've got to manually attach each of them.
I think it's Chi-Yu time. I think if anything, we need to move this Penny to free up bench space. You can go into either Pidgeot or Cleffa for free retreats and try and get Chi-Yu in the mix.
I would love to see that.
I think, yeah, there's 4 fire energy because, of course, we're like the Charizard list. Oh, Regieleki as well here. The Sandshrew is only preventing the use of trainer cards
back to the
by your opponent's item or supporters. So Regieleki is a workaround here with that electromagnetic sonar.
Yeah, Sandshrew also stops cards going into the deck, and Regieleki puts them into your hand.
Yeah.
So for multiple reasons, Regieleki is going to allow it. Was that Penny?
Yeah, just Penny coming back. It's weird though, it just got Fang Sniped away and it could just get Fang Sniped again.
So we're just going to end up with Regieleki getting it back and Luxray Fang Sniping it until someone runs out of cards.
This gives Alessio a lot of time. Yeah. I'm not sure how much I like the sonar. It feels like you're just maybe you're letting your opponent take a prize in 12 turns time. 13 turns time, I should say.
The Bouffalon,
the penny's just been recovered, so you definitely discard that.
Yeah, that's what your opponent wants. Your opponent has literally said, "This is the card I want the most."
Yeah.
So yeah, you
get still a rare candy. Oh, so Charizard is still alive. Yeah, so maybe giving up that one prize helps you out in the long run. I could have sworn maybe he was looking at the deck when there was still 2 remaining. I thought it was the discard pile. So it's not as horrible as a choice as we thought. But it could still get hit with Eerie at any point. So it's still a relevant thing to bear in mind.
Or Fang Snipe could get rid of it if Alessio sees it. That could be fun.
Also true. Yeah, just 3 copies in Jose's list of the rare candy.
Yeah, there is still one available, it turns out. It can be very hard to keep track of every resource in everyone's deck when you're this far away from the game. We are doing our best here, and
Botter's orders.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what we've got.
We're just trying to force something out of Alessio here.
And Alessio did bench the Bouffalon with the energy, it's important to point out, last turn. Here comes the Entei. And then we see Reggie Lecky getting that penny.
We'll try again.
Straight back.
You're forcing Alessio to quick search for their own penny here. Unless it's already in hand. Basically just preventing Alessio from using more disruptive supporters with this Boss's Orders play. We will see a quick search.
There is a switch cart potentially available if it's not already been used.
I think it was used earlier on just to move this Entei initially. Because it took a few pokes from Fang Snipe earlier.
You could end up, there's actually a lot of bench. What you could do here is attach for turn, use Magma Basin and try and start attacking with Entei to start getting some damage on the board, take out those smaller Pokemon. There is one Magma Basin in Alessio's deck, so if you want to start putting some pressure on in terms of damage, that would be an option.
Yeah, Alessio's in a tough spot actually, because there's more things that could potentially be trapped. So you have to be a little bit careful. This Sandshrew really is blocking a lot of the recovery Alessio's thinking about. It's going to make him have to tread carefully. I feel like knocking out Sandshrew from Alessio's side of the field, Alessio has to get rid of Sandshrew from Jose so that they can unlock their power pads eventually here. So it feels like that's one of the only things holding them back. I feel like they're in the stronger position right now, but they also still have to be so careful of their remaining resources. There is Penny in hand, there is Fire Energy. Yeah, it's just going to go Fire to the active.
Is there a Fire in? I don't think there is a Fire in the discard. Oh, we can have a little bit of a look.
I think the second one's on the Bouffalon right now, and there's only 2 copies in Alessio's list.
Oh, that's a little bit of a shame. Yeah, in that case, there definitely isn't. There isn't one available.
Just going to need to pass. I think I like this choice, not burning the Penny, knowing that something else could just get trapped immediately. It will unlock Counter Catcher for Jose if Alessio does actually end up taking a prize here. It looks like Jose's eyeing up the penny that was recovered.
Absolutely.
It's strange that they've been sonaring just to pick up another Pokemon and sort of fix their board again. We will see a quick search now though.
For a penny? No,
possibly.
for a Power Pad. No for a Hero's Cape.
A few options.
Well, the Power Pad's not going to do great with the Sandshrew still on the bench.
No. It's something you really want to keep in the deck for as long as possible until you've dealt with that Sandshrew. I think Jose also played their one boss to not KO Alessio's Sandshrew. I feel like you really have to protect your boss unless you know that you're going to actually give up a prize card and then unlock your counter catchers. So you really need to make Alessio make the first move, really, in a prize race.
Oh, thinking about Chi-Yu and Bravery Charm.
Yeah.
Went for the Bravery Charm in the end, but that Chi-Yu was a real consideration for a while there. So,
wait a minute.
Did he start shuffling?
Could be the Hero's Cape. Either way, here we are.
It is the Hero's Cape there that is being grabbed out. It's like a double Bravery Charm.
It is, all on one A-spec. It's one of the crucial reasons why this archetype is so high tier. The Cleffer's going to be picked off the board now just to clear some space. Those early benching having to be fixed by Jose here.
Yeah, you don't want some of those Pokemon down, but Penny will pick them up, give you a new bench space. Something can come down with the Hero's Cape. Jose's clearly got like 6 different things he wants to do. We saw the agonizing over the quick search there, trying to figure out which card to get. Now worrying about what to bench, if to bench, where to put the Hero's Cape, whether to even put the Hero's Cape down. There are a lot of things that Jose's thinking here in terms of how he can actually go ahead and try and get towards this win here.
Will the first prize be taken, Ross, is the question of this turn. Do we want to commit double Turbo Energy to the active, knocking out this Reggie Lecky? Or does Alessio want to take a different route? Could go back into the Boufflant as well, of course, and just take away another Fire NG for good.
I wanted to do that until you pointed out Countercatcher.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, I don't know if I really want to turn on Countercatcher for the rest of the game. That seems like a terrible idea.
I think Alessio's first prize should be taken on a Sandshrew. I think that's the most crucial thing here. Because you need to... If you're giving your opponent something, you need something in return, and that something is that maybe you unlock your own Pal Pads.
And one important thing to note, in a deck with so many one-ofs and a few two-ofs, there's actually free Countercatcher in the deck.
Here we go. The boss's order is exactly as expected. You have to take out that Sandshrew so you can unlock your Pal Pads, and then you'll have a lot more resources than your opponent. Actually picks up the Roseanne's backup as well from the prize cards, and that unlocks the TM Devolution play, let's not forget.
Oh, I would love that. That would make me very, very happy. Now, Pidgeot does another quick search. You can go and search whatever you want here. And Jose looks like we're going for a Super Rod.
Sandshrews back.
That shouldn't surprise anyone. Sandshrew is phenomenal in this deck. We've seen, you know, Alessio didn't really want to take a prize, but broke the rule just to get the Sandshrew. So, yeah, obviously you're going to go and get the Sandshrew here.
And now Jose might be in the better position. With these counter catchers, you can start trapping. And Alessio has a finite amount of, you know, double turbo energy and penny remaining. That you might get the one-up on them just by having virtue of more counter catcher available now.
And uses the Ultra Ball to go straight for that Sandshrew. No problems there. That was always going to be the choice.
I think this game swung back in Jose's favor now with this instant recovery of the Sandshrew. I think you can start trapping other Pokemon now for Alessio, and it's actually really going to hurt whilst you sonar back your own penny and get back into a decent spot.
And here comes the fish. Chi-Yu is finally watching everyone else get there. Got a bit jealous, coming in to jealously singe. Might be this turn, might be a future turn, but Boufflant can start lost zoning energy. So you cannot just thoughtlessly do this. Boufflant can hurt you for the time being. It's still Regieleki, who's going to just go after some trainer cards. Oh, look, it's a counter catcher. Who could possibly have seen that coming? Now Rotom is stuck in the active.
Yeah, and I imagine Jose is just going to keep picking up pennies. I feel like that's really the most important card to keep recovering here.
You know what my parents would say as a kid, Joe? See a penny, pick it up, and all the day you'll have good luck.
It's actually Super Rod. So it's also a great way to recover Sandshrew if ever you need it again, if Alessio has more gusting opportunities, but there's just one copy in Alessio's list, so can't target that Sandshrew again.
Oh, that is not ideal.
Oh, is it a concession? Is it a concession from Alessio there, thinking that they're just two behind now with Rotom trapped and they're just running out of resources?
That might be. We'll get confirmation. We did not have a big dramatic finish there. But yeah, it certainly looks like the cameramen are telling us that the winner there was Jose in game one. And you have to concede when you think you've lost here, because you do not have much time for a game two. And you need to at least try and salvage a tie out of this. But very heads up from Alessio going, I know that this is the point when I've lost the game.
Right, and actually really, really nice situation from Jose, using that Regieleki really cleanly, fixing their bench quite nicely with those uses of penny, but then knowing how crucial those were to constantly recover them, even when you're getting Fang sniped. It was hilarious to see, and that was a really intricate game. A lot of back and forth action going on, and you know, we just saw why Sandshrew is such a big inclusion. It's not just for these Chempao matchups and Charizard matchups, it's also huge in the mirror.
Yeah, huge in the mirror. And look, we didn't see Chi-Yu, but I assure you Chi-Yu was coming very soon. That was a case of as soon as something was... as soon as something is trapped for Alessio, Jose's like, let's win a little bit faster. And that's when Chi-Yu comes out and starts milling 2 extra cards a turn. So I know we talked about it a lot and you never saw it. That's because Alessio went, I don't want to get to the Chi-Yu portion of the game. Let's go to game 2.
And I think one of the many one-offs that we may have breezed over was that Boufflant, and that changes the complexion of that matchup entirely as well. It made Jose tread so much more carefully throughout that entire game, and that's why it was so impressive to see them come out on top.
Yeah, it was really well played from both.
Oh no! Well, there are Hisuians, so we can get there, but it's just funny to see, right?
It's weird that they both see a prize. That is, shall we say, less than ideal.
Oh, Jose's got the Chi-Yu start as well. This sometimes is ideal, because you can just start singeing immediately.
I mean, why not? You got to do something, right?
It's a Mawile lead for Alessio. Has Nestball though, so can at least get into Rotom and start drawing cards.
Yeah, or a Pidgey to try and get that Pidgeot going. That does look like it might be the choice here. Get your Pidgeot out ASAP, and then just start searching for whatever it is you want every single turn. Could work, frankly. Could work.
It's tricky for these controlling decks to even get one game back with 16 minutes on the clock, but that's the mission for Alessio now. You have to be the aggressor. You have to try and weave in your Entei, and yeah, that's really your highest damage output Pokemon here. So doing that all the while, making sure you're not running out of resources. Jose can stick to plan A. So how Alessio adapts is going to be important here.
Alessio's gone for their own Chi-Yu here,
that's
Joe.
the other option.
We could see, and I'm going to label this a fish off. That could be what we're seeing here. And if that's where we're going, don't play cards.
Chi-Yu's chowing down on each other. Just min that deck as quickly as possible.
And then it just comes down to, and this is what's interesting, because if you don't get your Sandshrew nice and early, but your opponent does, that gives them a gigantic advantage.
That's also true, yeah.
So, I mean, remember, you can go and grab it out with your Arven, you can go and grab it out with Quick Search, so it's not something you're looking to randomly draw into. There are ways to speed up getting it, but whoever gets it first might be in a big advantageous position.
Alessio going to pass things over, has Ultra Ball for potential Pidgeot next turn if that line's open, so it's quite happy with that attacking suite that was found on the opening stage, and looks like we have an early Arven for Jose here. I wonder if they can start getting Chi-Yu in the mix immediately. Didn't quite see it coming out from the hand.
I mean, I know it's not happening with an Arven coming down. I would love to have seen an Eri and Chi-Yu combination turn one. Try and make sure your opponent's got nothing in their hand, and then start milling to see if they can't draw anything. It's a little bit risky, probably not the easiest way to go, but it would have been nice to see. Arven, obviously, a more sensible way to go most of the time.
Yeah, Jose can just do the routine win con for control, which is typically just win 1-0. 15 minutes on the clock, I think that's going to be fine as well. So they don't have to take any risks here. They can go with their traditional strategy, prioritize getting their Pidgeot EX, so they can constantly search out frustrating cards for Alessio to work around. So no surprise there, it's going to be the Arven, and prioritizing setup above all else right now, because that is exactly what's required. It's going to be fun to fire off some Chi-Yu, but it's not necessarily Jose's first inclination here.
No, you need to make sure you're getting set up properly, and Alessio may well have to go aggressive, start taking some prizes. If this game doesn't finish, Jose will win 1-0, so it is on Alessio here. You've got 15 minutes. Can you deck your opponent out in 15 minutes? Maybe, but I do think that is going to be a bit awkward, but maybe that's why we saw the Chi-Yu coming down so early. Maybe that's Alessio's way of saying, I can't go the traditional route.
6 prizes is too difficult.
So that leaves Chi-Yu. That's the only option.
It does leave Chi-Yu. It's going to be a Rotom just to draw some cards for Jose here. No aggressive Chi-Yu, just prioritizing card draw. As expected, to be honest, but less flashy.
Yeah, it's less fun for us watching, but it's probably, better for actually making sure Jose wins the game. And sitting at 30 match points, going up to 33 of a win here will be huge. Doesn't probably quite get you into top 8, but it puts you right on the doorstep.
Alessio discards Palpad straight away, expecting that Sandshrew is going to shut those off regardless. And can we get into a Pidgeot here, or are we searching for our own Rotom to draw cards? Chose not to get Rotom early on turn 1, but just based on the hand, might have to eventually choose it.
If you've got nothing else going on, it might have to be the way you go. Obviously, grabbing Pidgeot and searching out any card is great, and sometimes that's enough, but if it's not enough, that's why we play Rotom. You don't really want to play Rotom outside of control, maybe. It's always nice if you can Fang Snipe or use Chi-Yu. You don't ever really want to just end your turn drawing cards, but it's there because it's better than the alternative.
We do have Arven, so we can rare candy into Pidgeot here. We can also grab Forest Seal Stone if required for extra guaranteed pieces along the way. Yep, it is going to be that combination as expected. So we have Quick Search plus Forest. Could potentially be used this turn if we do want to launch Fang Snipes.
There's the Pidgeot coming down with the rare candy, so Quick Search absolutely in play now. And like you say, we've got Quick Search and we've got Forest Seal Stone. So that's any 2 cards right now can be searched out from the deck, and then every other turn it's only 1 card.
Yeah, the most aggressive line is either Double Turbo or Fire, and then you just grab Switch Carts and go straight out of... Oh, Switch Cart's actually prized for Alessio, so can't move this mobile this turn, having played a supporter already. So they probably have to take a slower route and maybe just attach to the active here. or to the Chi and move more well next turn. Yeah, so we'll just hold on to the Forest Hill Stone with basically no good card to search here.
That's really upsetting. There's a card you need. You can search for it easily, but it's in the prizes. So, and that might be it. You know, if Alessio's one turn away from winning, that could be where we are. Here comes a Lost Vacuum, though, which gets rid of the Forest Seal Stone. That is a little bit upsetting.
Yeah, that's a shame, because typically you hold on to vacuums to remove hit point buffing tools, but of course Jose doesn't mind about that, doesn't have to take 6 prizes at all, and won't be looking to this game.
Nope.
So quite happily will remove that consistency piece from Alessio, and is going to keep working on their own board. Wants to weave Pidgey in, no doubt.
Yeah, and here comes the Pidgey. Hopefully there's going to be a Pidgeot next turn, or at least in the very near future. Get that quick search out a bunch of cards, and then we just check in to see what's in there. Jose, very slow, methodical game plan this game. Doesn't need to stretch, doesn't need to do anything silly. It's just do your game plan. You don't need to win this game, you just need to not lose this game. So get set up, take it a bit easy.
And one of the best decks at not having to win, but just not having to lose is Control. it's one of the best decks at just don't lose the game. You have so many cards that can make it difficult for your opponent to take those 6 prizes. As Jose's going to once again end on an instant charge. And we move to Alessio, who can at least quick search now.
Oh, Jose did grab the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Nice, from the instant charge.
From the instant charge, so that will give us Andrew next turn if you want it.
Well, Alessio is likely launching the Chi-Yu EX now, and is hoping to just hit some crucial pieces.
And that's the thing with Chi-Yu, it's not just that you're discarding 2 cards, it's what you end up discarding. Not every Chi-Yu use is the same as every other Chi-Yu use. So, what do we get here? We get Heroes, Cape, and Iono.
Not too shabby, you know. Whenever you see an A-spec, you're pretty happy with that. I think, actually, the fact that you drew into the Hisuian was massive, because if that was discarded from Chi-Yu, then the Sandshrew would never be accessed. So it was actually massive that that was drawn from the instant charge. Now Jose has to take that Sandshrew.
Oh yeah, no choice.
And will protect themselves a little bit. Well, not really protect themselves, deny Alessio some recovery.
Yeah, protect yourself from Alessio recovering.
Yeah, defense to attack to defense. Sandshrew is such a niche card, such a crazy ability that it's so impactful here. But it's, you know, it's just the format we're in to see this ability being used. There is Fire Energy on Jose's side as well, so we can get Jealous straight back.
Oh, jealousy reigns supreme in this game. Looks like we've got Chi-Yu against Chi-Yu, and we're just going to start milling each other, which is what we expected might happen in game 1. We never got to that point. We might be there a little bit earlier in game 2, and here we go.
Ooh, double turbo energy.
One of the 2.
Yeah, that's awkward. It denies Fang Snipe. It can make it difficult for Pidgeot to attack as well. And Alessio does have to be the one taking prizes, let's not forget. So a pretty good 2 cards there from the Jealousy Singe. We have to keep thinking on the fly which are the best cards to discard, because there are so many recovery options in the list. But obviously Sandshrew is shutting off some of those. Let's see how Alessio responds to the Chi-Yu off.
Yeah, you have lost a couple of cards. You got your opponent a couple of cards. Here comes the Hisuian Heavy Ball for Sand. It's looking awfully similar on both sides of the board here.
Both giving the thumbs up, but they both press Sandshrew.
Oh, it's always fun when you have that game with your opponent and you're like, wait, we both prized it? Gives a nice little feeling of camaraderie, but gotta be honest, Jose's feeling a lot better here. When you have slow matchups like this where it takes so long to win, it's harsh if you lose game 1, but here comes an Eri.
Ooh, just Counter Catcher? Is that the only card you can discard here? It is.
Yeah.
Lots of Pokemon, lots of supporters, an energy card.
Hitting 1 off of a hand that large is not what you're expecting.
Right. There is a rare candy hit from Jose, and of course Alessio is the one playing TM Devolution, so it's a card to bear in mind, but not a huge issue just yet. Obviously drawing into that rare candy would unlock Jose's quick search, so it is an issue.
Yeah, you kind of wish that hadn't been discarded. You've got 2 Pidgeot in hand, you just need the candy. Now we see the only double turbo going onto Luxray here.
Is Jose valuing Fang Snipe more than random cards from Chi-Yu? Is kind of the question right now.
Do you want to get...
Nope.
There we go. Ino and Countercatcher getting discarded. The Ino is bigger than the Countercatcher. Alessio is never going to be behind on prizes this game. That is about the best case scenario from a Chi-Yu. And now we see another Chi-Yu discarding more cards. Another... It's like, second rare candy.
Rare candy. And Ino is actually a big one to remove from Jose because, of course, they're holding on to a massive hand. And Ino would be a great way to reset their hand to the bottom of the deck and sort of refresh themselves and protect against Chi-Yu.
It's the only Ino in Jose's list, and Sandrew is down to turn off Power Pad. So Ino off the board for Jose right now completely.
It's going to be, because of the pressure of 2 rare candies being discarded by Alessio's Chi-Yu EX, Luminion V has had to be forced into play so we can grab Arven for the final rare candy, and then we can candy into Pidgeot, and then Pidgeot could grab Mist Energy to protect against TM Devolution.
Yep.
I think it's that combination.
That's probably what you're looking for, because the thing is, like, you want to say, right, I got a couple of turns, let's just let myself draw into this rare candy. And on the one hand, you're thinking, there's no way he mills all 3 of my rare candy. And on the other hand, you're like, he's got the first 2, I can't take this risk. So we get the other fish, goes and gets Arven, gets the rare candy, you rare candy into Pidgeot, and then you've predicted Mist Energy, Joe. Let's see if Jose agrees.
Well, it's Mist versus Regieleki, possibly. Well, you've already seen TM Devolution Game 1, right? So I feel like Mist is the safest choice.
Yeah, and there's no bench for Regieleki anyway. There's 5 Pokemon down, so I think Mist has to be it. Regieleki maybe in a turn or 2, maybe when you've got access to Penny. But for time being, it is a Mist Energy. That is clearly the more sensible play right now.
Yep, got to protect this Pidgeot now that all 3 candy have been played. Seems like the sensible solution, and we'll continue to start milling Alessio's deck. We have 5 minutes on the clock. We just got to really, like, Alessio literally just has to draw and announce at this point just to keep discarding from Jose if he's going to win in enough time here.
Yeah, you need to have the fastest turns known to man. You need to play as fast as I did at the National Championships when England kicked off, right as the final round was starting. We played the fastest game you've ever seen. I caught the match. I didn't actually win the Pokemon game, but that's not the point, Joe. That is the speed we're looking at here.
So Jose found the Mist, then didn't attach the Mist, and now a TM Devolution does prevent the Pidgeot.
Oh no!
Wow.
Had he already attached to Luxray that turn?
I don't think so. I don't think so that turn. I think we started off with Luminion, didn't we?
There's no rare candy, Joe.
No.
That's all 3 rare candy. They've all gone. You didn't play the Mist onto the Pidgeot. The Pidgeot ain't coming back.
That's wild.
That is it. That is all 3 rare candy.
Well, we can use this Mist to protect Chi-Yu, and that protects you around Bouffalont. So that's also something, I suppose. And that's also being debated now for Jose.
We did see Penny picking up Luminion, so you could get the rare candy back here. If you went Regieleki,
that's true.
You could get rare candy back to get Pidgeot.
Yeah, that's true. It's just going to be a discard of 2, though. Hero's Cape for both players gone now.
Both players have hit an Iono. Both players have hit a Hero's Cape. And now actually both players have hit the only Iono and the only Hero's Cape. But Alessio hitting both of those rare candy and then hitting the TM Devolution was a very nice play. And sometimes you have to do that. You have to go right. I mean, actually, there was a couple of tells. Firstly, I've milled 2 rare candy. I don't think they play 4. And secondly, wait, they searched Mist Energy but didn't attach it? This is my only chance to TM Devolution. It has to be this turn.
It looks as though Alessio's deck is a little larger than Jose's right now, just by eyeballing it. I think Alessio just has a much smaller hand size as well, so is a little bit ahead in the Chi-Yu race right now, as far as I can tell, and has just searched Regieleki to protect it from being discarded, just in case. So playing safe here and discarding 2. Boss included as well. That's one of the only other destructive cards Jose had access to. Now removed from the no longer an option.
No, we do see Luminion, eyeing up Luminion, but this would take the final bed space, meaning stuff like Regieleki is off the board for the time being.
Still a good chunk of cards in the deck. How many is that? It's looking like 20-ish, maybe a little less.
I'm not counting that. I'm going to be honest with you, Joe. I'm going to take your word for it. Let's call it about
3 minutes.
20.
We've got 3 minutes to just keep announcing Jealousy Singe for Alessio.
Yeah, and I think if you're Alessio, it literally has to be that. It has to be draw, jealousy, singe.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Because your opponent is not going to play suit. Your opponent's not going to. I would love it if they both just went back and forth until one of them decked out.
You just need to quick search in response of Jose doing strange, annoying, frustrating things. Jose is mirroring Alessio and protecting Regieleki themselves here. Because you can Regieleki back Ino, of course, and that could be helpful.
Absolutely, because Ino could be big. Of course, Ino is double-sided. Both players would get a new hand of 6. But again, Jose doesn't need to win the game. Jose needs to not lose a game. So if you give your opponent a higher deck size, but they can't mill you, that's fine as well.
Alessio going to protect a double turbo energy, and then we're going to see Jealousy Singe, I think. Yeah. There we go. He's doing the right thing, playing quickly.
Okay, Triple and
Charizard EX, I think.
Oh, poor Charmander.
Not coming out this game, I don't think.
Nope, no Charmander down, no bench space. It's not that kind of game. You don't. Now, if Josue lost game 1 and was trying to rush prizes, Charizard would be amazing, but they're not. So we do see a Penny here picking up Luminion, making that bench space.
Yeah, we're making space for the Aleki, I think. It's not going to be long now until we see maybe even now we grab the Ino back, if Jose's getting a little worried of the option of Ino.
Oh, I don't think Alessio is going to be able to do it. We have 1 minute 25 on the clock here, 1 minute 23 on the clock. I'm not going to keep counting down. But it does look like we get Ino back here, and that is essentially going to buy Jose multiple turns. Yeah. And that is going to be essentially all you need. Is Ino up the Penny? I'd rather have Ino here. Ino gives me more turns.
Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to at this stage. Just having a thorough look through. Boss is also a tempting choice. We saw Penny spammed last time, but yeah, Jose's is going to go for the boss's orders.
Same deal. You're buying yourself turns. You're trying to bring something into the active to stop Chi-Yu milling, and that buys you more turns.
Now the Giacomo getting rid of the mist energy as well as the double turbo here. Nice pickup from Alessio. And hoping that you make it more difficult for Jose to attack. Again, one action, straight into the Jealousy Singe.
Unfortunately, with 32 seconds on the clock, it does not look like it is going to be enough. Jose attaches to Regieleki, and shout out to Jose here. Playing at a decent speed, not trying to make sure the game ends super quickly. Very short turn, using Regieleki, but Jose knows he's won at this point. This is going to work out quite nicely, and does look like this turn is the turn for Ino. It's all about just buying as many turns as you can, stopping Alessio. We've got 5 seconds left, so Alessio is maybe going to be turn 0. Just get confirmation time was called.
There we go.
And there is the concession. Jose wins 1-0. The second time was called. Alessio knew there was no way back, and that gives Jose the 1-0 win. It's like we said at the beginning, if you're in a control mirror, you've got to win game 1. Game 2 and 3 probably aren't really happening.
Game 2 was about as goofy as I expected this matchup to go, but I'm really happy we had a really intricate and interesting game 1.
Yes.
There was a lot on display there, a lot more to it. I think very often you just think, oh, it's a mirror, let's just remove cards as quickly as possible from either player, but with so many tricks up both players' sleeves, it got really interesting with the Bouffalante usage, with Regieleki, both having Sandshrew, so it was a really even playing field in that game 1. It felt like Alessio was a little ahead, but all it took was one resource being lost too many for Jose to sweep up the win.
Yeah, it was really that turn where Sandshrew got immediately recovered. You went ahead on prizes, sorry. You activated your opponent's counter catcher, and then Sandshrew came straight back, and you had essentially just activated counter catcher with no real gain. Like you'd cost your opponent a Super Rod and an Ultra Ball, which they didn't mind using. And at that point, the game was essentially over. Game 2, I'd love to have seen game 2 carry on and see how that went, but I do rather suspect it would have just been lots of Chi-Yu and lots of look how many extra turns I can buy, because let's be clear that we were not done. There were many turns before Chi-Yu was winning that game.
Yeah, sometimes if one player just gets way ahead on those Chi-Yu attacks, that it is just down to that, but it still takes a long time. That would have been another like 10-15 minutes easily, I think, before we got down to the bottom, especially with Regieleki recovering cards on the other side of the table.
Yeah, that would have taken some time, unfortunately. And look, if you wanted to see how that pitch-up mirror went, that is how the pitch-up mirror goes. And here's the thing. Game 1 and 2 were really not that similar in terms of how the players were approaching them. In Game 1, both players did did not go for the exact same way because they had different cards, which meant they could approach different lines of play. So I'll be honest with you, if next round's a control mirror, it probably won't be, don't worry. But if it is a control mirror, you'll probably see it going differently again anyway. That's kind of the whole point of control. You give yourself all those options.
Yeah, I think Pidgeot is just that reactive archetype no matter what you're against. Sure, the lines are strange when you're in the mirror match, but pretty much against everything you're up against, you're going to find spots to weave in your random attacks at different points. So every game of Pidgeot control is slightly different. I agree with that.
Yeah, it's why it's such a difficult. It's why it's never going to be in big numbers. It probably there is a strong argument right now that it is the best deck in the format, given that it won in LA, given its results over the past few weeks, and yet there is a huge portion of the player base that either won't want to pick it up, or if they do pick it up, won't be able to play it at the level you need to play it in order to get deep into the tournament. It takes a lot of time and a lot of experience to play this deck really, really well. I think it's got a much higher learning curve than a deck like Charizard or Chen Pao or Raging Bolt or something along those lines. So it does really restrict which players can play it well, but it is also a deck which rewards you. If you put the time in and really learn the intricacies of the deck, make a few tweaks to make it your own, you get rewarded with some really favorable matchups across the board sometimes.
Yeah, I completely agree, and there's just so much being on show there. You get to see the early game sequencing, so you're as safe and drawing as many cards as possible. Then you're seeing how those lines of play map out. So yes, it's an intimidating archetype to play, but once you start cracking it and can quick search effectively every turn and utilize all of the different supporters, your many niche one-offs, and how you can sculpt the board state to be frustrating, there's no doubt that the best pilots of this deck have a great chance at locking the opponent down.
Yeah, and if you thought having a control mirror on stream was surprising, here's something even more surprising. An interview this weekend not conducted by Joe. First time we've managed that since we started yesterday. Let's go and hear from our winner.
Yep, absolutely, Ross. The first time I've had it, the second only interview I've done this entire season, in fact, here with Jose, our winner from that round. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think the question on everyone's mind, well, two of them. First of all, how are you feeling? I know we were just talking that this is one of your first really big results, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. I'm really excited for it. When I was told I was going to go live, I was like, wow. And then after the match and everything, the feelings are quite nice.
Yeah, okay, I can imagine. So, Control Mirror, it's probably the one matchup everyone almost like dreads even thinking about because there's so much going on. So how do you, what's your thought process in even beginning to navigate a matchup like that?
So the first thing you have to check is that you have Sandshrew, that you have Chiyu, you have Mist Energy, and enough energies and pennies so that you can actually play your hand. The thing with Sandshrew in the mirror is that you can only play your cards once, unless you have Regieleki. So Regieleki on the first one gave me the victory because my Mist Energy was priced, and I couldn't do anything to avoid it, so I had to navigate around. I was thinking about whether attacking or not, but attacking in Control Mirror, it's always an automatic loss because you have counter catchers.
Yeah, exactly, because so one prize taking counter catcher is active. Now, in game two, we noticed both of you prize Sandshrew. Do you notice that?
Yes, we both love.
Yeah, so how did that kind of play into things?
So when I did the deck check, I was like, okay, I need to find that Hisuian Heavy Ball or Pidgeot so as to get it done as soon as possible. Either way, as on the first round, we both had Sandshrew, or minds were that, okay, Palpa doesn't exist, so we didn't really use it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now, I think we are ready almost to get into our next round, so thank you so much for joining us here on the couch. Best of luck for your last round. Hopefully we'll see you in top 8. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be bound with our last round feature match of Swiss very, very soon.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
I've been playing Pokemon for about 13 years and I've always loved Pokemon, and one day my friend suggested we should use our cards that we have and just see how to play the game. My favorite deck is Gardevoir. I've been playing it for about 8 months now and I really like it. With rotation it loses a lot of good stuff, so it might not be very good. However, I'm going to try it and it might still work. My motivation to compete is to be the best. Yeah, the player I look up to the most is my best friend Shea Burton on the casting desk. He is an amazing person, full of energy, full of talent, and he brings the noise to every regionals.
Trainers, welcome back to the Pokémon Special Event here in Bologna, the final European regional level event here in Europe. We are fast raiding back onto your stream, just like Latius there. Freya, how are we feeling? Are we feeling energized?
Well, fast raid very close to my heart, so I'm feeling touched more than anything, but yeah, absolutely energized to bring it home to this last Swiss round to determine who is going to make up our top 8 here in Bologna.
Absolutely, we are here on round 15, so if you're just joining us, we are just shy of that top 8. So this is once again a win and in situation. We're going to be looking at everyone who is going to be pulverizing their way over into that top 8 bracket, solidifying their stance, or just trying to jump in on the end there.
Yeah, on that exact note, we do have the current standings ready for you guys so you can get an idea of who those players could well potentially be. We see some names here, Filippo Colamorea and Christian Hodas, right there at the top seeds. Got to imagine they'll make it through. Also going down a little bit. Again, so many new names here.
There are, and I tell you what, this is a really, really diverse set of match scores. Sometimes we have someone taking the tournament by storm, absolutely going crazy. Now we have Filippo on a 10.04, but very close behind that, Christian as well on 10.04. And you know, we've got so many match scores that actually are adding up to roughly the same amount.
And I believe, as far as I know, all the top 4 players, in fact, yeah, just had confirmation of that, have in fact intentionally tied. So all 4 of those players, I think they're confident that with an intentional draw, their record will be good enough to make their way into that top 8.
Absolutely incredible. It's so good to hear that we are starting to build the picture of what our top 8 is going to look like already. There's already the framework going in. So we now are looking at the decks that are on that fringe. What decks are going to push their way in? Is that top 8 looking good for them? Is it looking a little bit scary? But for now, we're going to find out how these guys are doing. We have Kim and Sai Feng, who are joining us for our feature match this round.
Yeah, trying to push their way in with their respective archetypes. Kim Bobega on the left playing something that's going to make Ross very happy. Future Iron Hands with that Miraidon that Ross loves so much. And Kim, a pretty well-accomplished player already with some really good results there.
Fantastic. I mean, 2 EUIC top 64s is nothing to cry about. We are happy with that. Liverpool regional top 8 in 2023 and Bochum regional top 4 as well as Kim's highest placing current accolade, but we might beat that today.
Yeah, we might do indeed. Now going over to Sai Feng, I'm not a player I'm as familiar with, did get top 32 at Jönköping all back in 2019, so going to be pretty happy to be in the spot to perhaps beat that accomplishment after so long.
Absolutely. Could you imagine now coming all the way from 2019 and just rocketing to the top of the final event of the season for us here in Europe? That would be pretty special.
Yeah, and if one of these 2 players wins, I do believe that will guarantee the right record to have enough match points to make top 8. So it is all in line for these 2 players. It is winning in for this top 8.
It's all to play for, and as a lot of you guys have noticed in chat, we do have a little bit of a theme going on with our sleeves.
Yes,
a lot of players have been playing these beautiful art sleeves, and we are blessed with another round of showing off the kinds of official Pokemon artwork that we can expect to see with this beautiful Luminion artwork.
Yeah, it's funny. It's something that I've noticed myself as well, and thinking all the way back to one of the first events I casted, the 2016 Italy National Championships in Milan. The Italian players really like favoring these these art sleeves that over from the Japanese Pokemon centers. They're absolutely gorgeous. Granted, no Italian players on the table currently, but definitely way more of a showing for them here. It's really cool.
I see so many walking around the hall. It's really spectacular to see. I'm always a fan of the old reliable sleeves, but sometimes just seeing that beautiful art just puts a smile on my face.
Yeah, the thing is with those, that due to the texture of them, they lend themselves a lot better to riffle shuffling over mass shuffling. And I'm a mass shuffler, so I got to go for the plain color ones.
I feel that. And here we go with the coin flip. It's a tails. Let's see who's going to kick us off for round 15.
Yes,
I can't believe it's been 15 rounds already. Trainers, if you've missed any of the action, you must go back. It's been a spectacular event with twists and turns at every table, and we couldn't be more joyed to bring the action straight to you here in Bologna.
No, to say not Bochum. That was last year.
I know.
You'll go all the way to Bremen, and of course we last and first casted together, but now both players are ready and set up here to go. Prizes cards are coming out now. It's going to be Future Hands against Charizard. One of these two with a win will make their way into top 8, but they cannot tie here. A tie will not be good enough for either of them.
No, it's not good enough indeed, and it is all to play for. There is some pressure. I feel like it can go either way. These prize cards might start to spell out if there's going to be, oh, I'm not in love with 2 Buddy Poffins, but considering they can be Arven searched, I'm also not hurt.
Yeah.
So here is the win and in.
Yes, and both players flipping over their basics, and it looks like it will be Saifeng starting.
Let's go. I mean, Charizard, does it want to go first? It doesn't feel great, if I'm honest, especially with the 2 Buddy Poffin prized.
This honestly makes me think that Kim won the coin flip and decided to go second, because of course you want to get that early attack. With that, thank you very much on the Iron Hands EX, and actually Saifeng has a really, really bad start. It's forced to bench Lumini on turn 1, even though you can't use a supporter.
I feel devastated at this stage in the tournament when that sort of play has to happen, but I think that's one of the very few drawbacks of playing Charizard, is that if you are forced to go second, if your opponent forces you to because they also like going second, or if they're trying to purposely disadvantage you, without a Buddy Poffin, we also obviously know that there are 2 in the prize cards, it can be really shaky to get started, and that can slow you down so very much, because not having a Charmander on that turn, it's pretty big.
Yeah, it is. No Charmander, no Pidgey either, no nothing, as far as I'm concerned. And wait, Saifeng thinking he's got the Buddy Poffin ready, but Saifeng is going first, right? You can't do anything unless Kim passed very quickly, but I don't think that's what happened.
I don't believe that's what happened. I think Sai's just kind of sizing up what there might be in the deck, ready for that Arven. Obviously, we can't play it yet, but it's worth kind of noting what he can take.
I don't know. It looks like he's opting to play. I mean, this is a little bit confusing. Yeah, it might just be... Okay, just taking a look. I was going to say, because we're fairly sure that Sai went first here.
And so there's 2 Lost City in hand. I think that's really, really worth mentioning. They're clogging the hand quite a lot.
Yeah.
Not only... Like, Lost City is not... It's not ideal into this. I guess Lost Zoning this Miraidon is the best target, but it's not necessarily the best target for Charizard in the first place, unfortunately.
It's not a matchup where Lost City is the most relevant. You have enough of all of your attackers in the future Iron Hands deck to get by no matter what, basically, so it's not really in there for this at all. And yeah, there goes Sai, just after fetching the Arven from the Luminous Sign, does just pass. And I mean, Kim does not need a lot to take a KO here. You know, that's Miraidon already doing 40 damage. That's a Psychic Energy. If you can get 1 Iron Crown EX on the bench, you're taking a KO on the Bidoof.
But they're going to give Sai a helping hand by taking the go on the Iono. I appreciate why the Iono was necessary here. Kim's hand was pretty clogged in and of itself, and I think they want to establish more of a board presence and get those Iron Crowns down, like you say. But honestly, I think they may have given the Iron Hands away to Sai there.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, Kim did see that Sai already had an Arven in hand for the Luminion, so you know that you are getting rid of a guaranteed good card. Maybe this Iono, you get lucky and you end up bricking Sai again, but Sai did draw quite a few things off of that Iono, so I think should be good to go, as Kim does find that Iron Crown, so can attack with the Miraidon, get the KO, and attach 2 energies to the Iron Hands EX. So really, really great start for Kim.
Oh, Ross's choice is getting some screen time today with that Miraidon for Ross's caster pick, and this could be it. This could be us showing it bolstering its way into the top 8.
Peak accelerationing its way into the top 8.
Absolutely. But for now, just finding those energy, putting them on the relevant Pokemon, and then it will be back over to Saifeng with just a lone Luminion for now. Now, the Luminion needs to come out of the active quite desperately. 3 prize cards off Thank You Very Much is not what you want to see when you're going kind of quite heavily, quite fast into the top 8.
Yeah, and also given in mind that the way this prize map works is going to be very, very favorable for Kim, because there's 1 prize taken already, so you amp you very much your way to 3 more prizes, and then you only have 2 more to take. It's a really perfect prize map if you can get the amp you very much KO on this Luminion V.
It just evens up those pricing counters, right? You're always wanting to take kind of 2-2-2 across when you're against Charizard, but actually taking the single prize there when you're staring down a Luminion, kind of for now stuck in the active, not for very long by the looks of that hand though.
it's very unfortunate for both of the main supporting basic 2 prizes in the format, that being Squawkabilly and Luminion, that both of them are weak to the thing that lets you take free prizes off of them. Both of them are weak to lightning, so Ampu very much just comes in and wrecks you.
Ampu very much for that weakness typing, because that is incredibly helpful. Definitely going for the Ultra Ball here. Just need to get as many cards on board as possible. I imagine it's going to have to be the Fire Energy. I feel like you want to keep Pidgeot, and you need the Prime Catcher potentially to get the Luminion out of the active, unless you decide to attach Retreat. They've gone for keeping the energy, so it might be an attach Retreat and kind of keeping the Prime Catcher for a power play later.
Yeah, I mean, it is very much a situation of nothing feels great, and in this specific instance as well, Sai's discarded a Pidgeot EX. Very important to note, the other one is in the prize cards.
That's honestly why I thought that it wasn't going to happen. I thought if they've price checked really thoroughly, they might kind of realize this. Of course, we can get it back later. It's all right. Everything's chill for now. I think my concern here is that currently Saifang does not run Cleffa, and this would have been this would have been a nice Cleffa turn. I feel like the Rotom in the active is also nice because Iron Hands cannot amp you very much easily. More Iron Crown are going to need to be introduced to buff the damage, to give it the Iron Hands up on that one and make sure that they're getting the KO, but then they are taking 2 prize cards. I don't know whether, but they're going to get 2 regardless, right? Because otherwise they're just going to amp you very much a Charmander.
Yeah, basically nothing here feels great. No discard option feels wonderful here. And and it was funny because I was just thinking about the Cleffa, thinking, oh, you kind of just assume that it's going to be in the list now, right? But
yeah, it's common now, but actually I can see pros and cons for it. But I feel like just as, okay, so yeah, choosing to just leave the Charmander in the active, not going to risk the Rotom when there's already an Iron Crown in play, but the Iron Crown has been kind of gust forward using the Prime Catcher, which again kind of forces Kim into a situation where they need to find that pivot, but the deck is quite full of them.
Yeah, you got I believe 3 or maybe even 4 Future Booster Energy Capsule. Of course, a phenomenal tool that, you have the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule that provides a great boon of health to the Ancient Pokemon with the 60 extra HP and the protection from special conditions. But then you have the Future Booster Energy Capsule, gives future Pokemon the ability to do 20 more damage to the opponent's active and retreat for free.
I think that's the real key part as well, being able to have a free retreat cost on a Pokemon that has 2 or possibly more retreat. When you look at future Pokemon, they always kind of feel like they have this really high retreat cost, right?
Iron Hands has 4.
Right, madness. But that does unlock the ability to use the heavy baton, so we're not mad about it.
No, that is true. It's like it's the silver lining to an otherwise awkward retreat cost. Yeah, 4 is. It almost feels like in a lot of instances 4 is better than 3. 3 is just like an awkward number to retreat, but it seems like all of the specialized things for high retreat Pokemon are for 4 retreat Pokemon or more.
I feel like 3 is very awkward, and then 4, it's like it might as well be as awkward as 3. If you're going to have to stretch the 3 energy, 4 doesn't feel that far away, but then you do get the added benefit of things like heavy baton that specifically reference it.
So key moment here, the first electric generator of the game fits 1 energy. That's a good start.
We got 1. Love counting our generators. We hit 1. Let's see how many generator energy we can get out of this whole game. Let's see whether we can hit an over odds amount of energy or an under odds amount of energy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 1 is already great because now all you really need is to attach 1 more to the Iron Hands EX, and then if you can find a pivot for this Iron Crown, amp you very much for the next 2 prizes that you take.
But where is that coming from? Is that a professor's research in hand? I can't quite see what the supporters are personally. There is
a research.
A research. So very well we could get the item card, the tool card off of that. The boss did have to go into the discard pile, which isn't great because we are looking at that Luminion as a really beautiful prize equalizer.
Yeah, and here's a very interesting choice, actually. Oh, okay, this is very clever. So Kim could have attached manually to the Iron Hands with free energy on it, but opted to attach to the other one instead. What I think Kim is going to do here, if he finds the pivot, he's going to... Oh, finds no energy there. Oh, that's a shame. But actually, I think this is okay. I think Kim's plan here is, bearing in mind, if you take 2 prizes off of this Charmander, suddenly Sai has access to Rock Sand. So actually, maybe it's just better to bring in the Miraidon and attack with that, take another KO again, and then you can just amp you very much on 2 lower HP things.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot, Freya. I think we're still struggling with that retreat, though. It looks like it might have just had to have been a pass for turn. And it looks like Iron Crown, although they may be the king with the crown, is stuck in the active.
And actually, I'm looking at Sai's hand, and there was a Rock Sand there. So if Kim went for the potentially greedy KO with the Iron Hands, then Saifang would have been able to Rock Sand and potentially make a comeback. So very heads up from Kim.
Very, very good. And it gives Saifang the advantage here of being able to make a comeback without feeling so far behind. Charizard loves to make a comeback. It's its favorite thing.
thing.
I mean, having said that though, Sai actually did just like go for the instant charge after evolving into a Charmeleon, so still not really got anything much to work with.
Battle of the bricks.
Battle of the bricks indeed, but well, I mean, Kim isn't bricking this sort of as much, just like kind of missed a turn of tempo, right? But here with the Techno Radar, I can grab another Iron Crown out of the deck. If you can, go for the Luminion and put yourself down to 2 prizes left. That feels pretty good, because then that feels like a more worthwhile thing to trigger the Roxanne for, but just but still needs to find a way to move this Iron Crown out of the active. That's going to be the big issue right now.
I feel like because Kim's board is so well established at this point, like you say, I'm not too worried about the fact that they've got to like if you say if they get Roxanne, I'm kind of fine with it. Like it doesn't feel too bad. 2 cards is kind of fine. We've used a lot of Ionos though. That's 3 now, and a Professor's Research and a Boss's Orders.
Oh, but the key find there from the Iono, Kim finds the Future Booster Energy Capsule, so you can retreat this Iron Crown and take the KO.
Okay, so we're moving.
Yes, we're moving.
We're grooving. And we're going to get our amp you very much on.
Yes, Cobalt Command going to boost the damage. Not that it's even needed to KO this Charmander, to be fair, but Kim taking a Cobalt commanding lead in this game with this move right now. And I mean, bear in mind, I mean, you can still go for the move we mentioned earlier, maybe just take the KO with the Miraidon, but there is a potential map where you go, actually, I am going to bring up the Iron Hands, take a KO, and then if at any point you can amp you very much, a Luminion V you win.
That is so true. I suppose the Luminion V just being there as kind of a backup plan, but also like staring it down, like you say, to finish this game out quickly. The aggressive stance of Iron Hands really comes through, but they have gone for that peak acceleration, just KO the Charmander, again staying out of Roxanne range. I love it.
Yeah, this is totally fine as well. I mean, Kim didn't know that he literally just Iono'd away size Roxanne, but you want to play around it regardless, because if you haven't taken enough prizes, then even if they have it, they can't play it. So definitely heads up there from Kim. He's not in a rush, right? He's in such a lead. This is something that's come up in previous tournaments as well. You don't want to get a little bit greedy when you're already far ahead and give your opponent the chance to make a comeback. So Kim just playing it smart, playing it safe, and just playing it patient.
Interesting hand here. There's not a lot going on at all. I actually think it's going to be another instant charge, if I'm totally honest with you, Freya. We've got a TM Devolution, we've got a Boss's Orders, Vacuum, Lost City, Pal Pad, Professor Turo's scenario, and nothing else. And I feel like it's exactly what happened last time, but they're going to pull forward an Iron Crown without a future capsule on, so that it can't retreat for free and then just instant charge. Saifeng is really struggling to keep the pressure on here because we're not making any effort to get back at the Iron Hands deck, where it's just proving rather impossible.
Yeah, these Ionos just not catching Sai any kind of breaks at all. Really unfortunate, as now Kim does have the Arven ready to go, can find the Prime Catcher and the Heavy Baton. So even now the chance for Sai to make a comeback is really dwindling smaller and smaller.
Honestly, I'm struggling to see a comeback here, but if any deck can do it, it's Charizard right now.
That is true.
But just because it can swing so heavily.
But with the Prime Catcher, you can't. There's no way to get a Charizard out now.
No, this is it now. I feel like this is it. This is the game. This is it. There we go. Iron Hands proving that with the power of the King Iron Crown, we're able to take the win even against the fearsome Charizard.
Yeah, wow, and that really does show the power of Iron Hands. This is one of those decks where it is the deck in the format almost where you have the least amount of leeway. If you let Iron Hands take a quick lead and capitalize on a slow start, it makes it so hard for you to make a comeback because the price tempo is so high.
And I think that's what I like about the deck, to be honest, is that tempo and that speed. Generally, we praise Charizard for exactly that, but sometimes if you just don't get kind of your foot over the starting line in time, Iron Hands is so far in the distance already. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, you can't really do anything. And we saw time and time again in that match, Kim, it was almost like Kim was trying to help Sai out, not because he wanted to, but having to play the Ino stick for his own stuff. But every single time, the Ino still not finding Sai anything, and Sai just having to instant charge over and over. So as soon as Kim was able to find the Prime Catcher to bring up the only Charmeleon on the field and no other way to get a Charizard in play, game over.
I feel like the 2 Buddy Boffins prized really stifled that setup, because you think, well, okay, there was an Ino, multiple turns of hand disruption, and at no point did Sai find any way to get another Pokemon or any way to get another Pokemon. So we didn't even have an Arven for a Nest Ball. There was nothing. It was just dead as a doorknob. And I feel like a lot of the techs that Saifeng has in their deck are not for this matchup. Like, we've got the Technical Machine de-evolution, and
not going to be much useful against an all basic deck.
And there's 2 in there, and then we've got like a Lost City, which is not great because again we're running really heavy lines of Iron Crown and Iron Hands. The only thing that I do love about the Lost City in this matchup is that if you Lost Zone Iron Crowns, it permanently turns off that damage acceleration and that buff to damage that the future Pokemon are getting.
Yeah, I guess that is true. Although, does it actually make a difference? I don't believe that Kim is playing any kind of recovery card, so if you just KO it, that kind of gets the job done regardless.
Yeah, in this instance, absolutely, you're so right.
Yeah, well, in any case, here we are going into game 2. Looks like Kim will be going first in this instance. Saifeng definitely wanting to go second just so that you can get that Arven turn 1. But the hand doesn't look... Oh, wait, there's an Arven. Okay, never mind.
Oh, we're good. Finally, we see Arven. And yeah, just the attached pass from Kim. It's kind of looking like the shoe is on the other foot right now.
He was just... Oh yeah, he's got nothing to work with really. Like, he's got switch card, there's a bunch of unplayables.
Yep, so nothing really to work with there right now, at least because he couldn't play a supporter. We've got Professor's Research for next turn, but right now it's all in size court where we're going for the Buddy Poffin and the Forest Seal Stone. What I like to call the staple takings of the turn 1 Arven for a Charizard player. It's pretty standard to grab those 2. If you're looking into playing Charizard soon, I think that's my perfect kind of choices for this turn 1. And sometimes if you really need that setup acceleration, which Saifeng might be feeling the pressure of right now after that last game, you can then use the Forest Seal Stone to go for another Buddy Poffin and go straight with it. They've actually changed their mind and going for the Defiance Band, probably thinking, I can't use this Forest Seal Stone right now.
Yeah, very important to just draw a quick attention to the prize cards since we didn't get a chance to do that earlier. Nothing really too bad for either player. The only kind of notable thing, Kim does have his one of Mew EX prize. This is something that you might want to use to maybe do a cheeky genome hacking to copy a Burning Darkness for a KO. It's also, of course, a great clutch draw option with that restart ability. So not having access to that is not really ideal, but it's also not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think that's one of Kim's deck's weaknesses, right? Card draw, natural card draw. Where is it coming from? It's not coming from any of the Pokemon. So having just the Mew to potentially allow for that is kind of nice. I like that.
Yeah, although it would be a lot nicer if it was in the deck and not the prize cards.
That would help.
Yes. But yeah, anyhow, Sai having a phenomenally better turn 1 compared to last game, able to go second and just fire off that Arven, which we saw he was forced to Luminion for going first last time. And that ended up really coming back to bite him because he had to do that to not lose the game.
Yeah.
But then it also meant that Ultra Ball couldn't then find Luminion for Arven again, and that just made those Ionos hit even harder.
And we've gone for the Heat Tackle.
Here we go, Heat
30
Tackle.
damage. And I like this actually because it puts the Iron Hands closer to a Charizard KO. It just kind of, especially early game, it's got what, 230 HP,
that's right,
I believe. So we're not there with 180, but with one single prize knockout, it then pops it in range.
Yeah, so that's actually a pretty big deal, especially because it means that, I mean, if Kim can get a 2-prize knockout with Ampy very much, then it doesn't matter anyway, but say if Kim decides to try and play around that by using Arm Press to take a KO instead and only take 1 prize, then it works.
Yeah, so you're kind of pressuring Kim into taking the Ampy very much, which I like because it is forcing the state of play. Sai's going, my Charizards don't work properly against this matchup unless I get that slight damage boost for you taking 2 prize cards. I want you on 4 prize cards.
Okay, big moment here. First electric generator of the game.
Here we are, drum roll everybody.
We are quite early on. There's another whiff though.
We are under odds.
Oh, big time. 2, only 1 which hit 1 and then 2 which hit 0. That's pretty rough. I mean, Kim is 1 game up, so maybe can't complain too much, but still not what you want to see.
No, impressive to be 1 game up when the odds have been this low, but the switch card in hand I really love for this moment. It kind of feels unfortunate, but that 30 damage from the Heat Tackle is gone.
And very smart as well. You could have switched cards straight into the Miraidon, but you had the Future Boost to Energy Capsule. So just put that on the Iron Hands and bring that up so you can then free retreat into whatever you actually want to attack with later, because maybe you get lucky and you can power up this Iron Hands for an Ampy very much. You never know.
And there's an Iron Bundle in deck as well, so there's potential for kind of manipulation of the bench. I really can't see the massive benefit in that now, but just for future, you just want to leave your options open so that when you play that Professor's Research, you have every potential of getting something really fun.
And okay, this is another very interesting dynamic here. So another reason to attach the Future Booster Energy Capsule to the Iron Hands and not to the Miraidon. If the Miraidon had the Future Energy Capsule on it, this Charmander would now be KO'd. That would then mean that Saifeng could potentially be be in damage range to KO that damaged Iron Hands EX. So actually, that's very, very clever. Actually, where'd the 30 damage go?
The 30 from
the heat tackle.
Well, yeah, it got switch cart.
Oh, it got switch cart. Oh, God, what was I saying?
Switch cart heals 30. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's gone. That's okay. No, that's why I was saying that switch cart was a really nicely timed card because you go, I don't care about your heat tackle because I can pop Iron Hands on a little cart back to the bench where it's going to be healthy.
Yeah, I think for some reason I thought it was a regular switch instead of a switch cart, but yeah, that makes so much more sense now. So yeah, getting out the active and getting rid of that setup damage, very, very nice. So now again with the peak acceleration, you get the energies out of the deck. You've got that Iron Hands almost ready to go. And that Ampy very much is going to be putting in some work.
Soifung once again going for the Luminion here, and then we can go for our second oven of the game, going for the Rare Candy and the Forest Sealstone. Again, Forest Sealstone is going to let us go into the deck and grab any card we need. So Soifung's guaranteed a Charizard here if that's kind of what he wants, but he's just put Pidgey on the bench. Bidoof has been around since last turn. We can be Burrell, and this is really nice. Charizard's in hand, so that's even better. So we're looking pretty strong here with the Forest Sealstone. We can still go ahead and evolve this Charizard. I don't know whether he goes for the active or the bench. I was thinking the bench one feels more tempting. I think you need to kind of look at your HP values right now, especially with a deck as scary as Iron Hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one saving grace for Kim is that, as well as, although Kim wasn't able to take a KO, Sai can't really Evo, or rather can't take a relevant KO. Sure, you can take out this Miraidon, but there's not really any extra prize shenanigans that Sai can make use of, so this Miraidon is essentially a free knockout. At this point, Kim will just not put down any other single prizes and will force Sai to KO free 2 prizes to win the game.
But here comes the Forest Sealstone. Now, we can't take a counter catcher. The Beaverell. I was wondering, it's a really nice consistency card in this deck. We don't have the Pidgeot. We don't have the line to the Pidgeot where there's no Red Candy in hand. So it's kind of just giving himself a kind of fallback, knowing that Kim has plenty of disruption cards in deck.
The Andre Scubal special, if you want to win, play Beaverell, and we have seen that come to fruition so many times.
Oh, massively. A brilliant card, Industrious Incisors, allowing you to draw up to 5 cards in your hand. So we're Industrious Incisoring for 1 here.
Oh, fight the Pidgeot!
But that was pretty nice. Yeah. I'm not out of the Pidgeot. That's pretty good. We just need a Red Candy next turn now, and boom, we have a Pidgeot and a Beaverell.
Yes, so with that Iron Hands free energy on it, you only need 1 more, and then you can go for the Ampy very much. And now I do believe that with this Arven, you generate it, or you can get the Prime Catcher, unless, wait, no, it hasn't. Yeah, I was going to say, it's not been used yet. That was last game.
No, there is a Prime Catcher in deck, but it looks like they're going for the Heavy Baton.
Okay. Oh, wait, Heavy Baton and the Counter Catcher. Why waste your Prime Catcher when you're behind on prizes and you can just go for the Counter Catcher? And we know that the energy is in hand already, so this is pretty much perfect from Kim. You attach the extra energy, you put on the Heavy Baton, you Counter Catcher. I mean, I guess there's a few different things you could go for here. Probably the Pidgey would be really great, or you could go for the Big Barrel if you want to take out the draw.
I like the Beaverell. It was searched out so specifically and meticulously with that Forest Sealstone. It kind of makes you feel like Soifung wasted it.
Yeah, and it was always going to be one of those two, because obviously the Pidgeot is also very scary, or rather the Pidgey, because it can evolve into Pidgeot, and then you have the ability to quick search. But the Big Barrel is on the field right now, so take it out whilst you can. Amp you very much. 2 prizes for Kim. Oh wait, no, it was an arm press. Yeah, no, you wanted the arm press instead.
Going for the arm press, and we discussed this earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Great way of kind of keeping those prize cards low. This way, Charizard cannot KO this Iron Hands yet. 230 HP. And Charizard is 10 short.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about the prize map, right? This is really clever because, once again, Sai had to bench that Luminion, the 1 free 2 prize map is open again. KO the Luminion for the last 3 prizes, KO another 2 prizer. And the order you can do that, it might vary. You might think that one makes more sense than the other, but Kim has gone for that, knowing that it won't affect his plan to victory.
Don't get greedy, kids. Don't get greedy. Iron Hands knows best.
Yes. Now, Super Rod comes in and going to shuffle back in that Bidoof Barrel line straight away, along with 1 Fire Energy. Wants to make sure you have enough to carry on with this Infernal Rain. We do see the Radiant Charizard in hand. That's going to be very important, especially given that Kim hasn't been able to put down any Iron Crown EX. So Ampy very much will not be taking a KO on this Radiant Charizard anytime soon.
It always feels risky. The higher retreat cost, Ampy very much can can take a KO, but wanting to judge, so not wanting to give up on the opportunity of having the Charizard plus the energy to attach to it right now. They've gone ahead and benched it, and then in for the Judge. We haven't seen Judge a lot today.
No, we haven't. We haven't seen Judge a lot in general ever since Ino came out. Some decks opting to play it, but of course Ino is usually better in the early game and the late game, but some decks still wanting that earlier sort of lower disruption with the Judge.
I don't mind it. I like it in this instance specifically because Kim is holding back on purpose, and so the Judge is slightly more impactful than the Ino, which would allow Kim more card draw. And Kim's deck doesn't have any natural card draw, as we just discussed. But there goes the Charizard. They're going to just go for it, go ahead and leave the poor Iron Hands just 10 damage short of a KO.
Yeah, 210 damage, 20 away from
20, yeah, you're quite right.
230. But let's see what Kim actually drew off of this Judge. And I see some purple. I see 2 Iron Crown EX.
Oh, 2!
2 of them, yeah.
Oh, you're quite right, my word. Okay, so that's going to be boosting that damage out quite nicely. There it goes.
That's going to be an arm press for 200.
200, leaving Charizard in Amp You Very Much range.
Yes, especially given that the double Iron Crown has now hit the bench.
Yep, so this Charizard is now Amp You Very Muchable.
Yes, which is not a position you want to be in because, I mean, sure, having the Luminion on the bench that can be KO'd with Amp You Very Much, not great. It's even worse when it's your main attacker.
This is such a shame with the Arven. I really feel like kind of a Professor Turo's scenario would have been so lovely here, but you know what? Like, they only run 1 in deck. It's not in prizes, so it is possible. It's just such a shame that they didn't have the Pidgeot in time to be able to search that out. Taking the Iron Hands out with maybe a Heat Tackle instead, just so you're not giving up 3 prize cards on this Charizard would be so much nicer.
Yeah, I think you have to, right? Although, I mean, it still leaves you in an awkward spot because it means that there's still so many things that can take a KO and make that price map so favorable for Kim. We do see the Pidgeot now coming in at long last. Was able to set it up off of that Arven, but now we'll search for another rare candy with that quick search and is readying that Infernal Rain.
I'm going to say it. I think Saifang's in trouble.
I think so too.
There's a lot of Pokemon in play, all of which either have damage, which is making them liable to Kim's attacks, but also there are lots of Pokemon in play, which Amp You Very Much can not only kind of knock out, but will be able to take 3 prize cards on.
Yeah, because in an ordinary scenario against any other deck, this would be fine. You've taken 1 prize each, but now you're taking 2 and the race is favorable. Iron Hands changes everything. You were facing up against something that can take 3 prizes in 1 turn, and suddenly you're on the back foot again. It is so scary to deal with.
It seems really harsh.
Wait,
Yeah, Charizard was retreated onto the bench. The other Charizard came forward from the bench that was the Heat Tackle Charmander.
Wait, there was something key that we missed here. No, there was the Lost Vacuum that got rid of the Heavy Baton, so that Kim wasn't able to move the energy across. That was very big.
Yes, so that was really nice. We've got the Future Booster Energy Capsule still on this Iron Hand, so it's the ideal pivot down to the bench. Kim is in a much stickier situation now because I think they don't have any way of accelerating energy right this second. I can't quite see what those cards are. Do you know them, Freya?
No. So they were banking on that Heavy Baton, which it was you did get rid of. It does have the counter catcher, so can use that to bring in the Pidgeot, and you can just arm press the KO.
And we're still happy with the prize race.
Yes.
Because we're down to 3 prize cards now, and there's a damaged Charizard on the bench, which will give us 3 prize cards. There's a Luminion that'll give us 3 prize cards, and Sai won't be able to remove both of those this turn.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, the one thing that is a saving grace for Sai is that with the amount of prizes taken, this Charizard can KO this Iron Hands, and once again, there is no other Heavy Baton, so Kim is going to be banking on having a very strong draw hitting Electric Generators plus Prime Catcher to finish the game.
Yes. Absolutely. Kim needs so much here, but it feels achievable as long as there's some draw in the hand. I'll admit that I didn't check which prize cards were taken, but it wasn't the Arven or Iono that's still sitting there, which I think Kim was hoping they might get one of those 2 to give him a hand, really. But Saifang might be able to use this as the pivotal kind of turning point of this game and just start going very aggressive, knowing that Kim doesn't have any draw power or energy on the board now.
Yeah, so here we go. 2 prizes taken. What does Kim have to work with after 2 prizes? There's a Mew EX. That was the one he took just now.
Here we go, draw for 1. What is it?
It's a Prime Catcher! No way! So you're going to play, going to bring out the Charizard.
Okay.
And now it's all on the generators. There's a research in hand as well. They has a research.
Here we go. Are we gonna high roll or low roll, Freya?
I don't know, but we're going to find out right now.
Oh, I really want to high roll it just because I want to see it happen.
It is going to be 2 generators and at least 3 energies hit to get there.
What we got?
We've got no generators.
No, you're kidding me. There's nothing. It's just supporters and 2 energy. I'm gonna cry.
That was anticlimactic.
That was so. But there is currently this Charizard is stuck in the active,
that's
right?
true. Yes, but
it needs 2 energy to retreat, and I'm not seeing anything in hand that gets that out of the active spot right now. No, there's not.
And with the Pidgeot KO, there's no option to quick search either. So very heads up from Kim, knowing that was the most important thing to target down, and Sai now having to play a power pad to try and maybe increase his odds to find something. But yeah, this
is so back and forth.
Yeah,
First the Iron Crown was stuck in the active. Now then another Iron Crown. Now a Charizard. Yeah. There's all sorts going on here. Everyone's going very back and forth. Like, right, well that can't attack, so come here.
Like, both of these players are doing haymaker turns with the limited resource they have access to. This game has been absolutely like the most intense sort of roller coaster back and forth you can imagine. As now, even though Sai has a great board, there's no draw options. So yeah, this Charizard is now stuck in the active, and that's exactly why that was specifically what Kim picked. Because if you just bring up the Luminion instead, you can attach 1 energy and retreat, but the Charizard needs 2 to attack and 2 to retreat. So 1 energy attachment doesn't get you anywhere.
The disruption levels in this game have been through the roof. Kim also has an Iono in hand now. They can put Sai. He can put Sai down to 1 card in hand, and then Sai might be stuck with this Charizard for even longer if Kim needs to buy time.
That is really, really huge. So Sai is going to try and play out as much of the hand as possible to mitigate this a little bit. Yeah, there's a TM Devolution. That is a completely useless card in this matchup. Get rid of it whilst you can. There is also an Ultra Ball you can play. Actually going to get rid of the Pidgey and the Lost City.
We have a B-roll.
Okay, right, yeah, of course.
Oh, thank goodness. That was the only saving grace that we could think of. And again, it kind of makes you Iono-proof, right?
Yes, it does.
Her shenanigans aren't working.
No, not anymore. That was absolutely crucial. So very important that Sai was able to super rod that line back in, and just finding the Ultra Ball, the clutch card in the hand to try and find a way to either retreat with this Charizard or attack, because there's only 1 prize left for Sai. If you can go into this Radiant Charizard and find a way to get another energy on it, although you have just attached, so that might be a bit tricky. But you still, there it is, the Prime Catcher, so you can go into the Charizard on the bench.
We really, oh my gosh, we got 19 minutes on the clock. I reckon we're going to see a winner here, and I'm so excited because we've got everything to play for. This is so crucial. It's going down to the wire. This is round 15, and we're going into top 8 very soon.
Saifeng finding the clutch Prime Catcher off of the Industrious Incisors to bring up something and bring up its own Charizard EX, take the knockout, and move into game 3. Wow, this has been such an edge of the seat series.
You could say it was the Prime card they needed to solidify the win there. And honestly, I think that either of these guys could take it all the way to the finish line.
I mean, it's been proven already, right? Both of these players are piloting the deck to the maximum ability, and Kim putting on a haymaker display with Future Hands, and Saifeng making the clutch plays and making the comeback in that game as well after really having the back against the wall, and Kim trying his hardest, but not quite enough. So it's going to be 1 more game between these two to decide who makes it into top 8.
I think that's the struggle, right? If we look at the decks in black and white, we think, okay, when we're looking at attackers, Kim has the advantage. But when we look at the deck's consistency levels, when you consider disruption, Charizard is always going to have that 1 up. If you set up a Beaveril or a Pidgeot or both, then you're going to have the consistency that's going to lead you over that finish line when Iron Hands runs out of steam.
Yeah, and it goes back to what you were saying earlier, right? The Iron Hands deck, it relies on very limited resources to keep itself inconsistently. Really, the key to that last game was where Sai found a lost vacuum to get rid of that heavy baton, because that denied Kim a more meaningful attack, and then Sai was able to capitalize on that to win the game from there.
I think when your energy is removed from the board entirely, when you're playing Iron Hands, that's the moment where you're always going to struggle to bring it back.
Yes.
Not having any energy in play is horrible and really difficult to deal with, especially when we didn't see those generators.
No.
The original generators low rolled. We only saw 1 in that game, and it missed both energy.
Yes. If you're only playing 1 electric generator in a deck that relies on it and it hits 0, you're probably not going to have a good time.
I don't think you're having a great time at all. So unfortunately, in both games, we haven't seen those generators kind of, well, accelerate the deck in the way that it should. Looks like a mulligan here for Kim. No basics there.
I see a lot of yellow and not much else.
No, we see a lot of yellow, and that is all.
On the sleeves and in the hand with the energies as well.
Absolutely.
Very
both,
on point.
Both.
Oh, and a shirt as well. God, Kim with yellow all the way.
We're going lightning. Here we are. Okay, and the hand over on Saifeng's side not looking hot either, to be honest.
So what you sneak peek, what was in it?
Honestly, not a lot.
That's not great.
No, depending on what the active is, we've got a Forest Seal Stone. We might be okay, but if that is not a V Pokemon, it's not looking fun. I'm not very confident.
No. So let's see what Kim can open with here. So I imagine he will choose to go second in this game, given that, you know, we saw how that was very effective in game 1, went second, denied Saiya's setup, and was able to really take a strong start from there.
If Kim manages to go super turbo with this deck and peak acceleration their way into a very strong set of generators, there is a chance that with one Pokemon the active, his side doesn't manage to get anything else, that they could just knock out that one active, and this is game over.
Yeah, and I tell you what, I like the hand. It's a Miraidon start and a bunch of really good trainers.
I like a Miraidon start and a bunch of good trainers. That's nice going second.
It is.
That's rather sassy.
Trainers coming in now, or rather prizes coming in now. A couple of lightning engines. Not great for your electric generator odds, I would say.
Oh, no.
No, but here it is. Oh, it's what you're mentioning. It is the Lumineon start. Last time was forced to bench it, but this time it had to just start with it in the active.
You know what? I like it, though. We needed it. We needed it for the Forest Seal Stone.
Right, yeah, because of course now we can, although starting with Lumineon isn't great.
We can get a buddy pop and it's fine.
Yeah, that's...
That is a dead hand, and this keeps us in the game. So I'm all for the Lumineon. It had to be Rotom or Lumineon to stay in this game right now, I think.
Yeah, so taking a look through and going to decide what is the best route to take, given that, going first again doesn't feel amazing, but it's got to be a buddy popping, right?
It's got to be. We need our buddies. Lumineon's lonely.
Yeah, I know. It's so sad. So I guess here you probably have to go for double Charmander again, because you don't want your only attacking option to be taken out. As much as you'd love to get both Pidgeot and Charizard EX out, if you're in the situation where you know your opponent can take a very early aggressive KO, you can't afford that. You need to guarantee that at least one Charmander survives.
Yeah, we're learning from earlier. We know it, and we know that Arven's in hand, right? So like next turn, we're okay. There's a rare candy in hand, there's an Arven. We are A-okay to make Charizard as long as there's no disruption from Kim's side. And even if there is, we still might get it. I feel like you have to go double Charmander here just to secure your place in this game. You want to be able to attack on the kind of right turn, and if Kim goes incredibly aggressive with this stance and starts kind of taking those big knockouts now, and if Saifeng doesn't have anything to respond with, then it's not going to be it's going to be quite an anticlimactic journey into our top 8. But I don't think that's going to happen, chat. I think we're going to have absolutely loads of fun here, and I'm hoping it's going to be a very exhilarating game between Kim and Saifeng.
Yeah. There is a more than 0% chance that we see, if depending on what kind of start Kim can get, a turn 1 amp you very much for free prizes on this Lumineon V.
I like a more than 0% chance. That's one of my favorites.
It's more than not impossible. We do see a lightning engine there in the hand as well.
Loads of Iono.
Loads of Iono and an Arven. So I guess here, you go for the Arven.
Yeah, I think especially seeing your opponent's kind of like slow start.
Yeah. So maybe you're going to go for the heavy baton, interesting enough, and the Techno Radar, of course.
I like the Techno Radar. This is a great start.
Yes, it is. Do you have, though, any way of drawing more? I don't think so. I think what we're going to see here, given that this Arven, we're probably just going to see attached to the active and peak acceleration, which is also totally fine.
I am more than happy with that, especially considering Kim has like 3 Iono in hand and a Pokegear. There's a potential for 4 supporters there. Kim, knowing that this deck thrives off of those, if they used one of the like 3 Iono now, the other 2 are going to the bottom of the deck, and you're going to kind of stop your own setup in this game. It is not possible, it is not good, and it's better to use it as a Techno Radar discard, to be honest.
Yeah, so one getting discarded, still 2 more in the hand to work with, but going to go straight away for that double Iron Hands EX. Going to be able to use peak acceleration on the Miraidon to start powering one of them up and start to get the energy rolling. And again, you don't have to necessarily take a turn 1 knockout. I was saying, it'd be really fun if that happens, but you don't really need to here. You're not in that mega rush. It's just nice if you can do it.
Yeah, this is certainly some peak gameplay from both of these players, but primarily Kim using peak acceleration. Yeah. Getting that energy into play is important, because then what we want to do is keep all of it churning.
I'm going to have to stop myself there. Actually didn't opt to attach to the Miraidon, attaching to the bench instead. So gonna just go maybe Future Boost Energy Capsule and then Heavy Baton and pass. I guess maybe thinking the damage on the Luminion isn't that relevant. You're already taking a one-hit knockout with the Ampy very much anyway, so I'd rather just power up on the Iron Hands instead. But I mean, surely it would have been better to just attach to the Miraidon so then you can do peak acceleration and get more energy out. Maybe that was a mistake. Hard to say.
I feel like it may have been an oversight. This is a very long day. They're on stream. There's a lot of pressure. We may be wrong. We are no Iron Hands experts. So if any certified Iron Hands experts out there have something to say to us, hashtag play Pokemon's the way to go. Let us know. Let us know your opinions.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like getting as much energy into play as soon as possible for Kim is always the way to go because of that limited card draw and because of the fact that generators can fail. I think getting as much energy in play so you can circulate it as soon as possible is the best game plan. But moving very swiftly on to Saifeng's turn, because we got a lot going on for you.
Yeah, we do. There's a rare candy for the Charizard Infernal Rain coming in. Again, won't be able to take a knockout, but can start putting some damage in at the very least. It's, I don't know. There's like, because I would understand the worry, just going on a bit more of a macro level here. I would understand if the worry was taking a prize to make it so that Saifeng would do more damage with the Charizard, but that was never happening. You were just going to do 60 damage and put some more energy on. So, but does it a generator for turn?
Oh, okay, here we go for a low roll, high roll.
Yeah, so electric generator.
How many are we gonna get?
Oh, I mean, the odds are not amazing. As we know, there's free energy in the prize cards. So 5 off the top. How many does Kim hit? 2! At long last.
That's what we want to see. High roll for game 3.
Yeah. So it is a little bit awkward now that because Kim last turn opted to put the Future Booster Energy Capsule on the Miraidon and then retreated into the Iron Hands with no energy on it. So now we'll need another Future Booster Energy Capsule to retreat it. But if you can get that, then that means that essentially this has been a great damage absorber.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's absolutely done its job in that regard, right? So as long as we're able to bring this back to the bench, then we can bring back this game.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Arven will be very, very good here because that could search you the Future Booster and it could search you another item to maybe get the last energy you need. You could go another generator or a Techno Radar, of course, for the Iron Crown.
Arven, you cheeky little thing. Oh, that was nicely timed.
Yes, it's that. I do believe that's again Italian Arven. That is Pepe.
Sorry, Pepe, you cheeky little thing.
Yes. So. Future Booster Energy Capsule, Techno Radar, get your bench set up, and we know that the INO is already in hand as well, so next turn you know you have your draw 2. It's a really, really, really great turn.
Love that. Kind of everything you need right now. We have limited card draw. Utilizing Arven at this stage is better than kind of using our INOs, where actually we want to kind of save those until we're at a stage of the game where we are also disrupting Saifeng's hand, whereas at the moment you want to be just going into the deck, searching out exactly the couple of cards you need.
And
making it work.
And you know what feels really good here, honestly? You just retreat and go for arm press. You're doing, what, 160, maybe more if this Techno Radar gets played?
Yeah, using arm press to set up Ampy very much is a really nice little combo.
Right. Yeah, just it's arm press into the Ampy very much for the setup. So yeah, Arven gets played now. Going to bring the Techno Radar to hand and attach the Future Boost Energy Capsule. And actually, no, you know what? Just going to go into the Miraidon, and now you're going to go for the peak acceleration. That works too.
Now we see it, and I like it. I'm going to be honest with you. I like this. We're finally getting that energy in play. Iron Hands is bulky on the bench, kind of ready. The other one's got a little bit of damage on it, but I mean, Charizard is always going to be 2-hit KOing an Iron Hands.
And I think the problem here was more around the fact that you wanted to get the Techno Radar, but there was nothing great to discard. You would have to either discard the Future Booster Energy Capsule you just got, or the INO, neither of which feels great. So I think that's why Kim played the Arven to get to, but then just went for the Future Booster Energy to retreat and then attacking with the Miraidon. It makes a lot of sense.
It does. It does honestly make a lot of sense, and we can see that line of play clearly now. Saifeng in a bit of a sticky situation with just a single Charmander, Luminion, and a damaged Charizard now, and that Charizard is going to be taking a little bump.
Yeah, a little bit bump for 60 damage. I mean, I do think now with enough Iron Crown out, you could possibly get a KO with Arm Press on the Charizard EX. I'm not sure if it's quite enough depending on how many Future Boost energies and Iron Crown you can get out. But going back to Saifeng's turn, we do see another Arven, so can now maybe get another Buddy Pop in, try to get down that Bidoof and that Pidgey. We saw that, you know, the barrel was such a key to clutch that last game. These are the consistency options that you want to make sure that that your opponent's disruption doesn't affect you.
We need a little picnic on the bench. Come on, guys. We need the buddy poffins. Then there will be plenty of buddies to back us up. At the moment, we've not got enough. Luminion and Charmander need a bit of backup.
Yeah, you can't be going at it all by themselves. Buddy Puffin, the first choice. I'm not sure how many tools there are even left in the deck. There is a...
I'm not sure there are any, to be honest, Freya.
Wait a minute.
Oh, no, we got the Defiance Band!
Yeah, because the Forest Heal Stone's been used, so I think, yeah, Defiance Band is literally the only other tool that could have been fetched.
Incredible.
Well, okay, other than the TM Depth Evolution, but we did just see 2 of those get Ultra Balled away earlier.
Yeah, not useful in this matchup, as we deduced earlier, so definitely worth getting rid of with the Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball can just kind of... It's almost like using an Ultra Ball for free.
Yeah, a little bit in this matchup at least. So Buddy Puffin does finally get down that Pidgey and that Bidoof. We're all ready to go and evolve on the next turn. And I guess now in the meantime, you just announce Burning Darkness, take a KO. Again, it's not great for the prize map, but you got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely. And even then, taking the Miraidon out of play isn't a bad thing. We don't want to leave it open to be able to use peak acceleration later to then drag more energy into play, because if you do manage to sort of use a vacuum to get rid of a heavy baton, then if the Miraidon is still lurking around, there is potential that's used to bring him back into the game. So I don't dislike taking it out now. I think it's actually kind of progressive towards the end of game state.
Yeah. Very interesting that Kim actually, so playing that Techno Radar, drew a Iron Crown for turn, and then had to discard it for Techno Radar, but actually opting to get 2 more Iron Hands EX, not opting to get any Iron Crown at all. What do you think the logic is here?
Maybe we're thinking about the batons here and what Pokemon are going to be able to stay in play. I feel like, again, just remembering what happened last game, I don't think that Kim wants to be punished similarly. I think we need to have multiple baton on, because then you can only vacuum one of them.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. And here we go, another electric generator. The first one hit very well for Kim. It's going to be just 1 this time.
I'll take it. It's a mid.
I think on the whole, on average, the electric generators have been a lot better for Kim in this game.
Yes, we've been high rolling it in this game so far, and I hope it continues.
Another one.
Woo, let's keep going.
Number 3 in this game.
Let's go. 5 cards. Let's have a look.
Let's see, and that's going to be 1 again.
Oh, we're doing good. We're high rolling. We're rolling, baby. I feel like these generators have been charged up real nice before this game.
Are we high rolling or are we just rolling? Because it's like 2, 1, and 1. I guess that's like...
I like 2, 1, and 1. I feel like that's high rolling.
Yeah, it's certainly more than fair. I think Kim will be pretty content with that.
And I think that worry of potentially Saifeng being able to get rid of all that energy in play probably is lessening now. Kim's probably feeling a little better about this situation, but I think knowing what attack to use right now, that's the hard part.
Yeah, because I mean, there's a part of me that wonders if Kim is almost gesturing as if thinking about passing, but I don't really see the benefit of doing that here. Yeah, no, we're going to go for the retreat and going to go into that future booster energy capsules, Iron Hands that just had the one attached, and yeah, just going to go for the arm press.
The arm press. It's such a shame that this can take 3 hits to take out this Charizard, and even then, Saifeng may, having not revealed the Professor Turo scenario last game, be able to kind of maybe swing that upon Kim. Maybe Kim's not sure if that's going to be possible or not, but I do think this was all really Kim could do.
Yeah, but now you can do the game plan we were talking about last time. Ampy very much on this for a KO, finish off on the Minion.
Absolutely. And so the prize map is still there.
Yeah, and so because of that, it's going to be very, very crucial here for Saifeng to find, as you mentioned, that Professor Turo scenario. Just pick up that Charizard, undo all that 2 turns of damage and hard work, and make it so that Kim's prize map is much less easy.
That'd be such a shame. But it is possible. I'm trying to look at the hand. There's a boss there. I thought it might have been Turo, but it's not. It's a boss, a lost city. Oh dear, that's looking a bit dead. There's a judge.
Yeah, the problem is there's a bunch of cards you can't play, right? You can draw up a barrel, but not if you want to play a scenario. So, okay, going
for the aggressive stance. I like this, especially because we can still be barrel for 3.
Yes.
So right, Freya.
Yeah, so we, in this instance, knowing that the hitting the Turo was unlikely, going to do the next best thing, which is just to take another 2 prizes. But now there is the potential for the prize map to go Kim's way here, because Sai takes 2 more, that's free, but Kim can go 3, Sai can only take 2 more, and then Kim can go another, I'm very much for the game.
Yeah, Kim's not only going to even this out, they're going to jump forward in the prize race. very quickly here, matching Saifeng's 3 prize cards momentarily. It's only going to take 1 attach per turn. There it is in hand, straight away off that Professor's Research. This is a lovely hand, apart from the fact we've got no Iron Crowns.
Yeah, but wait, no Iron Crown, but that doesn't matter. You can just retreat into the other one and go Ampy very much for the KO.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it doesn't matter if we have no Iron Crowns. I'm just thinking for future turns.
Right, that makes sense.
We don't have the access to those still, and it's surprising that we haven't seen any of them so far.
No, yeah, it's. I guess they haven't really needed it, right? I think Kim has recognized that doing these 2 shots with your arm press into Ampy very much. That's all you kind of really need.
I think the Iron Crown's a bit of a liability against Charizard sometimes as well because of the weakness.
I guess that does come into it as well. But so because obviously being weak to dark, the Burning Darkness can come in and take an easy KO. That's I can't believe I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's almost certainly why Kim has opted to not bench as many as possible.
Yeah, probably just because. Yeah, at the beginning of the game when you're doing your best to limit how much damage Charizard can actually pump out. If you're going to give them a free 2 prize cards, that's not great. Whereas if you keep the Iron Hands just alone in play in the beginning, especially when very few prize cards have been taken, Charizard actually cannot one-hit KO an Iron Hand, so you're not going to see that return KO. And it's okay to 3-hit KO a Charizard.
Yeah. And now the prize up is perfect, right? You go for the free prizes now with the Ampy very much. Sure, now Psyche and Roxanne. Sure, now you can return KO with Burning Darkness, but you also have another Iron Hands ready to go, and all you need is 1 Gusting card to bring up Luminion V and win the game.
This is so balanced. I really don't know who's going to win this, Freya.
It's going to be, okay, we were talking about the Professor Turo scenario last turn. Now would be a really, really good time to find it, because if you can get it and use it to pick up that Luminion, you deny that easy win potential for Kim.
I would love that, because otherwise, if Kim has a Gust in hand, which he does, it's a secret between you and me.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 of us and the viewers at home, of course.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. I want to talk about you, Freya.
Fair enough, then.
I'm joking. But yeah, no, absolutely.
I'll just leave the desk in that case.
Oh, no, please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be like the lonely minion on bench.
Very understandable.
But no, going back to the game, honestly, is looking like a situation where Saifeng can really do with that right now. I think they're just consulting kind of what's left. Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, the Professor Turo scenario is in the deck. It's not been used yet. It's not in the prize card, so you do have access to it, but it's going to be so hard to find. You got the Red Candy Charizard at the very least. You also have a Radiant Charizard.
I like that. Yeah. That could be utilized really well here as a single prizer.
Yeah. But
yeah,
wait,
retreating into it?
But retreating into it, but if you retreat and...
I think that's okay. You evolve into the Charizard, load up the Radiant.
It's only okay if you have hand disruption. Okay, there is a judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Red Candy into the Charizard EX, Infernal Rain coming in, can be able to accelerate to this Radiant Charizard so you can take the KO. Because of the Excited Heart ability, of course, Kim has taken 3 prize cards. That's 3 less attack cost on the Radiant Charizard, so you only need 2 energy to do this Combustion Blast. So going to play that down and then go for the judge after playing down this Lost City, I imagine.
Yeah, 3 fewer energy is huge. I think that's a really good space in the game to be playing this because, again, like unless Kim manages to get a boss's orders, they're going to all back with that Prime Catcher.
Yeah.
Then they are going to be a little bit stuck and aren't going to just kind of instant win this game. I feel like using that judge at this point instead of Professor Turo is almost second best.
There is another problem, though. So by taking this KO, it means that the 2 counter catchers that Kim plays are auto outs, which is not a great feeling.
Oh, I don't like that. No, you're quite right. Unfortunately, we didn't get much off the Bibarel either, so it does look like it's going to have to be a judge play for Professor Turo scenario.
Yeah.
Not available. Didn't get it.
No.
So we are judging. And I don't hate that because obviously we know that Kim's hand was pretty nice.
Yeah. But I'm sure Sai there would have loved to found either a Professor Turo scenario or a Roxanne, of course. That would have been a much more effective disruption in this scenario.
Roxanne would have been lovely with dead on 3 prize cards, but instead both players are going to shuffle their hand to the deck and draw 4 cards each, which, you know, is almost as effective as an INO at this stage.
Okay, this is crucial. We are getting to the end of the game anyway, but it's important to note that time has been called. So.
Oh my gosh, that went so quick.
Yeah, no, we just went in a flash, right? But I don't think this game is going to end without a victor. I think either one of these players can take their last 3 prize cards, but it's going to come down now to these last 3 turns of time to determine who is going to win and make top 8.
What? Where did that time go? I've been enjoying myself so much. that I totally didn't see that. That went so rapidly. I feel like we had 20 minutes on game 3.
Yeah, we were too invested.
It's not been 20 minutes.
Too invested in the action, but now this judge is going to be the key here. 4 cards drawn for Kim, 4 cards drawn for Sai. What did they both find? I really want to take a look at Kim's hand here.
I can't wait to see Kim's hand.
He's not showing us! Kim, how can you do us dirty like that?
Oh, Kim knows how to keep the tension going.
He didn't even look at them.
Showmanship.
I know.
Showmanship, honestly.
Slow rolling himself and keeping us all in the dark to know whether he's going to be making his way into top 8 by taking these last 3 prize cards. But
I love the drama.
So, Radiant Charizard.
Oh, he just put them together. Come on, Kim. Don't tease me like that.
Unbelievable. But Sai's hand is also not great. Not really anything there to do. There's a bunch of Pokemon you can't play.
Okay,
so here it is.
knockout.
Yep. Combustion Blast. The Heavy Baton gets triggered, and we're going to move the energy across.
Oh, here we
What's
go.
in the hand?
Mew, Ino, and 2 energy, I think.
Yeah, Mew, Ino, and 2 energy. Okay, so it's not the guaranteed win yet. There's Professor's Research, though. So,
okay, attach.
You have a lot of dig here. So you either Counter Catcher,
here we go.
Counter Catcher or Prime Catcher will win the game for Kim here.
That's a lot of cards.
7 cards of the Research. Does he find it? He gets the Prime Catcher!
He got the Prime Catcher for game! The fist bump seals it. Kim is going forward. Ross is going to be jumping out of his seat for this one as Kim moves on into our top 8.
Kim Pobega advancing into top 8 with Iron Hands. What a phenomenal match that was. We could not have asked for a better one for our last Swiss feature. I need a break after this, honestly.
Thank you very much, Kim, for that fantastic victory.
No, thank you very much. Not thank you very much.
Thank you to both players. You both played spectacularly. Thank you so much for giving us such a to-the-wire round 15 of our final special event here in Bologna, Italy.
I'm speechless. I got nothing.
We're absolutely gobsmacked. The players are chatting right now, and I can see a counter catcher being played.
Like waving around,
I still had counter catcher too, but we didn't see any. And the prime catcher was what took it all. And again, we've been talking about ace specs throughout this weekend. It's been a bit of a running theme. Speaking about which ace spec is best, right? Which one has really taken this format by storm? And I'm still on the prime catcher train. I think overall, I know a lot more players have been using, like we said, we've seen the Heroes Cape a lot, especially in those Charizard decks, but I honestly think that if anything, this moment has proved that the prime catcher really is the prime choice right now.
Well, the thing is, as we've talked about from the beginning, prime catcher is the default, right? If you're not sure what ace spec to play, why wouldn't you want, cross switcher on one item or Guzmo on an item if you want to go back even further? So basically the decision comes to, unless there's something else more impactful that I think I want to play, something like the Hero's Cape, if you want to play like a tankier Charizard archetype or control, why would you not pick Prime Catcher? It is such a power spike card, and it literally sealed out the game for Kim there.
Yeah, and like not having like loads of cards, lots of potential, could have thinned the hand and carried on with Mew, but we didn't see the counter catcher. Not one was in that hand. And so the prime catcher was necessary. It was the extra card. And the fact that it pulls the Luminion forward at the same time as being able to switch is beautiful. We didn't need it in that instance. We just needed to pull the Luminion forward. But because they had their boards quite so well set up, having the other Iron Hands on bench, it was just seamless.
Yeah, it was just seamless. And if we go back to the start of the format when people were experimenting with ace specs, there was of course the reboot pod. That was like the future exclusive ace spec that was revealed. A very powerful card. It lets you attach a bunch of energy to your future Pokemon. But in the Iron Hands variant, when you're focusing on that, you have the electric generators and you have the heavy batons, so you don't really need that energy acceleration as much. So instead, focus it on a gusting card that can clutch you a game when you might otherwise lose.
I think the only thing that I like about Reboot Pod personally is that it's nice when your opponent does succeed in taking your energy options away. When that heavy baton either doesn't appear, is in the prize cards, or your opponent lost vacuums it away.
Like in game 2.
Absolutely. Then I feel like that's the only kind of big benefit of Reboot Pod and why I would like to see it kind of starring in some games. But realistically, I think like we've seen there, the big power play that Prime Catcher brings is trumps it all, really.
Yeah, it really does. Of course, going into the next set, Twilight Masquerade, there's going to be a few more really powerful ace specs in contention. We've had the community prediction bracket with a few of them already. I'm thinking about Unfair Stamp, Legacy Energy.
Yes.
There are a lot of ace specs vying for that default slot now. Maybe not so much Legacy Energy, but Unfair Stamp especially. But even then, I think Prime Catcher is still going to give a lot of them a run for its money.
I agree. I think the only thing that kind of sticks in my mind is Cramorant, if I'm honest.
Cramorant?
I think that when we look at how impactful Unfair Stamp's going to be, it's so strong against Lost Box decks.
Oh, okay.
Taking that first early sort of swing with Cramorant for one prize card, or any deck that can very easily take a single prize knockout early game. If someone might be playing on Thirst Stamp, they might hold back a little bit and try for a bigger, more meaningful knockout. The definition of a meaningful knockout might change a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. So it's and I mean, Lost Zone has already seen a little bit of a downtick. It's only really here in this event where we've seen it that it's come back a little bit with it being the second most represented deck in day 2. But I've seen some murmurs about people saying that there might be another resurgence of Lost Box going into the Twilight Masquerade format. So yeah, going to be very afraid of Unfair Stamp in that instance, because it means that early Cramorant is nowhere near as sort of consequence-free.
Yes,
as it would
absolutely. You're so right.
Yeah.
But speaking of consequence-free, we need to head off on a very small break. It's time for us to peak acceleration our way into the top 8.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championship.
Can they out-secure Kabi-Chans? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game. Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate, accelerate this Hisuian Gudra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clench the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
Assault Vest variant.
Ivy Kutcher coming out again from the Ogre Pond, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Fergar, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Pulse targeting the Chien-Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KR, and this Ting-Lu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such much control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunklopp is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kavichans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and to stabilize Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a water energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be water energy from Moonlight Shuriken, or psychic energy to spread damage with Stabilize Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory. In a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map, Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex Dow, and I think it's time we had a little chat about Charizard EX. This Terra Pokemon EX has it all: massive hit points, an energy acceleration ability, and a powerful escalating attack. However, Charizard EX's success has depended on strategic partners in the blend of Pokemon, supporters, and item cards in an ever-evolving format. Strong partners have previously included Pidgeot EX, whose quick search ability allows critical cards to be found throughout the game, as well as Barrel with its industrious incisors draw engine, providing support against those pesky disruption cards. The release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet Temporal Forces saw the reintroduction of A-Spec cards. Three stand out as the most popular options: Maximum Belt, Hero's Cape, and Prime Catcher, all of which spark debates on whether optimizing damage, durability, or gusting utility is the best one-off for Charizard. But don't forget all the other viable tech inclusions. With the introduction of new cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, early game support can be seen with Cleffa with its grasping draw draw attack, alongside the usual combination of Broton V and Luminium V for their vital abilities. And then we have unique supporters such as Professor's Churro Scenario and Eri, which are crucial for specific matchups. Well, the current foundation of Charizard EX's strategy was cemented at the European International Championships by none other than Tord Reklev, who combined Pidgeot EX, the Barrel, with Prime Catcher as his ace spec of choice, as well as other unique inclusions to win the largest tournament outside of Asia.
The knockout, Tord Reklev is your European International Champion.
This win against various deck types and Charizard EX mirror matches secured Tord's 5th IC title. With still so much more to come, I can't wait to see how our players continue to innovate and adapt to one of our strongest cards in the game today.
Hello and welcome back to the Bologna Special Event for the lovely city of Italy. My name is Ross, I'm here with Joe, and if you're called Christian, you've probably had a decent tournament. We got 3 Christians in the top 8 of our event this weekend. That's pretty impressive, more than any one deck.
Yeah, their names might be the same, but their decks are all different, and it's really showing of our top 8 placements. We have a lot of variety. That's basically been the story of this format, where no deck has managed to come out on top for a long period of time, and it feels like into every other tournament in this Temporal Forces format, it seems like that's just carried on being the story, and it seems like there's many different ways to get really great records.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not, stop me if I'm wrong here, Joe, I believe we got 2 Pidgeot Control, and then 6 other decks, but we have got the bracket ready, it turns out, so let's go and have a look, and we'll see if we can fill you in on the decks as we go. So we've got Angelo Coraluzzo, as always, apologies for the pronunciation, with Gardevoir, going up against Konstantin Shapkin, who's going to be playing Arceus Giratina. We've got Alessandro Bax with Pidgeot Control coming up against Christian Hodas with Lost Box.
And then we have Filippo Colomera, who has basically been tying a lot of the games today. I think they started so well that they were able to squeeze some IDs in there, as they are up against Lugia, one of the trickier matchups there from Christian Graziano. And then we have Christian Saranato up with that Chen Pao deck, also doing well for a large period of the day, up against King Pabega, who we've just seen book their place with that future Iron Hands deck.
Yes, worth noting there was quite a big bubble going on. Konstantin Shapkin did get our 8th spot, but we had Alessandro Cremascoli, Magnus Pedersen, Christopher Kemp, and Andrea Zora, all of whom had the same number of match points going into or coming out of that last round. So we had 1 person going in out of 5 with the same record. So congratulations to Konstantin and commiserations to the other 4 who did enough, but their resistance unfortunately let them down in the end. That bubble is a harsh place to be.
It is what it is, but when there's one getting in, it kind of feels better rather than bubbling out. So I think this is lucky for Konstantin rather than unlucky for the other 4.
Yeah, 1 out of 5 getting in is lucky. If 1 out of 5 misses, that's when it starts feeling really bad.
Yeah, that's where you want to feel rough. And it's community choice for our top 8, of course. So you get to choose which of our top 8. We talked through those matchups, so we can just once again give you those deck lists, but you can also pick your player that you want to see on stream for this Masters Top 8 game.
Yeah, so to remind you then, we got Angelo, who's going to be playing Gardevoir, going up against Konstantin with Arceus Giratina. We've got Christian Hodas with Lost Boss going up against Alessandro Bax with Pidgeot Control.
And then we have Christian Sanataro, who is piloting the Chen Pao deck once again up against Kim with the Future Hands. And then Christian Graziano is going to be piloting the Lugia deck up against Filippo with that Pidgeot Control. So a couple options for Pidgeot Control in there with different matchups that they're up against. But if you don't want to see the Pidgeot, there's a couple good options for you there as well.
Yeah, you can pick the player, you can pick the deck, and of course we are opening it on Twitch, but we are only opening it on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, grab your phone, go to the Twitch app, put your vote in, and then go back to it again on YouTube. But the vote is only open on Twitch, Every tournament I get people messaging me going, Wassy, I'm trying to vote, but I can't find it. And I'm like, yeah, you're on YouTube, mate. Go to Twitch, get the vote in, go back to YouTube. All is good. Pick the player, pick the deck, pick the matchup. I don't mind how you pick this. Just make sure you tell us which one you want. And Joe and I can't even vote because we're stuck on the desk.
Yeah, no, I think it's a tough vote once again. I think looking at a number of these players, a number of them already have their invite secured, but from what we can tell, the invite might hang in the balance for Angelo as well as Christian Graziano, as far as we could tell, just briefly looking through the leaderboards as well. So they might actually have to win the event. So top 8's a great start for them, but actually winning would be probably the only way to secure that invite, as long as we check the leaderboards correctly in our little 5 minutes before we got on stream.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a look. 5 players have got their Worlds invite all sewn up.
Yeah.
I did manage to confirm Angelo has only got 243 championship points, so nothing short of a win will get an invite there. And we couldn't find Christian on the leaderboard, Christian Graziano. I believe that means that they haven't got enough points to, you know, be up on that leaderboard, and they will also need to win the tournament to get that invite. So nervy time if you're one of those players who really needs to win. For the other players, I mean, there's a lot of points on the line, and some of those players are, you know, that we got players in the, you know, Christian Hodas at 730. Well, 200 championship points. They're not in the top 22 at the moment. That would catapult them into top 22. Over 900 is about where we're looking at the moment. So 730, miles away. 930, now we're talking.
Now we're in a great position, so there's still so much to play for in Bologna. It's been all about the championship points because we are, of course, a special event, but that means at this stage of the season, it's going to be the difference between travel awards and stipends, and of course the difference between an invite and not.
Yeah, Filippo Colamareo at 760, also really looking to try and get into that top 22 race, and Christian Sanataro, I think at 820.
Yeah, they can really secure themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
a great finish.
A win here to put them on 1,000 points. I'm not saying it would lock up the top 22. I have not done the maths, but I have spent a lot of time poring over that leaderboard, and I feel like 1,000 points is probably a very good place to be. So we've got several players here who, with a win, could probably get themselves into that top 22, into that travel stipend territory. And we've got 2 players who really need to get this win, at least 2 players, maybe a third, to try and get that invite. And I'm getting a beeping in my ear. That means we can tell you what our game is going to be.
Let's see what you have picked for this top 8 game. It is going to be Christian Hodas piloting the Lost Box archetype up against Alessandro Bax. So that means we are going to see some Pidgeot control action here.
Yeah, Arceus Giratina, and you said it, Joe, a couple of times on stream this weekend. That has a decent matchup into control because it's quite...
Lost Box, I think. I think it was Hodas, right?
Oh, it was Hodas. My apologies.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Lost Box also slightly better against control sometimes. Lots of switching cards, lots of spiking cards, or things like Mirage Gate to get that attack off right this second, and pretty consistent as well. So apologies for getting that wrong, but actually still a decent matchup in control.
It's kind of interesting. It's almost similar to Stockholm, where it was Snorlax up against Lost Zone Box. That was much more about counting those outs and what can be removed.
Yes.
But I do think Pidgeot control will still be trying to do similar things. They have less Eerie in the deck list, but they do still have Fang Snipe from their Luxray. They're going to try and use their Hero's Cape and Penny to pick up and put down some of their awkward Pokemon. They're still going to be chasing switch cards. They're still going to be hunting down Mirage Gates. That's still what this top 8 game is going to come down to.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. Control, you can't get away from it. We saw Snorlax winning in Stockholm, we saw Pidgeot winning in LA last weekend, and now we got 2 Pidgeot control, and it really does seem to be that Snorlax has been replaced. 2 weeks ago, it really was a Snorlax show. Last week, Snorlax was still there, but there was a real element of, well, Pidgeot's kind of here, don't sleep on Pidgeot, and then this weekend, it really does seem like Snorlax has almost fallen by the wayside. We've been looking at these all weekend, really. Having a look through at the top tables, I've not seen much Snorlax on the top tables. When I'm looking, it's Pidgeot.
Yeah, I think the prevailing mentality has been around Pidgeot. And we actually want to hear the prevailing mentality for you all at home, because we also have the community choice here for some Twilight Masquerade cards. We're still working our way through this bracket, and it looks like it's 2 heavy-hitting cards coming up against each other with Dragapult EX and Tatsugiri that we're going to want you guys to vote on to see which is going to come out on our community prediction.
We're going to make our arguments. We're going to have 30 seconds, and we're going to cut each other off extremely rudely, and then you're going to have a vote as to which one is the best. So I'm going to be starting, I think. But
I think I'm starting off.
Oh, you're
starting.
I've got
Dragapult. I'm on Dragapult's side.
Oh.
So let's go. This is probably the best attacker in the format. It's one of those classic combinations of a stage 2 with a fantastic stage 1 in Drakloak, drawing you cards through the deck. You have a very efficient 2 energy attack cost. You've got your Zatu, you've got Mela, you've got Neo up energy. It's very easy to get this going. 200 damage to the active, as well as 6 counters. You can place this all over the board. You can manipulate it. You can TM Devolution. You can take out multiple Pokemon all in one turn. You can play around Iono and set up damage. You stay out of Charizard's range. You have no weakness. You have 320 hit points and a Terrestrial trait. You are a ridiculous card. There's so many ways we can see this played with Lost Box, with Charizard,
that's
with
a ridiculous argument, Joe.
No, it's not.
It's not. It's a very good argument, actually. Don't want to be too rude. But I get Tatsugiri. I get my fish friend, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
I love Tatsugiri. I've publicly called it the best card in the set. So.
Well, there you go. You've already laid your claim.
It is the best card in the set. It should be winning every single bracket. You know what? If you go back to the very first time Dragapult is legal in Japan and we get to City Leagues and it wins everything, fine, I'll let Dragapult win. It is not as good as we all thought it was. Tatsugiri is. Look at the top 6 cards of your deck. If it's in the active, find a supporter card. You don't win without supporter cards. Dragapult needs Tatsugiri. Tatsugiri don't need no Dragapult. You win with supporter cards. This is better Mew from Celebrations. Mew from Celebrations was great. This is better.
And that's enough. Let's be honest. It's just Poké Gear. It's just Poké Gear. That's all it is. Don't get excited about Poké Gear.
Poké Gear with no weakness, mate.
Poké Gear, that's an item that you can Pokestop, so you're even more consistent.
No.
Yeah, weird. I think Dragapult's got this in the bag, to be honest with you.
I think Dragapult, like I say, we go back to City Leagues. When they happened in Japan, first weekend Dragapult was legal. Yes, I will take that argument.
All I'm saying is that Tord is doing some lessons right now, and I've got a feeling those lessons might impact the NAIC because he's teaching everyone how to play Dragapult perfectly.
He is, and that's interesting. But I feel like we were talking earlier. What won Japan's national championships?
Well, just because it didn't win didn't mean it didn't do great. We don't have the full information. It doesn't matter that it didn't win the tournaments. It's still a fantastic archetype, and it has all the attributes of a phenomenal card.
I feel like
just because you don't insta-win, just because one deck doesn't win a tournament doesn't mean it's immediately bad.
Best attacker in the game.
It is the best attack in the game, I think. 206 counters is so flexible, it's absurd.
Feels like it should have won if it was the best attacker in the game.
Well, no, the only thing that makes Lugia decent is like a special energy cheating the prize race. I don't think that makes it the best attack in the game. It just made it a deck that was a good call. There's so much more to just a one tournament format. I think you can't write it off because it just didn't win Japanese nationals.
We have a one tournament format for Twilight Masquerade, Joe.
Yeah, I know, and Dragapult's going to win it. Like I said, it's fine. It's going to win NAIC.
It's awkward because I was totally arguing that Dragapult was actually better than people. Like off camera this weekend, I've been talking a lot about how actually, you know, Dragapult is way better than people are thinking, and people are already writing it off, and they really shouldn't be. Don't listen to that, vote Tatsugiri. Don't listen to me. Listen to me. Tatsugiri. It's out there.
It's already had such a strange wave of hype, like you said. That Dragapult doing so well in City Leagues immediately, going into even the first Champions League in Sapporo, it was countered. It was mostly the counter archetypes doing well, like the Gardevoir with Monkey Dory and with, of course, Miraidon pressurizing early with Iron Hand. So immediately from the first Champions League, there was people out to counter Dragapult. I feel like by the time we come around to NAIC, there's enough question marks around Dragapult if it is worth countering in the first place, but also the Dragapult players will have had enough time to adapt to these counters. I feel like it's a perfect tournament for Dragapult, to be honest.
And meanwhile, everyone's just putting Tatsugiri in their deck because it's a phenomenal consistency card. So.
It is a phenomenal consistency card. Like, let's be fair, it's a great onboard engine Pokemon. It can help set up, and it can help the aggressive archetypes find bosses orders and win the game.
I feel like this should be the final of the bracket, but it's not the final of the bracket. Let's see which one gets through to the final of the bracket. It's gonna be
sorry,
understandable. I can't be. I mean, I'm already 3-1 up, Joe. So my first 3 went beautifully. This was. I still think that this is awkward because I don't think you can say Tatsugiri is better than Dragapult unless you force yourself to make a top 10 list, in which case you kind of have to. Although I think I might have put these 1 and 2 if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
But it really comes down to what you like best. If you're looking for an attacking threat, if you're looking for a deck, yeah, Dragapult's the best thing coming out of Twilight Masquerade.
It could be 4 decks. It could be Lost Zone, it could be Pidgeot, it could be with Charizard, it could be just with Zatu. So it could be in as many decks as Tatsugiri is. It just so happens Tatsugiri is in different decks.
Yes.
But like you said, I like Tatsugiri in Dragapult as well. That's part of your argument.
It really comes down to, are you looking for a big attacking threat around which to build a deck, or are you looking for a little boost of consistency for almost any deck? And we know how much those consistency boosts go.
Yeah.
So it's not really necessarily which of those 2 cards is better, it's what are you going for more. And I've had this argument with myself for years. I think I've come down generally on you get more value out of the support Pokemon, but But then even then, it's how many decks play the support Pokemon and how busted is it. Like, if we're having this argument in Lost Origin, Lugia is so dominant for that format.
Tempest. Yeah, Silver Tempest.
Super Tempest, sorry. I'm thinking of Giratina in Lost Origin. But if you're doing Giratina in Lost Origin, or even Palkia in Astral Radiance, or Lugia in Silver Tempest, they are so dominant in their respective formats that it's hard to put any support card above them. I just don't think Dragapult's quite there.
I think that's fair. I think over the 2 years, Tatsugiri is going to see play over and over and over again. Whereas Dragapult, it's more meta dependent. There could be situations where its damage counter placement isn't as relevant if there are less, basic attacking archetypes, evolving archetypes. If we become a more aggressive, basic attacking format, then Dragapult's selling points are far less there. So I agree that Tatsu's going to have a long and storied career. I think immediately coming into the format, it might overtake Cleffa because of Dragapult partially being, able to capitalize on the low hit points. We see Cleffa in a lot of archetypes right now. Also because of Monkey Dory as well. There's a lot of pressure under Cleffa, and just jumping up to 70 hit points as Tatsugiri, already a big deal. So it comes out the gate really strong and is better in the more aggressive archetypes, but it will continue to see play for pretty much the entire time it's in format.
And along those lines, can you remember, Joe, what happened last time Dragapult was good?
I don't know what you're saying in particular.
Dragapult VMAX came around in Rebel Clash for exactly one set. Darkness Ablaze comes out, Eternatus. It was never good again. We had exactly one set.
It did come back later, like a year later. But you're right. It was immediately countered after being printed. But Dragapult, it had times to come back into the format. I think when Quick Shooting Inteleon came back, it had another spike because, again, that damage counter placement plus Quick Shooting just made it so dangerous with the bench. I know what you mean. We can't predict what's going to come out in the future and then changes the fortunes of Dragapult. But going into NAIC at the very least, I think Dragapult's going to be right on up there.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And it's really awkward that we're doing this bracket. We are going, really hyper-focused. This is a card I'm arguing for. But actually, I think you and I have both looked into this Twilight Masquerade format enough that actually we kind of understand both these cards are absolutely phenomenal, and they're going to be all over NAIC next weekend. And for me, it is absolutely fascinating. Dragapult is one of the things I'm most interested in next weekend because it's already been absolute best deck in the format. Oh, it's really good, but everybody counted it. Oh, it's having a bit of a resurgence. It's out in the West. Oh, I don't know. It's a little bit overhyped. It's not winning the online tournament.
I've heard every opinion under the sun of
Dragapult. Wild.
People are saying it's fraudulent. People are saying it's broken, incredible. People are saying, yes, it's got bad matchups. What's the best way to build it? I think that's already the question mark. Like, you can only playtest against so many builds of Dragapult. You don't know which one's going to come out on top because there's selling points of Xatu, so you can have single prize board states similar for the Lost Zone deck, and that has Cramorant early game pressure, which actually sets up Dragapult math really nicely. The 110 from Spit Innocently straight into 200, really helpful into V-Stars and EXs sometimes. So there's so many different versatile ways, and then there's of course the EXs. Pidgeot's been great with other stage 2s in the past, and who can say no to choosing what you pick out of your deck every single turn. Then Charizard EX, one of the best beat sticks, but it gets better in the late game, so let's use a different attacker in the early game and use Dragapult to set up some damage. There's so many ways it can be utilized.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we cannot stress this enough. And it's not this weekend. We're waiting. The players are just about to take their seats. We're going to get into our top 8 very shortly. But we are 1 week away from the largest Pokemon tournament of the year. Yes, Worlds is the big one that everybody's trying to qualify for. But in terms of sheer numbers and everyone gets to come and play, you don't beat North American Internationals. I've never been to North American Internationals. Wow. I've never made the trip over. I've never been able to get there. So being able to go there and see it in person is going to be wild. I've been to some American regionals, and I was in San Antonio in December that had over 2,000 players. That was phenomenal. It's not going to be a patch on NAIC, and having a brand new format in a week where we've been testing it, but we haven't got any Western tournament results, to actually go for. Oh, it's going to be it's going to be a joy, Joe.
As excited as we are for NAIC, we do have a top 8 bracket to run through, and I think our players are sitting down at the table.
Wonderful.
So we can get into the action very soon. Once again, it's going to be Christian Hodas playing that Lost Zone box archetype, and it's going to be up against Alessandro Bax here with Pidgeot.
So it's going to be all about, can you weather that storm of Pidgeot? I mean, we saw a mirror match from Pidgeot. We've seen a lot of it already on the stream today, and it's going to be the frustration game. It's going to be getting cards out of your hand. It's going to be running down your resources, trapping stuff in the active if you get a chance to do so. For Lost Box, it is just get your prize map. Figure out where those 6 prizes are coming from and try and get them before your opponent frustrates you. Because against Pidgeot control, there comes a point where either you win or you've lost. And I know that sounds really obvious, but what I mean is, even though your opponent isn't taking 6 prizes, they've put you in a position where you cannot come back. So Christian Hodas, we've got a bunch of top cuts there, Bochum Regionals, Bremen Regionals, and a World's Top 32 back in 2018. So that's pretty impressive, frankly.
Yeah, throughout the season we've had Christian on a lot of our broadcasts because they're always gravitating towards those top tables. They are a phenomenal player, as is Alessandro, as you can see, with some great placements of their own. A Lille top 32, a couple top 64 finishes as well in Dortmund, and then Utrecht SPE. Feels like they're doing good at the SPEs, Ross, with a top 8 already this season.
Yeah, top 8 in Utrecht and a top 8 here as well. So there's 2 top 8s, but can we go that one step further? We've got a couple of very different decks here. This is going to be a very interesting matchup as we see the flip coming down. It's tails, but I don't know what that means because I don't know who called heads or tails.
So true. For this matchup, let's have a look at what sort of list of Pidgeot control we're looking at. This looks almost like the Italian 60. I want to start dubbing it as that because it's very much similar to Alessandro Crebascoli's list compared to Lucas Zing's, where it's going to still play the good old Bouffalance. Not sure how important that's going to be in the matchup. Maybe once the Mirage Gates are gone, we can start weaving that Pokemon in. But it's going to be the likes of Entei V, Luxray V, Chi-Yu EX. Mimikyu I don't think is going to be that important in the matchup. It's mostly going to be trying to run the opponent out of switching carts and other switch effects, as well as those Mirage Gates. And there are plenty. Well, the good news is that there are so many items that you can target. Basically, every time you can weave in an Eri, it's going to be very powerful. Same thing for Bank Snipe.
Yeah, those item cards, they are many in the Lost Zone deck, and obviously you've got big ones like Prime Catcher, like Mirage Gate, and obviously your switching cards as well. There's going to be a lot you're trying to avoid if you're Christian, and a lot you're going to be absolutely going for if you are Alessandro here. So, yeah, it's not going to be a linear matchup, I don't think. It's going to be another one of those where Pidgeot Control's looking to see what they can do, but we do have a mulligan starting off. Of course, for newer players, you have to have a basic Pokemon in your opening hand to start. If you don't have a basic Pokemon, we call that a mulligan. You shove your hand into your deck, you get a new hand of 7, but your opponent has the option, if they wish, to draw an extra card for each mulligan you've taken, almost like an apology for having to wait a bit longer.
For Christian Hodas, I think his win conditions, looking at this matchup, is going to be finessing, walking that fine line of utilizing as many switching cards as possible to threaten your Mirage Gate plays as quickly as possible. Radiant Greninja can be a great way to target down your opponent's Pidgey. Obviously, you have higher damage output from most of your basic EXs that you will have to Mirage Gate onto. Sometimes taking additional prizes from Iron Hands will be huge. But also, there's a huge tech card that Christian has decided to put into the deck list, and that's going to be Spiritomb, Ross.
Yeah, Spiritomb is Spiritomb's quite nice. It's got that ability. I know you were wearing a Spiritomb pin yesterday because of it. It turns off abilities of basic Pokemon V, like, for instance, Rotom. What's uh-oh there, Joe?
I've seen both of Alessandro Bax's Palpads in the prize cards. That could be a huge issue. You play 2 copies because it's so vital to not prize them, and then you prize them both. As we're getting into our Masters Top 8 game here, this was your community choice, and we're kicking things off with Christian Hodas, who has a Mew EX start and a nice buddy pop-in to find some Comfey.
Not too bad. Comfey's going to be coming out quickly, but I think you're right. That Spiritomb turning off Fleet-Footed from Entei, and more importantly, turning off that Rotom V ability is what you're going to be looking for. Also worth pointing out, yes, there is Pidgeot here, and yes, there is Iron Hands, but it's not going to be like we've seen in some of the stream games this week, because with no Future Boost Energy Capsule and no Iron Crown, Ampu very much does fall short of KOing a Pidgeot, which is upsetting, but that is just the way it is. Maybe we can do some setup damage and then a big free pie swing afterwards, but we're way away from that yet.
Yeah, Sableye can do some of that shenanigans. Even just taking 2 with arm press is really solid in this matchup. Taking away your opponent's Pidgeot EX, the namesake of the deck, really is a really big bonus, and I'm sure that's also going to be on the mind of Christian, who is wasting no time finding that Spiritomb on the first turn.
Oh, that is interesting. There was a question here. You always want 2 Comfey turn 1. Do you instead go for the Spiritomb and, you know, only get 1 and hope it comes out later? And the answer is yeah. Yes, you do. You go for the Spiritomb. It's too good at stopping your opponent.
And a nice free retreat pivot was Christian's lead. So we're going into the Comfey here and can immediately begin flower selecting. Of course, the Lost Zone box players want to reach some critical thresholds. 4 in the Lost Zone allows you to spit innocently. 7 in the Lost Zone allows you to unlock Mirage Gates, which is one of the crucial selling points of the deck. And as we work towards the late game, also keeping an eye on Sableye plays. Once we hit 10 cards in the Lost Zone, it's going to be huge here.
Yeah, those are the key numbers for cards in the Lost Zone, and we just see a pass with 1 card in the Lost Zone. It's not ideal, but you do have that Spiritomb down, and that is that's a good start, frankly.
Alessandro straight away is going to get the bad news. Not only are you getting nothing from this Hisuian Heavy Ball, but you can immediately see that both of your 2 Power Pad are in the prize cards.
That's adding insult to injury, that is.
Yeah.
You get nothing, but also it's literally adding insult to injury.
Here's the bad news, and here's the bad news.
Bad news is enough of the grab, but the bad news is both your Power Pad are prize.
At least you know straight away, so you can play accordingly. Also, the Team Yell cheer, by the way.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
And a penny for if you are doing that shenanigans where you're picking up. There are 3 penny in the deck, which helps very much, but one of them being prized is not ideal.
Look at this, straight away, the Eerie going to take a look at Christian's hand and try and take away some crucial item cards. The switch card seems like a really good choice. Getting rid of Lost Vacuum so that Christian can't reach 7 next turn also seems very valuable. You've unfortunately seen that your opponent at least has Chorus and can pressurize. We do have Nest Ball and we have Fire Energy. There's the chance to call for family with Pidgey if you wish, or you could still use... Oh no, you can't use Rotom, so I imagine we will end on Pidgey here.
And that is upsetting because with a Comfey in the active and a Chorus's Experiment in hand, chance of a spit innocently with Cramorant is incredibly high next turn, and that means you will be saying goodbye to that Pidgey and letting your opponent go up by a prize. It's not ideal, but sometimes you have to let it happen.
It's going to be Nest Ball for Pidgey, so possibly Alessandro is going to be attaching Fire. We'll see if they're going to try and protect it for maybe some attackers later down the line, but it is going to be still committed to the active, maybe finding some basic V Pokemon now from this call for family.
Yeah, and the thing is, that Spiritomb in a lot of matchups, you're like, oh, that Spiritomb's really annoying. Guess I'll KO it and turn my abilities back on. It's not really what's controlled, and you can with stuff like Entei, but it just becomes a little bit awkward. That it's only, what, 60 HP? But that's actually quite a lot sometimes when the deck isn't really made for attacking.
When you do 10 damage a turn with Fang Snipe. Yeah.
It's not ideal, Joe, frankly.
We're going to see things pass over to Christian. Alessandro's still got 2 V Pokemon down with those abilities that are being shut off, so it's clearly in Alessandro's game plan to at some point get rid of this Spiritomb, as Christian is going to use the Artisan to grab Cramorant, I believe, with this Comfey in the active plus the Colress, which we know is in hand.
Oh,
we
yeah,
can definitely get to 4 and start pressurizing Pidgeys.
Okay, so there goes the Cramorant down on the board. So that's going to hit 110. That's going to KO the Pidgey. You will, I mean, wait, there's already a board on the Comfey, isn't there?
Yeah, we're happy with that.
So everything's already there. You've got the Flower Sledging Comfey puts you on 2. Chorus's Experiment puts you up to 4. You've already got the pivot established. So that Pidgey is going down. That is definitely happening. The question is, what else can we do before we end the turn with a Pidgey going down?
Well, let's see what Chorus provides. We have some easy Lost Zone choices. I at least saw a Buddy Buddy Poffin that can get Lost Zoned.
Yep.
Getting us up to 3 cards, and this Chorus will get us to that 4th. It's an interesting thing where the Super Rod is obviously a very powerful card, but at the same time, you know that it could get hit with Eerie at any point, so that's also going to find its way into the Lost Zone. We can then select our way to 4, and obviously you Chorus first to get more information before weaving in this flower selecting. But this is also trying to get to that critical break point so we can spit innocently. It's unfortunately going to have to be Mirage Gate up against Switch Cart, so the Mirage Gate is held into the hand. Does Christian want to play out any more Ball Search cards? Maybe utilize the Nest Ball while it's available? But no, it seems like Christian is happy enough to initiate the prize race here, taking the first KO with a spit innocently. And we're passing things over to Alessandro, who really doesn't have much in hand here, as far as I can tell. Is going to go into the Entei. Counter catches, Super Rod, Bravery Charm, these are not handy. You can already see how impactful Christian's use of Spiritomb has been this game.
Yeah, that Spiritomb, I mean, even right now you could use Entei's Fleet-Footed and just at least get 1 extra card. Does make use of Christian's Artisan there, though.
Yeah.
Going and grabbing yourself a basic Pokemon, I think it's better than nothing, but this is not the start Alessandro wanted. He's got 3 Pokemon down, and 2 of them are Pokemon Vs with abilities that don't work.
Yeah, and it's a Bouffalon coming out, just so you don't draw into it by the looks of things. I suppose it's at least a high hit point, single prize Pokemon. But yeah, no fleet-footed, no Rotom, and if Christian can target the other Pidgey, Alessandro is going to be completely out of options, and this deck only really gets by because you can draw so many cards at the end of each turn, and you're seeing why.
Yeah, and it's so hard. You had to give up the Pidgey. You had to give up the Pidgey to go and grab your basics, but now you're in a super awkward position. Now here goes Colress's experiment. It's only really Prime Catcher that's going to get you there now that a supporter has been played, but oh, how beautiful would a Prime Catcher be right now, Joe? It's unlikely.
Yeah, but I'm sure it's on Christian's radar. You could also get an attack in with Radiant Greninja still here, especially because we are ramping. We did just lost zone a Water Energy though, so I'm not sure how available that's going to be. Oh, we did hit the Prime Catcher from the Colress.
Oh my word, that's amazing. So now, that's easy. Prime Catcher, bring up Pidgey, bring up... I mean, there's no question that this is the play.
This is going swimmingly for Christian.
And you don't even have to bring up the Cramorant. You bring up your Comfey, use Flower Selecting, retreat into Cramorant, and then you even get the extra card as well.
So smooth for Christian, getting up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone whilst taking the second Pidgey out of play for Alessandro, who has really just got to hope that the top decks can help him here, because Christian is going to start flying ahead. Debating possibly using a Mirage Gate here is Christian, I think. No, just going to, thinking about benching a Raikou, but wanting to hold on to the options right now. You know you're in a strong position, so just got to think about what you can utilize before possibly your hand gets disrupted a little more.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need to overextend when the game's going this well at the start. So there goes the KO, and it's not just 2 prizes for Christian, it's 2 Pidgeys. Both the Pidgeys are gone. There is a Super Rod in Alessandro's list. So, speaking of which, there's a Super Rod.
Super Rod's been in hand for a while, and it's not been usable until now, really. And we did see a Arven off the top, so maybe we could ball search back a Pidgey here, and you can still take Forest Seal Stone to line up a Pidgeot play for later. But you're still hoping that you can just dodge more Gust here and dodge Greninja as well, unless you get a hit point buff tool.
The good news is you've still got the Artisan for your opponent to get the first Pidgey. So now Arven will actually be able to get you the second Pidgey. Although, I mean, the funniest thing right now would be Christian using Greninja to KO both Pidgeys. 4 prizes, 4 Pidgeys, and that would be absolutely devastating. Does look like we're going for a rare candy and a Forest Seal Stone, so...
Yeah, I think Alessandro will basically pack up the cards if this Pidgey goes down again, because otherwise you go for things like hit point buff tools or additional Pidgey to protect yourself, but the hand is so poor that you just have to hope that there's some relief here and Christian doesn't have another insane turn.
No. Now, in terms of Water Energy, we did see 1 go away. There's 3 in the deck. You need 2 on Greninja in order for it to work. Now, Counter Catcher brings up that Spiritomb. We pass to Christian. What can we do here? Is there any way we can actually get the Greninja attacking? Because gusting-wise, there's 1 Boss's Orders in the deck. It's not that likely.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the hand. Christian's hand is huge, though, so we could be missing it. Could be access to their own Forest Seal Stone as well, let's not forget. So there is potential to Flower Select and work towards it. You can attach Retreat into Comfey and get at least a Selecting in.
Yeah, that would absolutely work.
Yeah. There's still a couple Water Energy in the deck, so there's still the opportunity to use Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, 7 cards in the Lost Zone means that Mirage Gate is absolutely on board. You would need Mirage Gate for a Water and something else, and you would need a way to get the second Water, whether that was attaching it manually or using a second Mirage Gate.
Yeah, and I think that's on Christian's mind right now. The Artisan was failed. Oh, there is Forest Seal Stone in hand, so
and
maybe we can construct something here.
There goes the V-Star Pass. So what are we going to get? We need Greninja, we need Water Energy, we need Mirage Gate.
I think we're going the simple route. I think just Boss's Orders and Cramorant is going to be what Christian's identified here.
I mean, yeah, it's simpler than Greninja, let's be honest. But
there's upsides of getting the additional 90 damage, but it's not as important as just dealing with Pidgey here.
No, I think you're right. Go for the guarantee, get Boss's Orders, bring up the Pidgey, 3 prizes, 3 Pidgeys, and although both got recovered last turn, only 1 hit the bench. Now the 3rd Pidgey comes active. We retreat the Spiritomb with that Darkness Energy, and you were right, Joe. Alessandro picks up his cards and says, Pidgeot control without Pidgeot is not a game I want to play. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, no Rotom draw, no Entei, and no Pidgeots meant that Christian was really easily able to breeze through that first game. Pretty much everything went their way. So much early aggression meant that the Pidgeys were not safe at any points, and the lock established as early as turn 1 from Christian seemed really impactful.
Really impactful, and since we got a break, I've got a bit of an update for you. Kim Pobega has actually won in top 8.
Quick work.
All we're hearing is his opponent conceded, and they didn't play. I don't know why that is. Sometimes, well, there's a million different reasons. But
especially an SPE.
Especially an SPE. So for whatever reason, Kim's opponent has conceded. Kim is into the top 4, and my caster prediction, I know it's not all about me, Joe, but right now my caster prediction is starting to look pretty nice.
Yeah, that's great for Kim. We saw them on stream just in the last round playing some great stuff, and no surprise to see them still going deeper into the tournament, no matter which way. They still might have just even had a good matchup, and the opponent wanted to concede and just save themselves some time.
Well, speaking of good matchups, Freya, shout out to Freya doing awesome work out there. Christian has won game 1 against Filippo. Filippo scooped game 1 as soon as Christian got a Lugia V-Star with 2 Archeops in the discard pile.
Wow.
So Filippo basically saying, I don't think I'm going to win when Lugia hits the board.
Yeah, I think there are some builds of Pidgeot that will try and respect Lugia, and some that just don't, and I think Filippo's playing one of those lists that kind of just doesn't.
No.
Not many Giacomo, not many other disruptors. Bouffalant's really your only way of removing energy, and that can be recovered by mist anyway, so you protect yourself. So yeah, it looks like that's going to be a good matchup for Lugia. It's how it got to the finals last weekend. It might be making another deep run.
I mean, as we are at the moment, there were 2 Pidgeot control in top 8 coming in. Both of them are 1 game down as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, true.
We could be clearing all the control out in top 8, getting ready for a top 4 where everyone's trying to take prizes.
We'll see what Alessandro has to say about that. They are a game down, but they still have an hour on the clock, and that is a great thing for the control matchups. In a best of 3 50 minutes, when you go a game down, you're really kind of thinking that you've got to go like the clappers if you're going to get close to winning 2 games. But with over an hour on the clock still, I think he can still get there.
Yeah, absolutely can happen. Half an hour per game before time gets called. It is doable. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but it is doable. And Alessandro, I mean, look, you've made top 8. You're clearly a phenomenal control player, so you know the matchup. And it's not like you've never played against Lost Zone before.
Sure.
This is a matchup you know very, very well. And one of the things, you know, we saw that when Alessandro conceded that first game. I can't win without my Pidgey. I've got a 3rd Pidgey down. You've KO'd it. Right, let's go to game 2. This is how well I know this matchup.
Yeah, game 1 was literally just hard mode for Alessandro. They had no access to the power pads, which would have been impactful later down the line, and they had such a poor start. So with that combination, pick up those cards, give yourself as much time as possible. It shows that Alessandro knows that in this best of 3 75 minutes, we just have a much better opportunity for these controlling decks. As we do see some prize cards smuttering of energy for Christian there. Fortunately, they're early enough in the prizes, we can access them again. But we are getting into our game 2 here, and it's a Luxray V lead for Alessandro, who also has that Hisuian Heavy Ball to kick things off. This time, there's something for him. There's a Radiant Charizard, if he so wishes. And this can be another great way that you can actually remove lots of energy from play as you work towards the late game by taking out some of these V Pokemon that get gated onto.
Yeah, it is worth noting there are 2 counter catcher out of 3 of Alessandro in the discard, in the prizes, sorry. And obviously, you're going to go down fairly quickly in prizes against Lost Box. So those are as good as Prime Catcher for the majority of the game. Having 2 of your free prize, I think less than ideal would be a euphemistic way to put it.
Yeah, fortunately this deck can actually take prizes, so there's a chance we can access that counter catcher again at some point, but it's really worth noting that it's not going to be for a little while. Let's see if Alessandro has any other ball search. I'm not sure if there's a way towards any Pidgey here. Well, there's a double turbo energy to the Luxray V. It's really awkward that you can't cash in on Rotom even on this 1 turn before Christian possibly could get a Spiritomb down. But no, attach pass.
That's not ideal. You say possibly could. There's a buddy Poffin. We're seeing Spiritomb. It's not in the prizes. It is in the deck. And firstly, we saw Christian go for it immediately in game 1. Secondly, we saw Alessandro basically lose because it was on the board. I don't like saying many things are certain because players know their decks better than us. They can surprise us. But I feel extremely extremely confident Spiritom's coming out here, Joe.
Yeah, you'd have to have a really specific line of play lined up to not go Spiritomb here. As you said, Christian prioritized it immediately, so I imagine that's still going to be the case in this game number 2. It's an even better start for Christian, who already has a Comfey in the active, so can begin using that Flower selecting, ramping their Lost Zone. We could end up even having a Spit Innocently this turn again, and immediately put the pressure on Alessandro to get hit point buffs on this Luxray or start using Penny. And we know how poor their opener was, just an attached pass, so initiating that pressure immediately could be huge. Even just ramping the Lost Zone as much as possible, working towards that 7 so you can unlock Mirage Gate and your multiple prize attackers. There's just a lot of good options for Christian already here, and that's just off of their first action of the turn.
Yeah, if Christian is able to get a Spit Innocently combined with a Spiritomb on the bench, with Alessandro's poor start, that is going to be absolutely backbreaking, especially after having won game 1. It is, as predicted, a Comfey and a Spiritomb, no surprises here. So that Rotom is going to be turned off. The fleet-footed on Entei is going to be turned off. Alessandro's path became a lot more difficult, a lot rockier, so to speak. The path to the peak is not clear.
No, certainly not. And Spiritomb's the last thing you want to see as Alessandro here. And it was the very first action of the turn for Christian. It's a huge tech card. It was my pin badge in day 1, but it's waited until day 2 to come out.
I know, that's just really annoying, right?
Yeah, I tried my best. But it shows that it was a good metacal, right?
Oh, with very good metacal, absolutely. But you follow the meta very closely, Joe, as do our top players here, and this isn't a surprise to anyone. Well, not to the top players or the people who follow the game closely. Spiritomb was a good call coming into this weekend, and it's one that people are aware of. It helps so much against Pidgeot control, and, well, like here, this is a matchup which, it's winnable, but not great. And then with Spiritomb V, it becomes so much better. Now, there's 3 in the Lost Zone off of a Colress's experiment. Can we get one more Comfey to go up to 4 and then pivot into a Cramorant? Ah, the only Cramorant's prized.
Yeah, we have to also find that heavy ball. But I think just getting on that quest towards 7 is still really helpful. Christian's really valuing the water energy, which might indicate that they want to weave in Greninja early into this game as well. That could be a target from this Nest Ball here, even, based on the hand. If you can get a turn attachment banked onto this Greninja, it can make your life so much easier next turn as well. There's another Water Energy still in the deck, so you can attach one and still conceal one away.
And I love this because Pidgeot Control doesn't play 3 Pidgey. Like all the lists I've seen, they play 2 Pidgey.
Yep.
That's standard. And you saw Alessandro played Super Rod when 2 Pidgey went down and then got one of them back. So what I'm saying is you're pretty sure Alessandro is only playing 2 Pidgey.
Yep.
So if they play 1, you KO with Greninja. If they play 2, you KO with Greninja. And then they can't get Pidgeot out. And we saw how game 1 went when Alessandro couldn't get Pidgeot out.
Yeah, we've got to see Alessandro combine Pidgey with Bravery Charm just to really hope for the best. But even then, Christian plays Lost Vacuum, so it could still be done. As there is going to be a Water Energy discarded for a couple more with Radiant Greninja here. Can we pivot into Comfey and get to 4 cards in the Lost Zone? That puts you in such good shape. Yeah, we do have a switch. That's going to put us Colress plus 1 switch out away from getting a masterful Greninja turn lined up for Christian. And of course, they still have their turn attachment, which could go onto that Greninja, which looks like a great option to me.
And there is a Water Energy in hand specifically, which is huge. Of course, one of the awkward things about Mirage Gate is it has to be 2 different energy, clearly designed for Giratina V-Star.
Yeah.
So you have to get 1 water and another, and then the second water has to come from somewhere. Dropped a switch card off the Comfey.
That means it's a good card.
Yeah, it must have been something good. I can't say, I'll be honest with you, the hand's out of shot. Oh, it was a lightning, could have been anything, shuffling his hand.
We're already growing this hand size pretty nicely from Christian.
I think there might be a Mirage Gate in hand, you know.
Yeah, I think we're very close already for Christian for next turn. I think one of the only missing pieces might just be a Colress, because there was a long debate over Lost Zoning the Pokegear or not. That was like part of their Colress earlier on, their only debate, but we're nest balling out a Roaring Moon. This is another way that can really pressurize the opponent here.
Yeah,
You're
Roaring
at 4,
Moon.
Vacuum can get you to 6. I don't think you can get to 7 this turn. I wasn't even considering that there could be a KO here.
I mean, if he could. Well, we weren't considering it because there's so much you need that it's technically possible. No, okay, there we go.
So we're pressurizing Roaring Moon to win next turn with no additional Pokemon coming down, but also you're concealing the fact that Greninja can come out all next turn very easily.
Yes, absolutely, because yeah, you got the energy in hand, energy, Mirage Gate, boom, you're there. Whereas if you attach the Water Energy, you're kind of saying like, hey,
I'm eyeing this up, yeah, for sure. Let's see what Alessandro can hit off the Poké Gear. I think it's just an Eerie. But you can use this to get rid of the Mirage Gate. This could be good.
That could be fun. I mean, there's Pokemon in hand.
There's Radiant Charizard, there's Mimikyu. Yeah.
So you can play Pokemon down, but it's more a case of I don't want to play Pokemon on the bench that I don't really want. Because Mimikyu's great at blocking some decks. It is not great at blocking a deck that plays Cramorant and Sableye.
I think we're going to have to Eerie and Fang Snipe here.
Here we go.
Yep. Christian's going to hand over the entire hand. It's lots of Pokemon and lots of energy.
Yeah.
that was Snipe's irrelevant now.
Extremely quick decision. And yeah, I mean, well, were they the only two options?
Yep, they are. So
because they were still great options.
No, Fang Snipe is just doing 10 damage and no secondary effect right now.
But getting rid of a Mirage Gate and that Lost Vacuum, which is a great way to get up to 7 in the Lost Zone, and get rid of that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, true. It's just enough right now. Wait. Alessandro doesn't even want to do the 10 damage.
Why would you not do the 10 damage there, Joe?
Well, you might need to trap it later on for a while longer.
Yeah, to be fair, there is a reason not to do it, so that you're not in range of KOing it and essentially letting it off the hook. Yeah. Either way, we're back, and you're not probably KOing that. You're not going to 7-hit KO that Comfey. You're probably not doing that with your
Probably not. Let's see the concealed cards from Christian here. Can get rid of a Lightning, so the Water Energy is still available. Was that Mirage Gate switch, I think?
Oh, that
definitely Mirage Gate.
I mean, that's
we can start selecting.
The good news is you can potentially Greninja.
There's
the bad
a switch
news
card
is,
now. Sorry, Ross.
Well, I'm just going to say the bad news is there's no real target. Well, the whole point of Greninja is it's great at going other Pidgeys, but there ain't no Pidgey. There's a Charizard and a Luxray. Honestly, right now, I'd quite want a Stadium so that you could put real pressure on that Luxray.
More switch cards hitting the Lost Zone, which probably tells me we have access to more. Yeah, it was a switch from the concealed cards. Let's have one more flower selecting. This is getting us to 6. We still need that Colress to help out. Eerie may have just about bought Alessandro a turn here.
Oh, that Artisan would have been lovely, but it's boss's orders.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Yeah, it's the only one in the deck. You have to keep it.
We'll hold on to that, certainly. And it looks like somehow Alessandro is just hanging on right now. Gets another top deck. Still needs so much, though. Needs to start building up this board in such a way that you're not just falling into a Radiant Greninja, swinging those Pidgeys straight back off the board as well.
And that Cramorant being prized is really annoying because you can be putting so much pressure onto that Luxray with that Cramorant. The Bravery Charm would prevent a KO, and actually there's only one Lost Vacuum in the list, and it's already been Eeried away, so...
Yeah, you'd have to Frenzied Gouge through it, and there are risks to that. What was the top deck for Alessandro? Well, the way he's playing with his hand means it's not much. Yeah, Pidgeot EX does not help.
No, it's a Pidgeot EX where there's no Pidgey down on the bench.
Can we draw? Oh, no, we still can't even draw from Entei. No. Nope. There's a Spiritomb as well.
Spiritomb says no.
Oh, wow. Well, at least you can Fang Snipe. You can hit Mirage Gates.
Yeah, got to hit Mirage Gates. I mean, you imagine.
You're a bit scared of Boss, but not as much as Mirage Gates, especially when you see it combined with Water Energy. That's terrifying to me when I want to get my Pidgey.
Mirage Gate is 100% what I'm going for there, because there's the Water Energy in hand, and also there's nothing on my bench I'm that worried about being bossed right now.
Right.
Maybe in a turn or two there would be. Like if I had a Pidgey on the bench, maybe I think about the boss. But then,
Colress off the top for Christian.
That's nice. That'll get to 7 or over 7.
Yep. And also we can start digging and finding more powerful plays here. We still need to move. Oh, is that Prime Catcher?
I think it is Prime Catcher.
Yeah, some more Ball Search, Super Rod in there.
I think there might be a Mirage Gate as well.
It at least means you can pivot your Comfey that's currently in the active position and attack with your Roaring Moon EX.
No, it's a Heavy Ball and a Super Rod. I was mistaken, as there isn't a Mirage Gate.
Heavy Ball then means that the one Sableye and the one Cramorant will continue to chill out in the prize cards for now. Christian valuing other Pokemon instead here.
That's so awkward. Nobody ever really plays more than one Hisuian Heavy Ball. That is a hard one-off. So with that having been used, Sableye and Cramorant, which are at the top of the prizes, are essentially not available here. So you need to start attacking with something like Roaring Moon, frankly. That's what you need right now. But you even got rid of your Artisan.
Yeah.
And you lost your Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm. Sorry, I keep cutting you off, but there's so many things about Roaring Moon that are annoying right now.
Gonna lose out on Iron Bundle, but I think we do find another Mirage Gate here. So you can Prime Catcher, maybe KOing Radiant Charizard while setting up damage on Luxray V, or setting up damage on Entei. It depends how aggressively you want to spend these switching cards. You still want to keep an eye on these for when there's later game more wild plays. Instead, yeah, so the Greninja's not going to get into the action this turn unless we see Super Rod as well.
Yeah, there's 2 out of your 3 water energy are now unavailable.
There's Rescue Board, so now you could gouge through the Lux Ray, which might be your best choice.
I mean, the thing is, generally speaking, frenzied gouging, you're like, oh no, I got 30 HP remaining on my 2-prize Roaring Moon. Oh, that's so annoying. But what's Alessandro doing 30 damage with right now?
Yeah, nothing.
Which is absurd to say, but I mean, maybe Magma Basin energy onto Entei, but Magma Basin's prized.
Yeah, it looks like, as expected, Roaring Moon is getting powered up alongside this Radiant Greninja. Thanks to, I believe that's Mirage Gate number 3 for Christian.
Only 1 more available for the entire game. It's not in the prizes though, so it is in the deck.
There's the Rescue Board. I believe that was off the last flower selecting. So we can, or I think it was the concealed card actually, but yeah, it means we can get into the active and deal with this Lux Ray immediately. Gonna fail this Buddy Pop in quickly and get into the action. You can go patient and just swing for 100 if you wish. But we're not patient here. We're just going to Frenzied Gouge. Sometimes you hold off on this so that you can gouge through a Pidgeot, but when you know you have Greninja threatening those Pidgeys already, feels pretty reasonable to just take the knockout now.
Absolutely. We do have an update. Constantine has gone and won game 1 elsewhere in our bracket. So Constantine's up game 1, Christian's up by a game, and Kim has already won as Christian's up here. That is all 4 games updated with where we are up to now.
Let's see what Alessandro can come up with. Entei in the active, not much. Still just looking at the hand with despair, really. Not much live. Is that an Ultra Ball? Yeah. Going to get rid of Mimikyu and Lost Vacuum, neither card being that helpful at this stage. So he's going to at least find a Pidgey.
It's awkward because, like, yes, you want a Pidgey. I was going to say, do you want a Pidgey? Obviously, you want a Pidgey, right? It's Pidgeot control. You want a Pidgey, but you know that your opponent has got boss's orders because you didn't get rid of it earlier.
Yep.
And you know that your opponent has got an energy on Greninja, so it's potentially just a Mirage Gate away from attacking with Greninja. Like, your opponent has multiple ways to go after that Pidgey.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously don't love it, but what else are we doing here? We got to get something done.
That's my point. Like, I don't like doing it because it's probably not going to last, but what else are you going to do? Not get Pidgey?
Christian's just going to carry on churning through the deck by the looks of things. Has another Colress now. We'll see 5 additional cards. Just putting themselves in a much better and better position as we go.
Super.
It's an awkward Colress, though. Lots of good cards in that 5.
Including a Water Energy and a Super Rod.
Yeah, might have to just get rid of Forest Seal Stone at this point. Maybe that's your least valuable card. It's weird to think that getting any card from your deck is your least valuable card. But keeping your bench space open for something other than a V might be weighing on the mind right now.
Yeah, if you keep Forest Seal Stone, you are also committing to playing a Pokemon V on the bench at some point.
Which is exactly Raikou V in Christian's list.
Well, yeah, that Raikou. Which, I mean, to be fair, Raikou's a decent attacker against a lot of the cards that we're going to see in Alessandro's deck. Like, it's good against Pidgeot even.
It certainly is. Christian taking the time. Just going to get rid of Colress and hold on to the Forest Seal Stone. That's also very reasonable.
Yeah, I do like this.
I feel like just gouging again seems really fine here for Christian. You are giving Alessandro a couple of free cards, but I'm not sure if you're afraid of Alessandro having much, to be honest. The only other thing you can think of is take a slower approach and, well, you could even, maybe, can you Forest of Stone prime catch the Charizard and take Pidgey and Charizard out this turn? That would be the crazy turn.
That would be fun. We do see a Nestball coming down here. So if this is for Raikou...
There's 1 Water Energy in the deck still.
Yep.
So yeah, we can do the combination. If we can... Oh, so the Raikou's in the deck, is it? So we can Nestball for it now. Then Super Rod, Forest Seal Stone. No, just going to be a fail search. So we're not going for the double KO here. Unless we already have other pieces and we're rodding stuff back. Do we have to retreat this Roaring Moon just for rod targets, perhaps? Christian's piecing it together like we are right now.
Yeah, it's an awkward one. We do see a Lightning Energy discarded for Greninja to use concealed cards. That's 2 extra cards. We didn't see what they were. Christian is not doing us any favors letting us see those cards.
Yeah, would have been nice.
Raikou's in hand, actually.
There. Okay, so Raikou's in hand.
And Prime Catch is also in hand. So yeah, we have the play
really opened up here. I think you definitely go for this line.
Love it.
The Radiant Charizard is, of course, weak to water, so you can take a 2-prize KO here with the Radiant Greninja. We're going to see a Comfey here as well. Water versus something else.
Feels more like a 2.
You've got to keep water for your turn attachment, I think.
Iron Hands. I'm cool with losing Iron Hands at this point. You're ahead enough on the prizes. That's what Iron Hands does. It really skews the prize race in your favor, but you're going to be up 4-0. You're probably going to be okay. Do we have... Okay, so here we go. So this has to be for the last Mirage case. Got to be.
And that's going to be the Forest Hill Stone. The deck is pretty thin.
Yeah.
Be a little careful.
I mean,
I think we're happy.
There's rod in hand, surely. Yeah, there's the rod.
I think it's just for the one energy that we concealed away. You could have retreated out to the Roaring Moon, but you want to keep that threat open to you. You're just going to get the one and then manually attach this water that you've drawn into via flower selecting.
And by the way, next turn, you can just Frenzied Gouge in the Entei in that game.
Oh, yeah. This is the maximum pressure whilst removing the only draw power that Alessandro can construct here. It's one card off the top to keep you in this tournament.
Yeah, I said that Pidgey wasn't going to last, unfortunately.
We are out of this tournament.
Oh, no!
There's the penny.
There's the concession. Christian Hodas wins 2-0. That Greninja double KO was just too much to deal with.
Phenomenal stuff, really, from Christian. Very disciplined, knew what was important in the matchup, and didn't give any wiggle room to Alessandro. No semblance of an engine at any point. It was Pidgey hunting the entire time, and that was exactly what was required to win that top 8 game.
Yeah, you don't always have the options, but Lost Zone seems like a deck that can hunt those Pidgeys. When you can hunt them that effectively, I'm afraid that is going to be the game. One more quick update. Christian against Filippo. In game 2, Christian was unable to get an Archeops in the discard pile several turns in a row, has conceded to go to game 3.
Okay.
It doesn't feel like that's the most thrilling game going on in top 8 right now. I think we did better with the game we picked. Good job, chat.
Yep, thanks, chat, for that one. And we got to see Christian's list. I think that's the first time we've had him on stream as well. Has been having an understated tournament, but is now in that top 4. Has played Lost Zone box for a long time as well. I think they've been a great innovator. I remember the goggles in the list as well, for the ×3 weakness. That was one of his innovations with Tropius in there as well. So Christian's had all sorts of experiments with that 60 and has found another great list.
Yeah, we do have an updated bracket, which is going to be incoming now, so we can see where we are in the round at the moment. And we can see there that Christian Hodas is through, Kim Babega is through, and like I said, we've got Filippo and Christian at 1 game each, and Konstantin 1 game up. And actually, we have a nice little fact against Konstantin here, because is the father of Peter Shapkin, who got 2nd at EUIC.
Very, very cool. Cool to see the combo of families playing together and doing well in the tournament. It's great to see that the dads can still be great as well.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who's got young kids who hopefully are going to be coming up playing in the not too distant future, it's nice to know that dads can be good at the game too. I don't have to leave yet, Joe.
Gives you hope. That's great to see.
Hope.
Yeah, so some of the decks still in the tournament. Filippo is really trying to overcome that Lugia. That's still going to be a tough game 3, but there's a chance. We've seen it can happen, obviously, so that's going to be important. And actually, we can look over the shoulder of one of these games here. What are we seeing, Ross?
We're seeing a Snorlax in the active doing Snorlax things, and we've got a Lugia on the bench, and it looks like a Minccino in the active on the other side.
So this is the game 3 right now going on. Yeah, I think it was a Misfortune Sisters just there. Maybe you can remove some crucial Ultra Balls and other discarding cards to delay the Archeops coming into play, so much so that you could start pressurizing and attacking Pokemon. That's really the only chance that we can see here for Filippo, who has had such a casual day 2 here. They did so well early on in the tournament that they were able to weave in some IDs into day 2 so that they could guarantee their place here. But just the way the bracket's fallen, it's gonna be their toughest challenge so far.
After round 2, Filippo's tournament today went draw, 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 draw. Yay, I'm in top 8.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. They found some opponents willing to ID with them, which is cool as well.
That is also very cool. And, you know, if you want to be a Pokemon TCG caster, one of the underrated skills, from angles like that, you've got to be able to recognize those cards. Yeah. You've got to get very good at being able to recognize small, blurry images. And while we got a second, I was casting Worlds with David Hockman last year in Japan, and I met David, and I said, oh, how have you been preparing for the tournament? He'd gotten tiny, blurry pictures of every metagame card to practice being able to identify them. So here is the other top 8 game, which is still going on at the moment.
Yeah, Konstantin there, the Arceus Giratina side, has been playing Arceus Giratina for a long time. I see them all the time around League Cups. We live pretty close by, and up against that Gardevoir, as you can see, there's that Drifloon on the bench. A few Curlier and Gardevoir, I think, has just attacked and trying to tank tank the Arceus that's in the active for Constantine here.
Yeah, and Gardevoir's doing Gardevoir things. Nice full bench. Got a Drifloon there on the bench, and we are setting up those Gardevoir pieces. Looks like we got ourselves a Radiant Greninja there as well. Just still sit and chill.
Still plenty of prizes for both players. I believe Angelo's still at 6 prize cards remaining. And it looks like the aggression has started from Constantine, who has taken the first prize card of the game, and is now starbirthing for a couple strong cards, maybe looking to gust another draw Pokemon, or find a way to maybe power through the Gardevoir EX that I think is in the active position. Let's see.
Looks to be like they've made their choices from the Starburst.
Just going to attack into the Gardevoir by the looks of things, and then just power up a bunch of energy. Looks like their engine's online. There's the Barrel on the bench and Squovit, I think. So you know that the Arceus Giratina is at least well set up in this game and starting to get more energy onto the board here.
Yeah, if you can be doing decent damage with your Arceus while accelerating energy to your Giratina, that is the absolute dream. So it's always fun. It's really nice to be able to take a peek over the shoulders of these other top 8 games, see what we've been missing. Although we do have to be very careful. These players are not wearing headphones, so we're not going to be giving anything away.
We can't see enough to give anything away, Ross, I don't think.
I just saw what that top deck was, and I'm not telling anyone.
That's just our little secret. Well, yeah, so that shows that there are still 2 of those top 8 games still ongoing right now. But fortunately, we have had one of the top 8 games that has concluded, so we'll be hearing from Christian very shortly.
We are indeed, and we're okay. So we've got a really flurried update from Freya. Game 3, Christian starts Ultra Ball double Arceus. Filippo's hand is awful. No draw or search. If Filippo doesn't draw a way to get the Pokemon, the game's over. The other game's still in game 2. Prime Catcher on Pidgey. It's over. Well, oh no, that's it. Now it's over.
There you go.
It's coming thick and fast. You know what? We haven't got any more time for those frenzied updates. We got a winner interview.
Hi trainers, welcome to the Cozy Couches. My name's Amy Worsley. We're here with Christian, our top 8 winner of our feature match. How are you feeling going in to the next round of the tournament, Christian?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident. My best finish was only top 4 so far, so...
Hoping to beat that today?
To be better,
yeah, going all the way to the top. I love to hear that. So, for this particular point in the meta, why Lost Box?
Lost Box is still a good choice because you get a lot of one-prizers and a lot of outplay potential. If you miss something on turn 1, it doesn't mean you just lose like some other decks. So yeah, mainly because of that.
Comeback, right?
Yeah.
I love that. Is there any decks in particular that you were thinking, I really do not want to see that in this tournament, but I'm going to go with Lost Box anyway?
Sorry?
Are there any decks that you were trying to dodge throughout the tournament?
Yeah, of course. I tried to dodge Chien-Pao because I cut the mana fee for Spiritomb, so yeah.
Has Spiritomb been really helpful though? Has it really come in clutch?
Yeah, it was. I didn't expect this meta to be like very Chien-Pao oriented, so...
You were really predicting that,
yes.
Going forward with thinking that actually you probably don't need as many tech Pokemon anymore, but Spiritomb definitely helps into more matchups.
Yes, for the moment, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Which card in your deck would you say has saved you the most? Which has been the best card for you across this whole weekend?
I think that's a kind of hard question.
It is a tough one, especially for Lost Box, because you utilize so much.
You had so many different decks for different matchups.
Yeah, so there hasn't been anything in particular you thought, oh my goodness, thank gosh I had
Basically,
Spiritomb.
I can say the Spiritomb saved me some game because my opponents couldn't set up.
Oh,
because
that's brilliant, because they just can't
it
like
prevented like Lumineon or Rotom V, so...
I love that. Just shutting off any of those abilities makes such a big difference. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us briefly about Lost Box. We are going to jump back over to the studio for a quick break. We're going to go to a quick little break for you guys. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back very soon.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just really hyped up because it was a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably be considered the best player in the world, so it would be what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Welcome back, stream viewers. Now, I know that us TCG players all love a good hearty debate, so we're going to play some more Master of Choice, where today we are going to be debating with Alex and Freya aggressive decks versus more control style decks. So who's taking aggressive decks today?
That would be me. So, at first, I would have said I felt a little bit torn because I've definitely played both styles of deck in the past, but I'm leaning on the aggressive side purely because I think for most people playing competitive TCG, aggressive decks are more likely to give you success. The control archetypes in Pokemon tend to be like more limited. We tend to see them have success in the hands of people like, you know, Sander, who's done very, very well over many tournaments with control archetypes. But there's been very few times in the history of the TCG where a control archetype has been good enough to be performed, do well in anyone's hands. Generally speaking, the aggressive decks are the ones that are kind of easier to get to grips with and to have success with. So with that in mind, for most people, I think an aggressive choice would be better.
Okay, I like it. But since aggressive decks tend to be more common, do you think the upside of it being easier to play for people gets offset by the fact that everyone knows what these decks are trying to do?
That's definitely a part of it, yes, but you can also play an aggressive deck that's less well known to sort of counteract that, right? The whole thing is, within Pokemon, there tends to be a lot more aggressive decks than control decks, so you can still play an aggressive deck that has that surprise factor as well, so you can kind of work around that potential disadvantage.
Ooh, surprise aggressive decks. Now we're talking, but before I get too invested, Alex, try and convince me. Control decks.
Look, there's been numerous control decks throughout the history of Pokemon TCG, and yes, as you mentioned, there are a lot of players who dedicate the time to really sort of bring those decks to really truly perform. You've mentioned Sander already, but as someone who's dedicated and knowing all of the types of cards that are involved in a control deck, imagine you had all of that knowledge. You know every ins and outs of aggressive decks, of tempo decks, of control decks, and you're utilizing all of that knowledge to be the best deck in the room. And more often than not, you are. And that's why we've seen players like Sander and beyond often, you know, make it through to day 2, make it through into top cuts. You know, they do have the pleasure of sometimes also being on stream, which does mean a lot of players then get to see what those little cute techs can be, but it just shows you just how truly that archetype it actually is. And just like I said, imagine just having all that wealth of knowledge going into every matchup, into a metagame, and just taking down a tournament with a deck like that.
That would be very fun doing that, but I think my concern with control decks, Alex, is like I said, once the cat is out the bag and people know what these techs are, you know, the sort of effectiveness of the decks can wane a little bit. Do you think that would put people off?
It can do. One of the key things that you generally have to understand when you play control decks is you do have to understand almost every deck in the format and understand your game plan against every single one. It doesn't always come off. But, you know, at the same time, because we have such a wide format now, you can only cater for so many. But with control decks, just being able to, you know, take your time with single prizes in the format, with so many different EXs and Vs that give up multiple prizes, don't need to worry about that too much. It gives you plenty of time to execute your game plan and just kind of turn the game on its head and really take down the tournament.
Wow, well, this is a hard one, viewers. Make sure you let us know in the chat what you prefer, but I think Alex already knows I'm going to give it to the aggressive decks. Control decks are fun, don't get me wrong, but I think it just takes a very big time investment, I think, to get to know them at such a high level. So congratulations, Freya.
Thank you very much. I will admit to some slight hypocrisy on this because all the way back in 2014.
I basically started because I wanted to trade a Mewtwo full art from Boundaries Coast with a friend. Somebody texted me, like someone from a local league, like, hey, you can come here and pick up this card. So I went there, got the card, and someone was like, hey, do you like Pokemon? I was like, yeah, I mean, I played as a kid. And I started playing. I was like 14 years old back in the day, and I never stopped playing. It has basically become my life. I basically love to play like one prizers. So my favorite deck of all time has to be Zapdos Beast, like from back in the day. You have like different small attacks that can hit for like huge amounts of damage. And I also really love Night March. So the Night March deck, like really fast, one prizers, and I won nationals with it. So it has a special place in my heart. Basically, what motivates me the most is like I am like very, very competitive. So everything I do, I try to do it as competitive as possible. I try to get the max out of it like all the time. And for someone, it's just like my natural like urge to compete. So I will not rest until I win a regional. I've come second once, but I really want to win a regional. So as soon as I get that, then maybe I will go for internets and maybe I'm like world champion one day. Like we'll see, we'll see. It's friendly rivalry, but obviously I look up to like many players, like players from back in the day, like Jason Klasinski. I mean, back when he played, he won like worlds multiple times. And I look up to like my friends, like basically my friends and my rivals, I look up to them. All of them have like a unique thing about the game. They're either like really great deck bowlers, or they just they're like super consistent. So basically all of my friends I look up to, and they're like my friends in a special way. So yeah.
Only 2 more rounds separate our current potential champion from being our actual champion here in Bologna, our last regional level special event of the 2024 season. I'm Freya Pierce, I'm here with Amy Wasley. We've just saw top 8. The last top 8 game is still going on off stream currently, so we're not quite ready to bring you top 4. But, you know, we've all been having a little bit of a chat beforehand just to talk about how he got here, sort of the decks that made top 8, and just kind of bring everything that to you guys.
Absolutely. We're going to go over kind of a bit of an overview of how we are standing at the moment, the decks that we're seeing in the top 8. Just going through those a little bit. It's very different from what we experienced in Los Angeles last weekend, so I'm really interested by the diversity that we finally have kind of presented in this, like we've been saying throughout this whole tournament, this unsolved meta. We are very much nowhere near, in my opinion, going to even get closer to solving this meta, but we will have a champion by the end of the day to wrap up our European circuit with a nice bow.
Yeah, it's been very interesting with the top 8 deck breakdown because, you know, Pidgeot is still in there, but there are only 2, and we know for a fact that one of them already lost because, I mean, going up against Lugia is a bit of a tough matchup, of course.
It really is, and that's where we saw that Lugia began to shine back in LA, but not quite able to clutch the win there.
No, in fact, losing to Control in the finals, and again, a nail-biter game. We mentioned it a load of times, but go back and watch the video on demand for that final. It was a stonker.
Honestly, yeah, it was really, really tooth and nail. It was very, very scary to watch, but very enticing at the same time. It was a very good, very, very good watch, and I'm hoping that we can bring all of the action to you today so that we're going to have just that exact experience here today. Maybe not the same matchup. It'd be nice to have something different, but there's a larger chance of it today with the different kinds of decks that we've got in top 8.
Yeah, so I had duty of watching over the top 8 games whilst that top 8 match on stream was going on. Ross is now taking over for me since I had to rush back here, and apparently there's been no Arceus for Constantine yet. Manually attached to get a Giratina V with free energy, but not even an Arceus V on the bench, so Constantine maybe on the back foot.
Ooh, that's kind of concerning. We'll have to see how all of that pans out. But an Arceus deck, let's talk about that for a minute. Being in the top 8 of this event, I think is really telling of the card's power. We've seen it from the beginning of this format where it kind of began this year, and it has taken us all the way through. I'm pretty certain that the Arceus or Arceus variants have been around in every single tournament in different ways, and it's taken us until now, and you know, it's going to carry on into next format.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, Arceus Giratina and I guess Arceus Armarouge are the two most successful variants that we've seen now currently. The Arceus Giratina being piloted by Constantine in here in top 8. But looking into the future, we do have our next round for our community prediction bracket ready for you guys. This is, of course, the most predicted impactful card of Twilight Masquerade. And the bracket's changed a little bit since we got to do our last round of this, actually.
It really has. And I tell you what, I'm really surprised that Unfair Stamp beat the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with how much hype that's getting. But it got 69 votes over 31. I think that's really significant, whereas Tatsugiri and Legacy Energy
that was a lot closer.
Much closer. Dragapult EX and Tatsugiri beating it by 62% and kind of following its way into the finals. And what have we got left?
We have Unfair Stamp against Blood Moon Ursaluna. This is going to be an interesting one because these are instances where both cards are generic. One's an attacker and one's an A-spec, but both of these can slot into many different decks. So actually very, so there's going to be on equal footing in terms of the availability and the versatility of both of these.
Yeah, and I really like that, that we've got the option of going head-to-head with two cards which can be slotted into any deck.
Yes.
Practically any deck can make use of Blood Moon Ursaluna or Unfair Stamp. So realistically, these are almost very apt to go up against each other and for you guys at home to be choosing which one you think is better. So get thinking already before we even make our cases for those cards to be thinking what you might prefer out of those two.
Yeah, speaking of which, I have just got word that I'm going to be covering Blood Moon Ursaluna here, and I've got it in 3, 2, 1, go. So, we know that Radiant Charizard is one of the best attackers that we've ever seen. It's been the one card that has made Charizard from an unplayable mess into a good card. Blood Moon Ursaluna is that, with more HP, more versatility because it's colorless, it can reduce even more because of your colorless attack cost. You can attack for nothing if your opponent's taking 5 prize cards, and it does 240 damage. It has 260 HP, which is the most we've seen on a basic 2 prizer in a very, very long time. It slots into so many different things so that you can sweep out the late game even when you don't have much energy left. It is one of the best, most versatile, splashable attackers we've seen in a very long time.
I didn't even have to stop you.
Sometimes Turbo Mouth has a benefit. Sometimes.
Jeez Louise! I mean, I definitely can't speak as fast as that, but I'm certain I can make a case regardless. But you will probably have to jump in and stop me on mine. But you deserve the round of applause for that one, Freya. Very good skill.
Thank you.
Okay.
So are we ready for your cue?
Unfair Stamp is literally unfair. It's in the name, for goodness sake. Your opponent takes 1 prize card. What do? Unfair Stamp. And immediately they're on like no freaking cards in hand. What can they do? Can they come back? Do they get 2 good cards? Do they not? Like, it's absolutely crazy. You could try and bait them into taking a single prize Pokemon so that you stay ahead of the game and keep on going. It's also Arven searchable. It's searchable by so many things at the moment. I think even Pokestop gets it.
Stop it, that's all you get. Sorry, you just got Unfair Stamp there.
I did, I got Unfair Stamp. It's rather unfair.
Yeah, so with that, voting is now open. Really great arguments, again, in the spirit of good competition, but the voting is now open on Twitch. So vote for, as always, which one of watchers you think made the best arguments, or you can just ignore both of us and pick your favorite. But either way, get there voting on Twitch for your choice for this community prediction bracket.
And if there's anything that we did not mention, then make sure that you put your argument in a tweet and factor in that hashtag Play Pokemon. We want to hear what you have to say as well and what your argument would be about Unfair Stamp or our fantastic Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is a very cool Pokemon. I very, very much like it. I have a lot of love for Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of perhaps love is like the wrong way to put it, but unfair stamp, your argument was very right in the sense that it's literally in the name, right? And it's going to be so impactful when it comes out. I think that you can make a very strong case for either one of these that winning. So let me put it this way: if I lose on this one, I'm not going to be salty. I'm going to be very understanding.
I think either of us would be super understanding. I honestly feel quite united that they're both very good cards. I think they're both very impactful, and I think you're so right. Blood Moon Ursa Luna is just kind of like the natural predecessor to Radiant Charizard, allowing you to use a different Radiant card. Like, I kind of like that, but also just it's powerful, it's diverse, and I think that either card are very deserving of the win on this one.
The only slight personal bias I might have, my pet deck for this format, Lugia V-Star, does play Blood Moon Ursa Luna. It does not play Unfair Stamp, so the only slight personal bias there, but yeah, Unfair Stamp, a very strong card. We do have another WotC update for our other top 8 game. Apparently, the Drifloon KO'd a Giratina, so it's not looking great, but Constantine might be on the ropes.
That is a ghost-type showdown for the ages.
It really
a little Drifloon taking down the Lord of the Distortion Zone, Giratina. I think that's pretty impressive. That's a good little guy. Drifloon really pulling its weight.
The little Drifloon that could, pulling its weight, even though it is an almost weightless Pokemon.
Exactly. It's doing a good job. We love it. We love to see it. I love when we can use single prize or smaller Pokemon, and sometimes ending up being people's favorite Pokemon to be really valid attackers in this game is something you wouldn't see in VG.
Sorry to interrupt you there. I just heard that we got the results in for our community prediction bracket. Let's see who won between the two. I think it's going to be close.
It was relatively close. That's not bad at all. 43 to 57%.
Okay, it was close, but I got to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I genuinely thought Unfair Stamp a win between those two. Did my Turbo Mouth like sell it and like get such a victory?
I think it very much may have, but also I feel like because Unfair Stamp is an A spec, it's a case of are there better A specs to use? Blood Moon Ursa Luna has its own kind of its own place in the meta, whereas Unfair Stamp could be a different card in the deck.
Yeah, you can only choose one A-spec. Blood Moon Ursa Luna, it's the Radiant Charizard for decks that can't play Radiant Charizard.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, a very deserving winner, but we'll be going up in the finals against Dragapult EX. That's going to be a very interesting one between those two.
Actually, I'm going to say it was unexpected for me. I wasn't expecting Blood Moon Ursa Luna versus Dragapult in the final bracket there. If you guys at home have an expected final bracket that you were thinking were going to happen, I'd really like to hear about it on Twitter. I'm really curious to hear what other people thought was going to be in the final. I thought it was going to be Ogerpon and Dragapult.
Yeah, I mean, Ogerpon kind of fell at the first hurdle a bit surprisingly there, especially given there's been a lot of talk about Ogerpon now, especially, and we're witnessing actually over in the Japan Championships, did make it all the way to the finals, losing to Lugia V-Star though, which does play Blood Moon Ursa Luna. So
I'm just saying, I'm just going to put it out there that Freya and I are playing NAIC next weekend, and you know, that may or may not be I'm just saying, I'll see you in the finals, Freya, and if it wasn't obvious by my outfit, I'll be playing the grass types.
And not from my outfit, but if it wasn't obvious from what I'm saying, you might have a bit of an idea of what I might be playing as well. So you've got the metagame advantage on both of us for us playing at NAIC.
But no, I'm really excited to be playing those two decks, and we're going to see exactly how powerful they are in person. I really can't wait. It's going to be a fantastic showdown, and yeah, I'll see you in the finals.
Yeah, see you in the finals, absolutely. I'm just keeping an eye out for more WotC updates. Nothing quite going on yet, but yeah, as we know, Constantine is definitely on the back foot here, so there's every chance that our Arceus Giratina representative will be knocked out. But we don't want to count out yet. Anything can happen, you know. It's just we're just relaying the information we have.
Absolutely. And speaking of information that we have, we've got the day 1 and day 2 meta, which we're going to go over one more time with you guys because it's been phenomenally different between a lot of tournaments and a lot of results that we've been having as well. We've been seeing Control take over, but where's the Control, Freya?
It's nowhere to be seen. I mean, to be fair, to be expected in the sense that it's often done well in spite of not being on the day 1 bracket rather than because of it.
Takes a lot of skill to play Control, and I think that it's that slight fear of not kind of being well versed enough in the meta, not really understanding, not maybe having the sequencing down. I feel like Control is very reserved in a way for the very talented players who put a lot of time and effort and energy into it, and that's no shade on the lovelies who decide to play it who didn't do very well. It's just just very tough to play well, and I would certainly be too scared to bring it to day one.
Yeah, sorry, breaking news on the game. So Drifloon apparently should have taken a second KO, but a very speculative boss's orders actually stuck, so Constantine stays in the game because of it.
Ooh, we're getting there. We are sneaking towards our next featured match, and I'm very excited. Make sure you're glued to your seats, because we could jump on you with any minute with our next game.
Yeah, sorry to interject there, of course. We're doing the meta analysis. We should take a look at day 2 as well, since we've got that there ready now that we've had a little WASI update. So yeah, again, Charizard taking the top spots. Mike has the prediction, Lost Invariance is showing in there in the sort of second spot of the most played, or most converted at 17%. But yeah, all the way down, the pitcher control sneaks its way onto the graphic. But we know for a fact that there's one already out of the top cup because it lost to the Lugia. Very interesting how that panned out.
I like this. I like this day 2 analysis, and I'll tell you why I like it. I like it because Charizard's there at the top. It's still the most represented deck. But if you look at every other deck on the graphic, it made our top 8.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
How cool is that? Like, I love the... It would have been nice to have all of them, right? How cool would that have been? All of these on day 2. The highest represented decks in our top 8 would have been awesome. But I gotta say, I'm a big fan of chopping Charizard off the top spot and then going for all of the others in top 8. And I think that shows some real diversity and growth of the format, unlike what we saw in LA, where it was a little bit more clean cut.
Yeah, it is very interesting as well that I think this might be the first top 8 since EUI, since this format started, where Charizard hasn't made it, I think. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first time I'm seeing one of these top 8 graphics and thinking, hold on, where's the Charizard?
It's nice to see that it's not a sole format. It's not the best deck in format. There are so many decks that can do so well for so many reasons, not just based on your skill level, but your luck, your matchups, your dedication to the game, how much time and energy you put into teching and practicing those matchups. And it just goes to show that although people might say Charizard's completely busted, it is too strong, nothing can beat it, have a look at that top 8, my friend, because you're wrong.
Going on a completely separate tangent, I'm not sure if Ross and Joe talked about this because I was busy watching the top 8 games, so they relayed them the information. But it's so cool that we have Konstantin Shapkin. We mentioned he's the one playing Arceus Giratina, the last top 8 match going on. Father to Peter Shapkin, who finished second at the EUIC. We talk about, sibling rivalries and sibling alliances, like with the Kalamas and with the Kamamans, but it's so cool to see both father and son doing so well in tournaments as well. You'd love to see that.
I gotta say, I wish my dad was that cool. I love you, Dad.
Love to do that.
But no, it's very, very awesome. Joe did in fact chat about it, but if any of you missed it, then obviously it's a very, very fun feature of some of our top players today. And again, could end up our champion today, which would be amazing.
You want to talk about dads being cool or not? My dad included a reference in, so I recently got married. When he did a speech at my wedding, he specifically said something about how I spent so much of my life trying to teach him how to play the Pokemon trading card game, and he was never able to understand it. I tried my best.
Not for him.
Yeah.
But hey ho, we're back on our desk. Here we are. Ooh, Kim's back.
Yeah, Kim is back. Of course, did get conceded to in top 8. Didn't even have to play out his game to win his top 8 match.
He's had a nice rest.
Yeah, had a nice rest, so he's going to be ready to go. And I think he's going to be pretty happy about this matchup.
Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. But once again, let's have a little look at Kim's accolades here. Bottom top 4 is our highest so far. Can Kim go further than that today? It is likely. The stars are shining in Kim's direction as we head further into this event. I imagine he's elated that he's going to be possibly topping that record. Minimum, we're matching it, baby.
Yeah, it's very important as well to note that at this stage of the game, these points could make the difference for Kim and a few others between making top 22 or not. So this is a very, very big game for Kim.
It really is. And Christian also not a stranger to our top 8 here with amazing accolades in the last 3 years specifically.
Yeah.
We've been on a roll, and we're going to add another one to that 2024 list very soon.
Yeah, top 4 at the very, very least. And a brief update from the other top 8 games. Screentail takes a huge KO on the only Giratina. Angelo only has 2 prizes left. Constantine has 5. So again, we'll keep you updated on that as we go into this top 4 game as well, just so you know what the other top 4 match is going to look like. But here it is, future Iron Hands against Lugia V-Star. If you're Christian here, you've got to be dreading this a little bit.
A little bit. It's not the most ideal matchup. However,
I think that's putting it kindly.
Yeah, I'm the optimist, Freya. What can I say? Yeah. Ever the optimist, my friend. But I don't think it's impossible. We have Chinchinos. They can do some big damage, and I feel like if you target the Iron Crowns to limit the Amp You Very Much potential on the weakness, that's where you have to strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, the way that Kim kind of seals the game before there's even a chance is, of course, if you could just get that early KO on the Lugia before he can even evolve, because then you don't even need Iron Crown to take a KO, right? Amp You Very Much will get a KO on a Lugia V-Star, even if there's no Iron Crown on the bench.
Absolutely, positively. So those are the two kind of strategies I think we're mainly going to be looking for. But again, we are not the experts. These two are playing, and once again, we see some beautiful art sleeves. You're going to see them in a second. They're real cute.
Oh, look at
Don't
those.
go anywhere. Stick yourself to your seats. You're going to want to see them. And no, honestly, we're almost ready to rumble over here, just setting our active Pokemon. We've not had any mulligans.
Nope.
So this is looking really nice for at least hopefully a good setup. Let's look at these prize cards. They're going to be crucial. Freya, how are we looking?
How are we looking? So it looks okay. Oh, double generator is not great for Kim. The rest looks fine, but it's
2 energy and 2 generator.
Yeah, not ideal.
Maybe that will prevent Kim from being able to get that really early knockout like we were saying on Lugia, but that's not looking nice.
No, one Lugia. Christian will be going first. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that the Ultra Ball double knockout start?
Get out of here! Really?
I mean, you take it when you got it, right?
Oh, that is every Lugia's dream.
Yes, it is. And it heads on the Capturing Aroma as well, so you can go ahead and grab that Lugia V-Star, and then you're also set up and ready to go.
You know what? That doesn't happen when I play Lugia. That's unfair. That's unfair, Stamp. But honestly, you love to see it, and it's the kind of action that we want to see in our Masters top 4 of our final European event of the year.
I'm sorry, just whilst Christian's doing this deck search, I've got Ross here. I just messaging us, mentioning like Screamtail in capital letters and increasingly long messages. I have a feeling that Screamtail might have won that top 8 game, but we'll see in the
I think it may have. Here we go. Okay, on with the game. What are we picking? We're, of course, going for the Lugia V-Star. We are of no illusion that that's the right one to take, and I think it very much spells it out to Kim that we're ready for an Ultra Ball double Archeops on turn 1 of the game. It could not be better than that, and if Christian has any chance of winning this game against Iron Hands, this is the start we needed.
Yes, this is the start you need. The only other thing that Christian now needs to do is to get something that isn't that Lugia V into the active. That is absolutely crucial. You do not want to leave your only Lugia out to something that can very easily get a KO with being lightning type hitting for weakness.
Absolutely. I think just retreating the Lugia onto the bench and hoping for the best here is kind of our best play. It would be nice to get 2 Pokemon on the bench if possible, but then again, we're never safe from Prime Catcher. I feel like another Lugia would be nice, but maybe overextending, because you don't want it's tough, right? You don't want Kim to have the option of 2 Lugia, but then if Kim takes this one, it feels bad.
Oh, but it looks like Christian's actually, so there was a Jet Energy in the hand, but no, actually just going to attach Gift to the active and pass. Let's see what Kim can do with this. If you can get that turn 1 KO on the Lugia, it's not, you know, the most unimaginable thing. I mean, you don't necessarily even need to get it to win.
No.
But if you do, you just win the game, basically.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely takes this away. And I think that's what Christian's thought to himself is, right, okay, I'll put the Gift Energy here. I've only got 3 cards in hand. That's not fantastic. So if Kim gets this Lugia, it's not necessarily the end of the game yet. Definitely doesn't put us in a nice position, but realistically, it's going to be tough no matter what if they get a KO.
Oh, hold on just again. So we do actually now a final confirmation that Angelo did beat Constantine 2-1. So Angelo with Gardevoir will be advancing into top 4 to face against Christian Hodas.
Congratulations, Angelo. That's fantastic news. Going into top 4 with Gardevoir. We haven't seen Gardevoir in a top for a little while now. I'm excited.
Yeah, so am I. But that's going on off stream. We have to focus on the game right here in front of us. So yeah, again, Techno Radar fetches a Miraidon and a Iron Hands. Of course, you want the Miraidon just in case you can't get the attack off with the Iron Hands.
Oh, here we go. Let's count down. Generator 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's have a look.
There's 2.
Yeah, baby, let's go. no!
So okay, this is very important because as we mentioned at the start of the game, there's 2 electric generators in the discard pile in the prizes. So you kind of need to hit both here if you want to get anything going. But that's the third energy. Okay, wait, no,
they're gonna go for it. They're just gonna take the KO. They don't even need to take the extra prize cards.
No.
Just taking this Lugia out might seal the win really early on. Still playing the game out because it's only sensible to do so, just in case Christian has some spicy text. Never know where Thornton might be lurking. But even so, a super strong arm press is coming.
The double generator, the double hit of the generator, the lightning in hand. Wait, is Christian? I looked like Christian was just about to concede there and then.
No.
I was going to say.
Oh,
wait,
no,
there
it is. The iron over the concede. There we go. Our first game of top 4 has already completed our first little game there. We've still got more action to come, but that sealed it up real quick.
I was saying at the start there, oh yeah, if Tatsuki gets KO'd, the game's over. And but then I think with the gift then she could carry on, but Christian deciding, nope, you know what, I'm done. Let's just go to game 2. I'm not coming back from this.
It's a really tough matchup.
It
and
is.
I assume that every Lugia player in the room was thinking, please no Iron Hands, please no Iron Hands. And then, I mean, together in top 4, I don't think you're ever going to be too mad about that.
No.
But wowza, that was quick.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, when we were walking to the desk to get ready for this match, I walked past Joe, and I can't repeat what he said on stream, but the way he described this matchup was, I'm sure you can use your imagination, it's he did not have a lot of confidence in Lugia's ability to do anything here.
No, the polite words run dry quite quickly, unfortunately, on this one. I'm always the optimist. I felt like the only thing that Lugia could have done better was to get that second Lugia down so that at least we could then kind of take a return KO, but
or again, at the very least, right, the jet energy wasn't handy. You could have at least brought up the Minccino, and then maybe you force Kim to find some kind of Gustin card at the very least. But no, with Lugia active, who cares about taking 2 prizes or an extra prize? Free energy is all you need to arm press for the KO, and then you take out the only Lugia, and then you win anyway.
Exactly, and that's exactly what happened. Kim took the easy way out, the early lead.
Yeah.
Christian kind of thinking, that's not happening, no way. The generator hitting 2 was incredible. Huge count, especially considering Kim's generators were not behaving out of 2 of 3 games earlier.
No, definitely hit the 2 at the most vital moment, but going into this game 2 now, the prizes are getting set up. But I mean, as horrible as it is to say, we could see the same thing happen again, especially given this time there's no generators or energy prized.
No, 1 Miraidon prized, but we do run 2, so I'm not too worried. But an Iron Crown in the active, not my favorite here.
Amy, I'm getting deja vu here.
Oh, are we seriously?
It's 1 Lugia and 1 Minccino, and there's not even an option to jet energy this time. Yeah, it's literally game 1 again.
The same. No, but we don't get to put the Archeops in the discard
that's
pile.
true. So it's even worse, actually. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Well,
okay.
it's game 1, but it looks like Kim has a slightly weaker hand. We've got 3 generators
in hand.
Yeah, but we've got no Pokemon. Is that what's that final card?
It's a Tender Radar and an Arvin.
Is it actually?
Kim's hand is busted. He's got everything.
Get out of here, Kim. That's crazy talk.
This is like the most insane hand you could ask for in any matchup at any point, let alone against a lone Lugia.
I'm going to need to see these generators play out. I'm going to need to see it. We're going to see 15 cards.
You have 15 cards. You have 3 generators. Surely you get this. There's no way, right?
15 cards.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked.
And with the Arvin as well, you got everything. Cause you got the Techno Radar, you got the 3 generators. You can just go for a Nest Ball as well. So you don't even need to play the Techno Radar, although you probably want to fin extra Pokemon out the deck. But
this feels so unfair. This feels so bad.
This is actually unreal.
I can't believe this. How many generators do you? Okay, Freya, let's go. How many generators do you think this is going to take?
You know what? I think he's going to do it in 1.
You think he's going to do it in 1? I'm going to say all 3. I'm going to say all 3 are going to need to be played.
Okay.
The deck is big. I'm going to go for 3. You're going to go for 1. Shout, which would you pick? How many generators is it going to take?
Generator number 1.
Let's
5 cards off the top.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How many is he this time? He's used 2! Oh my goodness. I said it. I called it.
Oh, dang it, Freya. Okay, Freya wins that one.
Okay, I mean, obviously Christian's not going to concede straight away. This time, it's game 2. There's no reason, to
you got to play it out. You got to play it out. But here we go. Let's go for the second generator.
And hits 1.
I'm going to cry. Oh my goodness.
That's all you need. So now not only
that's
can you...
minimum. We can carry on. We can amp if you want to.
I guess so, yeah. But wait, isn't there lightning energy in hand?
I think so. But there's also the...
yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. And we've got the retreat as well on the Iron Crown. everything is perfect.
Yeah, well, I guess you could go for generator number 3 just because you can, but I mean, why not save it at this point?
To be honest, I would.
Yeah.
But I think the sensible play is to hold it. No, he's just doing it. He's saying, no, this isn't my game. It's gone. It's over.
I've got to be honest, Big Joe might have been spot on the money with that one. Kim wins maybe the fastest top 4 match I've ever been a part of.
I have never cast a game so short. Congratulations, Kim, moving into our finals.
Future Hands making it all the way into the final. I was speechless after round 15. After that one, I've got my head in my hands. What just happened, Amy?
I don't know. Is it over? Was that it?
That was...
What's happening? Where am I? Oh, the future is bright. Oh, God.
Blinded.
Wow. I absolutely cannot believe that. That is the shortest match I've ever seen on a top 8.
Or top 4. I mean, I legit can't remember the last time I casted a game that short. That was unreal. Absolutely unreal.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted. I mean, fair play. Like, I think when you've been bested that match, and it really is such an auto loss situation the moment that those generators come down, and they hit so hard. Like, generators aren't the most reliable card in the world, but when they see that many energy of a full deck too, like, come on, man, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, to be fair, full deck, but it was 3 chances to hit it, and there were no energy in the prizes either, so the odds were actually really, really good.
They were good.
Yeah.
They were good. I was hoping for a bit more of a game, but you know what? I'm so pleased that we're going to see some more Iron Hands in the top.
Yeah. So I guess now the question is, what is Iron Hands going to go up against? Because we have God of War against Lost Box. I actually think those are 2 pretty okay matchups for future Iron Hands.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good. Maybe Iron Crown will finally gain the crown.
Yeah, maybe it finally will after coming so close.
So many times.
Yeah, 2 top 8s, of course, at the European Championships, and so many other great finishes. Also in hands of Yuho Kalama, known as the Iron Hands Stan. I think it's safe to say. Yeah, wow. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Wow.
Wow.
We're speechless.
Yeah, it's
absolutely speechless.
So is this the call for the future then? I mean, after all of this, I mean,
oh my gosh.
There's nothing about Iron Hands that gets worse going into Twilight Masquerade, right? It is still taking an extra prize. If you remember, all the way, the sepia filter again, I know. Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia GX.
Oh no, Freya, why?
I'm sorry, bad memories.
Freya, I'm gonna have flashbacks.
Can I say a dirty word?
Flashbacks.
That just any kind of attack or ability that gives you the effect to take an extra prize card. Absolutely phenomenal. One of the most powerful effects in the game. In fact, I'm going to test you a little bit now.
Oh, don't please.
Do you know what the first ever card printed to have an effect to take an extra prize card was?
No, I don't.
No. So it was Garchomp level X all the way back in the Diamond and Pearl era.
Oh,
it was
that's a nice one.
When
we
you
learned things.
When you leveled it up, it had the power where it would trigger for that turn. If you took a knockout, you got an extra prize.
Oh, I learn something every day with you. I love it. Honestly. Does that mean that we've settled the debate?
Well, which debate?
That future's better than ancient.
In spite of the pin on my lapel, I think yes. Like, I am a Koraidon lover through and through, but I mean, Koraidon has just not seen the same level of success. Did win, of course, in Ancient Box at the European Championships in the Seniors Division in the hand of Gabriel Fernandez, but I think the debate has been a little bit settled at this point.
Come on. In chat, everyone, you and you and you. And you in the back.
All
of you. Ancient or future, which is better now? I mean, I'm talking like right now. I'm not talking next week.
Not talking future in the future.
Not talking future in the future or ancient in the past. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that doesn't work the same way in reverse, though.
But luckily for us, because that was so quick, guess what, Freya?
What?
We have another top 4 match.
Oh, fantastic.
So we get to enjoy 2 of our top 4 superstars on this stream. We get to see who's going to be going into the finals as well. So we get to see that God of War match.
We do.
And I'm genuinely curious about this one. I think it's a really tough matchup. Lost Box versus God of War. I think this could go either way. It's going to be very tooth and nail. A little bit different to what we've just seen.
Just a tiny bit different, yeah.
Just a little bit. But I'm really excited to have both on. I feel like we've got we've got our bonus for the final European stream. We've coin bonused into this one.
Coin bonused into this one, even in spite of no coin bonus being on the stream, apart from the brief, day 2 best of the rest bracket.
Yeah, we love the best of the rest. That's where my decks usually sit.
But it's not often that we get the time to stream both top 4 games during a regionals level event. So
You're
this is real special.
Yeah, you're really lucky
Special
right now.
for a special event.
Oh, nice one. Yeah. No, honestly, we could not be more delighted to bring extra action to everyone. I feel like this happens so rarely.
I literally can't remember the last time it happened.
But it's awesome because we get to see that real journey. We get to see the whole journey going from top 8. We don't get to see everyone there because it would be much too time consuming, etc. But being able to see both top 4 matches and then the final, what a treat. What an absolute treat. And more opportunity for these guys to show their skills on stream and for you guys to learn lots at home from them. So make sure your eyes are glued to these masters of their art because they have earned it.
Yeah, it's a treat for both us casting and for you guys at home to see the whole top 4. I can see both players are ready. They are sat down, but I think they're just not quite ready to kick off yet, but I can see they're itching to go at it. What?
Apologies, I didn't quite catch that, right?
I was saying that both the players, they're sat down, they're itching to go at it. They're not quite ready to play yet, but they're at the table and I think they're going to be raring to go.
Yep, that's no problem. I think we have a little while before then, so we're going to catch you guys in a little bit. But for now, we've got something for you to have a little look at.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with the decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and Destabilize Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a Water Energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be Water Energy from Moonlight Shuriken, or Psychic Energy to spread damage with Stabilize Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory. In a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map, Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mute VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG strategy called prize mapping. First of all, what is prize mapping? Prize mapping is the conscious act of solving your most efficient way to victory in any Pokemon TCG game. We all know that Pokemon is a game of 6 prize cards. However, the contemporary metagame will always be represented by Pokemon which, when knocked out, could provide the player with either 1, 2, or even 3 prize cards. So in light of this, it'll require players to strategize their approach to taking prizes while playing. Much like prize checking or even sequencing, prize mapping and understanding your route to victory and what Pokemon you need to knock out in order to achieve your win is something that is held to the highest importance among all of our experienced players. So how does prize mapping look practically, and how can we relate this to the current metagame? Well, a deck that takes advantage of having a fantastic time prize mapping is of course Lost Box. Lost Box utilizes a plethora of powerful one-prize Pokemon, most notably in Sableye and Cramorant. So why is using one-prize Pokemon such a large advantage? While their opponent is only taking 1 prize card against a certain Pokemon, this ultimately means that the opponent will require 6 whole turns of attacking to take all of their prize cards, making it difficult to win within the same time frame that it takes for the Lost Box player to complete their strategy. Other than this fact, Lost Box is also fantastic at abusing its ability to spread damage efficiently across the board, allowing Pokemon like Sableye, Greninja, or even Kyogre to take multiple prizes in one turn, normally resulting in Lost Box taking 6 prize cards quicker than their opponent. Other than Lost Box, another deck we've also seen recently laying down the law with their opponents in its awkward prize mapping strategy is Arceus V-Star, coupled up with a few of its friends in Umbreon and Duraludon VMAX. And you guys at home may be thinking, Ben, how can a deck that only uses 2 and 3 prize Pokemon take advantage of prize mapping? This deck doesn't play any 1 prize Pokemon. And you're right to ask. Decks that possess these Pokemon can take advantage of the prize race simply by placing only 3 of its high prize value Pokemon on the field. Ordinarily, a board state for these decks will only present 1 Arceus and 2 of its powerful VMAX Pokemon, forcing the opponent into what players call an 8 prize card game, making it harder for their opponents to deal with such large Pokemon and leaving them with no other option but to try and knock out the Pokemon in front of them. Commonly, players will play certain Pokemon that can take heavy knockouts on Pokemon with very high hit points like Raichu V and its massive dynamic spark attack, or Pokemon that can take multiple knockouts by spreading their damage across multiple Pokemon, like Kyogre and its Aqua Storm attack. And it's not just Pokemon that can be used by our players, but trainer cards too. For example, cards like Echoing Horn can bring Pokemon from an opponent's discard pile, helping players that are struggling to keep up with the prize race by bringing back Pokemon from their discard pile back onto the field. And even stadiums like Collapse Stadium will help players with their board state, mitigating the risk of having vulnerable 2 or even 3 prize Pokemon on their bench, thus manipulating their opponent's prize mapping strategy. So now that we know how certain decks, Pokemon, and trainers can alter the prize mapping strategies of our trainers, let's look at an example of one of our past games. During our most recent Toronto Regional Championships in Round 9, we saw Logan McKay's Turbo Lost Box deck up against Yehoshua Tate's Chen Power EX deck. On the face of it, you'll see that the main attack of Yehoshua's deck is of course Chen Power EX, a 2 prize Pokemon. And as we've already established, this may not fare so well against the powerful single prize Pokemon within Logan's Lost Box. So, what can Yehoshua do to help his prize mapping strategy? With a few tricks up their sleeve, they were able to take multiple prizes against their opponent by utilizing 2 plays of trickery, using both Cancelling Cologne, negating Manaphy's bench protecting wave veil ability, and knocking out 2 Pokemon with a single attack, with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken. With low hit point Pokemon littering Logan's Field and 2 copies of Cancelling Cologne, Yohoshu happily helped themselves to 2 easy prize cards and continue to get ahead of the prize race, showing a perfect example of how both certain Pokemon and trainer cards can help any trainer with their prize mapping strategy. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I really hope this helps you in understanding the importance of prize mapping and helps you win more games more efficiently. Who doesn't want to win quicker than their opponent? Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
Welcome back, Pokemon Masters. Once again, my name is Amy Wasley. I'm here with Freya Pierce, and we are here with your top 4 of the final special event of the year.
Yes, the final special event of the year in Europe.
In Europe.
Yeah.
Oh no, the final special event of the year is still true.
No, there's a few in Mexico City.
You're so right. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so exciting. Well, good luck to everyone who's going to be attending those. But for now, we've got our final one in Europe, and I'm ever so glad that we get to, for one of the very special few occasions, we get to share an extra top 4 matchup with you guys.
Yes, we do. Very, very exciting. Not something we usually get to do, but given that our first top 4 match ended in 10 minutes, you know, we thought, why not bring the other top 4 game to you guys? Now, in full disclosure, when the game ended on a stream, Game 1 for the other top 4 match already started. So what they're going to do is they're going to play out the rest of their Game 1, and then we're going to bring them on the stream to play out Game 2 and 3. So we're just waiting for their Game 1 to finish so we don't try to bring them on stream mid-game, because that would be a disaster.
We'll summoning star them over to the cast for you, and then we can get started. But yes, again, they will have played 1 game out of their match, so we will put that on the screen. Obviously, you guys will be able to see who won that one. Well, obviously, we won't get to see that, but we still get to see Game 2 and potentially a Game 3, which will be absolutely, which I'm absolutely ecstatic for. I think this matchup is very 50-50. I feel like it could go either way. So they're both going to be working really hard in this matchup to be able to bring us into the finals.
Yeah, and to me, it's fascinating because the matchup is going to be, you know, Lost Zone Toolbox against Gardevoir EX. This is one of the matchups that was basically one of the feature or like staple matchups of the start of the Scarlet and Violet era. When, you know, Scarlet and Violet first came out, you know, Gardevoir and Lost Zone decks were some of the top decks around, and you often, it wouldn't be any surprise to see those two going up against each other in the final. So a little bit of a throwback to a year ago.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They're still just as strong.
Yeah,
and
just in different ways.
That's such a great thing about the Pokemon TCG. You can have a deck, you can update it, you can upgrade it, you can keep up with the sets, and your deck can still be fantastic over a year later, even more than that, and it can just keep going. And if you update your deck and you stick with it, not only will your knowledge and transferable skills carry on from playing the deck early on, but you'll also just be able to go and glide through the formats. Even if you want to bench the deck for a couple of weeks, play something different, do something fun, that's a-okay. But the beautiful thing about the Pokemon trading card game is that we can just kind of play a deck for a hot minute. If there's something you really gel with, there's no reason that you can't just keep going, and this is such a testament to that.
Yeah. Unrelated note, can I make you an offer?
Go on.
So, you know, we just had our sort of last top 4 match of the community bracket. Since we have some time, should we do the finals?
Oh, go on. We'll have a cheeky finals of that community bracket. Let's do it, friends. Let's get voting. Now, I saw on Twitter a minute ago that we also got tweeted about why Blood Moon Ursaluna was so good, but we are going to have that in with the highly anticipated Dragapult EX.
Yeah, yes, we are. And now we haven't got word yet. I'm wondering which one I'm going to be given, because I just defended Blood Moon Ursaluna once, so like, and so I think, yeah, I am going to be doing Dragapult this time. So, I had to go against my previous argument now a little bit. And wait, and now you can use my own arguments against me.
It's a slightly different argument, right?
I guess so.
Because you were originally arguing against a different card. Well, now you've got to tell me why Blood Moon Ursaluna is better than Dragapult.
Well, no, but I'm again Dragapult.
Oh, apologies.
So,
yes, the other way around.
Yeah, so 3-2-1, Dragapult. The most hyped and one of the strongest attackers we've seen in such a long time. Remember, all the way back with Dragapult VMAX, it was one of the strongest attackers when it came out. We didn't even get to see it shine that much because, you know, the tournaments were happening, but being able to spread damage counters on the bench with the powerful attack and the 200 to the active, you can spread damage counters to set up knockouts so powerfully. You have the Dracloak with the ability, with the extra consistency, one card in the hand, one to the bottom of the deck. You can actually, it's the one deck that can make use of Neo Upper Energy. Okay, Neo Upper Energy was the worst ace spec of the last set. If a deck can make that card good, it must be absolutely cracked.
Stop! Very good. You were basically on time. I feel like you were stopping anyway. But nice wrap up. Very, very well done with that Dragapult argument. I'm feeling a bit Dragapulty myself. However, it's Blood Moon Ursaluna time.
I had my argument. Let's see how you do it.
So Blood Moon Ursaluna is absolutely Charizard, Radiant Charizard at home, but it's better. So we're going to bench the Radiant Charizard. We are going to have the opportunity to play a different Radiant Pokemon since you can only play one per deck. And we're going to be able to include Blood Moon Ursaluna as well, or instead of Radiant Charizard, where we're going to be able to attack for a huge amount of damage straight off the bat. You can use Lugia to accelerate energy to it, so you can use it even before your opponent's taken prize cards, or you can use it as a late game attacker.
And you're done, unfortunately.
Wow, that went so quick.
Yeah,
every
it kind
time.
of does, doesn't it? I like it. You touched some points how I didn't touch on actually in the last one. The fact that you can play multiple copies of it, which is something I didn't even mention. So yeah, some I think good arguments from both of us. But once again, get voting now on Twitch.tv. Vote for which one of us you think made the best argument. Which one is your favorite out of Dragapult EX and Blood Moon Ursaluna? Which one you think is going to be the most impactful? Get voting on Twitch right now.
Tell you what, something that I haven't really thought of until right this moment.
Yeah.
These are both Pokemon.
Yes, they are.
And that's just fun. I think that's a really nice point to make. That we're going into Twilight Masquerade, and the most anticipated cards as far as you guys are concerned at home, that they're both Pokemon.
Yeah, they are. And I think that might be one of the first times that's happened. When we've done these previous community prediction brackets, it's almost always one or both of the final ones that end up being trainers, because trainers tend to be the most impactful competitive cards. But no, in this instance, both Pokemon, and also one which is generic and one which is its own archetype as well.
Absolutely, but very highly anticipated, has been doing very well in Japan. So I feel like they're very valid. I really like Twilight Masquerade as a set because of that. It doesn't feel like it's revolving around one Pokemon or one archetype. It's bringing multiple Pokemon that are really strong all at the same time to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, so many powerful trainers and Pokemon, and so many impactful both new archetypes and old archetypes are gaining new things, like with Legacy Energy, making Lugia V-Star a top contender again. Not that it can't do well already, but really bring it a little bit closer back to how it was in the Aurora Energy days.
Yeah.
And then you have your Unfair Stamp, which we already talked about. There are so many good cards in Twilight Masquerade.
There really are, and I think, you know, if you haven't already gone and grabbed some, I think now is the moment to do it. It's
Definitely.
a fantastic set. I think it's going to make a big difference, and I'll be curious to see how that community bracket might change. If we ran that a week today, like if we did it
at NAIC,
then I wonder how that might compare the results. Would they be the same? Would they be different? Are people going to be overestimating a card or underestimating a card, which is something that Joe and Ross have been talking about as well. Is there any card that you think is like severely underestimated from Twilight Masquerade?
I'm trying to forget about it a little bit. Maybe, honestly, Tatsugiri, and it's not as if people don't think it's a good card, but it feels like out of the cards that are the most impactful, it's the one that people are talking least about now, and that surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I mean, let's remember the impact of Stellar Wish Jirachi, right?
Yes.
Really similar ability, especially when we have had a skateboard then, and now we have rescue board. So we're really working with that similar mechanic, but it doesn't seem to be being spoken about a lot yet. But I feel like our Tatsugiri on a board is gonna kind of possibly take that space that Stellar Witch Jirachi did.
Yeah, and it definitely is seeing play, but I've just got word in my ear sorry to interrupt. We do have our final results. Who is the winner of our community prediction bracket? It is Blood Moon Ursaluna!
Everybody loves the bear.
Everyone loves the honey bear. Wow, it's I'm a little bit surprised about that, honestly.
I think maybe Dragapult is being overestimated. I think that might be a little bit of it. I think it might be a bit of a mix of the versatility of Blood Moon Ursaluna, rather like you were saying, where Dragapult is its own thing. It's just one deck. But I am surprised by the numbers. I am surprised.
And to be fair, Blood Moon Ursaluna did just win the Japan Championships. Dragapult wasn't even in the finals.
See,
so
that's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah.
Being able to kind of jump in there straight away from a brand new set and end up in the finals as almost a tech card or like something just to have a one of in a deck, being that instrumental. It feels good.
Yeah. Oh, we have an extra special treat for you guys. So we actually have a mobile camera that we brought over to the top 4 game as it's currently running, so we can see how this game 1 is going. Let's take a little look here.
Oh, incredible, but we can't talk too loud now, and we can't give away too much because I'm not wearing a headset. We're just going to whisper to you guys. But no, really, we're not going to give away any details, so you guys are going to have to look really closely here at what's going on, because we're going to be only revealing information that the opponent can see as well.
Yeah, okay, so looks like that was a poker gear now just coming in, and it'll find Chorus's experiment.
Oh, we love getting the chorus off that. We love getting it.
Always the key find. It does look like, there's only 2 prizes left to take for our Gardevoir player, actually. I wish we did the deck box is just covering there a little bit. It's hard to see how many prizes that Lost Box has left.
Yeah, I can't quite see because there's a deck box in the way. But Korra's brilliant, making that Lost Zone much, much further populated. I can't quite tell. I think, is that the Lost Zone on top of the prize cards? Because I just can't tell if that's a big stack or just a couple of cards.
Yeah, I haven't just informed that they've dipped the volume of the speakers, so we actually can talk at full volume now. We don't need to worry anymore. So here we are. We're not going to go full Shay here, but yeah, we can just bring it up a little bit more. So Chorus's experiment finds still agonizing over this decision in a little bit, it looks like.
It does. I mean, it's an important decision, especially at this stage of the tournament. There is so much to play for. We just saw them playing a minute ago, managed to champion that match, but this is the final hurdle.
Yeah, it is, and this is still game 1, so whoever wins this will obviously have an advantage going into our stream match, and it must be kind of fun, right, knowing I only need to win 1 game on stream to actually win the whole match if I already won game 1.
Absolutely. So it really is all to play for, and I feel like the extra time that we get as well comes into it, allowing somebody to take the extra time to think about those really tricky decisions. That's exactly where these Colres...
Oh, hold on, Christian just played a Super Rod here, got a bunch of stuff back up to go. We're going to see a Nest Ball as well.
Oh, here we go.
Is this going to be the game-stealing attack again? It's hard to... Oh, I see an Iron Hands. Christian is playing like someone who's just about to win the game, I'm not going to lie.
I think, yeah, the methodical playing of those cards, of course, are going for the Mirage Gate. We've got 2 energy so far, neither are Lightning. I imagine Lightning's in there.
We just had an update. Christian has 2 prizes left.
2 left! Oh, this is it. This is
it. If you can retrieve the Conflate, that's it.
Where is it?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. We did it! Oh, amazing. Right on that Greninja.
Right on that Greninja. So, brought to you live, Christian wins game 1, and so only needs to win 1 more game on stream to advance to the finals.
Let's see. And it was fantastic to see Christian in our interview just a little bit earlier.
Yes.
So if you haven't already caught Christian's first game on stream today, you should go back and have a look, because it was really fun, really lovely person. And I'm very excited to see if they can once again overcome the powerhouse of Gardevoir.
And what did I say at the start of the tournament? I thought that this was the tournament where Lost Box can find the way to adapt, overcome, and finally win in the Temporal Forces format. It may well happen.
And I think that kind of slightly more popularized by Tord element of Lost Box, why we're taking those big EX basic attackers and mixing them into the deck, making sure we got the right energy types, and that kind of Lost Box potion pot is definitely helping us to adapt to the format and, like you say, overcome the decks that are brewing, really. And I feel like that just gives you so much versatility. It doesn't matter what you come up against, all the way from the Charizards to the Tinkertons of this tournament. I feel like you've got something.
Yeah, and it's very favorable for Christian as well, because generally speaking, especially now that you play Iron Hands, Gardevoir's a pretty favorable matchup for Lost Box.
It is, and again, like things like that Greninja, where you really want it in play really early, and then it can bite you, like exactly with that situation where Iron Hands jumped out, weakness on the Greninja, easy 2 prizes.
Amp you very much.
I imagine that's what his opponent was saying. But no, it's a tough matchup, Gardevoir, but it's not impossible. Using the higher HP Pokemon like Gardevoir itself can be really great, because you don't get like you only really can take that out with something like Roaring Moon.
Yeah, it's very hard to knock it out in 1 hit, and some of this aren't even playing Roaring Moon anymore, so if you're not, then you're kind of stuffed.
And then it's not happening, exactly. So I think Lostbox might have the tools, but it's a maybe because we don't know whether those Lostbox variants are the ones that are going to be good into God of War, if they've thought that God of War was going to do well today. I feel like God of War has been kind of a little bit forgotten about. It feels like God of War has had a downtick in popularity, but then it seemed to do really well this weekend.
Yeah, very much so. And it's always had the potential to, right? We can't forget, goes back to EUIT, Fabien Puyol had a good enough record to make top 8, but bubbled out with God of War EX.
That never feels good, but God of War could very well have been in there as well, and it clearly has the skill to go to the top.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Now I do believe our players are ready. They're shuffling up for game 2, so I can see the hands shuffling the deck. So we will be ready very soon to get into our game 2 of our top 4 feature match, our extra top 4 feature match after the very fast first one.
I'm excited. Who do you think's going to choose to go first?
So given that Christian won,
yes,
I think it's tough because I think God of War pretty much almost always wants to go first anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, if I guess it depends on what the build of God of War is, because if you want to Arven turn 1, obviously going second is better, and then you also deny the turn 1 attack from the Lost Zone deck, so I can see either way.
Yeah, I agree. And let's go back. Let's roll it back. Let's remember that Christian has had a fantastic season in 2022 and 3, and even a world's top 32 in 2018, which is astronomically fantastic.
Yeah, a very, very well accomplished player. Yeah, top 52 at Worlds, multiple top 16s, and already matching that Stuttgart top 4 with the top 4 here. Could go one further.
Sheesh. Oof. I mean, you can't argue with that. And it looks like we might have Angelo adding the first accolade to their list.
How often do you see someone make it all the way here with nothing, on the accomplishments list? So he's got to be so proud of himself even now.
I love that. We were talking about someone going from 0 to hero. This could be that story, baby.
This could be that story, yeah.
Absolutely have no accolades yet on the board. Going straight into a top 4, insane.
Yes, so it's going to be on him to try and overcome Christian overcome Christian in what is definitely not a favorable matchup for God of War, but not unwinnable. This isn't going to be like Futurebox versus Lugia in the top 4 game.
Please don't jinx it. Freya, I want to see a game, and now I feel like maybe.
Are you thinking now that I said that it's going to be a turn 1 win again?
Yeah, you wait. You wait.
No.
No. For everyone at home as well, I really hope that's not the case, because I'd really love to see an exciting match. We had, these theoretically on paper are 2 decks that should have quite the tussle.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if this game does end very quickly, we can just then skip to the finals. We don't have to wait around ages for another top 4 game. This is the only game that needs to finish before the finals happen.
Too true. This is it. This is the moment. And once again, we've got those art sleeves. I'm loving that theme of today. I hope everyone at home has been enjoying them too.
See, now I'm just thinking I would love to use them again, even though I know I literally talked about earlier how I struggled to shuffle with them, but this is so pretty.
It is absolutely beautiful. And oh no!
That's rough.
No!
Oh. A Rolton 2 Curlier, that is not where you want to be.
And a Manaphy.
Wait, the Manaphy. Oh, wait, that's even more important.
And a Manaphy.
Oh no.
I'm scared.
I'm scared for Angelo too.
Right, you jinxed it.
Okay.
Come on.
Jirachi start, so Sableye is out of the picture at least.
All right, I'll let you off. And the Buddy Puffin.
And the Buddy Puffin, yeah, but Buddy Puffin, that could just be 2 things for Christian to pick up with the Radio Greninja.
It's all right. We can be friends still. Honestly, though, no, not a fantastic prize card setup. I'm really quite afraid of that. Of that mix, I'm not going to lie to you. We're running. Oh, let's have a look at the rolls. Yeah, no, it's not the one-of, it's not the memory skip. So at least that's something. We do have the memory skip rolls as well, which might help out a little bit in this matchup, where most of Christian's Pokemon only have 1 attack that's useful. The Greninja really scares me, which is why I'm very grateful that there are 3 rolls out right now.
There's something else a little bit scary as well. It's not Oh my god, okay, this actually changes everything. So it's not impossible, but though it is unlikely, Christian can actually get to 7 in the Lost Zone turn 1 because he's playing that Lost Vacuum. So the Colress Experiment, free come phase, and a Lost Vacuum will get there, although the hand doesn't look great.
I'm not seeing a Colress yet.
No, so there's going to be flower selecting, and oh, it looks like it's going to be it's a tough decision.
I didn't see what they were.
So the Roaring Moon goes away, okay.
Okay, and we were just talking about how useful that would be in this matchup.
Yes, but it looks like wants to take the Artisan instead, and it makes sense. You want to try and get as many Pokemon out as possible, so it's going to be Nestball here. I imagine going for that Radiant Greninja straight away, even if you're not attacking with it, it's just extra card draw, right?
I think considering there's no Manaphy on the board, it's not prized. We need to check the amount of water energy because there is one prized.
Yes,
so
2 left in the deck.
2 left in the deck, and it is difficult to get those. So we would either need a couple of, it doesn't seem, I'm not going to say it's impossible, because it's not.
It's not impossible. It is very unlikely, but if you can do it, there's no universe in which you don't do it, because it would be such a devastating turn.
Absolutely, but I think you're right. You absolutely grab the Greninja here. It gives you card draw. It is a really scary attacker for Angelo right now, so I think it's undeniable as the first nest ball of the game. Now, I might have nest balled before Comfey so that we got the Roaring Moon Artisan choice after that. I don't know if it necessarily would have changed Christian's
I don't think so.
because I'm looking at the hand and there isn't much more.
Yeah, because there's also a chance you just get the Radiant Greninja off of the Comfey, right? So
yeah,
I guess
that is true. I didn't see those 2 cards.
It looks like it's another Artisan and a Psychic Energy, it looks like.
I mean, that's not bad. We're not mad at the Artisan, but again, the Artisan is helping your opponent in this instance.
A good bit of thinning. This Pokegear has a good chance of finding something. There's 6 and 7. Oh no, it's a miss.
Colress, where are you? Someone get him on the phone.
I think the dream might be dead here. There is one more chance to get it with this Artisan. You can Artisan for a Comfey.
And we can go for a flower selecting.
But again, kind of going back to what you were saying earlier, you could have done this before. Thinned out 1 Comfey from the deck, maybe increase your odds of finding that Colress.
Exactly. But then again, I wasn't sure if Christian wanted to play the Artisan because you are helping Angelo to
That's a very good point,
kind of build that board state to an even safer stance. We know there's no more Rolts left, so that's okay. But again, like putting the Fluttermane, Mimikyu, Drifloon, Screamtail, there are so many options that can be utilized with Artisan that actually I kind of feel like that's just given Angelo a bit of a helping hand.
Yeah, it sure has. But, oh, wait,
there was a hand! Okay, Yay, Comfey!
Oh, wait, was that off the flower selecting? Oh, that's what a find!
We got the switch in the Lost Zone.
Oh, my goodness.
And we got a Colress, but there is another Colress in that hand. Probably take that for next turn, and then maybe the Mirage Gate. I'm agreeing with that.
And then one more, with one more Comfey.
I think you got to go for the. Oh no, the Super Rod's going. I don't. Oh, that's.
No,
I'm always fearful of putting the Super Rod in the Lost Zone.
You're actually very close here. You had the Mirage Gate. I think there's a Water Energy in hand. I think all you need is one more Comfey flower selecting, and you actually get there because you can Lost Zone your own Artisan with the Lost Vacuum.
That is true. One of our Water Energy is in the discard pile from the concealed cards, though, so that would need to come back.
And that's why getting rid of the Super Rod hurts so much. Yeah, I think he's just giving up on getting it this turn.
That's the thing. That's why I was really not a big fan of the Super Rod, because I know that we can see very clearly 1 Water Energies in the prize cards. There's now 1 in deck. That's not going to be enough for a Moonlight Shuriken this turn.
Yeah, so still a very big flower selecting from Christian. Finds the Colress's Experiment, gets himself into the game, but just a pass. And this is still fine, to be fair.
And I like the Iron Bundle on bench as well. It's non-threatening. It's fine to be there. Angelo kind of probably won't bother with it too much, and then Christian can detonate that ability whenever he fancies.
Yeah, so this is what you were saying earlier, Amy. So a little bit of a worry here now. Angelo can make use of that Artisan. Could have even been an argument to go for the Lost Vacuum on it anyway, just to deny that use from Angelo, but deciding he wants to keep it in play, probably just to get another Comfey out next turn or something else maybe.
Yeah, but I love this. The Fluttermane making sure that the Comfey can't flower select. So now Angelo's going to buy lots of time here by switching the Jirachi with the Fluttermane, making sure that Christian's going to continue to struggle, or at least try to limit Christian putting anything in the Lost Zone, but it isn't going to happen yet as a TM Evo goes on to the Jirachi.
So interesting.
Might be looking to try and jump into some Curlier. It looks like a plan B off the back of this Iono. I feel like we could go for Fluttermane or Jirachi here, and I'm not too upset at either tactic.
Oh, this doesn't feel great though, because if you're like consigning yourself to TM Evolution, Curlier has 80 HP. You could still very easily get a double knockout on that with Radiant Greninja. That doesn't feel great.
No, but it still could be a retreat into Fluttermane if they want to try try and stall and stop the Lost Zone. But no, we're going to go for the TM Evolution. The Technical Machine Evolution allows you to choose 2 Pokemon on your bench. Search your deck for the Pokemon that evolves from them and evolve them. Yes. Nice and easy. We've got 2 Kalia in play now, and we're moving back over to Christian. I imagine Angelo was thinking, you know what, 4 in the Lost Zone, not that far off. I reckon Christian's got this regardless.
Yeah, fair enough in that instance. So we do see Christian does find the Hisuian Heavy Ball. That's a good find. He's able to find that comfy of that. Yeah, 1 was in the prizes.
Oh, I love Hisuian Heavy Ball. I love just being able to look at my prize cards.
Yes.
And then I get to take a Pokemon if I want it.
Yes.
That's mad. That's mad.
Does only grab basics. Important to know. You can't use it to grab any evolutions, but still.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but I still like it. I'm a serial forgetter of of doing a prize check and then forgetting what the prizes are. So being able to kind of have a look and then maybe note it down for myself, love that.
It's a lot quicker than like working out by subtraction what's missing, right?
So an early Hisuian Heavy Ball is helpful.
Okay, we need to call something out here though. Like Christian's hand is actually really cracked to get this going. There's a Super Rod in hand. There's another Chorus's Experiment. I actually think Christian can put it together.
And Christian decided not to take that Comfey, very interestingly to note.
Wait, oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and we've gone for the Colress. Here we are. Oh, they're going Colress into Colress like every time.
You're not going to complain about that, yeah?
Oh, no complaints.
Mew EX definitely don't need that. And switch card, I guess you have enough switching options in hand. So, yeah, I think with the Super Rod, I think the only thing you're really missing here is Mirage Gate, which you did not find, unfortunately.
No, but we do have more card draw. We are not done yet.
So, Flower Selector, number 1, finds a Buddy Poffin. Don't need that.
No, it looked like it was a Pokegear going to hand otherwise, which is fair.
Yeah.
Always want to be keeping our supporters up.
No, actually, it was a Cramorant.
I was a Cramorant.
Yeah, and there's a Boss's Orders in the hand as well.
I don't mind Cramorant here either.
No, that's
I know we can't use the Boss's Orders, but I don't mind Cramorant here just to take a KO, take Jirachi, and kind of just get the ball rolling, I guess.
Yeah, especially because it is very unlikely that there won't be 2 targets for Radiant Greninja next turn. That Fluffmane can't evolve and is in Radiant Greninja range, so even if some of these Curlier do get evolved, you still have a very impactful turn next turn.
Yeah, it's very unlikely all 3 of these are going to evolve. It's unlikely we're going to see a Ralts into a Gardevoir because it would have to go all the way.
No,
and then 2 Curlier as well. Like the deck list just doesn't allow for that.
Here's a Nest Ball though. You can put down Iron Hands, and it looks like that is what Christian's going to go for, although if you put it down this turn, it is vulnerable to maybe being knocked out. If Angelo can bring it up, there's no way to get it powered up this turn.
Not currently.
Not with the no Mirage Gates in the hand.
No, I think there's maybe kind of a deck thinning exercise as well. The Lightning Energy is in hand, so we can attach that, switch into the Cramorant, take a knockout.
Wait, was that? Am I blind? Is that a Mirage Gate in hand? Just hiding away? No, okay, so it's just gonna be spit innocently.
Yeah, there we go. I like this.
Yeah, same.
It's great. So get started on the Iron Hands because you can. Take a prize card and nice and easy. Why not?
Yeah.
Cramorant weakening the board state of Angelo, taking away that Jirachi.
So, and then Angelo with the Fluffmane in the active, Cramorant can now no longer attack, actually. That's another ability that does get negated with that Midnight Fluttering. Any abilities in the opponent's active don't do anything, so...
Ever so true, but hey, Sablei's going to be online soon.
That is true. 7 in the Lost Zone currently, and with that Jirachi gone, those Curlier and Ralts on the bench are looking like slim pickings for Lost Mine.
Yeah, they are. Sablei's licking its lips over there in the deck, waiting to pounce. But we're going to need a few more in the Lost Zone first, so onwards with Angelo's turn as we go for our next refinement, taking away an Arven. We drew into an Eri and a Gardevoir EX, so we can get going with the Gardevoir EX. We can evolve either of these. We can't wreck Handy into it, I don't think, unless that's one. No, it's an Ultra Ball, so no wreck Handy into it, so we can't save this little Ralts potentially. It looks like we're going to Ultra Ball. I don't know whether we're going for a sort of attacking Pokemon here, whether we're going to go for the Drifloon or a Screamtail. I feel like a Screamtail's nice here to be able to target the bench. I would like that, because you're turning off... You're not turning off Cramorant if you do switch into it, I suppose, but at least the Cramorant KO's back, but isn't as ferocious and scary as like a ready Drifloon.
But I mean, if you want to go mega aggressive here, if you can get a damage or a HP buffing tool on the Screamtail, you could actually put enough damage counters on it with the Psychic Embrace to get a KO on the Iron Hands.
Or if we're looking at the Iron Hands as the potential next threat, do we evolve into Gardevoir EX and attack with Gardevoir EX into this Cramorant?
Right, so that although the Iron Hands is still there, you're forcing your opponent to have a Gusting card, essentially.
And if you evolve both of these Curlier into Gardevoir, at least you're limiting the damage that Radiant Greninja will be able to post. The threat is lower, and also Iron Hands then only has one thing to pick off. It just has that Greninja. So I feel like limiting what damage Iron Hands can do, but also then kind of bringing those Gardevoir into play as valid attackers, especially seeing the Roaring Moon in the Lost Zone.
There's one disadvantage with that, though, which is that then if you do that, you're denying yourself your draw power. That Curlier, as well as being the thing that evolves into Gardevoir, with that refinement ability, that's what lets you draw the extra cards to get yourself out of a late-game disruption situation.
Very true.
But it looks like you're absolutely on the money, Amy, so it looks like it's going to be Gardevoir EX in the active, free attach with Psychic Embrace, and it's going to be 190 for the knockout on a very, very, very beefy Pokemon that, as we already mentioned, with the Roaring Moon EX in the Lost Zone, is going to be very hard for Christian to knock out.
Absolutely, unless that was an attach for turn on the Fluttermane.
It was.
It was, great, cool, yeah, so it is 60 damage to our Gardevoir, trying to keep some draw power by keeping a Curlier, risking the Greninja play. I feel it hurts, right? If the Greninja takes down your Curlier, you lose that card draw.
Yes.
But if you don't leave it in play and try to keep it there, then you lose your card draw anyway. So it feels like a lose-lose situation. I feel like another Gardevoir might have been nice, just because if they do target it down.
Christian off the concealed cards draws 2 Mirage Gates.
Oh, we are boiling now. Here we go. And into the Colress. Oh, that looks like a really tricky Colress to me.
Oh, well, I mean, it's Spiritomb and Raikou, right? You don't really need any other two prize attackers. I mean, Spiritomb's an easy one. There's no worries about.
The Raikou's a shame, but yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. You need the switch card. We've got flower selecting still to do. We've got 9 in the Lost Zone now, so we only need one more to pump us over to 10, where we could see some Sableye action this turn.
Yeah, well, we could, although to be fair, I think at this point, given that you're so close to getting that Greninja ready and going, you want to just do a 90 twice, right? That's going to take out the Rolts and the Curlier, and it's going to put you so far ahead. Oh, and finds a Water Energy.
Oh, we're going for 1. Okay,
yeah.
so we're almost there. So we need the attach for turn, Super Rod, Mirage Gate. I think we're gaming.
Although it does look like actually, so that was a bit of an awkward flower selecting because it was Super Rod and Water Energy. That means that 2 Super Rod are now gone. There's going to be another one gone now because you have to play it to get the Water Energy from earlier in the discard back.
Ooh.
It's probably fine, but maybe a little bit awkward. It's a good thing that this list plays 4. I mean, yeah. So there's still one more Super Rod left after this.
Angelo will, I imagine Angelo would have tried to track that in game 1, so they know when Christian is out.
Yes. Look, Super Rod gets back the Cramorant. Very good, to just take a cheeky, easy single prize attack.
Absolutely.
And then getting back the Lightning and the Water Energy. The other Water's in hand, so it's going to be Mirage Gate to Water plus
Could be Lightning.
Yeah, on the Radiant Greninja.
Could be Dark.
It could be Dark, yeah.
Don't need it anymore. Roaring Moon's gone.
Yeah, it's the only Dark Pokemon in the deck, so yeah, just have it as discard fodder. If there's any left, to be fair, there's one Water in the prize, and I think the other Darks are in the. Oh no, they're on the deck still. Okay, so yeah.
There we are, and then we've just got the attach for turn.
Yeah, save the Lightning for the Iron Hands later.
Yep. We've got the switch card.
We got everything.
We've got everything. We're Gucci. And then what are we thinking? We're thinking, yeah, it's got to be Curlier and Rolts, surely.
Yeah, there's no universe in which it's not, because you don't really care about the Fluttermane that much anymore. You know, obviously it's a bit annoying that it means the Cramorant can't attack, but like, yeah, you can just Lost Mine it. Yeah,
happy.
Yeah.
All good.
So attach from hand, and then it's going to be a retreat or a switch card if you want to keep the NG in play, which is going to happen.
I feel like the NG in play is nice. It always gives you that pivot on that Comfey later.
Yeah, don't use the pivot if you don't need to.
Exactly.
So yeah, and now Radiant Greninja Moonlight Shuriken is going to undoubtedly get a KO on the Rolts and the Curlier, but Christian's just going to consider the last few moves before he does. Wants to make sure he considers every option possible. And it's going to be, is that not an S-Ball? Yeah, it must have been.
Oh no,
I was using the Artisan.
Yeah, that was the Artisan. I was just looking at the rest of the deck. It's really thin, and we're lacking Pokemon.
we are a little bit, but I think Christian has done this just about right. I think he has just enough to get him through the rest of this game. He's calculated it perfectly. Moonlight Shuriken KOs the Rolts and the Curlier, and Christian goes very far ahead in tempo now.
Very, very far ahead. We're going to see if Angelo can keep up. up with one attacker in play, but also our energy engine. We can get some single prize attackers going, but there won't be a chance for another Gardevoir. So what are we going to do here? Do we need to load up Pokemon with energy kind of in advance, ready? What's the play?
Well, I mean, you're in a bit of a bind here because you need to take out this Radiant Greninja, but you also need to take out these Iron Hands. Like, these are the two attackers that are going to see Christian through this game at this point, because, you know, either if you want to put down something that can take a KO on something that Christian has, especially the Iron Hands, you need to put down another Pokemon. But all of Angelo's attackers are very low in HP. We're talking things like Screamtail, we're talking a Drifloon. Not only are they low on HP, but they have to do damage to themselves in order to get the big KOs anyway. So it's very, very tough for Angelo.
Oh, Christian could be running away with this one in our game 2 of our Masters top 4. Second game we've been able to feature.
Yes.
Second match.
Love to see it. There is a counter catcher in Angelo's hand, so could use that to maybe try and take out the Iron Hands, but still nothing on the field right now that can actually do enough damage.
No, we've got Luminous Cape, counter catcher, Lost Vacuum. No, it doesn't really do much here. Iono.
I mean, the Iono's vital.
Disruption, we like that, we like that.
Yeah, because, I mean, the last thing you want to do is give Christian more cards to have the chance to work towards those counters, so definitely want to Iono once you've established some kind of attacker. After that Super Rod, though, that Angelo played, was able to get back another Rolt, so that's going to be good next turn. That can turn into a Curlier or even another Gardevoir if Christian's able to find a way to KO that. Although, having said that, I think with the Iron Hands and the, with the Roaring Moon and the Raikou V gone, I think it might actually be impossible for Angelo's or Christian to KO this Gardevoir EX. Too beefy.
Let's have a look how this Iono treats us. Oh, we got the Heroes Cake.
Oh, that's a big deal.
That could make the difference. Here we go. Might have to go on a Gardevoir just to kind of keep the energy engine in play.
I mean, maybe, but it goes back to what I was just saying, right? I don't think there's any physical way for Christian to KO this Gardevoir EX.
Not immediately, but I feel like if we scatter enough Sableye counters, which you're right, absolutely cannot be done right now unless Hyper Blower is used first, you could kind of scatter some on Gardevoir, all of those leftover pieces. You can scatter them on the Gardevoir and then do some knocking out in the long game.
Yeah. So very vitally, Christian drew the last Super Rod off of this Iono. So that was a pretty good Iono for him. There is also a Mirage Gate in hand, a Switch card, and I believe that last card was a Lost Vacuum. So going to try and build up the hand a little bit more first. We're going to see this first flower selecting, and
can't quite
really
see what those are.
it's like, got rid of a
because the lightning energy was kept.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very, very important to find that. This Iron Hand is going to be one of the keys here. And this is the nice thing. You can use that Hyper Blower.
Going for the Hyper Blower.
Anything that Angelo puts up can be KO'd from an Ampy very much.
I think that was crucial. The Hyper Blower felt like it needed to be detonated that turn just to force Gardevoir out of the active.
And wait, hold on. Thinking about it, with this find of the lightning energy, you've got it. You've got the Super Rod. There's a Mirage Gate in hand. Ooh. You can Ampy very much.
Oh, you can, but I think the Sableye is being debated at this point.
Yeah, that would be the other option, yes. And maybe you can kind of set it up a double Jeopardy situation. You get the Sableye down from his Artisan, you use the Super Rod to get the energy back, and then you put one on the Sableye and then one on the Iron Hands so that you have the Sableye sprinkling, but then you have the Iron Hands in the reserve, and then you almost set up a bit of a checkmate scenario.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like I like the kind of getting them both set up, like we say, there we go, using the Mirage Gate, and just kind of sharing the love there. No, both going on Iron Hands for now. I think maybe we're lacking the Psychic type energy in deck, if I'm honest.
To be fair, this is like almost the other way around to do it, right? You can just take the KO now with Ampy very much. You've got the energy ready to go in hand, and then at any point, if Angelo... actually, this is the problem now. Angelo can't bench anything that would KO the Iron Hands, but also wouldn't just get instantly detonated by Lost Mine.
And there
That's
we go.
So clever.
Christian's down to their last prize card, and if Angelo takes a knockout here, even if it's the most miraculous knockout on earth, I feel like Christian has all the answers. Even a Roxanne in hand now, like, come on, just as Angelo would activate it.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to think if there's any way for Angelo to KO this without bringing up something that would be KO'd either by Cramorant or by Sableye. I don't think there is. I think Christian actually set up the checkmate here.
I think the Cramorant is the one that really gets me, because the Sableye still needs the energy, and if Angelo does have a way to disrupt, then that might be problematic, but I don't think it matters when you've got Cramorant that can attack for free.
Yeah, and Fluttermane wouldn't do any good either, because then if you find the energy, that can still come into play. You're bringing in the Curlier now. This is the one weakness that the Gardevoir archetype has now. You know, when in Gardevoirs of the past, you had the options of these really big, beefy attackers. You had the Shiny Arcana Gardevoir with a lot of HP. You had the Zacian V. Sure, you had to do a lot of damage with them to attach with Psychic Embrace, but you still had ways to play around that. The way it goes now, you basically are forced to play these very low HP Pokemon that go even lower on HP after Psychic Embrace, because you need to do the damage to be able to do more damage to your opponent, and that just leaves you so vulnerable to Sableye.
You're so right, Freya. I couldn't said it better myself. We're going to go for the Scream Tail with the Hero's Cape.
It's got to be it, right? And Ino.
And yeah, and Ino. And I think that is the only way that they get away with this. I think that they could... I think Angelo could buy a turn with the Fluttermane, because it does turn off Cramorant, and I think when you're disrupting Christian down to one card in hand, and it's going to be really difficult to change that, I don't think you'd be able to get enough energy to put manually onto the Cramorant.
But it's just going to be a attack with the Gardevoir EX, 190.
190, but they can't take a return KO on that Gardevoir yet.
Yeah,
so,
not even Armpress will do it. So let's see what...
card in hand? I'm not sure.
The
how we're going.
Okay, I don't think it's an instant win. Christian would have slammed it if he had it, so... I mean, there's a world in which you think about maybe retreating this Iron Hand that's got a retreat cost of 4. You have got enough to do it if you want to.
What are the 2 cards in hand? Are they cards that are going to matter in this instance? Are they ones that can get us out of a situation? Is it worth attacking with the Cramorant, or are we just going to wait for a little bit?
I mean, Christian is so far ahead at this point. There's no way for... Yeah, he's really trying to hide it from us, isn't he?
I really want to see them. Christian, please.
And I think Christian just went for the arm press.
Yes, just went for the arm press. I don't blame him. I think, honestly, that's fine. More damage on the Gardevoir, the better. Kind of, again, trying to almost checkmate Angelo. Be like, there's so much damage on this that any of my Pokemon could eventually take this out.
And it would be a very different scenario if Christian was able, rather, if Angelo was able to, say, Professor Turris scenario here, pick up this Gardevoir, KO this Iron Hands, because then Christian has no easy way to take a 2-prize knockout. But Christian only has 1 prize left. He doesn't need to amp you very much to win. He can just take a very easy KO over Sableye or Cramorant, and that will steal him this game.
Yeah, the Cramorant can knock out the Gardevoir from this point. It's got 220 damage on it, so the 110 from Cramorant's enough.
Yeah, it's enough for anything. The Gardevoir, the Curlier, the Scream Tail, not enough for the Radiant Greninja. That would be the only thing that's short, and it can't quite be KO'd by either Cramorant or Sableye. So
and then Sableye can just pick things off on the bench. So because Radiant Jirachi,
just Jirachi.
Regular Jirachi's gone, so we can't rely on Jirachi right now unless we have some way of getting that back in the hand right now. Counter Catcher might be able to help us out, but I don't really know. The Comfey are really easy to retreat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't bring up Comfey or Cramorant or Sableye. You have to bring up Comfey, but it also doesn't feel great. You want to deal with this Iron Hands because it's also not great. Actually, going to bring up the Cramorant. Is the Fluttermane in hand?
I don't think so.
No,
We've got a Professor Turo scenario, which I think we're going to bring the Gardevoir back. And then, I see it. We're bringing the Gardevoir back with the Turo, then putting another Curlier forward. I was thinking the Curlier was going to go forward. We were going to attack with Gardevoir there again, but a fresh one.
Well, no, but I think, the deal here is that Scream Tail has 190 HP now at his Hero's Cape, so it's something that can take a hit from anything on Christian's side of the field.
But not if you're doing damage to it so it can attack.
No, so I think you're just being very careful. I think you're trying to perfectly limit the amount of damage that you do, and with the 2 damage counters on it, you can actually KO a Comfey or a Sableye here.
But the Iron Hands is still lingering on the bench.
It is, and
although they're going for the knockout on the Iron Hands.
Okay,
okay,
I like that. That's what works.
All right. I'm feeling this.
It's a very marginal out, but it's the only out that Angelo can play to. Iron Hands knockout takes a prize. What does Christian find?
That's mortifying.
There's a body forfeit. Well, it's not the win.
It's not quite enough. Angelo might be able to scrape this together for you.
Yeah, it's okay. There's the hand now. It's an Artisan, a Buddy Puffin, and another card which we can't quite see. It's hiding. You can tell Christian's agonizing over this.
I'm agonizing over this.
Okay, so it's just a spit innocently. Yeah, it's got to be done. So now Angelo's going to take a knockout here, and Christian has 1 more turn to find it out. Angelo might have just found the very marginal out to find himself back into this game.
And you know what? If at this point we retreat into the Gardevoir, might be able to just carry on attacking for a while, might be able to disrupt that hand again. What do we got? Arvin.
It's a loaded hand.
That is a good hand. Oh my gosh. We're really gaming here now. I'm loving this. The Masters at work. Honestly, this game is tight. And if Angelo wins, we'll be going to a game 3. So if Angelo manages to survive through this, and this is some top-level God of War gaming right now.
Yeah, it really is. Although, talking about disruption, I think you probably don't want to disrupt here. You know that Christian is not really drawing much of anything. So, yeah, just set up yourself instead. Play that Arven. You can look through to see what else you have access to. And then you just... With the fresh God of War as well, yeah, that you have no worries about getting KO'd easily. All of Christian's attacking options that can KO a fresh God of War EX are absolutely gone. Oh, it looks like it's that luxurious cape and a super rod off the Arven.
That is. Going for the super rod first. Gonna claw back a few resources. Maybe the Fluttermane is coming back. Because the Fluttermane will stop the only attacker currently on the board. Angelo is hanging on by a thread, though. If Christian manages to get a Psychic Energy, it could start getting dicey. Retreating then a Psychic Energy, and if you take out this Cramorant, and I feel like it's not what you want to do, because actually you're going to turn off the Cramorant, and then an energy and a switch are needed. You want to give Christian more to do to get to that win.
Yeah, and I think to that exact point, I don't said it. Yeah, oh, it's actually a super rod to get the Fluttermane back into the deck.
Yep, super
and the rolls, and now get Fluttermane going down out from the Artisan, and then
there's a big charm in hand as well.
A big charm. That's not a legal card anymore.
Not a big charm. It's
bravery charm.
Bravery charm. That's the one. It's a making that Fluttermane brave. We could. 90 HP. It's not quite enough, but okay. No, we're not saying hello to that today.
Yeah, I think at this point, you know that there's nothing you can do really about the Scream Tail, for example. So there's not much value in trying to buff up the HP of things, because there's already a thing that can be attacked with the Sableye in order to get a knockout. Yeah, that ship has already sailed. So so instead of going to discard it, and it's going to be retreat the Scream Tail into Fluttermane, and then it's going to be you can attack the Fluttermane, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that's why I was saying we don't KO the Cramorant, but I like that, because we're turning off the Cramorant's ability. We're doing bench damage as well as damage to an active Pokemon. Angelo needs 2 prize cards, so I don't dislike this at all.
Yeah, that Hex Hurl, 90 to the active and 20 to a bench. So Angelo attaching 4? Interesting. Oh, of course, with the luxurious cape. And then on the Pokemon League headquarters. Okay.
I like this combo.
That's so smart. So attaching the extra energy so you can actually attack under League headquarters whilst denying Christian the ability to attack as easily. So it's all going to go down, going to come down to this top deck now from Christian. Can he find something to bail himself out of the situation? What does he find?
It's a Nest Ball.
It's a Nest Ball.
It's a Nest Ball. I don't know if that helps. For those who don't know what Pokemon League Headquarters does, it now means that all basic Pokemon need 1 extra energy to attack. So that's why we needed the extra energy on the Fluttermane, because it's a basic, but also the Sableye is now going to need 2 energy to attack. It doesn't even have 1. Cramorant's ability does get around this, but Fluttermane is turning it off, which is fantastic. So Angelo has completely pushed Christian into a corner, even though he only has 1 prize card left to take.
Yeah, Buddy Puffin being played now. Christian didn't opt to play it before, and I think it's with the knowledge that there's not much of anything left in deck that he could even search with it. There is 1 more Comfey in there, but do you even want to bring that out at this point? Again, I guess it does thin the deck by 1, but it doesn't feel amazing. There's another Buddy Puffin for good measure too.
I feel like we need to thin the deck here, because we are living in Top Deck City, and it is not a nice state right now.
Living in Top Deck City, where the draws are rough and the moves ain't pretty.
Right, exactly. Honestly, it's not a good feeling for Christian right now. It really does feel like it's on a wire. I love how Angelo's brought this back. This is the power of God of War right now.
And if Christian can't find the out this turn, I believe Angelo has the counter catcher ready to go, so can just bring up anything. Hex Hurl, 20, and yeah, there it is.
Here
Boss's
it is,
orders.
the boss right away for that Comfey. Here we go.
Hex Hurl with a double knockout, 90 to the active and 20 to the bench, finishing off that Cramorant, and Angelo finds a way in such a rough matchup to win game 2, and we're going on to game 3.
We are swooping in on game 3. Angelo taking that clutch position, not going down without fight.
No, absolutely not. Showing his mettle and showing how God of War, even against a slightly unfavored matchup, can still pull it together with such smart plays as well. But it was a very marginal line of victory that Angelo could have taken, but he played to his out and it paid off.
I know, and really backed Christian into a corner. Like, absolutely, down to the last prize card, and went, okay, I'm going to increase your energy cost. I'm going to turn your
abilities off. I'm going to back you into a corner. You're low on resources. This is how I win, and it works. It works. That worked so beautifully. Gardevoir used to be so aggressive, but I feel like this kind of slightly more passive playstyle from Gardevoir is how we might look to reliably defeat Lost Box in the future.
Yeah, I think so, and especially recognizing, early on, like you also mentioned, attacking with the Gardevoir EX, something very big, recognizing that the Roaring Moon was not an option, so that Gardevoir EX was very safe from being knocked out, recognizing that the Raikou V was gone. These are correct decisions that Christian made at the time to dig for what he needed to dig for, but it left an opening that Angelo was able to exploit.
And I love that. I love that Angelo was like, okay, brilliant, excellent. I am grooving with this. This is great. There were definitely some difficult flower selectings in there for Christian, but Angelo just made use of every difficult decision that Christian was handed.
Yeah. Now let's see what quite goes on here. As we do see, once again, Christian putting the prize cards on the wrong side. It's so easy to do when you're on stream. You're just so not used to it.
And game one they did. They were on the tables. So it's changing over sides halfway through your best of 3 as well. But we have plenty of time to see this out. 20 minutes left, and we're going to see one of these two Titans into our finals very soon.
Yeah, one of these two will be going up against Kim Pobega to compete for the title of the Bologna Special Event Champion, the last special event title available here in Europe.
And that in itself is pretty special.
Yeah, it really is. So going into Game 3, Amy, what are you thinking in terms of who do you think has got the edge? I know we're saying that the Lost Box deck is favored, but having just seen what we've seen in Game 2, does that change your perspective at all?
It absolutely does. I've seen Angelo's plays now. I like the spicy techs. I adore the Stadium edition, and I think Angelo has got this. I feel like Angelo's the one. I feel like their first accolade could be winning this whole thing.
Well, there we go. We will see who is able to do it in this Game 3 as we do kick off with Christian going first, starting off with a flower selecting. To a quick draw to the prizes as well again, so just didn't get a chance to do it. There was the Airy and the Professor Tourist scenario in the prizes for Angelo. That is quite awkward, and one of the Gardevoir EXs too and a counter catcher. That's rough.
It's not the best.
No.
It's not the very best, but I'm sure that he will manage those resources just perfectly like the first game. But an attached pass.
Can Angelo get a first turn knockout on this company? No, I don't think so, right?
Gardevoir's an awkward one, unfortunately. Is once again one of those decks where you need to set up Pokemon. There's nothing that really attacks for one energy, and that's all you're going to be able to attach. So sadly, Angelo won't be able to exploit an attached pass. We are going to be continuing with the game.
To be fair, Screamtail does do 30 for 1 energy, but that's not enough.
That is not enough. That is not enough to, and it's not worth screaming about.
No, it's really.
We don't endorse that kind of scream.
Womp womp.
But no, honestly, we will be seeing this game through. I'm very excited. I imagine Christian had some other cards in hand that are worth it, but right now we can't see that hand because we are focusing hard on what Angelo's got going on, which is an Arven for a Technical Machine Evolution, a Nest Ball, but Nest Balling for the Fluttermane. Is Fluttermane going to lock this Comfey right at the beginning of the game, preventing it from using flower selecting?
So I didn't get a good look at Christian's hand, but
it can happen. It's an attached retreat.
It's so if this is the case, Christian could be in a big spot of bother here. Like, what else in the hand? Okay, there's a Colress.
We got a Colress. Okay, we're grooving.
Yeah, there's something. We're enough for that. Like, Angelo might have just been able to win the game there and there, but
I was sweating.
No, Christian just with the Colress experiment there, but now with a little bit of an awkward Colress experiment here. Definitely wants to keep that Iron Hands, but we also want to keep the Forest Seal Stone. There's a Raikou V in hand that you can bench.
We maybe could take the Raikou and the Forest Seal Stone, but then we're not going to be able to take Iron Hands. It's out. It's out.
It's out. Forget about it.
Gone. Didn't work last time. Out.
That surprises me, honestly, because although it didn't quite work out last time, having the option to get a 2-prize knockout on the single prize things, that seems like the sort of thing you wouldn't want to give up.
Single prize Pokemon with low HP, because they have to do damage to themselves, like you assessed earlier.
Yeah.
Really strong, really easy. Does take a lot of energy though, and if we're looking into things like Pokemon League headquarters being in the deck, now that Christian absolutely knows that that's there, I wonder whether that's what maybe changed Christian's mind and thought, okay, I might need to attach more energy to a Pokemon than necessary.
And actually thinking about it, I think something else that informed that decision, that first flower selecting was a lightning energy in the Lost Zone. So Christian is opting to not even bother with lightning. All the lightning energy that Christian plays are now in the Lost Zone. So now, yeah, Ampy very much is irrelevant anyway, so might as well put it in the Lost Zone, but this does now mean that the Raikou V also can't attack. But it's probably not something you want to mention in this matchup anyway, to be fair.
No, but like you said, to be honest,
maybe you have to know.
I'm thinking that it's the Raikou Forest Seal Stone still. I still think that was the right call off the Colress, and I think that it might need to be utilized right now because the hand isn't looking too pretty when we don't have flower selecting.
Also, to be fair, I just realized something. Raikou V is literally the only V Pokemon in the deck, so you have to bench it if you want to use Forest Seal Stone.
Exactly.
Even,
they are a combo that goes together.
Yeah.
We're going to need to take them together or not at all, and I think out of that Colress, they were the best choices, especially when we have our abilities turned off right now.
So what that means is now Raikou has turned from an attacker into a thing that has search your deck for a card once per game, and then when it's in the active, draw a card every now and then.
But only if Fluttermane isn't also in the active.
That too, yeah.
Only. But currently Fluttermane isn't in the active, so we're finally able to use that flower selecting as well. So we're drawing a couple of cards, and that is... That's enough for Christian right now. I can't see what that is. Is that Greninja?
Yeah, that was so Forest Seal Stone, Star of Alchemy got fired off, and Christian went for that Greninja straight away. It looks like, there might be a bit of a discussion going on from the judges. So we'll get word on that in a little bit. It looks like there's some kind of discussion going on. Oh, I think it was just perhaps a misshuffle.
I see. That's okay. We'll wait on that. That's a-okay. But for now, just looking at the board state, it's not looking too dandy for either player right now. Angelo's there with one Ralts, which isn't too comfortable, but I loved the Fluttermane to close off, shutting off that Comfey, and then the Hyper Blower to force the Fluttermane out of the active.
Yeah, very clever.
Genius use of Iron Bundle there.
So Radiant Greninja does come down now, and you can conceal cards. You get one Dark Energy in the discard pile, draw 2 cards, try to find something else. So we got 4 in the Lost Zone already, so actually, Christian is digging for a Cramorant here. If you find a Cramorant, you can just knock out this Rolls, and then you're really far ahead again.
Yeah, then we are gaming. We do not mind one little bit. Okay, retreating. Yep, an extra card.
Finds the Artisan!
That's more like it. Let's keep going.
Raikou V saves the day with Fleet-Footed, finding the Artisan, which can now get the Cramorant, which... or maybe not the Cramorant?
No, I think it's solidifying a board state, realizing that Angelo's going to have to put a lot of work in to make a kind of meaningful attack next turn. I think just continuing to flourish that Lost Zone out and just kind of pack it out a little bit more before ending turn. I don't mind that at all. And we have the ability to kind of continue with these flower selectings.
Wait, no, hold on. I think Christian's going for broke here. If you get one more in the Lost Zone, you have the Lost Vacuum in the hand, you can get rid of the Artisan. I think you actually just win the game.
Oh,
hold on, is the Mirage Gate in hand?
Oh,
yeah, because Lost Vacuum's in hand.
Genius. We're gaming, we're 6. One more.
The water's in hand. Christian's got the game.
Mirage Gate.
There's 1, 2. That's it. There's the water engine in hand. Christian takes the Game 3 win, and he will be going into the finals.
Let's go!
What a mind-blowing turn from Christian in that Game 3. Unbelievable!
Greninja proving that you should never underestimate a ninja. Absolutely decimating with the Moonlight Shuriken taking out the only 2 Pokemon in play. Christian moving on to our finals.
I can't believe in the game when I was hyping up the Greninja play, it didn't happen. And then here I am thinking, oh, it's a slower start. Like, I'm not even considering it. And
smack out of nowhere.
No, he just pulls it off.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. And it was right off that Raikou, that moment where we were able to go another Comfey, keep going. And you're right, going for broke, straight off the back there, the hype was unbelievable.
Christian Hodus, what a haymaker of a play. Yeah, no, Christian, yeah, going into the finals, and now we'll be facing up against, granted, what's probably not an amazing matchup in future box, but we'll see what happens, right?
I'm so excited. We've seen that level of play. It is up there. Absolutely brilliant. And I still think that Angelo, having that top 4 accolade as a first ever accolade on our stream, is just spectacular. Super well done. I imagine he still can't be more proud of himself, and he played so well in that game too. It was nuts.
No, we really did, finding such a small marginal out. And for someone who, we don't know anything about Angelo's previous accomplishments, rather we know that there aren't that many, but to be playing on such a high level, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of Angelo on stream in future,
Absolutely. But for now, it's time for us to flower select you guys something to watch while we get ready for that last game of the day.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not going to go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially before a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Hi trainers, welcome back. We're going to take a little break from the action while we discuss a pretty hot topic right now in my opinion. So, ace specs have been around for a couple of sets now. We've seen their impact. How are we feeling about the changes that they're making in our current format?
I think one of the interesting things is every single deck has to have an ace spec. We got a similar thing going on with Radiant Pokemon, right? They're one per deck, but some decks go, nah, you know what, don't need one, I'm good. Ace specs, every single deck has an ace spec. It's just a question of which. And one thing I really like, we had these back in Gen 5, and it was computer search, or maybe another one. That is not happening this time around. With the resurgence of ace specs, there is a lot of variety going on.
Yeah, absolutely. The choices are out there, and I feel like every deck can have a multitude of ace specs. Even in my own personal experience at EUIC, I got beat by a Lugia deck because they had the ace spec I wasn't expecting.
What was
it? They were running Max Belt, and so they got me with a Chinchino that they manually attached to because I took out their Archeops. So shout outs to that opponent because that was really clever. But honestly, they make that big impact in those big shows. What do you think people are thinking about with their deck building now with ace specs, Joe?
It's definitely one of those situations where you can catch someone off guard, as you just said, and your game plan may be revolving around certain ace specs being the common choice, so you can catch people off guard and change their game plan by bringing out an ace spec and using it at the right time. Sometimes having that additional gusting effect is huge, sometimes having more hit points is huge. The Hero's Cape has been a really big revelation, much more play than I expected, to be honest. It's seeing play in all sorts of archetypes, and it's just a big map changer. It seems like a really big card, so having this sort of mid-game change people's plans on the fly is such a cool aspect of ace specs.
I think that's one of my favorite things about them is that you can catch people off guard. It makes the element of surprise so much more powerful. And if you're already running kind of a rogue choice or a deck with some spicy technology, then we're looking at ace specs as kind of an amplification of that. But Ross, what would you say your favorite ace spec is right now?
I'm actually going to give you my least favorite, but most interesting. It's Unfair Stamp. Unfair by name, unfair by nature. I'm a man that likes playing aggro decks, Amy. I love my aggro decks. But now, if I take an early prize, Unfair Stamp can put me down to like a 2-card hand. And there's no what if they don't draw into their one of Unfair Stamp, because no, they're going to use Arven. Oh, what if they don't draw into Arven? No, they're going to use Luminion. If you really want to aggressively go and get one of these item-based or tool-based ace specs, you are going to be able to find it as early in the game as you like. And that is going to be a very big deal. And something like Unfair Stamp, it is going to really make you think twice about taking an early prize card for fear of being put down to a tiny hand. And that makes the game very interesting, but also a bit sad.
Yeah, I think Lost Box is probably one of the scarier elements with that. If you take a knockout with a Cramorant nice and early, then, ooh, could I get Unfair Stamped? Can I come back from that? Is it going to be enough? And I think that's something to be really scared of, knowing how prevalent Lost Box has been for a long time now. Will Unfair Stamp make its mark? But Joe, what do you think your favorite ace spec is right now?
My favorite would probably just be Prime Catcher. It's always just that high bar of, well, I want an extra switch ring effect in my deck because there's a lot of trapping archetypes right now, but at the same time, gusting in an item is just insane. Counter Catcher is a very good card and it makes it into a lot of defensive archetypes, but these aggressive decks that you were just saying, Ross, you love playing, they love Prime Catcher.
Oh, I love Prime Catcher.
Making sure you're getting those 2 prizes every single turn of the game, just condensing the game down to like 4 turns. Prime Catcher is no doubt the best at that.
Oh yeah, best ace spec out there.
Oh yeah, I think at the moment it feels undeniable, but there are so many that modify HP and attack that I think they all have their place in a deck. Which one? We don't know yet. But if you guys want to check out all the ace specs that we've got on show, then you'll have to hop back to the action as we Prime Catcher some more of the fantastic games we've got on show. See you soon. Greetings, trainers. I'm Pokemon history enthusiast Amy Worsley, and I'm back with a deck analysis from the dawn of time. You've got it. I'm here to talk about Ancient Box. Now let's start at the very beginning. Koraidon's the perfect early game attacker with Primordial Beatdown. Populating your board to strike for 30 times the amount of ancient Pokemon present makes Koraidon a mean opponent. Just 2 ancient Pokemon says goodbye to an opposing Charmander, or a full bench sees a huge 180 damage, leaving Pokemon such as Squawkabilly EX vulnerable. Ancient Pokemon are lucky to have Professor Sada's Vitality to accelerate energy from their discard pile. Plus an attached return means you can put 3 energy per turn on your Pokemon. Alternatively, Fluttermane loves to sit in the active spot early to prevent your opponent from using their abilities. Sorry, Comfey, no flower selecting for you. Roaring Moon takes center stage as the primary attacker with Vengeance Fletching, doing 70 plus 10 extra damage for each ancient card in your discard pile. This deck is built around managing those tricky resources and making use of discarding just the right amount of cards to make the single prize menace a powerful asset. Using Professor Sada's Vitality, Dark Patch, and an attached return, Roaring Moon is ready to attack fast. Ancient Box powers up Roaring Moon using lots of methods of pushing ancient cards into your discard pile, such as Pokestop, Ultra Ball, Explorer's Guidance, and Earthen Vessel, creating a super consistent resource management damage boosting system. Some might choose to introduce Big Brother Roaring Moon EX into the mix for some extra power moves like Frenzied Gouging, dealing essentially unlimited damage, but you have to trade off your single prize advantage for this bigger threat, so some decks like to stay with the little guys who still pack a big punch. And if all of that doesn't work, Great Tusk is here to rid your opponent of the pesky cards in their deck. If their deck is low on cards, we can make use of the alternative win condition, Decking Out. If your opponent begins their turn and can't draw a card, it's game over. But enough dwelling in the past. Let's hop back into the action in the present day and see if we can spot any ancient wonders.
We are here on the sofa for the Bologna Special Event, the final European tournament of the year, and just 2 players remain. Our final to be had here in Europe. It's myself, Joe Bernard, and alongside me are 2 finalists, Kim and Christian, and on the end our lovely and very helpful Alex here to help translate while I ask a few questions. Christian, I'm going to start with you because we just saw a nail-biting final game. As the hand was coming together, did you think the Greninja was always a possibility?
Yeah, when I saw the chance, I just went for it.
Yeah, it seems really good. And the Iron Bundle, of course, is going to be helpful against Fluttermane. Is that the only reason it's in the deck?
It's not the only reason, but it helps in the matchup.
And we saw that game 2 was very close as well. Obviously, that was a little bit trickier. How did you find? What were you thinking in that sort of moment where things were kind of slipping away in that game 2?
Yeah, I thought I have like 2 turns to draw something. I had few outs, but yeah, I could have played. I could have randomized my deck because I had a Roxanne and Vacuum in my hand before, and I should have randomized the deck so the chance I draw the cards will be higher. And I didn't, so yeah, I deserved the loss.
Well, fair enough. And it's something that you're always keeping in mind, which shows what you're thinking of and how you got to this final. Kim, your top 4 match was a little bit different. You've had a pretty chilled out time. Is Lugia something you've enjoyed facing all tournament?
I think that it was a good way to have a quick win in this tournament.
And I also want to ask about your choice, the Future Iron Hands. I believe it's the first final we've seen this deck in. What made you choose the Future Iron Hands deck?
I like the electric type, so that was the main reason.
Well, it's a good enough reason. You've made it to a final. The first time you both have made a final. Kim, what are you feeling going into this final game?
I'm feeling well. I'm looking forward to play it. It will be 50-50 probably. Let's go.
Well, there you go. Kim says it's a 50-50. Christian, what about you? What do you think about your chances in this final game?
Yeah, I think it's same. It's like not a good matchup, but not a bad matchup, so yeah.
Well, that's great for us viewers because it means we're likely going to have a long drawn-out best of 3 where we have twists and turns in the battle like we saw in that last top 4 game. So I'm not going to delay us any longer. We're going to get straight into the final. I'm going to shoot off as quickly as possible and get back around the desk so I can start commentating it.
And now we know the question, what's faster, Latias or Joe? Latias, but it's very, very close. Latios, I should say. Welcome back to the Italian special event over in the city of Bologna. I am Ross, I'm joined by Joe. Joe, I've never seen you move so fast.
No, and I totally have plenty of breath left. That's not an issue. But that's just how excited I am to get into this game. We are wasting no time here. The players just said it's a 50-50 matchup. Ross, what do you think?
I tend to agree. Now, I put Miraidon as my caster pick for the weekend, so I'm clearly slightly over-exaggerating that deck. I'm overrating it a little bit, but Lost Box is very good. Both of these decks have tricks, and we've seen on stream already. I do like how the Iron Hands, there's a lot of targets when you're playing a Lost Box deck. Things like Comfey, things like Cramorant, things that are going to hit the board, they are Iron Hands targets, but then again, Lost Zone can go very, very fast and start taking multiple prizes as well. They play their own Iron Hands. They've got things like Roaring Moon. They've got things like Greninja. So it is not so close. It's not really. It's Future Boxes to lose.
Yeah. Well, yeah, okay.
But I still think they're the favourite. That's what I'm trying to say here. I am pegging them as a favourite.
Okay, that's reasonable. I know Christian does have tech inclusions. That Hooper EX, that Terrestrial Hooper, can be an immediate response to the Iron Hands and has a chunky amount of hit points. We know we've just seen Lost Vacuum in the deck list being used to great effect. That could be useful to ramp that Mirage Gate, as we just saw, but also getting rid of those batons. That's a huge element of what keeps Future Hands churning every single turn of the game. Getting rid of those baton mean that then you can effectively remove like 3 or 4 energy in a turn just by having that alongside a KO. So I think these are going to be some of the ebbs and flows of this matchup.
Yeah, and a bit of a championship point update as we're getting ready for them to start. Obviously, we know Angelo here, miles away from an invite. It is this or bust. But I'm having a look at Kim Babega here, currently on 650 championship points. A win would put them to 850, which would catapult them into 16th place in the European ranking at the moment. Now, we still have NAIC next weekend. We're expecting expecting a bunch of the top 22 to make the trip over there, but we'll jump ahead of players like Brian DeVise, Jelle van Kampen, Adam Hawkins.
They're sweating right now. Hearing your own name in that list when you're getting leapfrogged isn't a great feeling, Ross.
No, it really isn't. Sorry to those players, but that is the reality of this situation. So, yeah, it's fun to be called a special event champion, but there is a real tangible benefit to both of these players. One is playing for a World's invite, one is playing for a top 22 and potential travel stipend, of course, with next weekend coming up as well, which could shake things up. But is it really likely you're going to get jumped by like 6 or 7 people in one tournament?
Well, it's one of those things. You have to respect it. You have to expect it as well to an extent. Kim actually just mentioned before we had the interview that he's not attending the NAIC, so this is his last chance literally to get those championship points. Christian is making it to the NAIC, so at least has another opportunity to carry on that great run they've had this season. But I'm really excited for this one. The Future Hands variant, we know it can take multiple prizes in all sorts of ways, but I do think it has to oftentimes weave in that Miraidon early.
Yes.
And that's going to be a crucial element to bear in mind. Does it allow some multi-prize KOs coming back? Can Iron Hands of Christians actually take the first 2 prize KO? That's going to be something we have to watch.
One of the things that always stresses me out when I'm playing this deck, if you go too aggro Iron Hands too early, you can find yourself running short of energy in the late game. Now Christian here, we've seen the achievements before, but see him again, obviously the highlight there being that top 32 Worlds finish in 2018. Top 32 at Worlds is no joke. That is very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and Stuttgart top 4 as well. Both of these players hungry for a victory in some of these higher tier events. Both of them have achieved top 4 placements in the past, so this is a great way to cement themselves as a champion. As you can see, Kim there with a Bochum top 4, some good EUIC finishes, as well as a regional top 8 in Liverpool.
Yeah, looking for that big signature win. Neither of them have got it yet, but one of them, next time we see them on stream, and I do believe there will be a next time, we are going to see this coming up very, very nicely.
What are the other elements that we're having to keep a track of, Ross, during this game? We know that Iron Hands can get aggressive and take single prize KOs. I'm also trying to look at, I mentioned the Hooper EX, but possibly even the Roaring Moon EX. Using Frenzy Gouging can also get around the Heavy Baton as well. These are the things that Christian has. But as you said, Kim is more than likely going to be the pace setter. Is that going to be one of the most important factors here?
I think it could absolutely be one of the most important factors we're going to be looking at, because, you know, that first prize, the first couple of turns, it is going to be quite big. If you can get ahead, and then it's just getting enough attackers out. It's why I like your point about the Miraidon. Get a bit of extra energy on the board so that you can be okay in the late game. That's one of the things we saw in a stream game against Gardevoir not too long ago, just not having enough energy in those last couple of turns to finish off with the Iron Hands.
This may never come up and be completely irrelevant, but what I think is also a really cool thing to follow is that if Heavy Baton does at any point proc for Kim, he could swing those energies onto a Mew EX and then copy Radiant Greninja as well, which is a really niche, limited play, but something we also have to keep track of during this game, because Mew EX can copy some cheeky stuff. Let's see some prize cards for our game 1 here in the final. Roaring Moon EX, not currently accessible for Christian, although does play a Hisuian Heavy Ball. A couple of searching cards for Kim, but as long as you have access to Arven, I think it's still going to be okay. As we have the fist bump for our finals here in Bologna, 75 minutes on the clock, and Christian is going to start off this game 1 here with a couple Buddy Poffin in hand, as well as a Comfey start.
I mean, that is where you want to be, isn't it? You want to be starting off with Comfey and then going for those Buddy Poffin, searching out your basic Pokemon. Yeah, they've got to be 70 HP or less, but you know what? The thing you most want in the early game, that is going to be your Comfey, and Buddy Poffin will absolutely get them for you. Also means you get a good look at your deck, trying to figure out what's prized and what is available for the next couple of turns.
Yeah, we're having a quick scout through. As we know, so many single copy Pokemon in the deck list, and a huge range of energy in low counts, all of them. So keeping track of these throughout the game for your Mirage Gate and Super Rod usage is going to be vital here. But all things considered, it's a really good start for Christian, who is going to start taking some notes here of what is and isn't available. And it really starts coming down to these early flower selecting to weave towards some of these combinations. The more flower selecting early, the better. That's why we're seeing 3 Comfey as our opening search here. Obviously, these are kind of the only cards you can find with Buddy Buddy Puffin, but it's so important for the Lost Zone archetype that you still need to play these Puffins because Convey really kickstarts your strategy.
Oh, it absolutely does. And one of the things you're looking at here is, you got those key numbers for your Lost Zone. 4 cards on the Lost Zone, that will activate your Cramorant, that's your early game attacker, and also 7 cards in the Lost Zone. That is then going to activate your Mirage Gate, at which point you can look at it and go, well, hang on a second. Now everything's available. Yeah. Now Greninja's available. Now Roaring Moon's available. Now my own Iron Hands is available. And while we're setting up, I need to correct myself. I was talking about Angelo and my championship point. I, of course, mean Christian. Christian is on over 700 championship points.
Yeah, very similar story for both players, really. These points mean a lot.
Winner of this is going to absolutely, I mean, to be fair, Christian is going to break into the top 22 regardless. Second place will do it, but there is a big difference between first and second. Kim will only break in a big way with a win in this, so that is very, very important.
A pretty nice setup, all things considered. Cramorant is in the mix as well as Radiant Greninja. Let's see how Kim's start is. Well, at least a lot of Pokemon and Professor's Research. This is a pretty solid start. You can start finding Iron Crown and power up the damage of this Miraidon so that you can knock out a Comfey on this first turn. This is going to be a pretty good start, all things considered. I'm not sure if we have a guaranteed way to remove this Iron Hands EX from the active position. That would probably be one of the only things we look for from this Professor's Research that's in hand, and I believe that's probably the best supporter choice, unless there was an Arven I couldn't spot.
No, it's all good. We were trying to get set up here. There is a Nest Ball. We're eyeing up a second Iron Hands here. So it's always nice. I mean, it's an energy game for me here. You need to make sure you've got enough attackers with enough energy on. If you can go nuts with your electric generator, then you don't need Miraidon. But being able to attack, and especially into a Comfey, it's 1 Iron Crown, 1 Future Boost, or 2 Iron Crown. You get the KO on the Comfey and accelerate 2 energy at the same time. It's like a hit off a generator, or double hit off a generator, and that gives me that comfort feeling in the early game. But it really depends. These first couple of turns are so big. That is going to dictate what you can do and what you have to do. And just to go back to Christian for a second while we've got time, there's the first Iron Crown. Free Comfey, they're on the board. You add that to a Colrus. Christian is in range here of getting 7 cards and having a Mirage Gate on board next turn.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be huge. That's how you can be the one getting ahead, even if you use Ampy very much of your own on the 120 hit point Miraidon. That's working out perfectly for you. The other opportunities would be weaving in some of your multi-prize Pokemon alongside Mirage Gate and Gusting plays as well. There's just the 1 copy of Boss's Orders, which really is unusable because you have to Colress to reach 7, so it's looking towards that Prime Catcher as well. As Kim is going to go for double Iron Hands here on the bench as well as 1 Crown. I believe that's 1 in hand, so we might be going full bench turn 1 here.
Yeah, Techno Radar got a 3rd Iron Hands and an Iron Crown, 2nd Iron Crown. There is a Miraidon here. That gets the energy on.
Just going to thin the Iron Hands. That makes sense. Yeah. This is nice. 7 fresh cards. We need to try and find a Future Booster Energy Capsule in order to attack this turn. There it is.
Nice. That's what you're looking for. Get that Iron Hands out the active. Give it a retreat cost of 0. And then up comes the Miraidon to... Well, it's going to take a KO. We've got the 2 Iron Crown. The KO is on the board.
It's actually the Prime Catcher. So you are having to spend an extra resource here, but you are getting the job done.
I was oohing because it was a Prime Catcher, and then I realized you were using it just as a switch. And that is a lot less of it. I was not ooh-worthy in the end, Joe. It really wasn't.
But the turn ends up being the case. It's exactly what we wanted to see from Kim on this turn 1. You've initiated that prize race with a single prize Pokemon, and Iron Hands is looking more than dangerous on that next turn of the game. So pretty ideal start for both players here, which is what you want to see in a final.
Yeah, every energy accelerator with Miraidon is an energy that doesn't need to be hit off an electric generator. We start straight away with a Colress's Experiment. So the question is going to be, can you find a 3rd Comfey and a couple of switching cards that will turn on that Mirage Gate?
I mean, there's the Hooper EX that has to be kept here. That's a crucial card for the matchup. Another Colress was found from this Colress as well. So you might be getting rid of some crucial resources. A Super Rod is going to have to be sacrificed.
You don't like it, but you had to keep the energy. You had to keep the Hooper. I mean, Hooper's just an easy two energy KO onto an Iron Hands. It's too good a response here.
Yeah, that's mostly its purpose within the deck. Sometimes it can help out against Arceus V-Star, but it's far less of a popular card these days. It's mostly here in response to Iron Hands. And part of the reason why the Hooper EX is quite handy is obviously that fighting type coverage that makes it so much easier for you to reach on this Pokemon.
Not even going to point out the handy was a lovely little pun there, Joe. I'm just going to let that one slide. So we are flower selecting here. We don't have a third Comfey yet. We're looking to try and get to 7 in the Lost Zone. That's the goal. Now we do see Greninja using concealed cards. That is going to draw 2 more. Looks like we've got a switch card and a water energy, so at least it's a switching card.
Yeah, we need to get those in the mix. I believe the other Comfey is in the Lost Zone, so it would have to be Lost Vacuum if we can get to 7 this turn.
That's not an ideal situation, is it?
Yeah, it was just an awkward chorus earlier, I think.
Yeah, you can't win them all, unfortunately. 1 in the Lost Zone, 1 in the discard, 2 on the board, but Lost Vacuum will help to bridge that gap.
So what can we do here as Christian? If we can't reach our Mirage Gates and you're concerned about Iron Hands coming in, do you just send a higher hit point Pokemon in the active here to try and buy time?
I don't really like any situation. Cramorant doesn't get a KO on the Miraidon.
No, it doesn't do much at all.
And it's absolute fodder for Iron Hand, so that is not really where you want to be. But do you really just want to put a Pokemon in the active and just let it take a hit? Because then it essentially gets into Iron Hand's range but by being hit with Miraidon while Kim accelerates a bunch of energy. That's not exactly a good position either.
The Iron Bundle at least gives Kim a decision to make by pushing the Miraidon out of the active spot right now. We saw that Kim had to spend Prime Catcher, which might have given Christian some information, but there's no Future Boost Energy Capsule in the hand currently.
Yeah, you do not use Prime Catcher if you've got a Future Boost Energy Capsule, so knowing that Prime Catcher is not available and the other one isn't in hand helps. But there is an Arven in hand, so we do know that Kim is going to be able to find one quite easily next turn. Here comes Cramorant. It's going to hit for 110. It's a good idea. At the moment, Kim does not actually have access to Ampu very much, but essentially Arven's going to grab an electric generator, and if we see one hit, there's an energy in hand, you get the Future Boost off the Arven, and that will be a 2-prize KO. So it's all down to the electric generator that will inevitably be grabbed from this Arven.
At the very least, this damage is a little bit more relevant for Christian, so he's made something out of his Cramorant, because that can set up a Sableye play quite nicely, or even the Iron Hands of your own. But Kim does have the Arven response immediately here.
I said inevitably, but we are eyeing up a switch card as well here.
Yeah, undoing the math that's just been dealt by Christian.
Yeah, and this is kind of a way of saying, look, I'm probably not getting 2 prizes, but I'm getting 1 prize while denying you an easy KO, and in some ways that is a little bit better. Or we go into the Miraidon here. Yeah, we're not there yet.
No, I think we're just...
We are there now.
Yeah, so the Future Boost Energy Capsule, not only useful for retreating your Pokemon, taking your retreat cost down to 0, but it's also an additional 20 damage for your future Pokemon. So alongside that 3rd Iron Crown EX on the bench, we're able to get the 2nd prize of the game here with Miraidon. Very effective.
And I've been talking about the energy, and the energy here is working out beautifully, because now we've got 2 Iron Hands that are very close to being ready to go. We've got a Miraidon in the active, which has been doing a lot of work, and we haven't even seen a generator yet, have we?
No, they're still chilling out in the deck, which is pretty scary if you're Christian's side of the table, because there's a lot of pressure being put on. I was mentioning how important the heavy baton sometimes can be, but Kim's given himself a great opportunity by using the Miraidon twice to spread energy very effectively.
Yeah, heavy baton really is not going to be an issue in this game. Kim has got the attackers that they need all ready to go. The switch card was a genius little play just to get that 30 damage off, make the math so much harder, and now we see Christian flower selecting. This will get to 7 in the Lost Zone, so Mirage Gate is now on board.
We have that Mirage Gate. That's why we're seeing Hooper EX come onto this board. But I believe from our chorus, do we need to find either Forest Seal Stone or the Prime Catcher here? I think that's one of the big things we're looking for. Christian likely to use the Mirage Gates proactively to thin the deck of any energy so that you are powering up multiple Pokemon all in one go. The alternative, of course, is if you spend your Mirage Gates on Iron Hands, you can KO the active Pokemon for 2 prizes as well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options here, and of course we say, oh, well, Kim's fine with the energy, there's no issue. Well, I think Christian is trying to create an issue here. We do see the Mirage Gate coming down. We're going to see a darkness onto the Hooper, and then presumably lightning onto the Iron Hands, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think there's already a Dark Energy in hand for Christian to turn attach, so that's all good.
Yeah, one came out of the flower selecting, and it was one of those you are not going to lost zone.
For sure. We're going to see a shuffle up before Christian has a massive Colress here. You'd much prefer to use a Prime Catcher on the 3 energy Iron Hands that Kim has.
Yeah, that
There's the turn attachment, so the intention's been known there. Oh, has the boss's orders.
Oh, that'll
so
do
doesn't
quite
have to risk
nicely.
anything. Can boss up the 3 energy Iron Hands, and Christian gets a really nice response here and levels up the prize race.
And this is where a heavy baton would have been much more useful, but unfortunately it's not an option. Those 3 energy are going to be lost. All 4 electric generator are still in the deck. They are still available, and you do have a Miraidon with that free retreat, so you can put that up and try and start hitting somebody's generator now. Retreat Miraidon at the end of the turn if you like, but first you've got to find a way to deal with this Hooper.
Yeah, Kim's got a pretty easy way to deal with the Hooper. You can just arm press and take 2. I think that's fine. So it's mostly about finding that next Iron Hands EX. There's already Iono in hand as well, which is quite intriguing as an option, but you also really need to start finding these generators for your next Iron Hands as well, because these require a lot of energy if you're going to keep up here. That's why Kim's taking the time here, debating through what the turn's going to be.
And with 220 HP on the Hooper, you just need a manual attachment for the turn.
Yeah.
Arm press does 160, plus the free Iron Crown is 220, that's the KO. But then you will be essentially out of options, and that is not what you're looking for. So we're eyeing up some Pokemon here. We've got a Miraidon coming down.
As well as the other Iron Hands. I think that Miraidon's just going to end up being researched away, most likely, or Iono to the bottom, either way. Get it out of sight.
I think that is a good shout. And this is the thing about Iono. Because you don't shuffle into your deck, you put the card at the bottom, you can essentially search a card and stash it at the bottom so you're not going to draw back into it. There's the attachment for the turn. Here comes the Iono, and you don't need anything this turn. What you really want to do, though, is start setting up for future turns. And there's 1 generator prize. There's 3 in the deck. You've got to start hitting some soon.
You think so? Only 4 cards, though. It's not a lot. You're really just hoping this Iono is also disrupting Christian quite a lot. Oh, 4 supporter cards.
We've got 2 Professor's Research, we've got 1 Arven and 1 Iono. That is not what you're looking for.
Kim is going to have to commit to this Iron Hands and really hope that the hand disruption has helped. This is a risky turn. You have to take out this Hooper EX. It's too dangerous, but it does open the door for Christian based on how well they can draw through the deck. If they can find a response to this fairly damaged Iron Hands currently in the active, Kim will be limited to just Miraidon next turn, unless there's a ton of generators coming towards the late game.
Yeah, and there is an answer here. Iron Hands, Arm Press. I know we all want to use Iron Hands for Ampy very much. I feel like I failed when I use Arm Press most of the time. But right now, Arm Press will get the KO quite nicely. That would put Iron Hands up to 240. It's only got 230. So that would be an option here.
Yeah, we are really looking for some of these Mirage Gate. I haven't seen enough of Christian's hand just yet. But I think that was, what was it, a failed Buddy Buddy Poffin just to shuffle the deck, I believe, because there was a couple of Colress put to the bottom by Kim's Iono there. So shuffling those back into the mix so you can find them with flower selecting is a huge choice. So even though you can burn these cards and get no effect, you're still reordering your deck in a way that's favorable for your odds now.
And yet once upon a time we had a card that just shuffled your deck and everyone thought it was a joke.
Well, these other ones have a bit more utility.
Yeah, they don't just shuffle your deck, they do other things sometimes.
Oh, Mirage Gate straight away.
Nice.
That means Christian has a perfect response here. And this is what Kim doesn't want to see.
Mirage Gate does essentially guarantee that Iron Hands will KO Iron Hands. And then the game is still absolutely winnable for Kim next turn. But now you kind of need to hit free energy off generator and an attachment for the turn and a gusting effect. And at that point, you're starting to ask a lot of things from your deck. And you can hit them all off Professor's Research, for instance. But it just becomes really awkward at that point.
Sorry to let you down, but I think it's just going to be more and more arm presses, honestly. Christian brings up his Iron Hands, uses arm press, and then Kim could also look for extra damage modifiers and arm press straight back. That could also be a route to victory.
Yeah, it would only take an Iron Crown or a Future Boost. You're already hitting 220, so, and of course you then need to hit 2 energy off generator rather than 3. So yes, fine, it's an arm press game.
I'm letting you down.
I want to amp you very much, all right? But you're right, it's an arm press game right now.
Here comes the Mirage Gate. Christian's already scouted the deck with that Nest Ball, grabbing Raikou V, knowing that the extra lightning is available. Can load up this Iron Hands EX. Really nice spot from them. A couple turns back to pre-bank one lightning earlier, knowing that the Hooper was kind of the most dangerous threat. Kim was going to ignore your Iron Hands EX, so you can weave it in very nicely now. And it's looking like Christian is behind on the prize race, but in a better board position after this KO.
Yeah, it's basically going to give Kim a one-turn clock to get the response. And Kim's got a Professor's Research, and I think next turn is probably going to be I'm going to draw as many cards as I can and cross my fingers. That is a route to victory. What
I think it's Mirage
Joe?
Gate versus Prime Catcher. I think you have to keep the Prime Catcher available for yourself. Losing a Mirage Gate, but you can thin the deck with it. Yeah, a debate, but you have to keep your ace spec in this spot.
I think the way, well, no, I think Prime Catcher's the easy one here, because either you get your Iron Hands KO'd and you lose, or you attach for turn, Prime Catcher to Miraidon and win the following turn.
But you also need energy as well, don't forget.
Yeah, well, that's the attach for turn, so you will withdraw into that. But with this...
That's why we're super running some energy right now.
I am assuming the energy's going to come out. So I think Christian's basically going, look, Prime Catcher's my win con unless I lose this turn. I don't need Mirage Gate. If I need to Mirage Gate, I've lost my Iron Hands and we're going to game 2.
Oh, I was thinking of it just to get that 4th energy. But you're right, the Prime Catcher's the higher priority target, no doubt here. It could also help you just get more selecting if it comes to it.
Absolutely.
So here we go. It's going to be Iron Hands KOing Iron Hands. Both players down to 2 prize cards remaining. Kim, as we know, has a lot of, already has the Future Booster in hand. So it's likely going to be a big research looking for electric generators, and we've not seen any all game.
And there wasn't one in that. Was there even one in that Poker Gear? Oh, there is one.
There's one in the Poker Gear. None in hand
I know you can't grab out the Poker Gear. I'm just saying they are doing a very good job of hiding right now.
The issue is, you know, Kim's already had to use a lot of these lightning energy early. I think has 6 energy been cleared off the board from Iron Hands getting KO'd. There's still plenty in the deck, but the generators are by no means guaranteed. They're much higher odds that earlier on in the game, before Miraidon has thinned your deck of them.
Yeah, every time Miraidon takes energy out of your deck, it actually makes your electric generator less likely to fire. Here is the first one of the game. It's a whiff.
That is rough.
That is harsh.
Not only do we have to find more generators, we have to hit them, and we have to find a manual attachment here.
It's going to be a huge,
it's going to be a huge 7 cards from this Professor's Research to define this game 1.
Yeah, that electric generator, by the way, was taken off the prizes last turn. Yeah. There's 3 in the deck. None of them have come out of the deck so far. So the goal is very simple. You need to hit free energy. If you hit free energy, that should be the game. You should be hitting 240 with arm press. Last 2 prizes, jobs are good. And if you don't, we know that Christian is already holding on to Prime Catcher, so it will be basic energy for the game at that point.
Yeah, I think it's surely too risky for Kim to consider an INO here.
No, you can't INO here, surely. I think you've got to go turbo here. You have a board
it's still a lot to hit. It's still a lot to hit from the Professor's Research.
It is.
Kim could just retreat into one of these crown. It's going to be the research though. We're going for the win this turn.
It's definitely what I do, but I'm not sure that's always the best way to go. We have an energy attack for the turn.
One
we have a generator.
Just one.
Just one, and we drew 2 energy. That's too many. 1 energy is enough.
Let's have a look at the deck here.
This is deck fitting. I love this. We're taking cards
4
out.
Energy in the deck.
These are 2 cards now that are not in the deck, so that ups your odds of hitting with Electric Generator. And it's very simple. Double hit, you win. Not a double hit, it's over to Christian.
It's all down to this. The Electric Generator, 5 cards. We have to see 2 Lightning Energy here. We have enough damage with our Iron Hands EX on the bench.
Here we go, 2 energy, and this will be the game. What do we see?
Oh,
3 energy. That's one more than you need. Now we're going to see the Iron Hands come active. Arm press for 240, and Kim will take game 1 of this final.
Incredible scenes in our first game here of the best of 3. Kim with a huge sigh of relief. Electric Generator, sometimes it just gets there.
And I'm going to say, if ever somebody deserved a double hit off Generator, it was Kim on that last turn. Having them gone for ages, having the first one come out from your prizes when you take prizes 3 and 4, and hitting no energy, I think Kim had earned a double hit off of that Electric Generator at that point. That was fantastic, a very tense game, and I do think Christian probably had the game next turn.
Yeah.
It was basic energy for the game.
Yeah, I think that's really what it came down to. We had to see the hit there of 2 energy, and that's defined our game 1. But boy, I'm really looking forward to games 2 and maybe 3 as well, because we just saw how much of a back and forth it can be. There's going to be hand destruction thrown at both players. There's going to be a lot of dig on both sides of the field, sometimes research and just hoping for the best. Sometimes it's going to be a number of flower selectings and concealed cards and whatnot from Christian. So it's going to be another cat and mouse game here. So yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat already.
And a big, you're standing up, Joe.
Well, I will be. I've been on the edge of my seat this whole time.
Here's a question though. If you're Christian, do you want to go first or second?
Great question. I think I'd prefer to be going second. Try and get Chorus and give myself an easy route to 7 the next turn. I think that's ideal, but you are, of course, then giving Kim extra manual attachments, and that is a big deal. If you get extra manual attachments, you need less generator hits later on.
Yeah, that would be my preference. I think I would choose to, I think I would go second here, try and get the first attack, try and get myself to 7 on an easier route, but I don't want my opponent to go first because they get the first attachment, but I don't want them to go second for fear of a really strong start going second, and you've got to choose one. Oh, Iron Bundle, not a great start, but then again, it can be useful once it hits the bench.
I think it's looking a little worse for Christian. Certainly not a Comfey start. I saw Sableye and I saw Spiritomb. I saw Roxanne as a supporter. I'm not sure if there was any access to Colress though. Again, it does depend on who chose to go first. We're going to see some prize cards. Couple Arven for Kim, which is one of your crucial early game setup supporters, but there are more Iono in hand. As we see the fist bump getting into game number 2 here, and as expected, Kim is forced first. Has the Techno Radar, so can get an early attachment onto either Miraidon or Iron Hands. Both looking like great options, and has supporter for next turn as well.
Yeah, that's a decent start, honestly. I like going for the attachment for Iron Hands turn 1 in this situation.
You've made your stance very clear.
Oh, yeah. But also, like, you can always attach Miraidon next turn.
Yeah.
But if you attach this turn, then there is the possibility that you start hitting generators next turn. What you don't want to do is attach Miraidon turn 1 and then be an energy short of that big, giant, swingy game 2.
Well, Kim agrees because it's going to be Iron Crown plus Iron Hands from this turn 1 Techno Radar. So it feels like having the multiple threats of Miraidon coming out if need be, but also the Iron Hands. Oh, wow, look at this. Double Iron Hands straight away. Are we really getting that aggressive?
I mean, it depends what you're expecting. If you're expecting to hit a bunch of generators and have a bunch of energy to throw around the field, then yeah, by all means, go double Iron Hands. But I think 1 is enough just to start getting set up and getting some energy on the board. It is a real discussion here for Kim because that Iron Crown is also being eyed up here.
You play the fewest copies of the single prize Miraidon, so there's a debate just statistically to take that, so you have those options. But also, you need multiple Iron Crown if you want to make the most use out of your Miraidon. So we are going to go for the split of 1 Iron Crown and 1 Iron Hands in the end. I'm not sure how much there is beyond this turn attachment, but overall it's a pretty reasonable start for Kim.
This is not too bad. I mean, you'd love to be hitting a bunch of generators and everything else, but turn 1 going first, you can't attack, you can't use supporter. Oh, we do have a generator going in turn 1 though. And it's a whiff.
The one-off Psychic Energy, that is just a slap in the face. When you play 14 Lightning and you see the one-off Psychic.
Yeah, I hit my 1 Psychic, but I missed my 14 Lightning. That is...
Feels bad.
Yeah, feels bad is a way to put it. We do get the attachment for turn, but that's actually only... Oh, and actually we're not getting an attachment for turn. We are actually using it to just retreat the Iron Bundle, so actually whiffing a generator, not getting an attachment. I'm not loving Kim's turn so much anymore, Joe.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise for me. You know that this is still a future Pokemon, so you can end up using a future booster capsule to move that Iron Bundle, maybe respecting the fact that it's 100 hit points, could be easily capitalized on by an early Cramorant from Christian. But I find that curious as to not just going on Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, I think it's got to be to worry about the Cramorant. Of course, there's another question here of if that's your only single prizer and you're giving it up as a single prize, maybe it's not the end of the world. It forces your opponent to try and get a free prize KO with Iron Hands, but that's not really what Christian's deck does. Christian's deck doesn't have all the damage modifiers. It takes out small Pokemon for 2, so there is an argument that losing Iron Bundle doesn't really affect the prize map too much.
Christian can switch and then retreat into a second Comfey here, so is at least beginning to ramp up that lost zone. Also had a Colress for the turn, so it's getting to 4. And I know Cramorant is in the hand, but it's far less effective now. It still can set up that Sableye, which is already in play. We started with that for the turn, so yeah, the 110 damage once again from Christian. At least cobbles something together as we pass things back over to Kim.
Showing why you might
beat Iono straight away.
Yeah, great show there for why Christian wanted to go second. That was a very good turn one going second. That worked very nicely. Now the Iono comes down. New hand of 6 for Kim. What do we have here? We got supporters. We got a future booster energy capsule. We got some energy. Is there a way to get him a ride on out though, Joe?
Didn't see it. Let's have a look. I know a couple, well, one of the radars is in the prizes. One's already used. Is that the Iron Bundle being played here?
It is indeed, forcing a Comfey into the active. But it feels like forcing a Comfey in the active.
We have Nestball, okay.
Okay, that's fine. Because that's the kind of thing you want to do, and then KO with Miraidon. That's the goal here.
Well, we are seeing Miraidon, so that suggests there probably is a switching out in hand as well for Kim.
Yeah, we got the booster in hand, so that is definitely there. We're good. The Crown is going to get out the active. Miraidon is going to come up. So that's a nice bonus.
Yeah, initiating the prize race, not a bad thing at all.
Take out that Comfey, get some energy on the board.
Yep, initiating the race, and yeah, as you said, Iron Hands getting into the mix, or at least threatening for next turn. The Psych Energy coming out straight away. Kim not fussed about trying to use any other attacker than Iron Hands. He's, I think you're a fan of Kim's play right now.
Yeah, I am, and actually that's a cheeky, really nice play, because now there is one more Lightning Energy in the deck that you can hit with an Electric Generator. We already saw once that the Psychic Energy was there.
Yeah.
So now you're just upping your odds. It's only a tiny up, but it's still an upping of your odds.
That's what the Pokemon trading card game is often all about. You can put yourself in statistically the best position, but really it does come down to how the cards fall.
Yeah, it means you can't attack with that Miraidon second attack, but I don't know, that's not as much fun as Iron Hands.
Just more odds for Generator. We saw how important it was. It's what won Kim the first game here, as Christian's having a quick deck search with this Nest Ball. I think there was the option of Radiant Greninja put to the front. We are at 4 in the Lost Zone, so 1 Flower Selecting plus a Chorus will get us to 7, and we can start seeing some Mirage Gate action here.
And that Iron Crown, where are we on with the Iron Crown? So it's got 110 on, so it's got 110 left. So Greninja's not... Sableye could get there at some point in the future. That could be a cheeky little KO for Sableye, but or just gust it up with Cramorant.
Yeah, Cramorant could finish that off very easily. We saw Kim very quick to switch cart heal away a Pokemon in game 1. As we are going to see, Christian does indeed have Chorus. Let's see what it offers. A lot of energy, but also a few Mirage Gates. So some painful, well, at least one awkward Lost Zone. The Artisan's an easy choice.
Yeah, and it is actually in range of an Iron Hands right now as well. So...
Oh, yeah. Wow, yeah. You could take a 3-prize KO that way.
I said that's not really what Christian's deck does, but actually you've set up that damage so it can absolutely do that.
Does Christian... Well, we certainly have Mirage Gates. Do we have the right attackers lined up just yet? There are more Nest Ball in hand, so Christian has a lot of options here. Going to start with the concealed cards, maybe drawing into something like Prime Catcher would make his mind up. Switch cart now available, so you can select and get out of the active quite happily.
Yeah, there's a Comfey as well in hands. We are still 1 card away from 7 in the Lost Zone. Now we get the Comfey, and
yeah, we're keeping Iron Hands, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's not a hard decision. It's the only Iron Hands in the deck.
We have Nest Ball. I'm not sure if we have a means of targeting Kim's benched Iron Hands EX. That would be the absolute dream situation.
Oh, yes.
That's, I think, what Christian was looking for to really take a huge swing in this game. But now Christian could still Iron Hands into the active and take the first 2-prize KO. It's just using a lot of your resources early. And as we know, Kim is playing 4 copies of Iono in the deck list. And that can really punish aggressive starts, especially when Christian is having to spend quite a few more resources this game just to take out the active Pokemon.
Yeah, it's not always fair, but you got to do what you got to do here. So, we're not there yet. We've got 7 cards in the Lost Zone. There's no attackers established, unfortunately. Nothing on the bench. It's one of those awkward things. With we saw the last game, the Hooper took a big prize and got return KO'd immediately. So it's not one that you can bench early. It needs to come down when you're using it. It is a bit dodgy, but it's not that much gusting for either player.
Interesting.
It does look like we're going back into a Cramorant, energy on the Iron Hands, and then just KO with a Cramorant.
Such a low-key turn. from the Cramorant, just going to take a 1-prize KO. I think you're right, Ross. I think eyeing up the 110 damage on this Iron Crown opens up your own Iron Hands to take 3 later. So you can still win by taking a single prize knockout. It is still relevant here.
Yeah, that single prize knockout wasn't looking great early in the game, but is looking very nice now because of the damage. That's the thing. You know, things that don't look like good plays turn into good plays later on because you're setting up this big, long string of things that are going to take you through the game. And, oh, no mucking about there. Double Iron Hands.
Yeah,
and then one
immediately discards one and gets another. Again, because this Miraidon has been dealt with, we saw Kim in game 1 want to use it twice.
Yes.
Because that's such a great way to guarantee your energy into play. Now Christian is saying, I'm going to force you to hit generators, and I'm going to keep my eye out for these heavy baton. I'll try and remove them in any way that I can. So I'm going to force Kim to have as many hits from generator as possible if he wants to keep up racing with these Iron Hands EX.
This game is not going like game 1 when it is a lot more awkward. The best thing Christian did in game 1 was using that Hooper to take, I think it was free energy off the board with that Iron Hands. Here, that hasn't happened, and actually Kim is just not getting that energy stashed anywhere near as effectively. And this has not been a good game for Generator, but here we go. Professor's research, 7 cards. Can we finally see a hit off a Generator that isn't game-winning?
Well, we have drawn into 1, so we can start seeing the fireworks here from Electric Generator.
Because Kim's hit 2 energy off 3 generators so far in this match. It's averaging, you know, we're averaging less than 1 per generator at this stage.
One of the big misses was Kim was not able to find the heavy baton either.
Oh.
So instead is going to arm press for a 1-prize KO, putting them back onto evens, so that is handy. But also holding on to generator. What do you think about that one, Ross?
Well, you know I want to play the generator and amp you very much to KO the Cramorant. Everyone knows that's what I personally want to do, but Kim has shown, not just in this game, in some of the other games on stream, they are willing to take a more patient approach here and, you know, protect a bit more energy. If this does go down to an Iron Hands and you really need to a Hooper, what do you need to respond? A free energy Iron Hands? Well, if that is what happens, and it looks like that really might be what happens, you're going to be so glad you kept on to that generator. That's what you're doing here. You're playing a more sensible game, giving up a prize on the Cramorant so that you're not giving up the game by running out of attackers.
It's also meaning that you're in charge of the hand disruption, right? Because you're stopping Christian from using Roxanne, because you're staying at 4 prize cards, and it means you can go straight back, response KOing this Hooper in the best case scenario, and also weaving in your own Iono. So I think Kim's almost setting a trap with this play.
Yeah, I actually really like it. As much as I want to go turbo here and take as many prizes as possible.
You're being disappointed over and over again by this arm press. But it's amazing, this game.
It is, because it's the right play every time. Arm press does seem to be the better way to be going in a lot of these. It's nice and flashy to take the extra prize, but conserving your energy, conserving the hand disruption threats actually does make a lot more sense a lot of the time. It's just not quite as much fun for me on a personal level.
Well, Christian does have a couple Mirage Gate to debate over here. Well, unsurprisingly, it's going to be the Hooper EX that gets powered up, as well as the Iron Hands, just like last game. It's going to be actually just to the active, so you can retreat for free. Well, not for free, but you can get it out of the deck with the Mirage Gates.
Yeah, you haven't used a turn attach, so I'm willing to allow that Lexicon. That'll do.
Yeah, there's another Mirage Gate in hand as well.
So that'll get the second darkness.
Possibly can you retreat now, then Super Rod back in multiple energy? Yeah, there will be 2, so you can retreat out of this config first to have the better selection of which energy are going back into play with this next Mirage Gate. That's why we're seeing the retreat now, to get full value from Super Rod.
And let's not forget that Iron Crown on the bench is still in range of Sableye. There's only 8 cards in the Lost Zone rather than 10, but that Sableye will be able to take a very easy, very cheeky 2-prize KO without using any kind of gusting in the future. That's something we're keeping an eye on here.
Christian shuffling, but then having a think. Does that mean they're not going to use the second Mirage Gate in hand? Do they have access to another Darkness Energy to turn attach here?
I thought that I might have seen one in hand.
The hand is large.
So there is a Darkness Energy
in hand.
Yeah, there you go.
Turn attachment. Holding on to the Mirage Gate then. This is quite interesting because you're not playing that well around Iono from Kim. That's a bit of a risk. Christian taking 2 prizes though. Keeping up in the race.
Now here's we're going to go. That last, there's going to be one more prize for Christian and then Saberlife for the game. Unfortunately, Kim, you're not playing stuff like Turo. You're not playing Penny. It's not that kind of deck.
Well, yeah, you can still win next turn with Iron Hands into this crown as well, let's not forget.
You absolutely can. That is an option. There is a generator coming down. And, I mean, have we seen the one-off switch cart yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, I think we actually just saw it in that generator. I believe it is
so it's in the deck. That's good.
So if you bring that, so it's got 110, it would bring it to 140, which would put it out of range of both Saberlight and Iron Hand. So switch cart, like, kind of huge.
I think the most important thing for Kim, though, is still hitting generators. We just saw one energy from the first generator.
Yeah, we did.
So do you have to guarantee with Arven here another generator? Or do you rely on Iono? That's got to be too big of a risk.
It's such a risk, but the problem is it's a risk to... If you don't get the switch cart, then you've got a risk there of just losing to Iron Hands anyway.
Kim's got the thinking hands out, using their hands and fingers to count through what the next couple turns are going to look like. Debating attaching to a Miraidon, just guaranteeing some attachments. If that's happening, it's probably going to be alongside Iono. The other question would be Arven, and find guaranteed generator and just hope it hits.
Yeah, we are going for the Miraidon. I'm not a fan of getting a generator and hoping it hits, because you also hope, you're hoping it hits and you're hoping your opponent doesn't gust up the Iron Crown. It's just a bit too much hopium for my taste.
Does Kim still go for Arven just to find the heavy baton, perhaps? If you're committing to one Iron Hands and just poking this Hooper EX, is that going to be important? Counter catcher being eyed up as well. Well, yeah, it is going to be the heavy baton.
And what's the item card? Now, it could still be a generator here. You can go for the, it looks like it might be, you can still go for the slower play with Miraidon and leave open the possibility of Iron Hands. The problem is, if you even hit the double off the generator here, you're still 20 damage away from the KO with Arm Press, because you don't have the Future Boost Energy Capsule, unless it's in hand, and I don't remember seeing it.
No. Is Kim debating bringing the Saberlight into the active position with a counter catcher here? So your Iron Crown is less threatened, perhaps? That's also something on the mind. We're mentioning Iron Hands EX can win the game for Christian next turn, but also the fact that Kim is now having to give up another single prize Pokemon means that Christian could win in 2 turns by taking out the Miraidon for 1 prize, then finishing off this Iron Crown EX, which is damaged currently.
Yeah, we have gone for the generator here, but it's not the all-in play it could have been. There's a bit of hedging going on as well as the generator.
Yeah, we'll still want to see if this generator can hit. I think taking out this Super EX is still valuable.
Absolutely, we get away.
Well, it's a good thing Kim hedged his bets, I guess.
And that's why I did not like going all in on a generator. I've failed enough generator in my time that I do not like making it the be-all and end-all, but I'm not such a huge fan of just doing a little poke Ivan. I think it's the only really play available, but this is not where Kim wants to be here. Hitting the Hooper, but not KOing, and just there's so many targets now for Christian, and if you fail the Iron Hands, you can just Saberlight anyway.
Yep, so Kim is forced to just poke into this Hooper EX for 100 damage. Not too shabby, but it does mean that the momentum has gone sort of out of your favor a little bit. You are just hoping that Ino can catch you back up. So it's Christian's job to take a 1 prize KO this turn, or even weave in Saberline now and just deal with the Iron Crown while the prizes are on the table, but also set up as much else as you can before you get hand disrupted.
Yeah, you know Kim's not winning next turn. Kim's deck isn't taking 4 prizes in 1 turn. So if you've got the play for the Iron Hands to win right now, brilliant. If not, I love using Saberlight. Take 2 prizes while they're on the board, and then you can worry about the last KO next turn. We're going to start with a flower selecting after a switch, see what we can get from these top 2 cards.
I see energy. That can dig further into the deck if required. I think we're pretty close. Well, with Mirage Gate in hand, maybe this attachment can be helpful for Christian. Yeah, it's going to be a switch cart being removed here.
Oh, Kim's jealous. Kim really wanted one of them.
Then we have a Pokegear. Let's see if we can dig towards Colrus. I feel like that's the best choice. Oh, is that Boss's Orders as well? Another decision for Christian here.
I mean, if you've got the energy, then Boss's Orders, I think, it's got to be a better option.
Ah, yeah, Boss's Orders coming. Has Christian mapped it out? Can they turn attach and Mirage Gate to this Iron Hands and take a 3 prize turn, closing out game 2 here? Christian going to scout with Nespal to see if they have the energy remaining for this Mirage Gate.
Yeah, always nice to check. Of course, Ampy very much only needs one lightning energy. Here comes the Mirage Gate, and there's a lightning and a psychic. We know there's a water energy in hand. We know there's a boss's orders in hand. There is an item tool that will let you retreat. We bring up the Iron Crown, and this is going to be a gigantic free prize KO with Ampy very much, and Christian evens it up on 1 game each. And all I'm saying, Joe, the person who used Ampy very much ended up winning the game.
It's finally become the star of the show. That Ampy very much. A 3-prize turn for Christian. Set up very early with that Cramorant. And Kim had a bit of a stumbling block there. Was only able to weave in 1 Miraidon, immediately tackled by Christian. And I think that was one of the big reasons why he sort of fell behind a little bit in that game too. The generators weren't cooperating, which meant he had to take a turn off using Iron Hands, which put him that little bit too far behind.
Yeah, and whiffing that switch card. I mean, look, you're playing 1 switch card. It's an item card. You're not even playing stuff like Forest Seal Stone here. So you have to grab it off of Arven or draw into it naturally. So it wasn't high odds to get it, but that switch card would have changed everything. And you can imagine that game, you hit a switch card, you hit another energy or 2 off generator, your Miraidon survives an extra turn. There were ways back into that game for Kim. So this isn't one of those, oh no, my opponent had a good game, there's nothing I can do. It's a case of, that game didn't go my way, but now I get the choice as to whether I go first or second.
And I saw that choice straight away. Kim just pointed straight at Christian and said, I'm going second, so I can get the first hit in, and most importantly with that Miraidon, because it's such a great starting point, especially if you're taking those prize cards early.
I think with Christian, there's a real question of, oh, do I want to let my opponent go first or second? If you're Kim, you want to go second. It is very, very easy.
I think the decision is made for Christian by Kim wanting to go second so much as well.
Yes, I agree entirely. And maybe you get the giant Iron Hands of Electric Generator, but a lot of the time, you're going to get a KO on a Comfey with Miraidon, you're going to get the first prize, you're going to accelerate a couple of energy, you are going to be off and rolling. And important to note, that's how we saw Kim roll turn 1, game 1, and the earlier you get attacking with Miraidon, the less likely it is that you're going to get KO'd by Christian.
What a fitting way to end our final European event of the season. We're coming down to a game 3. 2 very well-respected, known players battling it out tooth and nail here, and it's coming down to this game 3. Really looking forward to see how this one ends up. I couldn't have thought of a better way to end our season.
No, this is a good final with which to end the European circuit. I will say they both started with Iron Hands in their opening hand. Prime Catcher we don't love in the prizes, although it should come out fairly quickly. And Christian actually forced to start Iron Hands because the only other options were a Spiritomb, which is a dead card in this matchup, and Hooper that you do not want to put down until it's relevant. So forced to start the Iron Hands there, and Kim has gone for Iron Crown, but there is a Future Boost Energy Capsule in the hand, so that's going to be able to get out the active pretty easily.
Yeah, Christian's hand is bad because he's going first. He does have Colress for next turn, but it is an unassuming, just attached pass right now from Christian. Let's see how Kim can capitalize on this. Well, very good start with the Future Boost Energy Capsule already in hand, and that Techno Radar. What a great item for this archetype.
Yeah, there's 3 cards you want if you came on this turn. You want a Techno Radar to go and get 2 Pokemon, job's a good one. You want an energy to attach to your Miraidon, job's a good one. And you want yourself a Future Boost Energy Capsule to get your Iron Crown out the active, and you got that as well. Job's a good one all the way around. You're not getting a KO this turn. Okay, that's a lie. If you can get Iron Hands, hit 2 energy off a generator, and attach for turn, and get either 2 more Iron Crown or an Iron Crown and a Future Boost, yes, you can actually arm press to win the game this turn. It is unlikely, so you're probably just going to go Miraidon. But I want it on the... It is possible to win this turn.
Yeah, but Kim is being more of a realist here and getting Miraidon as expected. I think all things considered, you're happy with this. You've got your ideal turn 1. Christian hasn't even begun to get any cards into the lost zone, and you're even putting this Iron Hands into easier range for you later on. This is all great stuff for Kim here in our game 3.
And Kim wants 2 uses of Miraidon, so that gives Christian 1 turn to get 4 cards in the lost zone and get Cramorant in the active after having moved the Iron Hands, or Kim is going to get their wish and get both of those uses of the Miraidon, and that's lovely. Now, here we do see an Electric Generator. Double hit could change things here, Joe. Oh, it is a double hit and everything.
Energy.
That'll do nicely.
Could it happen, Ross? So far, the arm press is at 180 damage, thanks to the 1 Iron Crown in play. We just need a couple more to be found here.
Yeah.
What supporter does Kim have in hand right now? Has an Iono.
You need 4 things. You need 4 in combination of Iron Crown and Future Booster. It is not that likely, but you haven't attached. But here's the thing, if you attach to Iron Hands and whiff, you don't get your Miraidon. I don't like saying
This is just
it.
way safer.
Yeah, I like this play, but I don't like that I like this play.
I mean, especially because your opponent's attached pass, you don't want to give them the freebie of INO either. So this is definitely the right play from Kim.
And beautiful, once again, we get that Psychic Energy out to give you a better chance of hitting off your generator. We get a free energy onto one energy on the other. Again, that is a great play. You can arm press and you can manually attach for Amp You very much. Both of them are on the board. And this is a scary situation for Christian here because Kim has got options to either take out bigger Pokemon or amp you very much onto little Pokemon. And the best case scenario you can probably do is, but even if you Crammer it, you're probably giving up 2 prizes straight away anyway.
Yeah, it's all sorts of awkward. You're right. This opener from Kim is really robust and has a lot of options right now. The good news for Christian is there is at least Comfey and some switching cards, so we can get a few more cards in the Lost Zone here. So we are piecing something together.
There's some things coming down here. We got a switch card, which will not only switch, but also heal 30 damage. Could end up being relevant, you never know. And here we see the Comfey with a first flower selecting. Let's hope it's not too awkward. If you put the cards down and look at your hand, it probably is not a terribly easy choice.
I saw another switch card, I think.
You don't want to lose switching cards early.
It was Lost Vacuum that was kept. Is that another way to get you one step closer? Obviously, Lost Vacuum is a really big card for the matchup later down the line if you're having to respect Heavy Baton later on. It's going to be a Nespel now as well for Christian.
Yeah.
Was the Forest Seal Stone in hand?
Oh, I didn't see it was in hand or not. That is certainly something that's going to help. If it is, might want to go for a Raikou here.
Let's have a look as Christian's going to scout through. One thing that we really should note is that the Boss's Orders has hit the Lost Zone and their Prime Catcher's prize as well. So they really have to play carefully now because they can only hit through the active.
That's kind of annoying, honestly. That is a less than ideal situation.
Yeah, the only other way they could access the bench would be their attacks of Radiant Greninja and Sableye for at least the opening stages of this game. Christian is going to eventually Nespel a second Comfey here so that they can likely get to 4 cards in the Lost Zone.
I mean, 4 cards in the Lost Zone seems pretty easy here. And I was saying about giving up 2 prizes with a Cramorant. There's another argument here that actually Kim might just be able to get a KO on the Cramorant for 1 prize with Miraidon, accelerate a bunch more energy and actually go down that route instead. Maybe even start building up a 3rd Iron Hands to just really say, I don't care about your Hooper.
We're having the sort of sad side of the flower selectings right now. I think it's a Lightning Energy versus a Colress. There is a Colress in hand for Christian, but it never feels great when this is the crucial supporter in the deck. Getting rid of one of them. Yeah, we're going to keep a Lightning Energy right now. We do have a manual attachment for the turn, if you feel like that's relevant. Yep, it's going to go on to the Iron Hands EX and passes back over to Kim here. How can they capitalize? Could they arm press KO Christian's own Iron Hands EX? Could they just take the 1 prize and fill even more energy into play? Well, let's start with the generator and see what happens.
You got 3 options here. You can go after the benched Iron Hands. You can amp you very much the Comfey for 2 prizes, or you can use Miraidon to KO the Comfey and accelerate a bunch more energy. All 3 of those are pretty nice, frankly.
Kim does have 1 hit from this electric generator. It's going to go on the other Iron Hands. So there's 1 ready to arm press and 1 currently just getting loaded up in the back. Still no Amp You Very Much option available. I'm pretty sure there are also turn attachments for Kim here.
Yeah, you still got your turn attachment if you can find an energy or if there's already 1 in hand. So you've got options
here.
It's
just Iono. We're getting a fresh 6 for Kim here. Christian also having to shuffle one of those Colress to the bottom after having just Lost Zoned 1.
Not an ideal situation. Free energy, so you've got your attachment for the turn. You've got a Heavy Baton there and an Arven for next turn at least. So that's going to help out.
Are we just poking for 60 here? Did we miss any Iron Crown or the option? Oh man, do we even pay retreat the active perhaps? It has a 2 retreat cost, so you'd have to spend your attachment just to retreat, then rely on Heavy Baton, and you'd still only be taking 1 prize. Or do you just still keep setting up more Iron Hands? I feel like that's also a really reasonable choice, but it's not the tempo we were expecting here. We really assumed that Kim was taking 1 or 2. We didn't think 0 was on the menu, but the Iono has not helped.
No, I laid out 3 good options, and none of them actually ended up being a possibility in the end.
Okay, we are going aggressive. We're going to try and take a Comfey off this board. give Christian less draw and initiate this prize race. I think the safety net of the heavy baton is the reason Kim has taken this aggressive line.
I see. I like the heavy baton. I also like the fact that Christian has still got some work to do. Now, it's a weird information game, but when you see your opponent lost zone a Colrus, you know they've got a Colrus in hand. So then when you play an INO, you know you're putting one to the bottom, so you know that 3 of their 4 Colrus are basically unavailable, and you also know that they probably need to play a Colrus in order to get to 7 in the lost zone. Not guaranteed, but likely. And that means that Hooper is probably off the table. Again, this is all uncertain, but you know there's a good chance Hooper's not coming out, which makes your Iron Hand safe, because that's about the only way Christian's getting rid of it.
They will be able to at least shuffle the deck with this buddy-buddy Poffin. I think getting another Convey is also very reasonable here. But yeah, like you said, mostly going to be helpful to shuffle a Colrus back towards the top, so you can maybe hit it from some of these flower selectings.
That's what you're looking for. Also worth noting that Prime Catcher has been shuffled to the top of the prizes, so the chances of that Prime Catcher coming out really in this game are very, very slim at this point.
That was a terrible issue in Heavy Ball. All the good cards went to the top of the prizes.
Yeah, there's a Mirage Gate at the top as well. So basically what's happening here is that Christian is almost probably out of gusting for the game, honestly, with the boss's orders already disposed of. That means gusting is probably not happening.
Here comes some big flower selectings then. Christian needs the help. Ooh, it's Raiko that has to go, I think, in order to keep this Hooper. But now you do lose your Forest Hill Stone option.
Yep. I didn't say it was a good choice.
No, do we have to turn attack, retreat a Convey here just for one more flower selecting? We're in a tough spot. Mirage Gates in hand, but we can't use them yet.
No, you don't have a good attack.
This hand is poor. You can retreat, and really now we're banking on a Colrus.
It's not a Colrus. Darkness Energy and switch. There's a Darkness Energy in the discard as well.
There are 4 copies within the list, so I think it's safe to remove one.
Yeah.
We can get one more flower selecting here for Christian. After this one last Convey, you're still out of range of Mirage Gate, so it still has to be Colrus here.
Now this will activate Mirage Gate, and it's Saberline or Water Energy. Again, that's a bit awkward. Water Energy means that your Greninja is not, well, Death is technically an option, but it's awkward. But Saberline, we've seen how that can really help. But so you didn't get the early poke with Cramorant.
I think the Saberline is like not great here, but because you've lost your other gusting effects, it just feels even worse that it hits the loss zone at this stage. But it's what you have to do here as Christian.
Yeah, it's not like last game where the Sableye was a really obvious attacker that served a really obvious purpose. So
yeah, this INO has worked so nicely for Kim. As you said, identifying that Colrus was lost zoned, let me get rid of the Colrus in hand, and it gives Kim the advantage now. You can go up 2 prizes this turn if they wish, with an Amp You Very Much, your favorite, Ross.
Yeah, I love Amp You Very Much. That makes me very happy. That would go up to 3 prizes taken, and that would be a very, very big deal.
We also have Arven, and that could also grab Prime Catcher. You'd still be only taking 2 prizes, but you could take out your opponent's Iron Hands EX, which is also looking very tempting.
And get 2, and well, you take 2 prizes while taking a threat off the board. So no, I love that play. And is it 1 or 2 Generator we've seen so far this game?
I think we've played 1 so far.
So there's definitely Generator available. It's actually 1 in hand, it looks like. So we could even see some more energy getting established onto a 3rd Iron Hands here, really setting up a suite of them. Hooper is always going to be an issue, but it doesn't matter if you can return KO. Although I'm looking at bench space here, you're going to need 2 more modifiers if you're going to be using an arm press to KO a Hooper.
True, yeah.
That's like next turn for Kim, but it's important.
You're right. I think that's one of the only things that Christian can do now to sort of keep in a race. If you can just hang on with a Hooper and it sticks around, that would be huge. So Kim does have to be careful about that board positioning now, because it feels like they're squeezing ahead this turn. It feels like the momentum is definitely with them. It's just making sure that you can close out this game. You've got this far ahead. You don't want to let something slip now.
No,
Heavy Baton's the first choice.
No, agreed. If you leave 1 bench space free, then 1 gets KO'd, and you can just grab 2 Iron Crown, and that will do it. That will get you the KO.
But more Generator's the choice. Let's just thin even more energy as we go.
And that's 2 a Generator in hand now, so this could be a very pivotal turn. We could end this turn with 3 Iron Hands ready to go, and that would be huge.
That would be so dangerous.
Especially with only 3 prizes left to take. So here's the first generator. What have we got? You're looking at the top cards. Are we going to see any energy? It's another one.
No.
How many times is Kim going to whiff in this matchup?
I mean, sure, but that's why you grab a second one, Ross. Also, there's a lot of energy in play. Yeah. I mean, yes, you still have decent odds, and it is a bit of a low roll, but there's a couple in hand, quite a few in play. I think there's only like 3 or 4 lightning in the deck left, so they're not like super high odds.
I think Kim here, make it even. A second whiff.
Yeah. Okay. Now you're allowed to be a little bit frustrated with that.
Kim
that was your support.
Well,
yeah. Your supporter was spent doing nothing essentially now.
Oh, and that is I'm sorry, Kim has somebody go and do the maths. I've not been keeping count. Someone go back to the VOD, do the maths for me, hit us up on Twitter, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. I think Kim has been hitting much less than 1 energy per generator here. It has not been going great, but you're still taking 2 prizes. You're going down to 3 prizes remaining. You do have an Iron Hands ready to retaliate. 2 Iron Crown next turn could be all you need. And Christian, I mean, you've basically got Hooper as a response, but that could be response KO'd back.
That's the risk. That's the concern. Kim now has taken 3 prizes, so Roxanne is open. Maybe you're crossing your fingers that you can use a Hooper EX and Roxanne at the same time. Maybe that's a way that you could hang on with your chunky 2-prizer.
No, if Roxanne is played, Kim's drawing 2 lightning energy.
Oh, come on.
That's just how this goes, Joe.
No, not in this final. I believe in Roxanne. People call it a lie, but it's still an incredible card.
Oh, Roxanne is an incredible card. We've all lost a lot of games to Roxanne over the years. We've all lost at least 1 game because we played Roxanne when we weren't allowed to. Admit it, you've all done it.
Let's see some flower selectings from Christian now. We put a couple energy back into the deck. The Lost Zone is at a count now that we can start spending these Mirage Gates.
Yeah, you got a Mirage Gate. That's why we dropped the lightning energy in the Lost Zone. It wasn't ideal, but you wanted your Mirage Gate. Here comes a switch cart. Another Comfey for another flower selecting.
Ooh, Colrus.
And Lost Vacuum.
It's frustrating that it's up against Vacuum, yeah, because you want to get rid of this heavy baton if you can.
Oh yeah, if you're looking to take a KO this turn, and you got to be looking to take KO this turn.
It's
you
so
do
rough
not
that it's
want
up against
that heavy baton.
Yeah, it's so rough that it's up against Colrus, and I think Christian's right to value the Lost Vacuum this highly.
Yeah. It's the right choice, but it's another one of those choices which is incredibly awkward. Now there goes a Hooper.
Yeah, we have double Mirage Gate in hand, so we can gate to retreat this Comfey and still get Darkness Energy onto this Hooper EX. I believe there's still enough non-Darkness Energy in the deck to do that.
There's at least 1 Psychic, so we're good in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we get the energy on there, the energy on the Hooper. Second Mirage Gate, we'll get the second Darkness on Hooper. Yeah. We've got the response KO, and Lost Vacuum will get rid of that heavy baton, which is huge.
And Christian's finally going to start responding here in a big way, as you said, at least in prize cards, but also the fact that you're removing energy for good with this baton being removed. Christian also going to load that Iron Hands up a little bit closer towards Ampy very much, so they can maybe capitalize on Miraidon later down the line.
Yeah, that could be a nice 2 prizes, of course. Gusting unavailable for Christian right now. Boss's Orders is gone. Prime Catcher is stuck in the prizes. Christian doesn't know that he's probably not going to draw into it for a while. He is just hoping. Now here comes the Lost Vacuum.
Yep.
Gets rid of that heavy baton, which never seems to work. It just makes your opponent spend a bunch of resources. Here comes the Hooper for the giant KO, taking your first 2 prizes and removing all 4 energy off of the board. But there is a response potentially coming from Kim. This is not a game ender yet.
It's still a huge energy crush, and it's exactly what Christian needs to do to stay in the game. Gonna just slyly bank a water energy to end the turn on a Comfey, just in case this Hooper EX does get KO'd. Let's see if Kim can guarantee the way there. Well, yes, Arven can get Techno Radar for a couple more Iron Crown. There is bench space for them now.
Yeah, and that's all you need here. You need 2 Iron Crown. You'll then be hitting 220 with Arm Press. That is the KO. And Christian, it isn't like the old Mewtwo Wars. Iron Hands doesn't KO Iron Hands unless you're playing a whole bunch of damage modifiers, which Christian isn't. It is going to be awkward to get a response KO on that Iron Hands. It's going to take Roaring Moon or a recovered Hooper in order to do it, but then you're asking for Mirage Gate, and there's well, I mean, 2 were played just last turn.
Is Kim debating using the Iron Bundle here instead of Iron Crown, keeping the Hooper EX in play?
I don't like that.
Here comes the Arven. I do think there's still 2 Crown within the deck. There is 1 prize, but I think we're still fine. I don't think we've discarded any this game.
Don't remember discarding any.
Countercatcher going to get discarded. I think there is still 2 Crown EX, so I think we're fine.
There's one.
I feel like we're just going to take out the Hooper EX. That seems relevant. Just keeping tabs on that Iron Bundle is reasonable because it can be another game ender for you later down the line.
Oh, absolutely. It can be a very, very nice card. I mean, well, yeah, I mean, next turn you can just push something to the bench and then KO. Although, to be honest with you, you're going to have 1 prize remaining, and right now, anything on Christian's side of the board is in arm press range because of those free Iron Crown.
Yeah, we're in great shape. Thanks to the Arven guaranteeing we're even going to see the Future Boost Energy Capsule committed, and it's going to be the arm press for the KO thanks to the triple Iron Crown on the bench. Kim goes down to just 1 prize card remaining in this game 3. How can Christian respond here?
And one,
yeah, go on.
I was going to say, one important point to note, there's only 1 lost vacuum in the list, and it's gone. That heavy baton, probably safe, although something you've mentioned several times, I'm going to be the one to mention it this time, Joe. Frenzied Gouging.
You can do it, yeah.
But then again, you could just KO with Marauder with a single energy if that happens. So maybe that doesn't even work either. I love Kim's position here. You've set yourself up so that you are going to have something to attack with next turn and be able to potentially finish this out. We do see an Iron Bundle from Christian here.
I think we just have to thin the deck. I think we just have to find Roxanne. Without Roxanne, Christian really doesn't have much of a hope this turn. Kim's hand is too large, and we know there's a lot of supporters in there. And those supporters can work all sorts of ways to the end of the game. Yeah. Christian needs a lot. Like you said, Ross, he has to reload some attackers with Mirage Gate. Well, we're just really being hopeful. 2 not great cards here.
No, well, I think, haven't we already lost Zone, the only Pokemon V?
Yeah, it was Hooper up against the Raikou. Yeah, so having to take a buddy Poffin doesn't feel great, but, you know, they're both as dead as each other, really, at this point.
Yeah, they're both terrible cards, but you literally cannot use the Forest Seal Stone there. It does nothing for you. Now, here we get the Poké Gear. We're looking for a supporter of some description. I don't know.
It's Chorus, but it's not Roxanne. That's what we wanted here. Really had to disrupt Kim a little bit more than this, I think. We'll at least get 5 more cards to try and cobble something together. But it feels like Kim's board state is just so strong now.
No, it's a very strong board state. You still haven't even seen a Super Rod from Christian, which we're going to need to... I mean, it's got to be Hooper, I suppose, is the easiest one to go for here. It doesn't feel good, but I think it's got to be Hooper at the time being. But if you don't get rid of the heavy baton, then you're just getting a return KO'd immediately anyway.
The 5 cards aren't that phenomenal either. I don't see any Mirage Gate there. Can we lower our hand size enough for Mew EX to possibly panic draw us a card here or there?
Now, there is a Mirage Gate in the prizes, and we've definitely seen 2 get played. Is a 4th one definitely available?
Must be.
I mean, if Christian's still playing, it's got to be.
We can still see a few more cards. We can retreat this Comfey and see another 2. Christian going to take the time to quickly burn a Buddy Poffin and have a look at what's remaining. Well, yeah, there's definitely Mirage Gate available.
Yeah, there's
no energy in the deck, so you have to find it alongside Super Rod.
But you need Super Rod for whatever you're attacking with anyway, probably.
And Ball Search. We need so many cards here.
Oh, and the problem, and that's the thing, right? Even if we let's assume Christian gets a Hooper, well, the heavy batter is just going to move the energy to benched Iron Hands, and you've already got the free Iron Crown down, so arm press for the win. Or you use Roaring Moon to Frenzied Gouging, but then you just attach 1 energy to Miraidon, and that gets a KO, and that's the win. So even if you get the KO...
Well, we have Mirage Gate. Is there anything that Christian can come up with now? Definitely taking their time. They know their back's against the wall here. Have to make sure they have thought about every option. So many different attacking Pokemon in the deck list. Don't think there are many defensive lines you can take here, though. Ross, I think Kim's position is just too strong.
There's no gusting. The only way you can do is Iron Bundle. But yeah, if you Iron Bundle, that's what's going to happen.
Kim's not falling for that one.
No, that Iron Crown's got free retreat. You can Iron Bundle and hope your opponent puts the wrong Iron Crown active. That is not currently working. Now, we do see the Roaring Moon hit the bench, but I don't know. Well, we definitely don't have the energy right now. We've not seen a Super Rod yet.
But importantly, it has 230 hit points, so maybe that's the sponge of the turn.
It would force a future... It would force...
Yeah, there's a heavy baton attached, right? So you know that the Iron Hands is limited to 220.
An Iron Bundle
it's
can
Roaring
be benched.
Moon EX coming into the active position. We can then Mew EX for 1 card. Is it Super Rod?
I don't know. No, it's not Super
Roxanne
Rod.
for next turn. So you're just really hoping to sponge a hit here with your Roaring Moon EX. This is the only thing Christian can do to be safe this turn. Your highest hit point basic, holding on by just 10 hit points right now, and passes back over to Kim. Can they close the game out here? Well, here's a professor's research to find out.
What can we see here in terms of cards? What are we looking for in order to try and get this?
Well, no Prime Catcher.
That was what we were really looking for, honestly. It
That would have been lights out.
Not seeing anything there that's game-ending. Annoyingly, Iron Bundle would be game-ending, but you don't have the bench space.
Yeah.
Future Booster Energy Capsule would be game-ending, but you don't have a space to put the tool on. So I think, yeah, you poke with Miraidon and go, you're still not winning next turn, and I've just taken away the one option you had for sponging.
Yeah, I think this is about as good as it gets for Kim. If you can't win this turn, let's swing, hit for 120 with our peak acceleration, get an extra energy or couple out of the deck for the next Iron Hands. I think Kim is edging closer and closer to the victory here. He knows he is right on the door, on the precipice of getting his first victory of a high-tier event.
Yeah,
the Bologna SPE.
It doesn't feel like Christian got any closer to winning there. It feels like Christian just elongated our finals by a turn.
Got to respect it. You got to play to these outs. There's Roxanne in hand now, Ross. There may be even more lines available.
Oh, absolutely. And these Lost Zone decks have a lot of tricks. But this is the kind of thing where even something like Sableye potentially, like Sableye plus a Prime Catcher onto Iron Crown, that would be such a fun play. It's not coming out because the Prime Catcher's prized, but something like that would be so much fun here. Try and set up a ridiculous 4-prize turn. Frenzied Gouging is now off the table.
No, that's it.
And
Christian extends the hand.
And Kim Vega is your Bologna Special Event champion with your Iron Crown, Iron Hands deck, which makes me very happy indeed.
Congratulations to Kim. What a fantastic final. Back and forth in all 3 games. You can see what it means to Kim. I said before the interview that he was hunting for this victory and he's finally got it. What an impressive display with the future Iron Hands deck.
And I think, and we'll need to check this after the event, I think both our finalists might have put themselves into the top 22 in Europe with this result now. So we've shaken up the top 22, the race for the stipend right before the North American International Championships. We've got a new deck taking down a tournament which hasn't happened, I believe, in a Temporal Forces format, at least not in North America or Europe, where we have all of these streams. And we've seen a player win their very first regional level event. Lots of shaking up happening because of this, Joe.
That's what you want. You want smiles all around. You want both these players having that fist bump and knowing that they've done a great job. First and second, 2 fantastic placements, of course, and it means that they can both hopefully solidify their positions in top 16, and we can see them at the World Championships once again at these top tables.
Yeah, this one is going to be an awful lot of fun. It's going to be fun to look back on. That was a fun final. It's been a really good event. This is not the event we were expecting. We knew that with Control, I'm not saying we weren't expecting it to be fun. We were expecting fun.
That's what I heard.
But we were not expecting Tinkerton,
No.
Arceus Armor Rouge,
No.
a win from Future Box.
Also surprising.
These are a lot of, Raging Bolt being legit a week before Teal'Maz Gogapon becomes legal.
Yep.
There have been a lot of things this tournament, and it's that combination of last European event, the fact that it's a special event rather than a regional, no prize money on the line really does change the thinking of some players coming into these events, knowing they can take a few more chances, having players that weren't really playing for much other than potentially spiking a tournament, brings these wackier decks out, and then a win from this future deck. I mean, this has been a fun one.
Ross, you've been saying this whole time it's been underrated. It's finally got the win under its belt, and it feels like it's possibly going to stick around as well. We know that Amp Very Much is really dangerous. Having great pressure at your disposal, never a bad thing. So it's taken a while, but it's eventually got there. Congratulations to Kim. Let's have a confirmation of that bracket one last time to crown our champion here. Kim with a 2-1 victory over Christian. Kim actually had a really easy run through the bracket, Ross.
Yeah, it was a nice, easy run. And I was following this bracket and seeing you get to play Lugia in top 4. There's no such thing as a free win in Pokemon, but there are some matchups which are so favored good. It kind of feels that way. And a really aggressive Iron Hands deck against Lugia, that is as favored as you are ever going to be in a Pokemon TCG match. So nice run to the final. But yeah, Christian really made Kim earn it when we got to the final. And I've got a tip for everybody watching at home. If you're trying to analyze the metagame of the Pokemon TCG, you ready for this one? If a deck makes top 8 2 tournaments in a row, it's probably a really good deck.
I think it's actually low-key got much better matchups as well. Seeing Lugia in the finals and Pidgeot Control in the finals of last weekend's game, tournament I should say, over in America, in LA, meant that you can just capitalize on these decks that are uprising. That's kind of what you want to do. You want to play the deck that beats the decks that are upticking in play, because then you just have a much better field. And when your matchup spread gets much better, when you're already this aggressive archetype, it's a really great combination.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of decks that can just win games they shouldn't because they're faster and more aggressive.
We saw it a few times.
Yeah, you did it so much, especially in Europe over the last year before we hit the rotation. We're seeing this deck doing it now, and actually a switch from Snorlax being the trendy control to Pidgeot being the trendy control. You know, we saw in Stockholm, I think we did stream a future, I think it was Yuho Kalama actually played against Snorlax. I think we had that on stream.
Yeah. Was it Azul? It may not have been Azul, but it definitely was a Snorlax.
It was a Snorlax.
I think it might have been Azul, actually. I think he did a Panic Eerie and just hit Prime Catcher. Could have been a very different final.
It could have been a very different final, but that we saw was a rough matchup. I'm not saying Pidgeot Control is an easy matchup, but I'm saying if I'm playing this Iron Hands deck, I would much rather play against Pidgeot Control than Snorlax, because you don't play that many switching cards. It's a deck that really relies on retreating with your Future Booster Energy Capsule, and Snorlax isn't a fan of that.
No, it's certainly not. So, great metagame call from Kim. That's part of the experience here. Not only do you have to play so well during the tournament, but you also have to be right on top of the metagame and make bold decisions. And I think that's exactly what we saw from Kim, who is now a special event champion.
Yeah, it's always nice. And the next time we see, because Kim is a name we recognize, right? We're going to have Kim on stream again. They're a great player. Next time we have Kim on stream at one of these tournaments, their accomplishments are going to look just a little bit better, because they're going to have Bologna Special Event Champion 2024 sitting on there alongside. And it's a big thing when you get that first signature win. Sometimes we see players get that first big win, and it can act like a bit of a springboard.
Let's see our final standings then. Confirmation of that top 8 bracket, but also where our players placed all in all. Kim standing right at the top there with a good smorgasbord of decks. I think we've said this throughout the entire broadcast, that especially with the matches that we've shown, there is a lot of variety in this format. The Temporal Forces metagame will go unsolved. I think that's the story of this weekend, because once again it's another wildly different top 8 from previous weeks, and it's a wildly different deck taking down the win.
Yeah, seeing both the Pidgeot Control lose in top 8 really did open up that bracket a little bit and let some of these other decks have a chance, because let's face it, the last 2 were won by Control, and that seemed a little bit unfair. Let's have a look at the Day 2 metagame though, have a look at these decks we've been seeing this weekend, especially today, and you'll notice that Iron Hands, Iron Crown, it's in there, 7%. 8 people playing it. One of them made it all the way through. We had 1 in top 8 and they got through the bracket. 8 Pidgeot Control, but it's still Charizard, Chen-Pao, Lugia, Lost Zone. These are decks we expected to see, although I think Freya will be mad at me if I didn't mention this. Lugia is on the up lately.
Yeah, it's great. Just looking at the graphic there, seeing Pidgeot, seeing Lugia, seeing so much Lost Zone, these are all manageable matchups, more than manageable for the future deck. But I think what was really impressive from earlier on in the day is that Kim was able to overcome one of these Charizard matchups. He had to play quite differently from your usual game plan. You have to be more cautious. You have to be aware of Charizard EX's ramp of its own damage. So you had to be a little bit more tricksy with the future deck in order to navigate the huge wave of Charizard that's been present throughout this entire format.
Yeah, Charizard's not going anywhere, and it's a point we made at the beginning. I didn't take Charizard seriously as a threat to win this tournament, and we
okay, just to win, fine.
Yeah, I mean, I took it seriously as a deck. It's a great deck for having a decent run. I think the last few weeks have shown us Charizard, and I was saying this about Gardevoir for a while as well. Good deck, you're going to see a bunch in Day 2. I don't believe it's going to end up winning the tournament. Do we have a Charizard in top 8?
No, we didn't. I don't even think we saw the Charizard 101 line in the Pidgeot control, so I think there was actually just no Charizard for real this time.
Charizard, great deck for day 2, but there are so many players out there, and that's the thing, we have different levels of players. This isn't a secret. There are some people who come into a tournament, take your Torge, your Azul, Stefan Ivanov, players like that, they are going for the victory. They've done the whole day 2 thing, they've made top 8s, they want to go and win. There are newer players, and we speak to them every tournament. I just made my first day 2, and that first day 2 is a phenomenal achievement. It feels absolutely fantastic. It gives you that confidence to keep coming back and try and take it a step further. And for players that are looking for a day 2, something like Charizard is an excellent choice right now. And you never know, all it takes is a decent run and it goes and wins the tournament.
Yeah, there was, I believe, one possibly even bubbled, or I think Demi was on winning in and he was playing Charizard. I think that was one of the only ones, so very still close to hitting that top 8 bracket. But that's something that you mentioned, Ross, that I love about this circuit. We got to highlight some players like Angelo earlier on, making top 8 the first time, and that's what we're all about. We're trying to create new stories here, and players who are maybe newer to the game, don't have as much experience, still have this chance at these special events and regionals to make a name for themselves, and now they will stand out and players will fear them when they see that they're up against them in the next tournament.
Yeah, we kept getting scuppered of our interview plans this tournament. The games went too long and too exciting, but I got one interview yesterday right at the end of the day. Somebody who was in their first year of playing.
Amazing.
And they were saying, this is my first, I've never made day 2 before. They'd won, they'd made it to day 2, and the excitement just radiating from them, having gotten over that barrier and making their first day 2 was absolutely palpable. We all remember our first day 2. It feels so good when it finally happens. For some players it takes a little bit longer, other players get there super quickly, but it's always special when it happens. And then you get to that point where, okay, well now I'm starting to make day 2 a bit more regularly. Day 2's not enough anymore.
Yeah.
Now I need to top 8.
Yeah, I feel like there's that sort of tension for people. It's a big hurdle to achieve, and then as soon as you do, you sort of let your arms down a bit, you relax, you know that you can play this game well enough to make those day 2s. It becomes more and more frequent, it comes more and more often. The more you play in paper tournaments, the more experience you can get, the more things become second nature to you, and it becomes much more easy to return and once again make another deep run in a tournament.
Yeah, and if you make a deep enough run, you might end up winning a special event like Kim. But the thing is, right, we can't have a champion if we don't crown the champion. That's just rude, frankly. So let's go to an award ceremony. Let's go crown a champion.
Couldn't agree more, Ross. Yes, it would be rude to not crown our champion here in Bologna before we go off with our award ceremony. Of course, important as always to thank all of our players who came and participated this weekend, all of the staff, all of the judges that make this tournament happen. But now, without further ado, your special event finalist here in Bologna, Christian. Huge congratulations again to Christian Hodes, your regional level event finalist. But now, also, without further ado, your special event champion on home soil here in Bologna. Please give it up for Kim Pobega! So, Kim, this is a big win for you, having gotten a lot of success before, but to take a big win here on home soil in Italy, how does that feel?
Come ti senti per il fatto che...
Non ci speravo, visto che ieri sono arrivato in ritardo e ho missato il primo turno, quindi sono partito 0-1.
He got game loss yesterday because was late, because was not able to find the entrance. So he cannot believe.
I think that's the first time we've ever heard that from a winner before. That's amazing. Now, we saw in a lot of your stream games, you hit a lot of no energy electric generators. So when you finally got the 2 energies from the electric generator in game 1 to win the game, how did that feel?
Come ti sei sentito?
Mi sono sentito bene.
Well, very well.
What's going through your mind during that? Because that was obviously key to hit to win that turn.
Praticamente è la chiave per vincere la partita quella.
Sì, l'ho trovato.
Find it.
And then one last question, very important here to note. With this result, you now have secured your spot in the top 22 in Europe. So now you are going to be able to have that first round bye at the World Championships. Is that a confidence booster going into the Worlds?
Saying top 22 in Europa? No, he said no. Probably
20.
Okay, he missed the registration to NAC. So probably after 22.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Well, still, all the same, huge congratulations, Kim. One more time, give it up for Kim Bomega, your special event champion. And with that, that is going to be it for our special event here in Bologna. But don't go away, we're going to go to the Castle Lounge for a quick wrap-up of today's events. Wow, what a special event that was, and here we're here wrapped up now here in Bologna. So let's take a moment to just unwind and really close out the season, I guess. I'm Freya Pierce. I'm joined by Amy Watley, Joe Bernard, and Ross. How are you all feeling after that? I'll get to you, Ross,
feel
first.
pretty good. That was a good final. I enjoyed that final. We all know it was a deck that I was hoping to see a win from, but honestly, it was a good back and forth final that really felt like it could go either way, and that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, it always is. I think we both did pretty well in our caster predictions, to be fair, because of course, I had the sort of the Lost Zone double whammy with the Comfey and the Lost Vacuum, and you picked the winning deck.
People didn't take that seriously when I predicted that at the beginning of the weekend.
You've been predicting it all along, Ross.
Yes, I have, and I've seen it coming all the way along. It just finally became right. I'm sorry, it's not quite as good as Shay's Dialga prediction with basic metal, but I'm still happy.
Listen, a broken watch is right twice a day, okay? So shoot enough times and you're going to get it right.
So I'm going to be right again, is what you're saying.
Could be.
I hate to break up this tension here, but we've got to have a look at our EU regional champions. We've completed the set now. We have completed all of our EU regional level events, and now Kim Bomega completing the lineup. Joe, talk us through the lineup there.
Well, it's a stunning cast of players. I mean, look at this. So much talent on display. Huge shout out to Owen Kammerman, of course, for not just winning one, but coming back and winning back-to-back. What an amazing season they've had, and some top players here. I'm certain we'll be seeing these towards the top tables in no time.
Yeah, in no time at all. But yeah, no more silhouettes there. The lineup is totally complete. So yeah, great to see there. Now, I actually have something that important I'd like to draw attention to. So we're going to go into another resumption of our schedule. But Ross, I have a bone to pick with you, or we all do.
Oh, what have I done?
So you, I remember we were discussing earlier, and you said, oh, all the oranges here are blood oranges. We can't find a normal Arancia here in Italy. So I've done you a little favor. There you go. We have found a regular orange for you.
This is a bizarre in-joke.
You imported it from another country just for me. That's so kind.
We found it here. That's the point. But in any case, let's take a look at the schedule. So yes, we want to bring this up because, of course, you were talking about how this is the foodiest regionals, but then the idea that you can't find the regular orange here. But maybe, Amy, you've not had a chance to say much yet. Why don't you talk us through?
Oh, no, I was enjoying the sweet silence. No, I'm joking. Honestly, though, our schedule has been fantastic this year. We've had so many beautifully located regionals and special events. We are not done yet. There is one final chance in our season schedule for Europe, the New Orleans International Championships in North America. I know a lot of people are going to be over there. We're going to see all 4 of us there, in fact.
Yep.
Freya and I are going to be playing, and then our special lot who have qualified will meet us in Honolulu for the World Championships.
Yeah, we are really getting towards the end here. And it's very important to note as well, with the North American International Championships, that is the last chance to get points for this season. After that, that is it. There's going to be no events throughout June. We were talking about how this was the last chance saloon. That's the real last chance saloon to get the point to World. So yeah, going to be a nail biter for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm really looking forward to being part of the casting team. Myself and Ross, we're fortunate enough to go out there for the NAIC, and yeah, we've just seen some EU last chance action, and we get it all over again at the NAIC.
Yeah, we sure do. Now, we're maybe wrapping up here soon, but there are plenty more going on the Twitch channel, so let's take a quick look at the schedule so you guys can see what's available. We have the Celebrate Water-type Pokemon event on Tuesday. We have the NAIC preview show rerun. That was a good fun. Watch that the other day. The Pokemon Battle Frontier on Thursday, and then next weekend, the North America International Championships. I can't wait to see what goes on there, Ross.
Set your schedules.
Oh, Amy. Oh, it's going to be fun. NAIC is a huge one. It is the big tournament. It's a very how you look at it, right? Worlds is obviously the pinnacle. It's the one everybody wants to win. It's a huge celebration. But NAIC is the big one. That is the one where you're going to have the most players playing. You're going to have the biggest representation. I've never been to New Orleans. I've never been to Louisiana. I've never been to NAIC. I've weirdly not been to a North American event outside of Texas. I've managed 2 in Texas, and I've not managed one anywhere else. I'm hitting a different state next week.
Have either of you two had the chance to go to New Orleans before?
It would be a first for me as well.
Yeah,
also, another thing to mention, of course, it's going to be a brand new format for us over at the NAIC. We've talked about it a lot throughout the weekend, and the community went through their bracket of what their sort of favorite cards are, but I'm really excited to see the Twilight Masquerade cards in action for the first time.
And I've never been to New Orleans either, so I'm really excited to experience the local culture as well as kick some butt in the tournament.
Same here. So first time,
spirit.
yeah. So first time for all of us. It's going to be such a good time. Now we want to know what you guys thought about this event. So as always, please follow us along on our usual social media channels. You can see them. We'll see them down below in a little bit using the hashtag #PlayPokemon on X. You can also follow along on YouTube and Facebook, and also use the hashtag #PlayPokemon on Instagram. Share with us your favorite memories from this event. If you're going to NAIC as well, like we're all excited. We want to hear how excited you guys are too. So make sure you do that. And then also make sure you follow along with the channels over on Pokemon and Pokemon TCG on Twitch and YouTube. So here's the thing. Normally, this is where I would say, oh, there's time to say goodbye. But given that this is the end of the European season, I think there's something important that needs to be said. This has been a very special journey for this whole season, not just for the players, but also for us casters. If we think back all the way to 2016, that was when the first officially streamed European event happened. Of course, Joe, Ross, and I had the pleasure of being a part of that. It was the 3 national championships events in Europe. And considering how far we've come along from that, where this now is the first full season to be officially streamed on an official Pokemon channel in Europe, it's been a really special thing to be a part of. So as a part of that, I want to go around the table or around the desk rather, and ask everyone, what is your favorite memory from casting during all that time? And I'll start with you, Ross.
I mean, how long you got, frankly. Like, I was at Worlds 2012, right, and they had the final stream. The first time they ever did, like, a proper stream. It was only the final, and I looked up at the screen, and I was like, I could do that. And I thought, I want to do that. And I'm like, there was a US team, there was no European team. I was recording games and putting them online with my own commentary team in the hope that one day there would be a European team. I got my way onto the team. It took 6 years after getting on the team to actually get to do a World Championships. I sat next to Joe all weekend in London in 22, and that was absolutely phenomenal. Just being at Worlds, finally being after watching every Worlds broadcast start to finish, to actually be a part of the Worlds broadcast was huge. Last year in Yokohama was amazing with David, who was also part of that initial team in 2016, was special. But that first year in 2022, walking into that venue and being like, what? I'm at Worlds now. That was good. It took a long time coming.
That must have been a very special feeling indeed. One I hope to share one day. You never know. Maybe in the future. Joe, same question.
Well, Ross took the Worlds one, so I'm going to take another moment. Mine's very niche, but one of the most gobsmacking moments for me was round 3 of the 2017 EUIC, because it was the first time we saw Tord Reklev playing Zoroark Golisopod. I literally, during that broadcast, realized that Tord was going to win the event then and there. there because I saw that deck flowing, and my goodness, I realized that he had completely broken the metagame. It was just a matter of time until he made it to the finals, and yeah, that really solidified Tord for me as more than just a great player. He'd already won an international championships, but actually we were looking at a prodigy, and I think it was that game where I realized in round 3 of the EUIC that that was really one of my most special tournaments, because it was something like I've never seen. He completely changed the game with that one tournament.
Yeah, very well put. In fact, that moment was, or rather that tournament was immortalized in one of our sort of look backs. I believe there was a segment going over that exact tournament, and yeah, couldn't agree more. It was really when Tord already leapt out onto the international stage, but as you said, that was really what solidified him as a prodigy. Amy, same question again.
So I think for me, you took a Worlds question, but I don't have that privilege yet because I'm newer than you guys to all of this. But honestly, just having the opportunity to learn from all of you guys. So big special thank you to everyone who's not only welcomed me onto the team, but also helped me to grow and be a part of something so amazing. I'm gonna cry thinking about it. I just, not a lot of people get this opportunity, obviously, and I just feel so welcome and so grateful to be a caster in general. So as my first full season on the official stream, thank you to all the other casters.
Thank you, Amy, for joining us. It's been such a pleasure having you, and all the new faces that we've had over the last few years. I mean, I've talked about it a couple of times already, but this is the first time we've gotten the chance to cast together since Bremen 2022. So getting to do that again was an absolute pleasure. I guess I've got to go over my moment now, and I think for some of you watching at home, maybe it might not come as a surprise. It's got to be the international finals where Diego Hafshi won on home soil, and he gets the Lycanroc! Just absolute favorite cast moment of all time, especially for me, being Brazilian and all that, just getting to cast such a hype finals. One of the most hype finals we'd seen ever up to that point on home soil, really hit it home. So with that, I guess that's all from us. This has been one of the most special European seasons ever for the Pokemon trading card game. I think it's safe to say for all of us. So from all of us veterans and our new faces, until next season, it's arrivederci, goodbye, and good night.
See you next week.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.